Hello, this is Ashen. What if Sasuke Uchiha died protecting Naruto, and his final gift changed the destiny of the entire shinobi world? In this alternate Naruto story, Team 7's mission in the Land of Waves takes a horrifying turn. When Haku's deadly senbon target Naruto, Sasuke throws himself in front of them, but the wounds are fatal. Knowing he has only moments left, Sasuke makes one final decision. He gives Naruto his Sharingan, and then he asks Naruto to carry on his dream, kill Itachi, avenge the Uchiha clan, and become Hokage. But Sasuke's death awakens something even more terrifying inside Naruto. The Nine Tails erupts. Haku becomes the target of Naruto's uncontrollable rage, and when Kakashi arrives, he finds his team completely shattered. Sasuke is dead, Naruto is blind, and Sakura is left wondering how she could have prevented it. But the story doesn't end on the bridge. Konoha makes an impossible decision. Sasuke's eyes are transplanted into Naruto. The Uchiha legacy now lives inside the village's most hated Jinchuriki, and Naruto begins seeing something he was never meant to witness. Sasuke's memories, the massacre, Itachi, the death of the Uchiha clan, and the unimaginable torture that created Sasuke's hatred. Now Naruto doesn't just carry Sasuke's eyes, he carries his memories, his hatred, his dream, and his final wish. Interesting? Well then, sit back, relax, and enjoy listening.
Chapter 1 Fall of Aborther. The world inside Haku's demonic ice mirrors had contracted into a microcosm of crystalline terror. The air was so cold it burned the lungs with each frantic breath, frosting the edges of Naruto's jumpsuit and glazing the cement of the unfinished bridge beneath their feet. The only sounds were the haunting echo of Haku's voice, the sharp hiss of senbon cutting through frozen air, and the thunderous, distant percussion of Kakashi and Zabuza's duel, a world away. "He is fast, Naruto," Sasuke gritted out, his newly awakened two-tomo Sharingan spinning wildly, a crimson pinwheel trying to track dozens of moving targets at once. Sweat beaded on his temple, freezing instantly. His movements, they're not just speed. He's phasing between the mirrors. "Then we break the mirrors," Naruto shouted, a kunai held in a white-knuckled grip. His own instincts, a primal, orange-hued chakra simmering just beneath his skin, screamed at him to move, to attack. "No time," Sasuke snapped, his eyes flickering. "Incoming." Another hail of senbon erupted from multiple mirrors at once. This was no random volley, it was a calculated pincer maneuver. Sasuke's Sharingan, pushed to its nascent limit, saw the pattern a fragment of a second before it was complete. A cluster of needles, glinting with deadly intent, was aimed not at him, but at a blind spot in Naruto's frantic defense, the space between his shoulder and neck, a strike meant to sever vital nerves. There was no thought, only action. A guttural cry tore from Sasuke's throat, not of pain, but of effort, as he threw his entire body into Naruto's side. The shove was brutal, sending the blonde stumbling away just as the senbon whipped into the space he'd occupied. And into Sasuke. The impact was sickeningly soft. Two of the slender needles found their mark, burying themselves deep in the side of Sasuke's neck, perilously close to his carotid artery and spine. He didn't scream. A choked gasp escaped him, his eyes widening in shock before the Sharingan flickered and died, leaving only the dark, depthless onyx of the Uchiha. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the cold cement with a heavy, final sound. Sasuke. Naruto's roar was raw, tearing from a place of pure, unadulterated terror. He scrambled to his friend's side, his hands hovering, unsure where to touch. The senbon looked like vile, metallic feathers sprouting from his neck. Sasuke's face was pale, his breathing shallow and wet. Haku's form solidified in a mirror before them, the Anbu mask betraying no emotion. "He moved on instinct to protect you," the mellifluous voice held a note of genuine, sorrowful surprise. "A beautiful, yet tragic, loyalty. He will not feel the next one, I promise." Inside Naruto, something shattered. The careful, fragile dam holding back the bilious, red-hued chakra of the Nine Tails cracked. A surge of corrosive, alien energy flooded his system, hotter than any fireball jutsu. His vision tinged red at the edges. But before the fox could fully take the wheel, Sasuke's hand shot up, trembling violently, and clamped around Naruto's wrist. The grip was shockingly strong. Naruto," Sasuke's voice was a wet whisper, bubbles of blood forming at the corner of his lips. His dark eyes, glazed with pain, found Naruto's panicked blue ones. In them, Naruto saw no fear of death, only a terrifying, focused resolve. With his other hand, Sasuke moved. It wasn't a gesture of pain or weakness. It was deliberate, precise, a final jutsu. His fingers wrapped around the two senbon protruding from his neck. Naruto watched, horrified and mesmerized, as Sasuke, without a flinch, pulled them free with a sickening, wet slide. Blood, dark and arterial, welled up and began to stream down his neck, soaking into the high collar of his shirt. Sasuke, no. Stop moving. We need to. Shut up. Dobi, Sasuke wheezed, a ghost of his old smirk twisting his bloodied lips. His eyes locked onto Naruto's with an intensity that pinned him in place. Listen, my life is over. I can feel it. The spine, the artery. It's done. Don't say that. We'll get Kakashi-sensei, we'll. There's no time. The force of the whisper was a command. Sasuke's hand, slick with his own blood, came up. In it, the two blood-tipped senbon gleamed. My dream dies with me, but yours doesn't have to. Naruto's mind, fogged with panic and the fox's rage, couldn't parse the words. What are you? Sasuke's last reserve of strength was a Uchiha's strength, born of a will forged in the fires of genocide. In one fluid, brutal motion, he brought his hands up. Not to attack an enemy, but to bestow a legacy. He plunged the two senbon into Naruto's eyes. There was a moment of blinding, white-hot agony, a sensation of liquid heat and popping pressure, and then nothing. The world, Sasuke's bloody, determined face, the glittering ice mirrors, the gray sky, vanished into an absolute, impenetrable blackness. Naruto screamed, a sound of pure, physical and psychological torment, clawing at his face. His hands came away wet, but not just with his tears. I'm sorry. For this, Sasuke's voice was closer now, a dying breath against his ear. He was slumped against Naruto, his weight growing heavier. Take them. After this mission, have the medic Nin transplant my eyes. The Sharingan is yours now. Sasuke, you bastard. What did you do? Naruto wailed, blind and helpless, clutching his friend's collapsing form. My goal, Itachi Uchiha. The name was a curse and a prayer on Sasuke's lips. Kill him. Avenge our clan. Then, I'll rest easy in the Pure Land. Knowing you completed my goal. A violent, racking cough seized him, bringing up more blood. He was fading, the words becoming fainter, forced out with his last vestiges of life. And become Hokage. Brother. The final word hung in the frozen air, a benediction and a burden. Brother. It was an acknowledgement of their rivalry, their fights, their unshakable bond forged in the crucible of Team 7. It was a title Sasuke had never spoken aloud. Then, the grip on Naruto's wrist went slack. The weight against him became a dead weight. The shallow, ragged breathing stopped. Silence. In that void of sight and sound, something within Naruto Uzumaki broke open. Not just grief, though that was a tsunami threatening to drown him, but the last barrier to the entity sealed within his navel. The red chakra didn't just leak, it erupted. A column of furious, crimson energy exploded from his small form, shattering the ice mirrors around them into a million glittering shards. The force of it blasted Haku, who had been watching in stunned, horrified silence, clean out of their formation. Naruto rose. A bestial, guttural growl reverberated from his chest, no longer entirely human. A single, fox-like tail of dense chakra materialized behind him, lashing the air. His features sharpened, his whisker marks darkening. But his eyes, the ruined sockets, streamed with a mixture of blood and corrosive red chakra. He was blind, but the Kyuubi did not need eyes to hunt. It used scent, the metallic tang of blood, Sasuke's, his own, the unique chakra signature of the ice user Haku, now trembling with a new kind of fear. It used sound, the frantic heartbeat of its prey, the crunch of ice underfoot. It used pure, homicidal instinct. You hurt my brother. The voice was a layered nightmare, Naruto's own twisted and deepened by the fox's malice. Haku, a master of silent assassination, was completely unprepared for this. This wasn't a shinobi fight, it was a predator's slaughter. Naruto moved in a blur of red, a feral scream tearing from his throat. He didn't throw kunai. He didn't form hand signs. He clawed, he battered, he ripped with chakra-enhanced strength that pulverized ice and flesh alike. Haku's speed was meaningless against this omnidirectional, sensory rage. Mirrors were smashed before Haku could enter them. Senbon shattered against the red chakra cloak. It was a brutal, one-sided dismantling that ended with Naruto's chakra-clawed hand thrust through Haku's chest, the Hunter Nin's mask cracking to reveal eyes wide with pain, regret, and a strange, sorrowful acceptance. As Haku's life faded, whispering apologies to Zabuza, the red chakra around Naruto receded like a tide, leaving him kneeling on the bloody, ice-strewn cement, blind, empty, and hollow. The weight of Sasuke's body against him was the only anchor in a world of nothingness. Across the bridge, the battle had reached its climax. Kakashi Hatake, his own Sharingan whirling, had seen the crimson explosion of chakra, had felt its vile, overwhelming hatred. A cold dread, colder than any of Haku's ice, had seized his heart. Naruto, Sasuke. But he could not afford to look. Not with Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the hidden mist, bearing down on him with the full fury of a man who had just watched his own weapon, his sole companion, fall. It was the grief in Zabuza's roar, a mirror to the one he knew was tearing at Naruto, that gave Kakashi the final, grim opening. As Zabuza charged, no longer a calculating mercenary but a grieving beast, Kakashi performed the Chidori. The sound of 1,000 birds screeching filled the air, a dissonant elegy. He met Zabuza's final, desperate charge head-on, the lightning cutter piercing the Mist Nin's heart. Zabuza fell, his last breaths used not to curse his killer, but to ask Kakashi to take him to Haku's side. As the mist began to thin, stained pink with the setting sun and the blood of the fallen, Kakashi turned and ran, his heart hammering against his ribs. The scene he came upon would be seared into his memory forever. In a circle of destroyed ice and scarred cement, Naruto Uzumaki knelt. He was cradling Sasuke Uchiha's limp form in his arms, rocking slightly. Blood, so much blood, covered them both, a macabre paint on orange and blue. Naruto's face was tilted upward, sightless eyes wide open, twin trails of dried blood and tears carving paths through the grime on his cheeks. He made no sound, but the sheer, silent devastation radiating from his small frame was louder than any scream. Naruto, Kakashi's voice was hoarse. He approached slowly, his own body aching with exhaustion and a grief he hadn't allowed himself to feel since the death of his own team. He's gone, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto whispered, his voice flat, dead. Sasuke's gone. He gave me his eyes. He told me to kill Itachi. He called me brother. Each word was a hammer blow. Kakashi's single eye widened, taking in the senbon on the ground, the specific wounds. The horrific, profound truth of it crashed over him. A bloodline limit, willingly bestowed in a final act of twisted love and desperate legacy. The Uchiha clan's last loyal son was dead, and he had passed their cursed power to the village's pariah, its Jinchuriki. The sun dipped below the horizon of the land of waves, casting long, deep shadows. The battle was won. The bridge, a symbol of hope, stood. But on its cold surface, Team 7 lay shattered. Kakashi stood over the broken form of his student, the boy who held a demon and now carried the eyes of a ghost, and knew nothing would ever be the same again. The legacy of the Uchiha, and the destiny of Naruto Uzumaki, had just been fused in the most tragic, bloody, and irrevocable way imaginable. A new life, born from the fall of a brother, began in that moment of utter darkness. The world came back to Kakashi in a horrifying, overlapping echo. The metallic scent of blood, so thick in the air of the bridge, transposed itself over the phantom smell of rain-slicked stone from a night 17 years past. The weight of Sasuke's still form in his mind's eye bled into the memory of another Uchiha, Obito, crushed and broken beneath a boulder, offering a final gift with his last breath. I'm giving you my Sharingan. For a vertiginous second, Kakashi wasn't on the great Naruto bridge. He was in the hell of Kanobi Bridge, the cries of his teammates, Rin's horrified shrieks, Obito's fading voice, superimposed over the present. The cycle of loss, of gifted eyes and shattered teams, was a nightmare repeating itself with cruel precision. His own Sharingan, the one Obito had given him, throbbed dully in its socket, a permanent, aching reminder. Not again. Please, not again. His paralysis was shattered by a sound that cut sharper than any senbon. Sasuke-kun. Sakura Haruno, who had been fighting her own battle against terror and irrelevance on the sidelines, finally broke from her cover. Her green eyes, wide with denial, took in the scene, the shattered ice, the blood, the two boys at the center of it all. She saw Naruto, frozen and bloodied, holding Sasuke. She saw the unnatural angle of Sasuke's neck, the pallor of his skin, the absolute stillness of the proud Uchiha posture. A raw, wounded animal sound ripped from her throat. She stumbled forward, her legs barely holding her, and collapsed beside them. Her hands, trembling violently, hovered over Sasuke's chest, his face, afraid to touch, yet desperate for a sign of life. No, 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 she chanted, the word a desperate prayer against reality. Her tears fell freely, splashing onto Sasuke's blood-stained shirt. She reached out, her fingers brushing a lock of his inky hair from his forehead, a gesture of tender familiarity that felt obscene in the face of death. Sasuke-kun, wake up. Please, you have to wake up. You can't do this. Her grief was vocal, physical, a storm of anguish. She shook his shoulder gently, then more frantically. We're a team. We just started. You can't leave. You promised you'd get stronger. You promised you'd. Her words dissolved into incoherent sobs, her body curling in on itself as she clutched at his arm, as if she could physically tether his spirit to the world. Her shrieks and cries painted the air with a color of loss that was entirely different from Naruto's silent cataclysm. They were the audible heartbreak of a world that had just lost its sun, its focal point. And Naruto, just inches away, heard it all from within his absolute darkness. Each of Sakura's sobs was a needle driving deeper into the hollow space Sasuke had left behind. He could feel the vibration of her grief through the cold cement. But he was frozen, encased in a shell of shock and a new, terrifying sensory deprivation. The only person whose voice had ever carried a thread of acknowledgement, not of the demon, but of Naruto, was gone. Their rivalry, their grudging respect, their unspoken bond forged in 1,000 shared glances and synchronized moves during training. It had been the closest thing to brotherhood he'd ever known. A bond fought for, not given. And he hadn't even seen it end. That was the cruelest cut. Sasuke's final act, the painful, bloody gift, the weight of his dying words, the ghost of a smirk, had been given in total darkness. Naruto had felt it, heard it, but he had not seen it. He would never have the visual memory of his friend's last expression, the look in his eyes as he called him, brother. That moment, the most profound of his young life, existed only as sound, touch, and smell, blood, cold metal, and the fading warmth of Sasuke's breath. It was a memory half-formed, forever incomplete, a painting with the central figure torn out. He was blind in more ways than one. The world was black, and the one person who had truly seen him, not the container, not the clown, but the determined, loyal boy underneath, was gone. The warmth against his side was cooling rapidly, a terrible metric of time passing, of life departing. Kakashi, shaking off the ghosts of the past, forced himself to move. He was a Jonin, a leader. His own grief was a luxury he could not afford. He knelt first beside Sakura, his hand coming to rest gently on her shaking shoulder. Sakura, he said, his voice low and strained but deliberately calm. Sakura, look at me. She turned her tear-streaked, shattered face to him. Sensei, he's. I know, Kakashi said, the words heavy. I need you to be strong now. For the team, I need to check on Naruto. The mention of Naruto seemed to barely register through her wall of grief for Sasuke. She nodded numbly, her sobs subsiding into silent, heaving tremors, her gaze fixing back on Sasuke's face as if by staring hard enough she could reverse what had happened. Kakashi shifted his position, coming to kneel in front of Naruto. The boy hadn't moved a muscle. His face, turned toward Kakashi's voice, was a mask of dried blood and blank shock. The eyelids were closed now, but the damage was evident. Naruto, Kakashi said softly, his professional eye already assessing the horrific injury. The senbon strikes were precise, deliberate. Not an attack, but a procedure. Sasuke's last, brutal act of will. Naruto, can you hear me? A slow, almost imperceptible nod. The mission is over. Zabuza and Haku are dead. The bridge is secure. He delivered the facts, an anchor in the storm. I need you to let go of Sasuke now. I need to prepare him for the journey home. The word, home, seemed to trigger something. A fresh tear, clear this time, traced a path through the grime on Naruto's cheek. He gave me his eyes, Naruto repeated, his voice a hollow monotone. He said, take them, kill Itachi, become Hokage. A shuddering breath, he called me brother. I know, Kakashi said, his own heart constricting. The legacy, the burden, was immense. And it was now irrevocably Naruto's to carry. We will honor his will, Naruto. But right now, I need you to trust me. I need to take care of both of you. With infinite gentleness, Kakashi pried Naruto's stiff, blood-caked fingers from Sasuke's jacket. He then carefully gathered Sasuke's body into his arms, arranging the limbs with a somber respect. The Uchiha boy felt tragically small, the weight of his ambition and hatred gone, leaving only the fragile shell of a 13-year-old. Sakura let out a fresh whimper as Kakashi lifted him. Naruto, now empty-armed, listlessly brought his hands up to his face again, his fingers probing the sealed, ruined lids. The physical pain was a distant echo compared to the cavernous void inside him. He was alone in the dark, with only the dying echo of a brother's last request and the sound of a teammate weeping for the boy he could no longer see. The sunset had faded fully, plunging the land of waves into a deep, misty twilight. Kakashi Hatake stood on the silent bridge, a dead student in his arms and a broken, blinded one at his feet. The victory was ashes. The cost was written in blood and gifted eyes, a price that would forever alter the destiny of the boy who dreamed of Hokage, and the future of the village he hoped to lead. Disclaimer: this is a fan work based on Naruto, by Masashi Kishimoto. All original characters and settings belong to their respective copyright holders. This transformative work is for entertainment purposes only. Author's notes. Hello, wonderful readers. First and foremost, thank you for taking the time to read Naruto, Combined Legacies. This story has been a labor of passion, and knowing that there are people out there enjoying the journey of Naruto, Sakura, Sai, and the rest of this reimagined world means more than I can properly express. Support the story. If you are enjoying Naruto, Combined Legacies so far, you can always check out the latest updates and chapters over on my P4 or if you want to catch up, the story is 8+ chapters ahead. Your support, whether financial or simply by being a presence in the community, gives me the strength and motivation to keep producing this story. Writing is a solitary craft, but knowing that others are sharing in the adventure makes every word worth it. Connect with me. By joining the, again, completely free, no pressure, no obligations, you can help me connect with you, my readers, on a deeper level. I want to know what you're enjoying, what you'd like to see more of, and where you think the story should go. Your feedback shapes the narrative, and your needs are my priority. 6 Paths Theorist. https://6 Paths Theorist. Cared. Co. You can find me on P4 under the name 6 Paths Theorist or use the highlighted link above for even faster access for direct access. Chapter 2 Grief. The return to Konoha was a journey made in a shroud of grim silence. Kakashi had handled the aftermath on the bridge with a chilling, efficient calm that spoke of a man too acquainted with death. He had spoken to Tazuna and the villagers, his single visible eye flat and unreadable, arranging for the bridge's completion, a bittersweet monument to the blood spilled for its foundation. He had sent a message ahead via a Konoha messenger hawk, its contents brief, coded, and bearing the weight of catastrophe. The bodies of Zabuza and Haku were given a mercenary's pyre on the edge of the mist, their story was over. For Naruto and Sakura, the voyage was a blur of sensory fragments and emotional numbness. Naruto sat rigidly in the boat, then the wagon, a thick bandage covering the upper half of his face, courtesy of Kakashi's field medic kit. The world was reduced to sounds, the lap of water, the creak of wagon wheels, the low murmur of Kakashi's voice giving terse instructions. And beneath it all, a constant, deafening echo, brother. Kill Itachi. Become Hokage. The words were a mantra of obligation and loss, playing on a loop in the dark theater of his mind. Sakura, meanwhile, was trapped in a prison of her own thoughts. She watched Naruto's unnaturally still form, the usual vibrant energy utterly extinguished. She glanced at the long, wrapped bundle Kakashi carried with solemn care, Sasuke's body, prepared for the journey home. Each glance was a physical blow. Her mind replayed the fight on the bridge in excruciating, guilty detail. Her paralysis, her uselessness. While Sasuke and Naruto fought back to back, she had hidden. While Sasuke gave his life, she had watched. The memory was a corrosive acid, eating away at her heart. I was weak. My weakness let him die. If I had been stronger, faster, braver. They passed through the towering gates of Konoha as the sun was setting, casting long, accusing shadows. The village bustled with its usual late afternoon rhythm, a normalcy that felt like a grotesque parody. Kakashi stopped just inside the gate, his posture weary to its bones. Sakura, he said, his voice low. Take Naruto directly to the hospital. Tell the reception it's for me. Do not leave his side. I will deal with everything else. His eye flicked toward the wrapped bundle, then to the Hokage's tower looming in the distance. The third Hokage would need to be informed. The Uchiha compound, already a ghost town, would need to be officially notified of the demise of its last scion. The paperwork of death awaited him. Sakura nodded mutely, a fresh lump in her throat. She moved to Naruto's side, her hand finding his arm. His muscles were tense as coiled wire. Come on, Naruto, she said, her voice thick. The hospital is this way. Naruto offered no resistance. He simply turned his head slightly toward the sound of her voice and allowed himself to be guided. His other hand came up, fingers brushing the rough fabric of the bandage over his eyes, a subconscious, futile gesture. Their walk through the village streets was a slow, tortuous procession. Sakura, her heart a leaden weight in her chest, navigated the familiar paths by rote, her attention split between guiding Naruto and the reactions around them. People stared. Two genin, one clearly injured and blindfolded, the other with eyes red raw from crying and clothes still stained with dirt and dried blood, were an unusual sight. Whispers trailed in their wake like poisonous vines. Isn't that Team 7's girl? And that boy, looks like they got into real trouble. AC rank gone wrong, I heard. The Uchiha brat isn't with them. Odd. That blindfold, what happened to his eyes? Naruto, in his darkness, was spared the visual judgment, but he was hyper-aware of the whispers, the sudden silences as they passed, the faint clicks of shutters closing. The village's ambient hostility, usually a background noise he shouted over, was now a palpable, smothering blanket. He tightened his grip on Sakura's arm. Sakura felt each glance like a physical prick. Her grief was private, a sacred, terrible thing, and it felt profaned by these curious, pitying, or indifferent stares. The guilt and sorrow within her began to curdle into something sharper, more volatile. They turned a corner into a market street, the smell of produce and fish thick in the air. A woman in an apron, arranging cabbages at a stall, looked up as they passed. Her eyes, hard and familiar with the village's unspoken prejudices, landed on Naruto's headband and his distinctive spiky blonde hair beneath the bandage. Her lips twisted into a familiar scowl of disapproval. She didn't speak loudly, but in the relative quiet of the street, her muttered words carried like a dart. Serves that demon brat right. Bringing his curse on others. Poor Uchiha boy, probably dead because of him. Naruto, his world defined by echoes, didn't catch the specific words, only the venomous tone. He flinched minutely. Sakura, however, heard them with crystalline, devastating clarity. Every ounce of her guilt, her grief, her fury at her own weakness, and her shattered adoration for Sasuke coalesced into a white-hot point of rage. The woman's words weren't just an insult to Naruto, they were a blasphemy against Sasuke's sacrifice, a reduction of his final, profound act to the village's stupid, hateful narrative. Time seemed to slow. Her analytical mind, usually calculating chakra points or tactical advantages, shut down. Her body moved on pure, unadulterated instinct. Before she even knew what she was doing, Sakura had released Naruto's arm, spun on her heel, and crossed the short distance to the stall. Her open palm connected with the woman's cheek with a crack that echoed off the cobblestones. It wasn't a girl's slap. It was a shinobi's strike, driven by grief and enhanced by a surge of chakra she didn't know she could summon. The woman didn't just stumble. She was lifted off her feet and thrown backwards into her own stall. The wooden frame splintered. Baskets of vegetables, tomatoes, eggplants, carrots, exploded under the impact, pulp and juice and shredded wood flying everywhere. The woman lay sprawled in the wreckage, stunned, one side of her face already blooming an angry red. The market fell dead silent. All eyes were on the pink-haired genin, who stood trembling, not with fear, but with unleashed, terrifying fury. Her fists were clenched, her breathing ragged. She didn't say a word. She didn't justify, didn't explain. She simply turned her back on the wreckage and the stunned onlookers, walked back to where Naruto stood, confused and off balance, and took his arm again, her grip firm. What was that, Sakura-chan? Naruto asked, his head tilted. Nothing, she said, her voice chillingly calm, a stark contrast to the tempest in her eyes. A rotten vegetable fell. Let's keep going. She guided him forward, stepping over a rolling, bruised tomato. The crowd parted for them now, but this time the stares were different, wider, tinged with shock and a new, wary fear. The incident was a footnote, a burst of violence quickly buried under the market's murmurs, but it etched itself into Sakura's soul. It wasn't just about defending Naruto. It was the first, visceral manifestation of a new, brutal truth: the world that had taken Sasuke was a cruel, unforgiving place. Politeness and book smarts were worthless. Only strength mattered. Strength to protect what remained. Strength to avenge what was lost. Her weakness had allowed Sasuke to die. She would never, ever be weak again. She continued their journey, the phantom sensation of the slap still buzzing in her palm, the image of the crushed vegetables mirroring the crushed future of their team. The hospital's sterile, white facade loomed ahead, a gateway to another kind of ordeal. Behind them, in the vibrant, uncaring life of the village, the echoes of a brother's last wish and the first crack in a kunoichi's old self faded into the gathering dusk. The climb to the Hokage's office was a longer, steeper ascent than Kakashi remembered. Each step up the tower's central staircase echoed in the hollow space where his team used to be. The two Chunin guards at the heavy oak door gave him a solemn nod, their usual casual deference replaced by a grim understanding. Bad news traveled fast in the shinobi rumor mill, especially news carried by a jonin with death in his posture. He entered without knocking. The office was as it always was. Shelves groaning with scrolls, the wide desk littered with paperwork, the large window framing the village lights beginning to twinkle in the dusk. The air smelled of old paper, pipe tobacco, and a profound, weary authority. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, stood by the window, his back to the door, looking out over his village. He didn't turn as Kakashi approached the desk and placed a sealed mission scroll upon it. The silence was heavy, punctuated only by the distant sounds of the village and the slow, deliberate tapping of Hiruzen's pipe against the windowsill. Kakashi began his debrief. His voice was a monotone, a clinical recitation of facts stripped of all emotion. The false C rank, the demon brothers, the mist, Zabuza Momochi, the hunter Nin, Haku, the trap on the bridge. He detailed the strategies, the near misses, the application of tree-walking training. He spoke of Naruto and Sasuke's developing teamwork, their instinctual coordination to free him from the water prison. He was methodical, precise, a perfect reporting shinobi. Then he reached the climax on the bridge. His voice, for the first time, faltered ever so slightly. He described the demonic ice mirrors. Haku's senbon, Sasuke's push, the fatal wounds, and then, the part that made his own gifted eye ache with phantom pain. Sasuke's final, conscious act. The removal of the senbon. The brutal, willing transfer. The last words, kill Itachi. Become Hokage, brother. He finished with the Kyuubi's eruption, Haku's death, Zabuza's end, and the silent, shattered tableau he had found. He fell silent. The only sound was the faint scratch of Hirazen's pen as he took a few notes on a corner of a report, his face unreadable. Finally, the Hokage sighed. It was a deep, weary exhalation that seemed to come from the very foundations of the village. He set his pipe down and closed his eyes, the lines on his face deepening into canyons of regret and burden. He wasn't going to rant at Kakashi. There was no point. Genin died on missions. It was the tragic arithmetic of the shinobi world, a cost factored into every deployment order he signed. Kakashi was a jonin of the highest caliber, he knew the risks, and he had done everything a commander could. A lecture on failure would be a hypocrisy of the highest order, a disrespect to the dead and the grieving. The failure, Hiruzen knew in his old bones, was systemic, historical. It lay in the choices that led to the Uchiha massacre, in the creation of a Jinchuriki who was hated, in a village that bred orphans and then sent them out to die for its walls. So, Hiruzen said, his voice gravelly with suppressed emotion. He opened his eyes, staring at the mission scroll as if it were a funeral notice. The last loyal son of the Uchiha is gone. He paused, the next name a ghost in the room, a specter that haunted both their pasts. Now, only Itachi remains. The mention of that name was a taboo, a key to a locked room filled with national shame and unspeakable horror. It hung between them, charged and terrible. Itachi Uchiha, prodigy, murderer, missing nin, and now, the sole surviving bearer of a massacred clan's name, and the target of a dead boy's vengeance, passed to a blind vessel of demonic power. The Hokage turned from the window, his aged eyes settling on Kakashi. He saw not just the elite jonin, but the boy who had lost his father, his teammate, his sensei, and now his student. The cycle was cruel. Kakashi, Hiruzen asked, his tone shifting from leader to something akin to a weary grandfather. How are you feeling? Kakashi's visible eye remained fixed on a point just above the Hokage's shoulder. A myriad of answers flickered behind his mask, numb, hollow. Like history is a record stuck on the same tragic groove. Like I failed another Uchiha who looked to me. What he said was, honestly, Hokage-sama, I just want to finish this debriefing now. It was not disrespect. It was survival. To stop, to dwell, was to invite the ghosts of Rin, of Obito, of Minato-sensei, and now of Sasuke, to congregate in his mind. He needed motion. A duty. Hiruzen nodded slowly, a profound understanding in his gaze. He did not press. He reached into a drawer of his desk and withdrew not a pen, but a small, intricate stamp set in a square of dark cherry wood. It was the official seal of the Hokage, its design granting absolute authority for procedures within the village. He held it for a moment, feeling its weight, the weight of decision, of altering a destiny. Go to the hospital, Hiruzen said, his voice firm now, the leader once more. Oversee the procedure. Ensure the boy's will is respected. He extended the stamp. This grants full authorization to the head medic. For the transplant, and for any subsequent unique care Naruto-kun may require. The boy's will. Not a medical necessity, but a last request. A bloodline succession enacted not by birth, but by death and choice. Hiruzen was sanctioning it. He was making it official Konoha business. Kakashi took the stamp. The wood was cool, the carved edges sharp against his palm. It was heavier than any weapon. He didn't bow, didn't offer platitudes. He simply closed his fingers around it, turned, and left the office as silently as he had entered, a solitary figure carrying the permission to sow the legacy of one lost boy into the flesh of another. Behind him, Hiruzen sank into his chair, the weight of the village, of its sins and its losses, settling upon his shoulders once more. Outside, the night deepened, unaware of the seismic shift that had just been authorized within the sterile walls of the hospital, where a piece of the Uchiha clan's tragedy was about to find a new, unimaginable home. The Konoha hospital stood as a bastion of sterile, whitewashed order, its clean lines and antiseptic smell a stark contrast to the mud, blood, and visceral chaos of the land of waves. To Sakura, it felt less like a place of healing and more like a cold, judgmental tribunal. She guided Naruto through the sliding glass doors, the automatic hiss sounding like a sharp intake of breath. The lobby was quiet, the evening shift settling in. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting a pale, unforgiving glow on the polished linoleum. Behind the high, laminate reception desk sat a woman in a crisp nurse's uniform, her hair in a severe bun, her attention fixed on a clipboard. She looked up as they approached, her eyes performing a swift, professional assessment. They flicked over Sakura's disheveled appearance, the dark stains on her clothes, the lingering redness around her eyes. Then they moved to Naruto. They noted the standard issue forehead protector, the shock of blonde hair, and most prominently, the thick, field dress bandage covering his eyes. A flicker of recognition, followed by a subtle but unmistakable hardening, passed over her features. It was a look Sakura was coming to know intimately, the village's ingrained prejudice manifesting in a single, dismissive glance. "We need to see a medic nin immediately," Sakura stated, her voice attempting authority but frayed at the edges. "Hitaki Kakashi sent us. It's urgent." The receptionist's lips thinned. She didn't open the ledger. Instead, she adopted a tone of bureaucratic boredom laced with veiled contempt. "Urgent cases are seen based on triage priority. There are procedures. And given the nature of this patient's condition," she said, her eyes lingering on Naruto's bandage as if it were a contaminated object, certain specialized containment protocols might need to be reviewed before he can be admitted to a general ward. "You can wait over there. A doctor will be with you when one is available." She gestured dismissively toward a row of hard plastic chairs in the corner. It was the dismissal. The cold, procedural wall erected not out of genuine protocol, but out of fear and loathing for the boy standing helplessly beside her. It was the final straw on a day that had seen her world end. Sakura's vision tunneled. The sterile white walls seemed to pulse. The hum of the lights became the buzz of the ice mirrors. The receptionist's pinched face blurred with the memory of the market woman's scowling visage. "Weakness. Your weakness let him die. And this is the world that created the weakness." Naruto, attuned to the sudden, tense silence, shifted his weight. "Sakura-chan, what's wrong?" The receptionist opened her mouth to utter another placating, venomous dismissal. Sakura did not let her speak. Her body was a coiled spring released. There was no dramatic wind-up, no shouted warning. One moment she was holding Naruto's arm, the next she had leaned across the high desk. Her hand, the same one that had struck the vegetable seller, shot out with even more precise, controlled fury. The slap connected with the woman's cheek with a sound like a gunshot in the quiet lobby, a sharp, wet crack that echoed off the walls. The force was not enough to send her flying, but it was brutal. The woman's head snapped to the side, her bun coming undone, strands of hair whipping across her stunned face. Her clipboard clattered to the floor, papers scattering. She staggered back against the filing cabinets, a hand flying to her already reddening cheek, her eyes wide with shock and pain, all bureaucratic pretense shattered. Absolute silence descended, broken only by the persistent hum of the lights. Naruto jumped at the sound. "Sakura-chan, what was that?" Sakura slowly withdrew her hand, her knuckles white. She didn't look at the stunned, weeping receptionist. She looked directly ahead, her emerald eyes glazed with a terrifying, icy calm. "HN. It was a misplaced clipboard falling," she said, her voice flat and utterly devoid of its usual expressive range. "It must have startled you." She then turned her chilling gaze back to the receptionist, who was now cowering, one hand on her face. "Now," Sakura said, each word dropping like a stone. "A private room. For Uzumaki Naruto, genin of Team 7, under the direct order of Jonin Commander Hitaki Kakashi. And you will fetch a senior medic nin. Not when one is available. Now." There was no argument. The woman, sniffling and terrified, fumbled with her keys and led them out from behind the desk with unsteady steps, abandoning her post. She didn't guide them so much as she fled ahead of them, the imprint of Sakura's hand livid on her face. The walk down the long, disinfectant-scented corridor was surreal. The nurse's squeaking shoes led the way. Sakura guided Naruto, whose face was a mask of confusion and dawning comprehension. He said nothing. The echo of that slap, so much sharper and more final than the one in the market, told him everything he needed to know about the reception they had received. They were shown into a small, private examination room, a concession undoubtedly born of fear, not protocol. The nurse fled without another word, the door swinging shut behind her. In the sudden quiet, the reality of where they were settled in. The room was cold, all gleaming metal surfaces and the faint, astringent smell of iodine. A padded examination table dominated the center. She wasn't going to help, was she? Naruto asked quietly, his face turned toward where he guessed Sakura was standing. Sakura didn't answer directly. She helped him sit on the edge of the cold table. "It doesn't matter," she finally said, the ice in her voice thawing slightly into sheer exhaustion. "They'll help now." She stood beside him, alone, stubborn sentinel in the sterile room, waiting for the medic nin who would determine the physical fate of Naruto's eyes, while the ghost of Sasuke Uchiha and the echo of 2 slaps hung heavily in the air between them. The hospital, a place of healing, had become the next battlefield, and Sakura had just drawn a very clear, very violent line in the sand. The climb to the Hokage's office was a longer, steeper ascent than Kakashi remembered. Each step up the tower's central staircase echoed in the hollow space where his team used to be. The two Chunin guards at the heavy oak door gave him a solemn nod, their usual casual deference replaced by a grim understanding. Bad news traveled fast in the shinobi rumor mill, especially news carried by a Jonin with death in his posture. He entered without knocking. The office was as it always was, shelves groaning with scrolls, the wide desk littered with paperwork, the large window framing the village lights beginning to twinkle in the dusk. The air smelled of old paper, pipe tobacco, and a profound, weary authority. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, stood by the window, his back to the door, looking out over his village. He didn't turn as Kakashi approached the desk and placed a sealed mission scroll upon it. The silence was heavy, punctuated only by the distant sounds of the village and the slow, deliberate tapping of Hiruzen's pipe against the windowsill. Kakashi began his debrief. His voice was a monotone, a clinical recitation of fact stripped of all emotion. The false C rank, the demon brothers, the mist, Zabuza Momochi, the hunter Nin, Haku, the trap on the bridge. He detailed the strategies, the near misses, the application of tree-walking training. He spoke of Naruto and Sasuke's developing teamwork, their instinctual coordination to free him from the water prison. He was methodical, precise, a perfect reporting shinobi. Then he reached the climax on the bridge. His voice, for the first time, faltered ever so slightly. He described the demonic ice mirrors, Haku's senbon, Sasuke's push, the fatal wounds, and then, the part that made his own gifted eye ache with phantom pain. Sasuke's final, conscious act. The removal of the senbon. The brutal, willing transfer. The last words. Kill Itachi. Become Hokage, brother. He finished with the Kyuubi's eruption, Haku's death, Zabuza's end, and the silent, shattered tableau he had found. He fell silent. The only sound was the faint scratch of Hiruzen's pen as he took a few notes on a corner of a report, his face unreadable. Finally, the Hokage sighed. It was a deep, weary exhalation that seemed to come from the very foundations of the village. He set his pipe down and closed his eyes, the lines on his face deepening into canyons of regret and burden. He wasn't going to rant at Kakashi. There was no point. Genin died on missions. It was the tragic arithmetic of the shinobi world, a cost factored into every deployment order he signed. Kakashi was a Jonin of the highest caliber, he knew the risks, and he had done everything a commander could. A lecture on failure would be a hypocrisy of the highest order, a disrespect to the dead and the grieving. The failure, Hiruzen knew in his old bones, was systemic, historical. It lay in the choices that led to the Uchiha massacre, in the creation of a Jinchuriki who was hated, in a village that bred orphans and then sent them out to die for its walls. So, Hiruzen said, his voice gravelly with suppressed emotion. He opened his eyes, staring at the mission scroll as if it were a funeral notice. The last loyal son of the Uchiha is gone. He paused, the next name a ghost in the room, a specter that haunted both their pasts. Now, only Itachi remains. The mention of that name was a taboo, a key to a locked room filled with national shame and unspeakable horror. It hung between them, charged and terrible. Itachi Uchiha, prodigy, murderer, missing nin, and now, the sole surviving bearer of a massacred clan's name, and the target of a dead boy's vengeance, passed to a blind vessel of demonic power. The Hokage turned from the window, his aged eyes settling on Kakashi. He saw not just the elite Jonin, but the boy who had lost his father, his teammate, his sensei, and now his student. The cycle was cruel. Kakashi, Hiruzen asked, his tone shifting from leader to something akin to a weary grandfather. How are you feeling? Kakashi's visible eye remained fixed on a point just above the Hokage's shoulder. A myriad of answers flickered behind his mask, numb, hollow. Like history is a record stuck on the same tragic groove. Like I failed another Uchiha who looked to me. What he said was, honestly, Hokage-sama, I just want to finish this debriefing now. It was not disrespect. It was survival. To stop, to dwell, was to invite the ghosts of Rin, of Obito, of Minato-sensei, and now of Sasuke, to congregate in his mind. He needed motion. A duty. Hiruzen nodded slowly, a profound understanding in his gaze. He did not press. He reached into a drawer of his desk and withdrew not a pen, but a small, intricate stamp set in a square of dark cherry wood. It was the official seal of the Hokage, its design granting absolute authority for procedures within the village. He held it for a moment, feeling its weight, the weight of decision, of altering a destiny. Go to the hospital, Hiruzen said, his voice firm now, the leader once more. Oversee the procedure. Ensure the boy's will is respected. He extended the stamp. This grants full authorization to the head medic. For the transplant, and for any subsequent unique care Naruto-kun may require. The boy's will. Not a medical necessity, but a last request. A bloodline succession enacted not by birth, but by death and choice. Hiruzen was sanctioning it. He was making it official Konoha business. Kakashi took the stamp. The wood was cool, the carved edges sharp against his palm. It was heavier than any weapon. He didn't bow, didn't offer platitudes. He simply closed his fingers around it, turned, and left the office as silently as he had entered, a solitary figure carrying the permission to sow the legacy of one lost boy into the flesh of another. Behind him, Hiruzen sank into his chair, the weight of the village, of its sins and its losses, settling upon his shoulders once more. Outside, the night deepened, unaware of the seismic shift that had just been authorized within the sterile walls of the hospital, where a piece of the Uchiha clan's tragedy was about to find a new, unimaginable home. The hospital corridor outside the surgical suite was a study in sterile, anxious silence. The air, thick with the scent of antiseptic and bleached linens, did little to cleanse the deeper stench of blood and loss that seemed to cling to Kakashi and Sakura. They occupied a small, harshly lit waiting area, a world of vinyl chairs and faded motivational posters about health that felt like a cruel joke. Kakashi leaned against the wall, his arms crossed, his single visible eye fixed on the blank, metallic doors of the operating theater. He had handed the Hokage's seal to the head medic, a stern-faced man with hands that spoke of decades of precise, life-altering work. No questions were asked. The stamp was law. The medic had only nodded, his eyes briefly flickering with a complex emotion, part professional curiosity, part profound unease, before assembling his most trusted team. The Uchiha eyes, preserved in a special chakra-infused solution, were brought from the cold storage of the morgue with a level of ceremony usually reserved for state secrets. Inside that sealed room, under lights brighter than the sun, a procedure of immense delicacy and dark symbolism was underway. What remained of Uzumaki Naruto's ruined eyes, the lenses shattered, the optic nerves severed by the precise, desperate strikes of the senbon, were carefully, respectfully removed. The surgeons worked with a reverence that bordered on dread. They were not just removing damaged tissue, they were excising the last vestige of Naruto's original sight, the blue eyes that had held such defiant, unwavering light. Then came the grafting. The onyx eyes of Uchiha Sasuke, still holding the profound, genetic potential of the Sharingan, dormant but alive within their unique chakra pathways, were lifted from their preservative bath. The connection of the optic nerves was a work of microscopic genius, a fusion of Uzumaki vitality and Uchiha legacy. Chakra threads finer than spider silk were used to stitch the alien organ into the familiar socket, to coax Naruto's formidable life force to accept, to nourish, to claim this final, bloody gift. The procedure was silent, save for the beep of monitors and the soft, clipped commands of the lead surgeon. It proceeded with a smooth, chilling efficiency. There were no complications, no rejections, as if the eyes themselves were waiting for this vessel, as if the will of the donor was guiding the surgeon's hands. Outside, time lost meaning. Sakura sat rigidly in one of the vinyl chairs, her back straight, her hands clenched in her lap. She had not gone home. She had not changed her blood-stained clothes. She had not slept. The image of Sasuke's cooling body on the bridge was a wound that bled inwardly, a psychic injury that threatened to paralyze her. The proud tilt of his head gone slack, the fierce intelligence in his dark eyes extinguished, it was a sight that had carved a canyon of grief through her spirit. She had loved him, admired him, built her world around him, and in a single moment, that world had turned to ash. But then she had looked at Naruto. She had seen the blank shock, the bandaged ruin of his face, the utter lostness of him as he held Sasuke's body. He was adrift in a darkness more complete than any she could imagine. Sasuke was gone, but Naruto was here, broken and bearing a burden she could scarcely comprehend. In that dichotomy, her crumbling spirit found a desperate, flinty resolve. Sasuke was beyond her help. But Naruto was not. His survival, his sanity, his ability to carry the weight Sasuke had placed upon him, that became her new mission. It was a purpose forged in the fires of loss, a way to honor Sasuke not with tears but with action. To protect what her precious person had chosen to save. Kakashi watched her from his post by the wall. He saw the steel forming in her young spine, the grief being hammered into something harder. He recognized the signs, he had built his own persona on similar ruins. He said nothing. There were no platitudes that could bridge the chasm they were in. His own mind was a quiet storm. He thought of Obito, of Rin, of the endless cycle of gifted eyes and inherited hatreds. Was this progress, or merely a darker repetition? Naruto, with the Kyuubi and now the Sharingan, was a confluence of Konoha's greatest sins and greatest weapons. What would he become? Hours passed. The night shift cycled in. A nurse brought them untouched cups of bitter tea that grew cold on the small table between them. Finally, with a soft hydraulic hiss, the metallic doors to the surgical suite swung open. The lead medic emerged, peeling off his cap and mask. He looked exhausted, but his eyes were clear. He nodded to Kakashi. The procedure is complete. It was. Textbook, he said, the word feeling inadequate. The grafts are taking. His Uzumaki constitution is remarkable, the chakra pathways are already aligning. He's sedated and in recovery. The bandages must remain for at least 72 hours to allow for full neural and chakra integration. After that, the medic paused, choosing his words with care. After that, we will see if the donor's genetic traits manifest, and we will assess his sight. Kakashi gave a shallow bow of thanks. Understood. Sakura was on her feet, her knuckles white. Can we see him? The medic considered, then nodded. Briefly. He is unconscious. Do not disturb the bandages. They were led to a private recovery room. Naruto lay on the bed, looking smaller than ever amidst the tubes and monitors. A fresh, clean bandage was wrapped around his head, covering the new eyes beneath. His chest rose and fell steadily. He looked peaceful, a stark contrast to the bloodied, furious, broken boy of the bridge. Sakura approached the bedside slowly. She didn't reach out to touch him. She simply stood there, looking at the bandage, imagining the onyx eyes resting beneath, eyes that had once looked at her with disdain, then indifference, then faint acknowledgement. Now they were part of Naruto. It was terrifying and sacred. Kakashi stood in the doorway, a silent sentinel. The first step was over. The eyes were in place. But the true procedure, the grafting of Sasuke's vengeance, his ambition, his ghost onto Naruto's soul, was only just beginning. In this quiet, sterile room, as the village slept unaware, Uzumaki Naruto's new life truly commenced, sightless for now, but forever changed in the dark. The walk from the hospital to the Haruno residence was a journey through a ghost town. The vibrant colors of the shops, the warm glow from house windows, the cheerful chatter of evening life, all of it passed by Sakura as if viewed through a thick, warped pane of glass. Her body moved on autopilot, one heavy foot in front of the other, guided by muscle memory alone. The weight in her chest was a physical thing, a lodestone of grief and guilt that made each step an effort. The cool night air did nothing to cleanse the smell of antiseptic and blood that seemed woven into her clothes and skin. Kakashi's order had been firm, brooking no argument. You are no good to him. Collapsing from exhaustion, Sakura. You need to rest. Your parents will be worried. Go home. His lone eye had held not the usual lazy indifference, but a commander's steel and, beneath it, a flicker of shared, weary understanding. He would stand watch over the impossible boy in the sterile room. That was his burden. Hers, for now, was to survive the return to a normalcy that no longer existed. She finally stood before the familiar, modest house with its well-tended flower boxes. The light in the front window was a warm, yellow square against the deep blue of the night. It felt alien, a beacon from a life that belonged to someone else. She pushed the door open. The reaction was immediate. A gasp, the sound of a chair scraping back, and then her mother, Kazashi, was upon her. Sakura. Oh, my baby, we heard there was trouble, we were so worried. Her words were a torrent of relief and anxiety as she engulfed Sakura in a tight, smothering embrace. The scent of her mother's perfume, usually comforting, was cloying. The warmth of the hug felt constricting, a demand for an emotional response Sakura could not give. Sakura stood rigid within the circle of her mother's arms. She did not lift her own to return the hug. She did not bury her face in her mother's shoulder. She was a statue, carved from cold marble and exhaustion. The onslaught of maternal concern was a distant noise, like the market chatter earlier. Sakura. Her mother pulled back, her hands on Sakura's shoulders, her eyes scanning her daughter's face, the dried tear tracks, the dirt smudges, the hollow, shadowed look in eyes that usually held such fierce focus. What's wrong? What happened? Where are your teammates? The questions were needles. Teammates. Plural. A unit of 3. Now a fragment. Mother, Sakura's voice emerged, flat and drained of all resonance. It was a stranger's voice. Let me go rest. Mebuki Haruno's face crumpled with confusion and heightened worry. But sweetheart, you need to talk to us, you're hurt, your clothes are. Mebuki. The single word from the doorway to the living room was calm, quiet, and carried a finality that halted Sakura's mother mid-sentence. Kazashi Haruno, Sakura's father, stood there. A tall, kind-faced man with the same distinctive shade of pink hair, worn short and practical. His eyes, usually crinkled with quiet humor, were now soft with a deep, painful understanding. He was a civilian clerk in the mission assignment office. He did not see battle, but he saw the returns from them. He saw the faces of Jonin submitting reports, the hush that fell when a team came back short. He knew the look his daughter now wore. It was not the look of a child who had scraped a knee. It was the look of someone who had brushed against the absolute finality of the shinobi world. He met his wife's frantic gaze and gave a slow, deliberate shake of his head. It was a communication forged over years of marriage, not now. This is beyond words. Mebuki searched his face, her own fear battling with her instinct to fix, to comfort. She saw the solemn certainty in his eyes. Her shoulders slumped. The frantic energy left her, replaced by a helpless, aching sorrow. Her hands, still on Sakura's shoulders, loosened their grip and fell away. Released, Sakura did not linger. She did not offer an explanation or a comforting lie. She simply turned and walked towards the staircase, each step on the wooden stairs a loud, lonely report in the silent house. Her parents stood together in the genkan, listening to the sound of her door clicking shut upstairs. The warm, safe home they had built felt suddenly fragile, breached by a cold wind from a place they could not follow. Upstairs, Sakura moved through the rituals of cleanliness with a robotic efficiency. She stripped off the stained, torn clothes, dropping them in a heap on the floor, a testament to the day she would never forget. The shower was scalding, but she felt neither its heat nor the cleansing of the water. She scrubbed until her skin was pink, as if she could scour away the memory of blood and ice. Dressed in clean, soft pajamas, she finally stood before her mirror. The girl who looked back was familiar, yet utterly transformed. The eyes were the same shape, the same green, but the light in them was different. The infatuated sparkle, the anxious worry over her forehead, all of it was gone. In its place was a flat, analytical emptiness, and deep within that, the first glint of something hard and unyielding. Sasuke's death had not just taken her crush, it had taken a part of her childhood and incinerated it on the great Naruto bridge. She extinguished the light and slipped into bed. The darkness of her room was not the absolute void of Naruto's blindness, but it was a void nonetheless. She did not cry. The tears felt used up, a resource expended. Instead, she stared at the ceiling, seeing not plaster, but the intricate pattern of ice mirrors, and within them, the final, falling form of Uchiha Sasuke. And beside that image, a new resolve solidified in the cold forge of her heart: never again. Never again would she be a bystander. Never again would weakness dictate an outcome. Downstairs, her father held her weeping mother, both of them grappling with the silent, seismic shift that had entered their home with their daughter. The mission was over, but its true cost was only now beginning to be paid, in the quiet of a darkened bedroom and the shattered peace of a family hearth. The clean sheets were an alien landscape. The familiar softness of her own pillow felt like a betrayal against her cheek. For a long time, Sakura simply lay there in the absolute dark of her room, the events of the past days playing behind her closed eyelids with a tortuous, crystalline clarity. It was a silent film of failure. She saw herself cowering behind a tree on the bridge, kunai held in a trembling hand, as Zabuza's killing intent washed over her like a physical wave, freezing her in place. She saw Naruto and Sasuke moving as one, a frantic, synchronized dance of survival, while her feet were rooted to the spot by terror. She saw the ice mirrors form, a beautiful, deadly prison. She heard Haku's voice, serene and sorrowful, and her own heart hammering a frantic drumbeat of uselessness against her ribs. She had watched, just watched, as the battle unfolded, a spectator to the most important moment of her life. Then the climax, etched in acid on her soul, Sasuke's body shoving Naruto aside. The sickening thwip of the senbon. The way he fell, not with a dramatic cry, but with a heavy, final quiet. And her own reaction, a delayed, shattered scream that changed nothing. She had run to him then, but it was too late. She was always too late. She was at the end of the action, never in the middle of it. Her role was to witness the consequences, to clean up the blood, to weep over the cooling body. Completely useless. The words weren't a thought, they were a verdict, passed down by the cruel court of her own memory. They echoed in the hollow space where her confidence used to be. A hot, silent pressure built behind her eyes, a dam straining against a reservoir of grief, guilt, and self-loathing so profound it had no name. It started as a tremor in her lower lip, then a tightening in her throat. She clamped her eyes shut tighter, biting the inside of her cheek until she tasted copper, trying to physically force the emotion back down. It was no use. The first tear escaped, a hot, singular track down her temple and into her hairline. Then another. And another. They came not in loud, heaving sobs, but in a silent, relentless flood, soaking her pillow without a sound. Her body shook with the effort of containing the noise, but the tears themselves were a silent confession of absolute despair. Sakura, her mind whispered to the weeping girl in the dark, if only I could have. The sentence hung unfinished. What could she have done? Thrown a kunai. Screamed a warning she was too paralyzed to voice. Stepped in front of the senbon herself. The scenarios were pathetic, childish fantasies. The reality was her own stark, unvarnished inadequacy. She had trained for years, memorized every theory, aced every written exam. She could identify 100 pressure points and describe the chemical composition of 36 poisons. But when the mist descended and the ice formed, her knowledge was a library locked in a burning building. Useless. She had no words for the feeling. It was too vast, too consuming. It was the collapse of her entire identity, the smart one, the one who would support Sasuke-kun, the kunoichi who would prove that brains mattered. That identity lay in pieces, crushed under the weight of Zabuza's sword and Haku's needles. Downstairs, in the living room washed in the dim light of a single lamp, the silence was broken. Mebuki had finally cried herself to an exhausted sleep on the couch, her head in her husband's lap. Kazashi stroked her hair, his own face lined with worry, staring blankly at the wall. Then he heard it. A faint, almost imperceptible sound, the soft, rhythmic creak of the bedframe from the room above. It was a sound he knew from her infancy, the sound of small, distressed movements. And beneath it, carried by the quiet house like a mournful secret through the floorboards, the sound of weeping. Not loud, dramatic crying, but the choked, guttural, utterly hopeless sound of a soul breaking apart. He closed his eyes, a fresh wave of helpless pain washing over him. He could no more fix this than he could stop the rain. This was shinobi pain. This was the price their village, their world, extracted. His little girl, who had left the house days ago with a spring in her step and a team to join, had returned a veteran of a private war, and she was grieving her fallen comrade alone in the dark. He held his sleeping wife tighter, listening to the silent weeping turned audible that seeped from the ceiling, a sorrowful lullaby for the death of innocence, and the brutal, tear-soaked birth of a resolve that would, from this night forward, be forged not in books but in blood and regret. Visions in blood. In the sterile, dimly lit recovery room, Uzumaki Naruto existed in a liminal space. Powerful sedatives held his body in a vice-like calm, but his mind, fueled by the Uzumaki's formidable life force and the freshly grafted chakra pathways now threaded through another's eyes, was a storm-tossed sea. He did not dream. He relived. The world dissolved from the abstract darkness behind his bandages into a different, sharper darkness, a cool, moonlit night in Konoha. But the perspective was wrong. He was shorter. The world was seen from a height that was not his own. The sensations were alien, the familiar yet strange weight of his own body, the feel of a high-collared shirt against his neck, the subtle, ingrained arrogance in his own posture. He was Sasuke. He was running home, late from the academy, a flicker of annoyance at being held up by meaningless drills. The Uchiha compound gates loomed, imposing and familiar. But the silence was wrong. It was a profound, swallowing void where there should have been the sounds of life. Arguments from the police force headquarters, laughter from homes, the clatter of a distant practice session. The only sound was the rustle of leaves in the wind, a sound that now felt like a whisper of doom. The first body was just inside the gate. A clansman Naruto didn't know, sprawled on the manicured path, eyes staring at a moon they could no longer see. The scent hit him then, not the imagined scent of the hospital antiseptic, but the real, coppery, thick reek of blood, so potent it coated the back of his throat. In his, Sasuke's, chest, a cold dread began to crystallize. He ran, his sandals slapping against a stone, the panic alive wire in his veins. Body after body. Men, women, familiar faces from the market, stern officers, a kindly aunt who once gave him dango, all still, all empty. The intricate Uchiha fan symbols on their backs were stained dark. The beautiful compound, a symbol of pride and power, had become an open-air tomb. Naruto Sasuke's breath came in ragged, childish gasps, the logical part of the mind shutting down, leaving only primal, escalating terror. Then, the house. His home. The shoji screen was torn. He pushed it open, the wooden frame slick under his small, trembling hands. The scene inside was a masterpiece of horror. His parents, Fugaku and Makoto, were arranged as if in repose before the family altar, but the pools of blood beneath them told the true story. And standing over them, backlit by the moonlight streaming through the broken screen, was Itachi. Naruto Sasuke's mind shattered. The figure of his adored, invincible older brother was now a monolith of nightmare. The familiar face was a mask of absolute, chilling calm. The eyes were different. Not the gentle, tired eyes Sasuke remembered, but a spinning, monstrous red pattern, the Mangekyo Sharingan, a shape of violence given form. Itachi. Nisan. The voice that came out was Sasuke's, small, broken, pleading. It was a child's last hope that this was a trick, a genjutsu, anything but reality. Itachi turned. The gaze that fell upon him was not brotherly. It was the gaze of a scientist observing an insect. Sasuke, the voice was flat, devoid of all the warmth it once held. You are too weak to understand. The explanation that followed was a scalpel flaying a child's soul. Itachi spoke of the clan's planned coup, of his own role as a double agent, of the test of his own capacity. He spoke of measuring his capacity, the words clinical and horrifying. To Naruto, witnessing it through Sasuke's senses, it was an incomprehensible madness. This wasn't a battle, a fight between shinobi. This was slaughter. A genocide conducted by one of their own. Why? Sasuke's voice was a whimper. Mother. Father. To test my capacity, Itachi repeated, as if explaining a simple math problem. And for you, my foolish little brother, I have a special gift. The world twisted. The familiar living room fell away, replaced by an infinite, gray void. The moon hung, massive and blood-red, in a starless sky. Naruto Sasuke was paralyzed, bound to a wooden post. Time lost all meaning. Itachi stood before him, and the killing began. It was the Tsukuyomi. For 72 hours of condensed, subjective torment, Naruto experienced it. Not as an observer, but as Sasuke. He felt the kunai pierce his Sasuke's flesh, not once, but thousands upon thousands of times. Each thrust was meticulously executed, each burst of agony unique and exquisite. He saw his parents die again and again, from every angle, each death slower, more detailed than the last. He felt his mind, a child's mind, being systematically shredded, each memory of love and safety overridden with the image of Itachi's impassive face and the glint of the blade. The pain was not just physical. It was the utter destruction of reality, of trust, of love. It was the absolute, helpless certainty that the person he had loved and admired most in the world was a monster, and that he, Sasuke, was too insignificant, too weak, to even be killed properly, only tortured for the crime of existing. Naruto screamed within the vision, but no sound came out. He raged, the Kyuubi's chakra boiling somewhere in the distant core of his own being, but it was useless here. This was a memory, a psychic wound etched into the very optic nerves now connected to his brain. He was forced to feel every second of Sasuke's despair, his betrayal, his shattered love curdling into all-consuming hatred. The vision finally broke, snapping back to the bloody living room. Sasuke was on his knees, tears and slick trails of terror and madness on his face. Itachi's final words were a curse disguised as a blessing: if you wish to kill me, hate me, detest me, and survive in an unsightly way, run, cling to your pitiful life. And then, the finger to the forehead. A mocking, terrible echo of a once gentle gesture. Farewell, Sasuke. The memory fractured into static, then into the screams of a broken boy running endlessly through a compound of the dead, the sound echoing into nothingness. In the hospital bed, Naruto's body went rigid. Under the fresh bandages, his new eyes, Sasuke's eyes, jerked and darted beneath their lids, as if trying to follow the fleeing figure of a traumatized child. A low, agonized moan escaped his lips, a sound that held not just physical pain, but the echo of a mass murder and a mental torture that had just become his inheritance. He had seen it. He had felt it. The cold of the night, the warmth of the blood, the unimaginable pain of the Tsukuyomi, the absolute vacuum where a brother's love had been. Sasuke's last command, kill Itachi, was no longer just a request from a dying friend. It was a mandate seared into Naruto's very consciousness, a debt of vengeance witnessed firsthand. He now understood the scale of the hatred that had fueled Sasuke, the depth of the darkness that had lived behind those onyx eyes. And that darkness was now a part of him, grafted as surely as the corneas and retinas. The vision faded, leaving him trembling in the real darkness of his bandages, the ghost scent of blood and the phantom screams of a clan echoing in the silent room. He finally understood the true weight of the eyes he now carried. They were not just organs of sight. They were repositories of a massacre, windows into a hell that he, Uzumaki Naruto, was now sworn by Brotherhood to avenge. The sterile darkness behind the bandages had become a canvas for visions of blood and betrayal. The phantom screams of a massacred clan had finally faded, leaving in their wake a cold, clear emptiness. Naruto lay still on the hospital bed, the beep of the monitor a steady, mundane counterpoint to the seismic shift within his soul. The echo of Sasuke's pain, the loneliness, the betrayal, the all-consuming hatred, had been a torrent, threatening to drown Naruto's own identity. But Uzumaki Naruto was not made to drown. He was made to endure, to push back, to rise. In the quiet aftermath of the shared nightmare, a new resolve began to crystallize, hard and sharp as a diamond forged under impossible pressure. Brother. The word, now his to claim, echoed in the private theater of his mind. Your pain. It's not similar to mine. Mine was being ignored, hated for something I didn't choose. Yours was. He flinched inwardly from the memory of the Tsukuyomi. Yours was being loved, then having that love used to destroy you. But you were alone. Like me. A profound, aching kinship settled over him, deeper than any rivalry or friendship had ever been. They had been mirrors, one reflecting outward rejection, the other inward annihilation. Both alone in crowded rooms, one a village pariah, the other the sole survivor of a family tomb. Unlike me, you left this world early. But I'll make sure your dream is fulfilled. The promise was not a shout. It was a vow, spoken silently into the void, with the weight of a blood oath. It anchored him. Sasuke's ambition, vengeance against Itachi, was now a compass point in Naruto's world. His own dream, to become Hokage, to be acknowledged by all, was not discarded. It was fused with it, creating a new, harder path. To become Hokage and avenge Sasuke. To protect the village that birthed them both and destroy the monster it had created in Itachi. The contradictions would tear a lesser person apart. For Naruto, they became the twin pillars of his purpose. A strange, dry calm washed over him. The tears he had shed on the bridge, the silent weeping in the wagon, they felt like the last vestiges of a softer self. That boy, the one who cried and shouted and begged for attention, had died with Sasuke on that bridge. From now on, he thought, the resolution ironclad. No more crying. Not until I achieve my dream. And your ambition. The path forward was terrifyingly clear. The playful rivalries, the lazy days, the goofing off to get a reaction, all of that was a luxury of the past, a memory of a boy who still had time. He had no time now. He had a brother's ghost to appease and a demon's power to master. I'll have to get stronger. Stop fooling around. The self-assessment was brutally honest. His fights in Wave had been a mess of instinct and borrowed power. That wouldn't suffice. Not against what was coming. Force Kakashi-sensei too. He paused, a faint, ghostly impression of Sasuke's perpetual scoff flickering in his mind. All right, he mentally conceded to the memory. You never called him, sensei. A sound escaped him, a short, dry, breath of air that was the ghost of a chuckle. It held no humor, only a stark acknowledgement of their differences. Even in this, Sasuke's pride was a lesson. Respect had to be earned, not given with a title. Force Kakashi-sensei to train me. Really train me. No more basic tree walking while he reads his stupid book. I need to learn everything. But relying solely on Kakashi was another form of weakness. Sasuke's strength had been self-forged in the fires of his hatred, honed in the Uchiha training grounds long before Team 7. And I will also develop my own skills further, Naruto vowed. The Kyuubi's chakra was a wild, deadly river within him. He had tasted its power, felt it shatter ice and rend flesh. He could no longer fear it or let it control him in moments of panic. He had to master it, to channel it, to make it his own. Just as he would have to master the strange, dormant potential now resting in his eye sockets. He lay in the dark, no longer a patient, but a strategist. The playful, orange-clad genin was gone. In his place was a vessel of determination, holding a demon's fury and a brother's cold, onyx-eyed legacy. The journey of Uzumaki Naruto had taken a sharp, irrevocable turn into shadows he had only just begun to see. And his first step would be to demand the tools to navigate them. Outside the recovery room door, Hitaki Kakashi stood as a silent, weary sentinel. His shoulder leaned against the cool plaster of the wall, his head bowed slightly. The familiar, chaotic buzz of Naruto's chakra signature seeped through the door, a turbulent, orange-hued energy that always felt like a sunspot. He could sense it fluctuate, churning with a new, discordant note. It wasn't the violent eruption of the fox's power he'd felt on the bridge, this was subtler, an internal tempest of thought and resolution. The chakra spiked with sharp intent, then smoothed into a hard, determined focus, like molten metal being hammered into a blade. Kakashi's single visible eye closed. He didn't need the Sharingan to understand what was happening in that room. The boy wasn't just healing, he was metamorphosing. The grief, the trauma, the horrific inheritance, they were all being processed not into despair, but into a frightening kind of fuel. He'd seen it before, in the mirror, after he'd lost Obito and Rin. The moment when sadness calcifies into purpose, and that purpose curdles into something darker, harder. He sighed, a long, slow exhalation that carried the dust of his own ghosts. There was nothing he could do to stop this particular wheel from turning. He could only try to guide its path, to ensure the blade being forged wasn't turned against the village itself. His thoughts were a grim swirl of Minato-sensei's hopeful face, Obito's gift, and now Sasuke's final, bloody bequest. The cycle was relentless. Deep beneath the sunlit streets and cheerful bustle of Konoha, in a network of tunnels that officially no longer existed, the air was still and cold. The only light came from a single, hooded lantern on a heavy oak desk, casting long, grasping shadows on bare stone walls. This was a memorial to a disbanded organization, a ghost office for a ghost commander. Shimura Danzo sat in the pool of lamplight, his posture rigid, the bandages covering his right eye and arm looking like mummified flesh in the gloomy light. Before him, unfurled on the polished wood, was a scroll. Its contents had arrived via a channel that bypassed the Hokage's desk, the Anbu logs, and all official registries. It was a report from a pair of eyes that still saw for him, even if the body they belonged to now wore a different insignia. His lone eye, dark and sharp as a flint arrowhead, moved methodically across the lines of coded script. The news from the Land of Waves was laid out with clinical detachment, Team 7's altered mission parameters, the engagement with Zabuza Momochi, the death of the hunter Nin Haku, and the casualties. A faint, thin line that might have been a smile touched his lips as he read the confirmed fate of Uchiha Sasuke. So, he murmured, the word dry as dead leaves. The last loyal Uchiha has fallen. Good. To Danzo, the Uchiha were not a clan, they were a problem. A problem of emotion, of volatility, of a dangerous power that threatened the village's delicate, root-like stability from within. Itachi had been a necessary scalpel, but the survival of the youngest had been an unforeseen variable, a potential seed for sentimentality, for inconvenient questions, for a future revival of that dangerous pride. His death in the field was a clean, deniable solution. It prevented future, unnecessary annoyances and actions. It closed a file. He unrolled the scroll further, the parchment whispering against the desk. The next passage made his eye narrow, the pupil contracting to a pinprick. Fatal injury sustained. Deliberate ocular transfer performed by subject prior to expiration. Uzumaki recipient currently undergoing graft procedure under Hokage's seal. The Jinchuriki had the eyes. For a long moment, Danzo was perfectly still. Then, a slow, calculating heat began to burn behind his solitary gaze. A disaster had been transformed, in an instant, into an opportunity. The Kyuubi's container was already a weapon of immense, if unstable, potential. But a weapon that could not be aimed was merely a hazard. Those eyes, the Sharingan, were the ultimate tools of perception, of control, of guidance. This can be salvageable, he breathed, the words barely audible. His mind, a labyrinth of contingency plans and ruthless calculus, began to whir. The boy was injured, vulnerable, drowning in new and conflicting loyalties. He was a piece of driftwood in a storm, ready to be pulled to any shore that offered direction. If only I could get my hands on the boy, he mused, his bandaged arm, the one that housed a prison of stolen Sharingan, twitching almost imperceptibly. Direct acquisition was impossible now. The Hokage's personal seal was on the procedure, the boy would be under Kakashi's watch, and soon, the entire village's wary gaze. A blunt approach would shatter his fragile, post-genocide credibility. He needed leverage, a point of entry, a weakness that wasn't the boy himself. His eye drifted back to the report, to the other names listed. The third genin, the civilian-born girl. Well, Danzo murmured, the word final. He carefully began to re-roll the scroll, his movements precise. Let's see what I will come up with. The lantern light guttered as a faint, cold draft snaked through the chamber. Danzo sat in the returning darkness, not as a man mourning a lost genin, but as a strategist observing the sudden, fortuitous rearrangement of pieces on a board only he could see. The Uchiha were gone, but their power lived on, now housed in the village's most potent, most malleable asset. All he needed was the right tool to shape it. And tools, as he knew better than anyone, did not need to be willing, they only needed to be useful. The morning light that filtered through Sakura's window was a pale, indifferent yellow. It fell across her bed, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air, but it did not touch the chill that had settled in her bones. She had woken not from rest, but from a fitful half-sleep haunted by ice and blood. The depression was a physical weight, pressing her into the mattress, making the simple act of opening her eyes feel like a monumental effort. She lay there, staring at the ceiling where a faint crack she'd never noticed before seemed to map the fractures in her own spirit. Downstairs, the familiar, comforting sounds of breakfast being prepared, the clatter of plates, the sizzle of eggs, her parents' muted, worried voices, drifted up. Each sound felt like an accusation. How could life just continue? How could they make eggs when Sasuke was in a cold room in the morgue and Naruto was bandaged and blind in a hospital? The door creaked open softly. Sakura, sweetheart. Her mother, Mebuki, entered, her face a careful mask of concern that couldn't hide the shadows under her own eyes. She carried a tray with toast and tea, the steam curling hopefully in the sunlight. You need to eat something. You didn't have dinner last night. Sakura didn't turn her head. She gave no sign she'd heard. Her gaze remained fixed on that crack in the ceiling. Mebuki set the tray on the bedside table and sat on the edge of the bed. She reached out, her hand gentle, to brush a strand of pink hair from her daughter's forehead. Sakura flinched, a tiny, almost imperceptible movement, but it spoke volumes. The mother's touch, once a sanctuary, now felt like an intrusion on her grief. Come on, Sakura, Mebuki said, her voice adopting a forcibly bright, coaxing tone. It was the voice she used when Sakura was a child and had scraped her knee. It's a beautiful day. Let's get you cleaned up. We can go to the market later, get some of those sweet dumplings you like. Your father said he heard the new shipment of Kunoichi theory scrolls arrived at the library. The cheerful litany was like sandpaper on a raw nerve. It was so utterly, devastatingly normal. It denied the reality of the crater that had opened in Sakura's world. Each mention of mundane pleasures felt like a betrayal of Sasuke's memory. He's gone. Sakura's voice was flat, hollow, cutting through her mother's words like a rusted blade. She still didn't look at her. Mebuki paused, her false cheer faltering. "Who's gone, honey?" "Sasuke." The name erupted from Sakura's throat, a raw, wounded scream. She finally turned, her green eyes blazing with a fury born of absolute despair. "He's gone. He's not in the academy, he's not on a mission, he's not coming back. He's not longer in this world. And it's all my fault. All mine." Tears she thought she'd exhausted the night before sprang anew, hot and furious. She was shaking, her fists clenched so tight her knuckles were white. "I was there. I was right there and I just watched. I was useless. A stupid, weak, useless little girl who was too scared to move. If I had been stronger, if I had done something, he might still be here." Mebuki stared, stunned into silence by the volcanic eruption of her daughter's guilt. The careful motherly script had no response for this. This was shinobi guilt, a specific, corrosive poison she had no antidote for. Instinctively, driven by a need to shock her daughter out of this self-immolating spiral, her hand moved. It wasn't a harsh strike, but it wasn't gentle either. A firm, sharp slap across Sakura's cheek, the sound startlingly loud in the quiet room. Sakura's tirade cut off, her head snapping to the side. She blinked, the physical sensation a bizarre anchor in the storm of her emotions. Then, instead of pulling away, Mebuki surged forward and wrapped her arms around her daughter in a bone-crushing hug. She pulled Sakura's head against her shoulder, one hand cradling the back of her head. "Stop it," she whispered, her own voice breaking. "Just stop it, my brave, foolish girl." The dam broke. Sakura's rigid body went limp. The angry, shouted tears dissolved into deep, shuddering, soul-racking sobs. She cried into her mother's shoulder, the sound muffled by the fabric, all the horror, the fear, the crushing guilt finally finding an outlet that wasn't rage. Her mother held her, rocking slightly, saying nothing, just being an anchor in the tempest. When the worst of the storm had passed into hiccuping silence, Mebuki spoke, her lips against Sakura's hair. "I can't understand your pain," she admitted, her voice thick. "I'm not a kunoichi. I've never held a kunai or faced an enemy who wanted to kill me. But all I know, with every piece of my mother's heart, is that you couldn't have done nothing that day. You survived. That is doing something. You came home to us. That is everything." The door, which had been left ajar, pushed open further. Kazashi stood there, his quiet presence filling the doorway. He had heard everything. His kind eyes held an ocean of sorrow for his daughter. "And there's nothing you could have predicted," he added, his voice a low, steady rumble. He entered the room, standing beside the bed. "You are a genin, Sakura. On your first mission outside the walls. You faced a missing nin from the Seven Swordsmen. The Hokage himself didn't predict that. Your Jonin-sensei was caught off guard. To expect you, a 13-year-old girl, to have changed that outcome. It's not guilt, my dear. It's a cruelty you are inflicting on yourself." Sakura pulled back slightly from her mother's embrace, her face blotchy and exhausted. The words of her parents, logical and loving, lapped against the walls of her conviction but couldn't quite breach them. The image of her own paralysis was too strong. "I think," she whispered, her voice hoarse from crying. "I think I will quit. I'm not cut out for this. I'll just get someone else killed." Kazashi's expression didn't change, but his gaze sharpened. He reached out, not to hug her, but to gently grasp her mother's shoulder, pulling Mebuki back to give Sakura space. He looked directly into his daughter's devastated eyes. "No," he said, the words simple and firm, devoid of anger but full of a newfound steel. "What about your other teammate?" Sakura blinked, Naruto's bandaged face swimming into her mind's eye. "Don't take the cowardly way out," Kazashi continued. "And I am not saying wanting to be safe, to leave a life of danger, is a cowardly thing. It is a wise, human thing. But you are not running towards safety, Sakura. You are running from your failure. And if you run now, you leave him alone." He let the image of Naruto, blind and burdened, hang in the air between them. "You could prevent your other teammate from having the same fate. Or you could ensure he faces it alone. The choice is yours." His words were a different kind of slap, one of cold, hard truth. They reframed her decision not as an escape, but as an abandonment. It shifted the axis of her guilt from the past to the future. He stepped back, taking Mebuki's hand. "We will let you decide. We are your parents. We will love you if you wear a forehead protector or an apron." He gave her a small, sad, but unwavering smile. "But come down to eat soon. You cannot save anyone, including yourself, on an empty stomach." He led a tearful Mebuki from the room, closing the door softly behind them, leaving Sakura alone once more. But the silence was different now. It wasn't filled just with the echo of her own failure. It was now charged with a choice. The path of the runaway, and the path of the protector. And in the hollow of her grief, the first, fragile seedling of a new resolve, not to atone for the past, but to change the future, began to painfully push its way toward the light. The silence after her parents left was no longer a vacuum of despair. It was a charged space, humming with the echo of her father's words. You could prevent your other teammate from having the same fate. They echoed, then merged with another, older memory, Naruto's voice, bright and stubborn, on their first day as a team. I'm gonna be Hokage, believe it. And later, his unflinching, illogical defense of her against the disguised Zabuza on the bridge, his back to her, his stance white and foolishly brave. She thought of Naruto. Not the loud, annoying boy she used to dismiss, but the person she had witnessed on that bridge. The one who had matched Sasuke move for move. The one whose instinctual roar of denial when Sasuke fell had been pure, unadulterated anguish. The one who had, in his own blinding, furious grief, unleashed a power that shattered hell itself. And the one who now lay in a hospital, blind, carrying the eyes and the vengeance of the friend who had been closer to him than anyone. A new, piercing understanding lanced through her. While her world had revolved around Sasuke, Sasuke's world, his rivalry, his grudging respect, his final, desperate trust, had orbited Naruto. Their bond was a closed circuit, a brotherhood forged in conflict and sealed in blood. She had been an outsider to that. Kakashi-sensei, for all his power, was an outsider to that. Naruto had lost not just a teammate, but a mirror, a counterweight, a brother. His pain was a different geography than hers, deeper, more complicated, shadowed by a horrific legacy now physically embedded within him. She couldn't soothe that pain. She couldn't replace what was lost. But a new, fierce thought ignited in the ashes of her old self. He is in the dark now. Literally. And the path Sasuke set him on. It's a dark one too. If she couldn't be the object of his bond, she could become something else. His ally, his shield, his light. The thought was almost foreign, a role she had never envisioned for herself. But it fit with a terrible, perfect logic. Sasuke had passed Naruto a legacy of vengeance. She would dedicate herself to ensuring he survived to fulfill it. She would stand between him and the world that wanted to break him, between his own raging power and his self-destruction, between the shadows of the past and the uncertain future. Father is right, she thought, the conviction hardening like cooling steel in her chest. The self-pitying fog burned away, replaced by a clear, cold clarity. Quitting isn't an option. Running is. And she was done running. I will have to become stronger. Not just a little stronger. Not just strong enough to pass a Chunin exam. She needed a metamorphosis. The kind of strength that could stand on a bridge and change the outcome. The kind that could intercept a senbon, shatter an ice mirror, face a demon of the mist and win. The kind of strength that could stand beside a Jinchuriki bearing a Sharingan and not be blown away by the storm swirling around him. To prevent what happened to Sasuke from happening to Naruto. That was the mission now. Singular. Absolute. Her eyes, still puffy from tears, swept around her room. It was a shrine to her old life. The vanity with its unused hair ribbons and subtle powders meant to impress a boy who would never look. The stacked, pristine theory scrolls, knowledge that had been useless when it mattered. The little decorative knick-knacks, symbols of a civilian girl's harmless hobbies. It all seemed like clutter now. Obstacles. I have to leave any other habits behind. The habit of vanity. The habit of passive study. The habit of defining her worth by another's gaze. The habit of being weak. She would strip it all away. Every frivolous thought, every ounce of wasted effort, would be purged and converted into fuel for the single, driving purpose that now defined her existence. She swung her legs out of bed, her feet hitting the floor with a solid, final sound. The depression was gone, burned off by the intensity of her new resolve. In its place was a focused, almost frightening calm. She walked to her mirror and met her own gaze. The girl there was pale, eyes rimmed in red, but the vacuous despair was gone. In its depths, a green fire was kindling. I'll become so strong, she said aloud to her reflection, her voice low and devoid of its usual melodic lilt, now pure, unadorned will. So strong that nothing will happen to Naruto. No one will take another teammate from me. Ever again. It was a vow. A promise to the ghost of one boy, and a shield for the living heart of another. The kunoichi known as Sakura Haruno, the fangirl, the book-smart genin, was left behind in the tear-soaked pillows of that bed. The person who stood up was something new, something harder, forged in the worst moment of her life and tempered by a protective fury as vast as it was precise. Her journey to the hospital, to Naruto's side, would no longer be that of a grieving friend. It would be the first patrol of a self-appointed guardian. And her training would no longer be for a career. It would be for a crusade. A few days passed, each one a slow, deliberate etching on Sakura's new resolve. The grief was not gone, but it had been compartmentalized, locked away in a chamber of her heart to be used as kindling for her determination. She had spent the time in a furious, silent routine, grueling physical conditioning in her backyard until her muscles screamed, meditation to quell the lingering panic, and ruthless study of medical texts she'd borrowed from the library, no longer for grades, but for the cold, practical knowledge of how to keep a body alive under trauma. The walk to the hospital that afternoon felt like crossing a border into a past life. The sun was high, casting sharp shadows, a stark contrast to the misty gloom of wave that still clung to her memory. Her pace was measured, her face a careful mask of composure. She had received the terse message from Kakashi, Naruto's grafts have integrated. Bandage removal this afternoon. She had not visited since that first night. It wasn't neglect, she had needed to armor herself first, to ensure that when she faced him again, she wouldn't see just the broken boy, but the comrade she had sworn to protect. She found Kakashi already in the room, leaning against the far wall with his usual feigned nonchalance, though the tension around his visible eye betrayed him. Naruto sat upright on the edge of the bed, dressed in a clean hospital gown, his spiky hair somehow defying even the sterile environment. The thick bandages were still wrapped around his head, a stark white crown. Sakura took her place beside Kakashi, her hands clasped tightly in front of her. The doctor, the same stern-faced man from the surgery, entered with a quiet efficiency. "I will start removing the bandages now," he stated, his voice devoid of bedside manner, all business. Naruto gave a single, firm nod. He had spent days in a world of touch, sound, and memory. The absolute darkness had been his canvas for the nightmares of the Uchiha compound and the grim forge of his new vows. Now, he was about to be reborn into the world of light, to see it through lenses that were not his own. "I hope it went well." Kakashi's thought was a silent whisper in his own mind, a rare prayer from a man accustomed to worst-case scenarios. He remembered the violent red of the Kyuubi's chakra, the dormant potential of the Uchiha eyes. The fusion was an unprecedented alchemy. With practiced, gentle movements, the doctor began unwinding the gauze. Layer after layer fell away, revealing the pale skin of Naruto's face, the faint, healed marks where the senbon had struck. Finally, the last pad came free. Naruto's eyelids remained shut, long lashes casting shadows on his cheeks. "You can open them now," the doctor instructed, stepping back slightly. A collective breath was held. Sakura's nails dug into her palms. Kakashi's eye narrowed to a slit. Slowly, Naruto opened his eyes. And the world saw onyx. Deep, dark, fathomless onyx. The color of a starless night sky, of polished river stones. There was no hint of scarlet, no telltale tomo, not even a faint red tinge. They were Sasuke's eyes in their resting state, perfectly, completely. Kakashi's visible eye widened a fraction. A silent shockwave passed through him. What? Sasuke had awakened the Sharingan, the two tomo, during the fight on the bridge. He had seen it himself. The dojutsu should have been active, ingrained in the chakra pathways of the eyes themselves. The transplant should have transferred that potential, that awakened state. This was a biological impossibility. It was as if the eyes had been reset, their traumatic awakening erased, returning to their pristine, pre-Uchiha massacre state. A cold suspicion began to coil in his gut. Was it the overwhelming influence of the Kyuubi's chakra during the integration? Or something about Naruto's own biology rejecting the Uchiha's curse? Sakura's voice, quiet but steady, cut through his spiraling thoughts. "How do you feel?" The doctor, also masking his professional surprise, cleared his throat. "Yes, how do you feel? Can you see?" Naruto blinked. Once, twice, a rapid series of flutters as his brain processed the sudden influx of visual data after days of void. The world rushed in, the sterile white of the walls, the concerned face of the pink-haired girl, the slouched form of his sensei by the wall, the dust motes dancing in a sunbeam. It was overwhelmingly bright, achingly detailed. And it was all filtered through a familiar, yet deeply alien, perspective. The color palette felt subtly different, contrast sharper. It was Sasuke's visual acuity, now his. "Yes," he said, his voice slightly rough from disuse. "I can see clearly." Sakura let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding, a small sigh of profound relief. The eyes worked. He wasn't blind. That was the first, most crucial victory. Kakashi gave a slow nod. "That's good." The words were simple, but the weight behind them was immense. "Okay, let's have a few tests," the doctor said, his manner returning to clinical efficiency. He left and returned shortly with an eye chart, not of simple letters, but of complex kanji in varying sizes and fonts, a test designed for shinobi who needed to read scrolls and maps at a glance. "Read the smallest line you can distinguish," the doctor instructed. Naruto's new eyes scanned the chart. He read them off, not just correctly, but with a speed and ease that hinted at a perception beyond normal. He aced the session. The grafts were not just taking, they were thriving, offering visual precision that was, frankly, elite. Satisfied, the doctor made notes and finally nodded. You are discharged. Avoid strenuous chakra use for the remainder of the week. Report any pain, blurred vision, or unusual visual phenomena immediately. Once the doctor was gone, Naruto shifted on the bed. Can you guys wait outside? I need to change. They both nodded and filed out quietly, giving him privacy. In the hallway, the silence between Kakashi and Sakura was heavy with unspoken questions. Kakashi's mind raced through the implications of the dormant Sharingan. Sakura simply felt a fierce, protective gladness. He could see. That was enough for now. A few minutes later, the door opened. Naruto emerged, clad in his familiar bright orange jumpsuit. The vibrant color seemed even more stark against the hospital's whites, and his face, now unobscured, looked older, the set of his jaw firmer, the new darkness of his gaze adding a layer of solemnity to his features. Kakashi looked at them both, his student and his complicated new charge. Now that you're both here, he said as they began walking toward the ward's exit, the sound of their footsteps echoing. I can tell you that from this day, you have 2 weeks off duty. Medical leave. Use it to heal. He didn't elaborate. He didn't offer training, or platitudes, or explanations. The message was clear. The village was giving them time to process the unprocessable, to come to terms with the new realities of their bodies and their team. With a final, inscrutable glance that lingered on Naruto's eyes, Kakashi turned down a separate corridor and was gone, leaving the 2 genin standing alone in the bustling hospital lobby, blinking in the afternoon light, one seeing the world through a fallen brother's eyes, the other sworn to protect the one who now held them. The afternoon sunlight outside the hospital felt different on Naruto's skin, warmer, more real, after the controlled climate of the recovery room. But as they stepped onto the bustling street, a new kind of tension replaced the sterile quiet. The village moved around them, a river of normalcy they were no longer a part of. Sakura walked beside him, her steps measured. The composure she'd built over the past days felt fragile here, in the open. The need to speak, to confess the guilt that had been festering, became overwhelming. Naruto, she began, her voice tentative, I've been wondering, that day on the bridge. If I had been more useful, if I hadn't just frozen, things could have been different. Maybe Sasuke-kun. Naruto didn't let her finish. He stopped walking and turned to face her, his new onyx eyes meeting hers with an intensity that was startlingly familiar, yet carried none of Sasuke's cold dismissal. Sakura-chan, he said, his voice lower, more grounded than its usual boisterous pitch. It's not really your fault. And you're not wondering on those lines alone. He started walking again, forcing her to keep pace. I've been lying in that bed, going over every second. What if I'd seen the trap a moment sooner? What if my clone had been faster? What if I hadn't needed saving? He shook his head, a sharp, frustrated gesture. The what ifs, or a dead end. A maze with no exit. It happened. Sasuke made his choice. Now, he clenched his fist at his side. Now I have to get stronger. That's the only path forward. They were moving through the market street now. Whispers trailed them like shadows. People paused in their haggling, their eyes drawn to the pair, the blonde Jinchuriki, back from a mission gone horribly wrong, and the pink-haired girl who was always with the Uchiha boy. The stares were a mixture of morbid curiosity, pity, and the usual underlying suspicion directed at Naruto. But both genin, locked in the gravity of their shared aftermath, were oblivious. The village's judgment was a distant hum compared to the roaring truths being exchanged between them. Sakura felt a lump form in her throat at his blunt absolution. It didn't erase her guilt, but it reframed it. It was a burden they shared, not hers alone to carry. Naruto, she breathed, his name carrying a new weight of respect. I have to achieve a certain new goal of mine, Naruto continued, his gaze fixed on some point in the middle distance, seeing not the vegetable stalls, but a future shaped by blood and brotherhood. And for that, I have to get stronger. A lot stronger. This was her opening. The resolve she had forged in her room solidified into words. I have also made a new resolve, she said, her voice gaining strength, losing its tremble. To get stronger. To support your goal. And to protect your dream of being Hokage. Hokage. The word sparked a complex reaction within him. It was his dream, his son. But it was no longer the simple, shining ideal of a lonely boy seeking validation. Now, it was intertwined with darker threads. I don't just want to be Hokage only, he thought, the vision crystallizing with terrifying clarity as he walked. I want to become powerful. So powerful that I can reform the whole shinobi system for the better. So powerful that no village, no cage, no council of old men will dare go against my will. A will for shinobi with no minimum conflict. For a world where kids aren't sent on missions that get them killed for money, where brothers aren't turned into tools and then monsters. It was a colossal, nearly blasphemous ambition, born from the fusion of his innate desire to fix broken things and the horrific systemic failures Sasuke's memory had exposed. He didn't voice it. The thought was too raw, too immense. It was a seed that needed to grow in darkness before it could be shown to the light. He simply gave a small, acknowledging grunt to her declaration of support. The conversation lapsed into a heavy, companionable silence for a block. Then Sakura, steeling herself, broached the unavoidable. So, tomorrow is Sasuke's funeral. The air seemed to grow colder. Yeah, Naruto replied, the single syllable thick. They announced his death officially yesterday, Sakura added, her voice barely above a murmur. The public notification had been a sterile, painful formality, stripping the tragedy of its personal horror and turning it into village record. Naruto sighed, a long, weary sound that seemed to carry the exhaustion of the past week and the weight of the years to come. He came to a halt at a crossroad. One path led deeper into the village, towards his empty apartment. The other led towards the more civilian-heavy districts, where Sakura lived. I'll see you tomorrow, Sakura-chan, he said, not looking at her, his onyx eyes shadowed. Sakura nodded, a firm, decisive motion. Me too. No, goodbye. No, take care. Just a mutual acknowledgement of the grim pilgrimage they would make together the next day. They parted ways at the crossroads, two figures moving in different directions, each carrying a piece of the same shattered legacy, each now bound by a silent, ironclad pact to forge something new from the ruins, one to fulfill a vengeful promise and build a new world from atop the Hokage's seat, the other to become the unbreakable shield that would ensure he lived to see it. The village's whispers faded behind them, unimportant. The real conversation, the one that would define their lives, had already been held in the quiet space between their words. The silence in Naruto's apartment after the funeral was a living thing. It was heavier than the hospital's quiet, denser than the murmured prayers at the Uchiha's solitary graveside, a sight visited by few and mourned by even fewer. The lingering scent of incense from the ceremony seemed to have followed him home, mixing unpleasantly with the faint, ever-present smell of instant ramen. He stood in the middle of the single room, the echoes of somber drums and Sakura's quiet weeping still ringing in his ears, now filtered through the strange, sharp clarity of Sasuke's eyes. Action was the only antidote to the hollow feeling. He couldn't stand still. With a determined grimace, he pulled a blank scroll from a drawer and unrolled it on his small, cluttered table. He needed to see the battlefield of his own inadequacy laid bare. He needed a map if he was to navigate the path to the power he now desperately required. Taking a brush, its tip black with fresh ink, he began to write. The characters were deliberate, a stark contrast to his usual haphazard scrawl. Things I am lacking. He started with the most obvious, the most personally galling. Basic taijutsu. He paused, the brush hovering. A memory flashed. Sasuke moving with fluid, economical grace during their bell test, effortlessly dodging his clumsy charges. I know I am lacking in it, he muttered aloud, the sound too loud in the empty room. Even though I tried to hide it with tricks and clones. Sasuke always beat me in it. He wrote it down. The admission stung, but truth was the first step. Genjutsu. He scowled at the word. This was a vast, terrifying blank spot in his knowledge. He'd heard the theory, but the idea of manipulating an opponent's senses was as abstract as star navigation to him. I have no idea about this particular ninja art, he confessed to the scroll, the admission of ignorance another brick in the wall of his resolve. Shurikenjutsu. A slight frown. I think I'm better but needs refining. He remembered Haku's needles, their impossible speed and accuracy. His own thrown weapons were serviceable, but they lacked the pinpoint, fight-ending precision of a true master. He added it to the list. He tapped the brush against the inkstone, thinking. Ninjutsu. He wrote it, then beneath it, Shadow Clone, I have it. A flicker of pride, quickly extinguished. And, Academy 3, the replacement, transformation, and clone techniques. He could do them, but were they combat ready? Were they anything more than childish tricks now? He left it as a question mark. The next line was a verdict on his entire shinobi education to date, nothing else. He leaned back, staring at the damning list. The words seemed to pulse on the page. How pathetic, the whisper was not one of self-pity, but of cold, factual assessment. This was the arsenal of the boy who had vowed to kill Itachi Uchiha and become Hokage. It was a joke. He bent back to the scroll. What else? Oh, a weapon of my own. Sasuke had his kunai and shuriken, his kaiden. The image of Zabuza's monstrous sword, Kubikiribocho, filled his mind, raw, overwhelming power. Something that suited his style, not Sasuke's finesse. But what? I'll come back to this one. He added it as an open question. Then came the crippling reality. He set the brush down. The problem is, how do I go about this? He looked around the barren apartment. I don't have a scroll or anything on the problems I have now. Nor do I have a teacher. Kakashi had given them 2 weeks. 2 weeks to heal, to grieve. But for Naruto, standing still was a form of dying. In the 2 weeks I've got. A wave of profound disappointment, deeper than any he'd felt from the village, washed over him. It was disappointment in himself. The gap between his towering new goals and his meager abilities yawned like a chasm. He had the eyes of an Avenger and the heart of a Hokage, but the skills of a barely passable genin. His fist clenched on the tabletop, knuckles white. Just what can I do? The frustration crested, then broke against a simple, stubborn logic. He couldn't fix what he didn't understand. But he could start with what he did understand. He could hone the single sharp tool in his rusted kit. Oh, he said, the sound a release of tension. I'll start with what I can do. Shurikenjutsu. Decision made, the oppressive stagnation shattered. He stood up so quickly the chair scraped back. He rolled the scroll tightly, a blueprint for his future transformation, and placed it carefully in a drawer. The act of planning had been the first training. He moved to his room, the funeral's black attire feeling like a shroud. He shed it, exchanging it for his familiar orange pants. He pulled on a simple, dark shirt but left the bright orange jacket hanging in the closet. The vibrant color felt wrong, a costume for a cheerful boy who no longer existed. He attached his weapons pouch to his leg, the weight of the kunai and shuriken inside a comforting promise of work to be done. Without a backward glance at the silent, lonely apartment, Uzumaki Naruto stepped out into the twilight. His destination was clear, Training Ground 7. The place where Team 7 had begun. It was a haunted ground now, forever marked by Sasuke's disdain, Sakura's disinterest, and Kakashi's indifference. But it was also his ground. And tonight, he would begin the long, arduous process of forging the pathetic list on that scroll into the skills of a legend. The first strikes of his new life would not be against an enemy, but against the stationary targets of a familiar training field, under the watchful, onyx eyes of his fallen brother. The walk to Training Ground 7 was a journey through a village that felt both familiar and alien. The fading evening light painted the streets in long, melancholy shadows. Naruto moved with a slow, deliberate pace, his head bowed not in the old, defensive slouch of the hated orphan, but with the focused inward gaze of a strategist surveying a barren landscape. The usual boisterous energy that radiated from him was gone, replaced by a dense, contemplative silence. Villagers who glanced his way saw only the top of his spiky blonde head and the uncharacteristic solemnity of his posture, and quickly looked away, the usual scorn tempered by a vague, uncomprehending unease. He didn't see them. His mind was a whirlwind, orbiting the stark list on the scroll he'd left behind. Taijutsu, Genjutsu, Ninjutsu. The words were like empty slots, and he had nothing to fill them with. The memory of Sasuke's effortless skill in each of these areas was a silent, mocking critique. But beneath the self-reproach, a stubborn fire was being banked. He would fill those slots. He would forge the tools himself if he had to. The familiar wooden arch marking Training Ground 7 came into view. The clearing was empty, bathed in the deep blue of approaching night. The log where they'd once sat tied up, the tree where Kakashi had lounged reading, they were just set pieces now in a play that had ended in tragedy. The air here was different from his apartment, it was charged with memory, both bitter and motivational. He walked to the center of the clearing, the grass rustling softly under his feet. With a quiet sigh, he knelt and unbuckled his weapons pouch, setting it on the ground with a soft thump. The sound was a starting pistol. His new eyes, their onyx depths taking in the dimming light with preternatural clarity, scanned the edge of the clearing. He selected a tall, broad-trunked tree, its bark scarred from past, less focused training sessions. From his pouch, he pulled a single kunai. Not to throw, yet. He approached the tree and, with careful, measured strokes, began to carve. The blade bit into the wood, sending curls of pale sapwood to the ground. He didn't carve a bullseye or a simple circle. He carved 3 lines, forming a rudimentary, inverted triangle, the simplest representation of a head and torso. Then, within that triangle, he etched 2 smaller circles for eyes and a slash for a mouth. It was a basic, faceless human silhouette. But to Naruto, it wasn't just a target. In the gloom, the simplistic face seemed to watch him. It was every enemy who had ever looked down on him. It was the sneering visage of Mizuki, the impassive mask of Haku, the cold, superior gaze of others. It was a stand-in for the monumental challenges ahead. He stepped back, 20 paces, his boots scraping on the dirt. The distance was respectful, challenging. The figure was a dark smudge against the darker bark. He reached into his pouch, his fingers closing around the cool, ridged metal of a standard-issue shuriken. He hefted it, feeling its balanced weight. This was step 1, refinement, control. He could spam 1,000 shadow clones, but that was brute force. Sasuke's attacks had been surgical. Naruto needed to be both a hurricane and a scalpel. He took a deep breath, the cool evening air filling his lungs. His world narrowed to the line between his hand and the faceless head on the tree. The profound disappointment, the grief, the towering ambition, he funneled it all into this single, simple act. His arm drew back, muscles coiling not with wild energy, but with a focused, unfamiliar precision. For the first time in his life, Uzumaki Naruto was not throwing a shuriken to be loud or to annoy. He was throwing it to change something. To carve a new path, one precise strike at a time. The shuriken left his fingers with a sharp hiss, a silver blur cutting through the twilight. It struck the tree with a solid thunk, a hand's breadth left of the carved head. He didn't curse. He didn't shout. His new, dark eyes merely observed the point of impact, calculating the correction. He reached for another shuriken. The night deepened around him, but in Training Ground 7, the quiet, repetitive thunk of metal on wood became a determined heartbeat, the sound of a legacy being honed in the dark. The repetitive thunk of shuriken against wood had slowed to a discouraged stop. Naruto sat slumped at the base of a tree, his back against the rough bark, staring up at the full moon as it climbed the velvet sky. Its cold, sterile light did nothing to illuminate the path forward, only highlighting the vast gulf between his determination and his skill. The makeshift target on the distant tree was peppered with marks, but few were clustered in the vital areas he'd carved. A profound, weary disappointment settled in his bones, heavier than any fatigue. He had vowed to change, to become a weapon, and on his first night, he'd barely managed to sharpen the point of a pin. His new eyes, perfect in their sight, felt like a mockery. He saw his failure with excruciating clarity. Exhaustion, both physical and emotional, finally overwhelmed his stubborn will. His head nodded, his chin touching his chest, and the moonlit clearing blurred into darkness. But it was not true sleep. It was a descent into a space that was neither dream nor reality, a liminal world built from shared chakra and lingering will. The darkness behind his eyelids resolved into a featureless gray plain, under the same cold moonlight. "You really are trying, Dobi." The voice was dry, familiar, and laced with a tired amusement that cut through the fog of Naruto's subconscious. He jolted upright in the non-space. "Wah, Sasuke." Before him, not as a solid body but as a shimmering, translucent figure woven from pale blue chakra, stood Uchiha Sasuke. His arms were crossed, his expression the usual aloof mask, but his eyes held a faint, sad clarity. "Yes," the spectral Sasuke said. "But this form, it's only the leftover chakra in my eyes. My consciousness, imprinted by my final act. As soon as I knew I was beyond saving, I didn't fight the pull. I gathered every shred of chakra I had left, all of it, and sealed it into my eyes. A final technique." Naruto's mind, even in this dream state, made the connection. So that's why the eyes were black. Not the Sharingan. "Yes," Sasuke confirmed, a ghost of his old smirk touching his lips. "It's amazing what one can think of on their deathbed. A chakra seal to preserve a will. However, the chakra that is holding this echo of my spirit. It's running out. But the reservoir sealed within the eyes themselves is plenty. As soon as you activate the Sharingan, the seal will break. It will disperse into your body and mix with yours." He paused, his gaze intensifying. "Changing your chakra completely." Naruto tried to process the monumental implication. "Sasuke, I have to ask you." "There's no time," Sasuke interrupted, his form beginning to flicker, edges dissolving into motes of light. "So with that said, I'll use what's left of this to imprint all the jutsu and techniques I know. Consider it my final training." He uncrossed his arms, raising a shimmering hand. "Take care of Team 7. It's your responsibility now, brother." "Wait," Naruto cried, reaching out. But Sasuke was already dissolving. In his final moment, the spectral figure offered not a smile of solace, but the sharp, challenging smirk that was uniquely his, a look that promised a rivalry even beyond the grave. Then, he burst into a silent supernova of blue chakra. The energy did not attack, it flooded into Naruto. It was not just information, but experience. The precise muscle memory of the great fireball jutsu, the feel of the hand seals, the expansion of the lungs, the specific chakra pathway flare. The intricate patterns of the phoenix flower jutsu. The refined, economical angles of advanced shurikenjutsu, burned into his brain through the thousand-hour repetitions of the Uchiha air. And the taijutsu, the fluid, intercepting style of the Sharingan user, a dance of offense and defense meant to create openings for a finishing blow. It was a lifetime of disciplined Uchiha training, compressed into a single, overwhelming instant. Naruto's eyes snapped open in the real world. But they were no longer pools of simple onyx. Swirling within each, vivid and alive against the deep red sclera, were twin tomo, the Sharingan. It was active, not from trauma or hatred, but from the fulfillment of a donor's will and the unlocking of a sealed legacy. The world was not just clear, it was deconstructed. He could see the individual fibers on a leaf 20 yards away, track the lazy flight of a moth as if it were suspended in honey, perceive the faintest thermal gradient in the night air. He looked down at his own hands, seeing the minute flow of chakra within his tenketsu points with terrifying clarity. Sasuke, he breathed, the name, a acknowledgement of the gift and its cost. He stood, his movements feeling different, more assured. He bent and picked up a single, discarded shuriken from the grass. He didn't think. He didn't aim. He simply knew. His body moved with an unfamiliar, inherited grace. His wrist flicked. Thwip. Thunk. The shuriken was buried dead center in the left eye of the crude target, the impact shuddering the tree. A fierce, quiet focus gripped him. He reached into his pouch and pulled a handful of shuriken. One after another, in a rapid, seamless rhythm, his arm became a blur. Thwip 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 thwip. The sounds were a staccato burst of lethal music. Each star found a mark, the other eye, the throat, the heart, joints, transforming the silhouette into a pincushion of perfect, deadly accuracy. He didn't celebrate. He lowered his hand, the Sharingan still spinning slowly, taking in his work. The techniques were now his. The knowledge was integrated. And something deeper was changing. As Sasuke had promised, the vast reservoir of Uchiha chakra, cool, precise, and spiritually potent yin, heavy, was now seeping from the unlocked eyes, flowing into his system and merging with his own immense, wild, physically robust yang, heavy Uzumaki chakra. The two opposing energies didn't clash, they began to weave together, creating a new, denser, more potent whole. His already formidable chakra capacity expanded, the walls of his internal reservoir reinforcing and stretching. The signature of his chakra, once a blazing, orange-hued beacon of pure life force, began to shift. It grew darker, deeper, like sunlight filtering through ancient water. It gained weight and gravity. It was no longer just powerful, it was becoming profound. The perfect, balanced mixture of yin and yang, the foundational requirement for the most supreme ninjutsu, was being forged within him, not through study, but through a brother's final, desperate bequest. Under the moonlight, Uzumaki Naruto stood alone, his Sharingan casting the world in shades of red and hyper-detail. He was no longer just a boy with a demon in a dream. He was now the inheritor of a massacre, the bearer of a bloodline, and the vessel of a chakra transformation that would alter the very nature of his power. The path ahead remained shrouded, but for the first time, he could truly see the first few steps. And they were etched in the perfect, deadly pattern of shuriken on a tree. The sight of the perfectly struck target was not a triumph, but a confirmation. The power was there, sleeping in his muscles, etched into his neural pathways, swirling in his newly awakened eyes. It was a borrowed strength, an inherited will, and Naruto understood instinctively that to truly make it his own, he had to break it in, to sweat and bleed for it until it responded to his spirit, not just Sasuke's memory. He looked at his hands, then at the dozens of shadow clones still milling about the training ground from his earlier, frustrated attempts at shuriken practice. A new, more dangerous idea formed. He couldn't just practice with the new knowledge, he had to be tested against it. He gathered his chakra, the newly dense and potent energy flowing with a startlingly smooth control. With a series of sharp pops, the clearing filled with copies of himself. 20, 30, then 50 Narutos stood in the moonlit grass, all looking at the original with expectant, identical faces. "All right, listen up," the original Naruto called out, his voice carrying a new, commanding edge. The red gleam of the Sharingan made his expression severe. "You're all coming at me. Taijutsu only. No weapons. And," he added, "the most crucial rule, you will not use the Sharingan. You fight with what we knew yesterday. Got it?" The clones, extensions of his own will, understood perfectly. They grinned, not the old, goofy grins, but sharp, challenging smirks. They were his past self, his unrefined brawling spirit, and they were now the perfect sparring partners to test the refined, deadly art now residing within him. The original Naruto took a deep breath, centering himself. He didn't adopt his usual wild, hands out, center of gravity low stance. Instead, his feet slid apart into a balanced, ready position, knees slightly bent, one foot forward, hands coming up to guard his center line. It was a stance of economy and interception, not overwhelming force. It felt foreign, yet the muscle memory from Sasuke's imprint made it feel paradoxically natural. "I will have to master your power first, brother," he whispered, the words lost in the rustle of 50 bodies preparing to charge. "Then I can move on to the next things." He didn't wait for them. With a shout, he launched himself forward, not at the mass but at a clone on the edge. The clone reacted as he would have, a wide, powerful haymaker. Naruto's Sharingan tracked it effortlessly. He didn't block it head-on. He shifted his weight a fraction, his own hand coming up to slap the punch aside at the wrist, deflecting its force, while his other hand shot forward in a straight, piston-like jab to the clone's solar plexus. Poof! The clone vanished in a cloud of smoke. The movement had been clean, efficient, using the clone's own momentum against it. Two more were on him immediately. He ducked under a high kick, sensing rather than fully seeing the low sweep that followed. The inherited taijutsu style was a dance of perception and minimal movement. He hopped over the sweep, and in midair, twisted his body, lashing out with a heel that caught one clone in the temple. Poof! As he landed, he used the impact to pivot, driving an elbow into the ribs of the second. Poof! But they kept coming. A wave of orange and determination. He was soon surrounded. Punches and kicks came from all angles. The Sharingan spun, processing it all, showing him the trajectories like glowing lines in the air. But knowing the path and his body being able to walk it were two different things. A fist he deflected grazed his cheek. A kick he dodged clipped his thigh. He was fast, but he wasn't perfect. The clones were him, they were unpredictable, stubborn, and fought with the chaotic, never-say-die spirit he was famous for. They didn't fight like Sasuke, they fought like Naruto. And fighting himself was the hardest battle of all. He grunted, taking a solid hit to the shoulder that numbed his arm. He responded not with a roar, but with a gritted teeth focus. He began to chain movements, a parry into a wrist lock, a disarm into a throwing technique he'd never consciously learned. He was a sculptor, and the clones were the raw marble, being chipped away with increasingly precise blows. Sweat poured down his face, mixing with the dirt. His breath came in ragged gasps. But his Sharingan never wavered, and his movements, while growing fatigued, grew less imitation and more integration. He started to blend the new style with his own innate tendencies, adding a burst of unexpected, wild aggression after a series of precise blocks, using a clone as a springboard in a move that was pure, acrobatic Naruto but landing in Sasuke's poised stance. One by one, the clones fell. Not to overwhelming power, but to a growing, terrifying efficiency. He was learning to read the Naruto pattern of attack through Sasuke's eyes, and counter it with a hybrid style that was uniquely becoming his own. Finally, the last clone stood before him, panting heavily. They circled each other under the moon, two halves of the same whole. With a final, simultaneous cry, they charged. The clone went for a tackle. Naruto didn't retreat. He stepped into it, his hands coming up to guide the clone's momentum past him while his foot hooked behind the clone's ankle. Using the clone's own charge, he executed a flawless, flowing throw, sending it crashing to the ground before delivering a decisive, open-palm strike. Poof! Silence. Naruto stood alone in the center of the clearing, chest heaving, his clothes torn and smudged with dirt. The Sharingan slowly faded, the tomo dissolving until his eyes were once again deep, soulful onyx, but they now held the ghost of that red luminescence in their depths, a permanent echo. He looked at his trembling, bruised hands. They were his hands. The style he'd used was becoming his style. The pain was his pain. The victory, however small, was his victory. He had taken the first, brutal step in wrestling a ghost's legacy into the realm of the living. He had begun to master it. And as the cool night air washed over his heated skin, he knew this was only the foundation. The list on the scroll was long, but for the first time, it did not seem insurmountable. The crimson light of the Sharingan winked out, not with a dramatic fade, but with a conscious, deliberate cessation. Naruto focused inward, visualizing the flow of the newly complex chakra, his own vibrant, solar energy now threaded through with Sasuke's cooler, lunar current. He didn't just cut the supply, he gently persuaded the specific pattern that activated the dojutsu to unravel, to settle back into the latent potential nestled within his optic nerves. The world, once hyper-defined and threaded with predictive lines, softened into normal night vision. The transition was smooth, controlled. He murmured to the empty clearing, his voice a low rumble of assessment. Not like Kakashi-sensei's, He'd seen Kakashi's Sharingan flicker on and off, sometimes seeming like a strain, a borrowed power with a cost. This felt different. It felt integrated. Like a muscle he'd discovered, sore from its first real use, but fundamentally a part of him. It responded not to trauma, but to his will. The seal Sasuke had placed had not just preserved knowledge, it had engineered a seamless graft. The profound exhaustion of the night's work settled into his bones, a good, clean ache that spoke of progress rather than despair. He gathered his pouch, giving one last look at the tree target, now a testament to both his failure and his sudden, inherited proficiency. The moon was high, casting long, silent shadows. The walk back through the sleeping village was a study in contrasts to his earlier journey. His pace was still measured, but the inward-focused tension had eased into a weary resolve. The streets were deserted, the windows dark. The strange looks and whispered judgments were absent, leaving only the quiet intimacy of the night and the echo of his own footsteps on the cobblestones. He didn't look down now. His onyx eyes, dark and deep in the gloom, scanned his surroundings with a new, unconscious vigilance, missing nothing, the shift of a curtain, the scuttle of a night creature, the pattern of the shadows. It was Sasuke's habitual awareness, now underpinning his own. He arrived at his apartment building, its familiar, slightly dilapidated silhouette a welcome sight. The climb up the stairs was automatic. He unlocked his door and stepped into the enveloping silence of his small home. The scroll still lay in the drawer, its list of deficiencies now accompanied by the phantom sensation of mastered movements and the afterimage of spinning tomo. He didn't make ramen. He didn't crash onto the bed. He stood for a moment in the center of the room, simply feeling the quiet thrum of the new chakra mixture within him, a denser, heavier presence than before, like his spirit had gained mass. The disappointment from earlier was gone, burned away in the crucible of combat against himself. With a final, slow exhale, he moved to the washroom to clean the grime of training from his skin. The boy who had left this apartment hours ago, drowning in frustration, did not return. The one who came back carried the quiet certainty of a first hurdle cleared, and the heavy, solemn responsibility of a power that was finally, truly beginning to awaken. He had gone to the training ground with nothing but his own weak resolve. He had returned with the first true tools of his brother's legacy, now waiting in his hands and in his eyes, ready to be forged into something the world had never seen. The 2 weeks of leave stretched before him, not as an empty void of grief, but as a forge waiting to be fired. And tomorrow, it would begin in earnest. Chapter 3, The New Team 7 Part 1. Part 1, The Graft and the Ghosts. The morning light in the Hokage's office was pale and unforgiving, illuminating dust motes dancing over stacks of unresolved paperwork. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, the weight of the village literally and figuratively upon his shoulders. In his hands was not a mission report or a budget sheet, but the concise, clinical summary from the head medic regarding Uzumaki Naruto's post-operative assessment. The contents were an anomaly. The graft was a full success, with superior visual acuity. That was expected, given the donor and recipient's unique biologies. But the notes on the Sharingan were what gave him pause. Subject demonstrates conscious, willful activation and deactivation of the transplanted dojutsu. No observed strain or chakra drain atypical for baseline Sharingan use. No evidence of the borrowed power degradation sometimes noted in non-Uchiha recipients. Hiruzen set the scroll down, his pipe cold in its stand. How? The Sharingan was a Kekkei Genkei, a bloodline limit, awakened through intense trauma and fueled by specific Uchiha chakra. Kakashi's use of it was a famous testament to his genius, but it was also a famous drain. For Naruto to wield it with such apparent, instinctive control, it defied established understanding. Was it the influence of the Kyuubi's boundless chakra stabilizing it? Or was it something in the nature of Sasuke's final, willing sacrifice, a seal that had not just transferred organs but had rewritten the rules of the transfer itself? It was a curious, and potentially monumental, thing. A sharp, precise knock at the door interrupted his musings. He didn't need the chakra signature to know who it represented, the timing was too perfect, the rhythm too controlled. "Enter," Hiruzen said, his voice weary before the conversation even began. The door opened to admit the village elders, Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Udatane. Their expressions were as they always were, pinched with a permanent concern that bordered on disapproval. But today, there was a glint of purpose in their eyes that made Hiruzen's heart sink. Could his day not get better, just once in a while? It was a question he asked himself more and more these days. "Hokage-sama," Kaharu began, dispensing with pleasantries. "We have reviewed the status of Team 7. The loss of the Uchiha is regrettable, but it leaves a critical gap in the team's composition and ranking potential. A 3-man cell is a foundational unit. It cannot remain a 2-man cell indefinitely." Homura nodded, stepping forward. "To that end, we have a candidate to fill the vacancy. An exceptional talent from the ancillary training programs." He gestured to the doorway. A boy stepped inside. He was perhaps Naruto and Sakura's age, with jet black hair styled in an impeccable, sharp-cut, and pale, almost unnervingly smooth skin. His eyes were dark, and his lips were curved into a pleasant, unwavering smile that didn't touch the emptiness in his gaze. He wore a standard Jonin-style vest over a high-collared shirt, but something about his posture screamed a different kind of discipline than the academy taught. "This is Sai," Kaharu announced. He was the personal apprentice of our late colleague, Danzo. His skills in reconnaissance, infiltration, and artistry are top tier. He is more than capable of filling the Uchiha's spot on Hitachi's squad. Hiruzen felt a cold knot form in his stomach. Danzo's apprentice. The words were a poison. This was no simple genin transfer. This was an insertion. Root might have been officially disbanded, but its vines clearly still reached into the deepest soils of Konoha's power structure. Sai was not a replacement for Sasuke, he was a plant. A censor and a spy, meant to monitor the Jinchuriki who now carried the last loyal Uchiha's eyes, a situation Danzo would have found intolerably unpredictable. The team has just suffered a severe trauma, Hiruzen argued, his tone firmer. Kakashi and the two remaining members need time to grieve, to adjust. Forcing a new teammate on them, especially one from such a specific background, could be destabilizing. Perhaps after the Chunin exams, or the stability of the village's weapon its teams is paramount, Homura interrupted, his voice leaving no room for debate. The boy is ready. The team needs a third. The logic is inescapable, Hiruzen. Sentiment cannot override operational integrity. Hiruzen looked from their resolute faces to Sai's placid, smiling mask. He saw the trap. They had moved quickly, using the official tragedy to push their agenda. To argue further would be to openly accuse them of ulterior motives with no proof, to shatter the already fragile consensus of the village leadership. In matters of overt village security, the council's will could override even the Hokage's hesitation. He felt the fight drain out of him, replaced by a familiar, heavy resignation. He had lost too many battles in these very rooms. Fine, he conceded, the word tasting of ash. I will let Kakashi know. He will assess the new candidate. It was the only concession he could wrestle, allowing Kakashi, at least, to be the gatekeeper. Very good, Kaharu said, a note of finality in her voice. With curt nods, the two elders turned and left, Sai offering a perfectly timed, shallow bow before following them out, his silent footsteps making no sound on the polished floor. Alone again, Hiruzen sighed, the sound echoing in the now silent office. He looked out the window, towards the district where a certain blonde-haired, onyx-eyed boy likely was. He had not seen Naruto since the team's return from Wave. There was so much he wanted to ask, to observe, to apologize for. The boy was carrying burdens no child should ever bear, and now Hiruzen had just allowed another potential threat to be placed at his side. Maybe I could give a visit later. The thought was a reflex of guilt. But he looked at the mountain of scrolls on his desk, the invisible walls of politics that confined him, and the weary age in his own bones. No, he thought with a sad, internal shake of his head. I'll see him eventually. The affairs of the village, and its shadows, would ensure that their paths would cross again, likely under less than pleasant circumstances. He had allowed the new piece to be placed on the board. Now he could only watch, and hope Kakashi could control the game. The air in the Konoha cemetery was always still, heavy with memory and the faint, damp scent of moss on old stone. Kakashi Hatake stood before a specific, unassuming monument, his usual slouch absent, his posture straight as a kunai. The name etched into the black rock Uchiha Obito seemed to pulse in the late afternoon light. His single visible eye was not fixed on the engraving, but on the middle distance, seeing a different bridge, a different mist, a different sacrifice. The memory played with crystal, gut-wrenching clarity, the demonic ice mirrors, the glint of senbon, Sasuke's sudden, desperate lunge. The thwip of the needles finding home. The way Naruto had been shoved to safety, left to scream while his savior fell. The image bled, color and time shifting. The screech of falling rocks in the dimness of Canopy Bridge. A different, broader shove. A voice, bright and brash, yelling at him to take care of Rin. The crushing weight of the earth where Obito had been. Being saved, at the ultimate cost. History wasn't just repeating itself, it was a morbid canon, a cruel round where the melody of sacrifice played over and over with different instruments. Obito had given him an eye. Sasuke had given Naruto both. Both acts born from a selfless, fatal push. The parallels were a vice around Kakashi's heart. He had failed Obito by not protecting Rin. He had failed Minato-sensei by letting his son, the Jinchuriki, be blinded and burdened with a dead friend's hatred. He had failed Sasuke by not being strong enough or fast enough to prevent the choice that small, proud back had been forced to make. For years, he had carried the ideology of teamwork as Obito's legacy. Those who break the rules are trash. But those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. He had preached it, believed it. But on the bridge in Wave, he had seen the brutal, logical end of that ideal. Comrades could sacrifice themselves for each other. That was the highest form of teamwork, and its most devastating failure. A new resolve, cold and hard as the gravestone before him, crystallized in his core. Teamwork was necessary. It was vital. But without the proper skills to back it up, it was just a slower, more tragic way to die. Sacrifice should be a last, horrific resort, not the default strategy of a team outmatched. He had let his team believe survival and growth would come from bonding over ramen and frustration. He had been wrong. He would not lose another student to a noble, useless death. He would not let Naruto, carrying the weight of two legacies, be forced to watch another person die for him. He would not let Sakura be paralyzed by her own perceived weakness again. Obito, he said quietly, the first word he'd spoken at the grave in years. I think I finally understand what you left me. Not just the eye. The lesson. It wasn't just about saving comrades. It was about being strong enough that your comrades never needed saving in the first place. He turned his back on the grave, the decision made. The time for lazy observation, for passive lessons disguised as tests, was over. The 2-week medical leave for his surviving genin was not a vacation, it was his preparation period. He would pit his team through a grueling training regimen the likes of which they could not imagine. He would drill them until their muscles failed and their chakra ran dry, then drill them more. He would force them to confront their weaknesses: Naruto's lack of finesse, Sakura's lack of combat instinct, and the glaring, Sasuke-shaped hole in their formation, not with pep talks, but with relentless, punishing practice. He would teach Naruto control, to master the storm of power within him and the stolen eyes on his face. He would forge Sakura from a brain into a weapon, giving her the tangible strength to back up her newfound resolve. And he would do it while integrating this new, smiling enigma, Sai, assessing the threat he posed even as he tried to mold him into a functional teammate. The goal was no longer just to create a competent genin cell. The goal was to create survivors. To forge them into shinobi so skilled, so resilient, so tactically aware, that the terrible, self-sacrificial choice would never again be their only option. To prevent the other thing, the lonely walk from a graveside, the weight of a ghost's eyes, the echo of a push, from ever happening again. As he walked away from the cemetery, the shadow of the memorial stone long at his back, Hitaki Kakashi moved with a new purpose. The copy ninja, the man of 1,000 jutsu, was gone. In his place was a drill instructor, a strategist of survival, ready to build a team that could withstand the horrors he knew awaited them. The training for the new Team 7 would begin not with bells, but with blood, sweat, and the grim determination to cheat death itself. The quiet of the Haruno household was no longer a place for weeping, but for study. Sakura's room had been transformed. Frivolities were boxed away. In their place, stacked with military precision on her desk and floor, were scrolls and texts with titles that spoke of grim practicality: the chakra system, pathways and blockages, field triage for hemorrhagic trauma, neurological interference, the theory of genjutsu, psychosomatic manipulation in combat. Sakura sat in the epicenter of this new world, her face a mask of fierce concentration. Her eyes, once prone to drifting towards daydreams of a certain Uchiha, now scanned dense medical diagrams and complex chakra formulae with a relentless, analytical hunger. She wasn't just reading, she was dissecting, memorizing, cross-referencing. Every muscle group, every major tenketsu point, every known genjutsu release method, she committed them to memory. Knowledge was no longer for tests. It was for the next time a senbon flew, for the next time she saw a teammate falling. She would understand the weapon, the wound, and the counter. But theory was a skeleton. It needed flesh. The next afternoon, she presented herself at Konoha Hospital, not as a visitor, but as a volunteer. Her request was simple, direct, and delivered with a steely calm that made the administrator blink. She wished to apprentice in the medical ward, to observe and assist in any capacity. She was assigned to Yakushi Kabuto. Kabuto was a study in unassuming competence. With his silver hair, round glasses, and perpetually mild expression, he seemed more like a dedicated librarian than a medical ninja of note. His talent, as far as the hospital staff was concerned, was reliable but nothing to brag about: solid, thorough, excellent with paperwork and patient care, but lacking the flashy, life-saving genius of a true prodigy like Tsunade Senju. He was, in short, the perfect, unobtrusive teacher for a determined beginner. "Haruno-san, welcome," he said, his smile friendly and practiced. "Let's start with the supply room. Knowing where every bandage, every vial of antiseptic is located is the first step in saving a life. Speed is born from familiarity." Sakura followed him, her eyes missing nothing. She learned the layout with a speed that made Kabuto's eyebrows rise slightly behind his glasses. She asked precise, intelligent questions about sterilization techniques, the shelf life of various coagulants, and the chakra cost of different diagnostic palms. As days passed, he guided her through basic patient care, changing dressings, monitoring chakra levels with simple devices, preparing herbal poultices. He was a patient instructor, his explanations clear, his hands steady and sure. He praised her meticulousness, her quick grasp of theory. "Your foundational knowledge is exceptional, Haruno-san. You have a true healer's mind for detail." Occasionally, during lulls in the ward, he would lean against a supply cabinet, his expression softening with a well-practiced empathy. "How are you holding up?" he would ask, his voice dropping to a confidential tone. "After your teammates passing, it must be very difficult." The first time he asked, Sakura stiffened, her hands pausing as she sorted scalpels. She saw the bridge, the blood, the ice. She felt the old, useless panic try to rise. Then she saw Naruto's bandaged face, his new, solemn determination. She exhaled, the breath controlled. "It is," she said, her voice not trembling, but flat and factual. She did not elaborate. She did not break down. She simply acknowledged the pain as one acknowledges a chronic injury, a part of her landscape now, to be worked around. Kabuto would nod, his eyes behind his glasses unreadable. "This is a good path you're on," he'd say gently. "Turning grief into a skill that can protect others. It's a very noble thing." Sasuke-kun would. He'd trail off, as if the sentiment were too delicate to finish. The mention of Sasuke's name was a needle, but Sakura did not flinch visibly. She would simply give a small, tight nod and return to her task with renewed, almost violent focus. Kabuto's friendly, understanding demeanor was a bomb the old Sakura would have clung to. The new Sakura accepted it as part of the environment, like the antiseptic smell, useful but not to be relied upon. Her trust was a scarce resource now, allocated only to her mission and to the people directly involved in it. Unbeknownst to her, behind the friendly smiles and helpful advice, Kabuto's mind was filing away every detail. The speed of her learning. The steel in her spine when confronted with grief. The specific, aggressive direction of her studies straight towards combat medicine and genjutsu theory, with no interest in pediatrics or long-term care. He noted her loyalty to the remaining teammate, the way her resolve seemed to orbit around Uzumaki Naruto's well-being. Each observation was a neat, mental note, added to a growing dossier not for the hospital, but for a different master entirely. He was helping her build her skills, all the while carefully mapping the architecture of her new, fortified heart. Sakura gave a final, precise tap to secure the bandage on the elderly woman's forearm. The dressing was neat, firm without being restrictive, a perfect application of the morning's lesson. "All right, that's that," she said, her voice clinically pleasant. "Keep it dry and come back in 2 days for a change." The woman smiled warmly, flexing her hand. "Thanks, Haruno-san, you have a gentle touch." Sakura offered a small, professional smile in return, but her mind was already moving to the next task, the next skill to acquire. As the patient left the examination room, Kabuto entered, leaning against the doorframe with his characteristic, mild expression. "Well," he said, adjusting his glasses. "You've passed your first aid starter course with flying colors. Your precision is remarkable." His praise was genuine, yet it carried the faint, constant hum of appraisal. "Anyway, now we can move to slightly more advanced material. Starting tomorrow, chakra diagnosis techniques, and the foundational theory behind the mystical palm jutsu for minor wound sealing. It's where medical ninjutsu truly begins." Sakura's heart gave a single, hard thump of anticipation. This was the threshold. First aid was civilian work. Chakra diagnosis and the mystical palm were the first steps into becoming a true medical ninja, a role that combined her intellect with the power to directly alter the battlefield. She nodded, a sharp, decisive motion. "I'll be ready." Later, as she walked home through the lengthening shadows of late afternoon, the theoretical diagrams of chakra pathways still flickering behind her eyes, another thread of her research surfaced. Medical knowledge was defense, was stabilization. But to protect Naruto, to become a true shield, she needed more than healing. She needed to understand the tools of the enemy. She needed to master not just the cure, but the poison. Poison. The thought was dark, pragmatic. She had been reading about toxicology, about plants and compounds that could paralyze, disorient, or kill. Theory was insufficient. She needed specimens, needed to understand their smell, their texture, their properties firsthand. Her path home was habitual, but now she broke from it. At the next corner, instead of turning left towards her district, she turned right, her steps quickening with purpose. Her destination was not a library or an apothecary, but a place that dealt in more delicate, living toxins, the Yamanaka flower shop. The shop was a burst of color and scent amidst the Mordor village buildings. Blooms of every hue spilled from baskets and pots. To most, it was a place of beauty and sentiment. To a kunoichi studying the lethal side of botany, it was a potential arsenal. Many beautiful flowers housed deadly secrets in their nectar, pollen, or roots. The Yamanaka, with their deep knowledge of the mind and the natural world, would have access to such things, or would know where to find them. She pushed the door open, a small bell chiming softly overhead. The interior was a humid, fragrant jungle. She stood for a moment, her analytical eyes scanning not for bouquets, but for the specific, often inconspicuous plants she had seen in her textbooks: foxglove, monkshood, oleander. Her resolve was a quiet, steady hum. She was here to learn the language of silent, creeping death so she could better guard against it. Every skill, from healing palms to poisonous knowledge, was another brick in the fortress she was building around her remaining teammate. The fragrant air of the flower shop was thick, almost cloying. Sakura's eyes, sharp and analytical, swept over clusters of vibrant blooms, searching for the more subdued, potentially dangerous foliage she'd studied in her scrolls. She was so focused on her mission on turning beauty into a lesson in lethality that she didn't notice the figure emerging from behind a towering arrangement of sunflowers until a voice, softer and more hesitant than she'd ever heard it, cut through her concentration. Sakura. Sakura froze. She knew that voice. It was a voice associated with loud arguments over vanity and boys, with competitive glares across the academy classroom. She slowly turned. Ino Yamanaka stood behind the polished wooden counter, a bundle of lavender in her hands. But the usual proud tilt of her chin was absent. Her bright blue eyes, usually sparkling with competitive fire or gossipy curiosity, were white and soft with concern. The dramatic blonde ponytail was the same, but the girl wearing it seemed diminished, sobered. For a long, awkward moment, the two former friends, now rivals by design, just looked at each other amidst the silent, watching flowers. The usual barbs, the boasts about Sasuke-kun, died before they could be born. The bridge and wave had cast a long shadow, and it had reached even here. Ino was the first to break the silence. She set the lavender down carefully, as if it might shatter. We heard about Sasuke. She swallowed, her fingers fidgeting with the edge of her apron. I'm really sorry, Sakura. The words weren't the polished sympathy of an adult or the clinical acknowledgement of Kabuto. They were clumsy, heartfelt, and raw. They came from someone who, for all their rivalry, had known Sakura for years, had known the depth of her infatuation, and could therefore guess at the depth of her devastation. Sakura felt a strange tightness in her chest. This wasn't what she'd come here for. She'd come for poison, for knowledge, for armor. Not for this disarming, genuine kindness that threatened to find the cracks in her new, fortified shell. Ino took a tentative step forward, her voice dropping to a near whisper. I can't even imagine. He was really strong, you know. To go out like that, protecting someone. She trailed off, her gaze dropping to the floor before flicking back up, meeting Sakura's with a surprising intensity. How are you holding up? And Naruto. The mention of Naruto's name, coupled with the sincere worry in Ino's tone, was the key that turned in the lock. Sakura's carefully maintained composure didn't break, but it softened at the edges. The cold, analytical glint in her eyes wavered, revealing a glimpse of the profound exhaustion and grief beneath. I'm managing, Sakura said, the words feeling inadequate. Her voice was quiet, but not weak. It was the voice of someone conserving energy for a long haul. Naruto is healing. It was all she could offer, and it was more truth than she'd given anyone else. Ino nodded, understanding that managing and healing were probably the bravest words Sakura could muster. She didn't press. Instead, she did something entirely unexpected. She reached under the counter and pulled out a single stem, not from a showy bouquet, but from a simple clay pot near the window. It was a sprig of rosemary, its needle-like leaves a resilient green, its scent clean and sharp, known for remembrance and clarity. Here, Ino said, holding it out. It wasn't a dramatic gesture. It was small, simple. It's not much, but it's for remembrance. And for strength. They're tougher than they look, these things. Hard to kill. Sakura looked at the offered sprig, then back at Ino's face, which was free of its usual triumphant smirk, filled only with a shared, somber empathy. The rivalry was still there, somewhere, but it was buried under the weight of a loss that touched everyone who knew what it meant to be a genin, to have a team. Slowly, Sakura reached out and took the rosemary. The leaves were firm under her fingers. Thank you, Ino, she said, and for the first time since returning from Wave, the words held no hidden edge, no competitive spirit. They were just thanks. Ino offered a small, sad smile, a real one. Any time, forehead. The old nickname slipped out, but it didn't sound like an insult this time. It sounded like a tether to a past that, while gone, had once been simple and good. Sakura gave a final nod, clutching the rosemary. She had come for poison, for weapons to add to her arsenal. She was leaving with something else entirely, a fragile, human connection, and a reminder that strength could also be found in resilience and memory, not just in knowledge of death. It was a different kind of tool, one she hadn't known she needed. Turning, she left the shop, the clean, sharp scent of rosemary cutting through the shop's heavier perfumes, a small, living talisman against the darkness she was training to face. The air in the secluded forest clearing, far from the well-trodden paths of the standard training grounds, shimmered with displaced heat and the acrid, ozone-like scent of scorched chakra. This was not Training Ground 7, with its ghosts and memories. This was a hidden pocket of wilderness Naruto had claimed for his most dangerous and private experiments. Here, the only witnesses were the ancient trees and the curious, skittering creatures of the undergrowth. Naruto stood facing a colossal, moss-draped boulder that had likely rested in this spot for centuries. He took a deep, centering breath, the rhythm practiced and deliberate. The usual boisterous energy was coiled tightly inward, focused into a single, devastating point. His hands flew through a series of seals: ram, snake, boar, horse, tiger, each movement crisp, economical, bearing the unmistakable, polished imprint of Uchiha muscle memory. As he formed the final seal and brought his hands to his lips, his lungs expanded, drawing in not just air, but a torrent of chakra that flowed through pathways now threaded with a cooler, more precise energy than his own native power. Kaiten, Gokaku no Jutsu. The world erupted from his mouth. It was not a stream of fire, but a roaring, condensed sphere of apocalyptic orange and blinding white heat. It tore through the intervening space with a sound like a tearing canvas, a miniature sun hurled with lethal intent. The air itself screamed in protest, rippling with visible waves of distortion. The fireball struck the center of the monumental boulder not with a mere impact, but with a concussive, vaporizing whump that shook the earth beneath Naruto's feet. A spiderweb of cracks, deep and glowing with residual heat, radiated outwards from the point of impact across the stone face. Chunks of superheated rock pattered to the forest floor like black, volcanic hail, sending up wisps of smoke from the damp leaf litter. The sheer, raw power was staggering, a testament to the potent fusion of Uzumaki stamina and Uchiha technique. As the last echoes of the blast faded and the blinding afterimage cleared from his vision, now permanently sharpened and clear, a slow, thoughtful grin spread across Naruto's face. It wasn't his old, unrestrained cackle of triumph. It was the grin of an artisan assessing a first, powerful, but clumsy, stroke. Satisfied with the test but deeply aware of its crudeness, he turned and walked to the base of a towering, broad-leafed tree whose roots formed a natural seat. He sank down, his back against the rough bark, the coolness of the shaded earth seeping through his clothes. He had chosen this isolation deliberately. The populated training grounds carried too many eyes, the suspicious glances of villagers, the prying, analytical gaze of the Hokage's Anbu, the potential interest of darker, root-like entities Danzo might have left twitching in the village's soil. Here, he was free to fail, to experiment, to let the strange new currents of his chakra run wild without observation or judgment. From within a sealed scroll tube at his hip, a new, pragmatic acquisition, he withdrew a carefully inked document. It was his personal blueprint, the inventory of absence now being methodically filled. At the top, in bold characters, it read, Sasuke's Legacy, Integration Progress. He unrolled it, his onyx eyes scanning the list. His finger, calloused from days of relentless shuriken practice, moved down the parchment. He found the line for Shurikenjutsu, Advanced Uchiha Patterns. With a stroke of dark ink, he ticked it off. The memory of a dozen perfect strikes thudding into a tree face under the moonlight was validation enough. Next, Taijutsu, Uchiha Interception and Flow. Another firm tick. The aching muscles and bruised ribs from battling his own clones were a testament to its hard-earned integration. His finger moved down. Kaiten, Ruka no Jutsu, Dragon Flame Technique. Tick. The simpler, streaming flame technique had come more easily, a logical stepping stone to the great fireball. He paused at the next line. Kaiten, Gokaku no Jutsu, Great Fireball Technique. His finger hovered. He looked back at the cracked, steaming boulder, then at the scroll. He did not tick it off. Mastery was not about replication, it was about refinement, about ownership. He could perform it, yes, with terrifying power. But he could not yet wield it with the surgical precision its donor had eventually achieved. It remained a borrowed club, not a forged sword. He left it blank, a silent promise to the brother whose standards he now inwardly upheld. Setting the scroll on his knees, he steepled his fingers, resting his chin on them. The forest sounds, the chirp of insects, the rustle of leaves filled the thoughtful silence. He mused aloud, his voice a low rumble that blended with the ambient life of the woods. I am better off asking Kakashi-sensei. Not just about training, but about the eyes. His own hands came up, fingers brushing his eyelids, feeling the potent, dormant power beneath. All the abilities of the Sharingan that he knows. What he's learned from a lifetime of using one. The copy function, the predictive sight. Its limits, its drains. Kakashi was no Uchiha, but he was the world's foremost expert on wielding their power as an outsider. That knowledge was now a critical strategic resource. His introspection turned inward. For now, I think I am lacking in chakra control. At least, that's how I see it. The realization was profound. For years, his problem had been having too much chakra, a raging river he could barely dam. Now, with Sasuke's refined, yin-heavy chakra woven into his own, the river had become a deeper, more powerful sea. Controlling the immense, dense energy for delicate work, for the precision he craved, for the eventual mastery of the mystical palm techniques Sakura was studying, For the flawless execution of advanced genjutsu he knew he must one day face and employ was the new, monumental hurdle. The shadow clone technique was a brute force splitting of the whole. What he needed was the ability to spin threads of chakra as fine as spider silk. He looked back at the scroll, at the remaining unticked items, the uncharted territories of his inheritance. His finger traced the next lines. Kaiten, Hosenka no Jutsu, Phoenix Flower Technique. The technique of multiple, homing fireballs. It required not just power, but an exquisite, divided control he did not yet possess. And below it, the line that gave him a particular, grim pause. It was not a jutsu name, but a category, written in Sasuke's own, sharp script, echoed in Naruto's hand. Sharingan, Evolution in Mangekyo. He stared at the words. They were a cliff edge, a potential abyss. The memories of the Tsukuyomi, inherited through the eyes, were a chilling enough lesson in what the pinnacle of this power could do. The path to it, Sasuke's notes hinted with typical bleakness, was paved with the most profound personal loss. It was a door he was not yet ready to approach, a dark potential he hoped, with every fiber of his being, he would never be forced to unlock. With a slow, deliberate motion, he re-rolled the scroll, sealing it away. The list was a map, and he had just plotted his immediate coordinates: refine control, interrogate Kakashi, master the Phoenix Flower. The fireball had proven the potency of the legacy. Now, the quiet, grueling work of true mastery began. He pushed himself to his feet, dusted off his pants, and turned back towards the cracked boulder, his expression set. The first, thunderous note had been struck. Now, he would learn the symphony. Back in his secluded clearing, the echoes of the great fireball's roar had been replaced by a profound, focused silence. Naruto stood perfectly still, his eyes closed, the world narrowed to the universe contained within his own palms. In each hand, he held a simple, plucked leaf from the ancient tree, a pale green, slightly veined canvas upon which he would attempt to paint his will. He centered it carefully on his forehead, the cool, slightly waxy surface adhering to his skin through a faint film of natural moisture. With this, he murmured, the words a vow to the empty air, I can practice this exercise again. The first one I ever failed. The memory of Iruka's patient, then exasperated face in the academy classroom was a ghost from a lifetime ago. But this time, I need to focus. Iruka-sensei is not here to guide me. Or to be disappointed. This was between him and the chakra. Between the boy who had once been all chaotic potential and the vessel of power he was now becoming. He regulated his breathing, sinking into a meditative state that felt both foreign and necessary. He willed his chakra to rise from his core, not in a torrent, but in a single, silken thread. The goal was deceptively simple: to channel and rotate that thread with such perfect, unwavering control that it would anchor the leaf to his forehead against gravity's pull. Immediately, he felt the difference. The sheer potency of his chakra was the first obstacle. It wasn't just vast anymore, it was dense, a heavy, luminous syrup compared to the watery energy of his classmates. Each ounce of it carried more power, more will, making fine manipulation like trying to thread a needle with a rope of molten steel. Furthermore, the integration of Sasuke's chakra was not a completed process. Deep within his coils, the yin-heavy Uchiha energy and his own yang-rich Uzumaki life force were still in a state of dynamic, volatile fusion, a chakra alchemy that subtly shifted his internal balance from moment to moment, making a consistent, delicate output maddeningly difficult. The leaf twitched. A flare of chakra, a hair too strong, pulsed at his tenketsu point. The leaf didn't just fall, it was launched from his forehead as if flicked by an invisible finger, spiraling away to land among the roots. Naruto's eyes snapped open, a flicker of frustration in their onyx depths. But he didn't curse. He didn't shout. He simply watched the leaf settle, his expression hardening into granite resolve. This was the work. This was the grind that came before the glory of fireballs and perfect throws. This was mastering the storm within so he could command the typhoon without. He bent down, plucked another leaf. Centered it. Breathed. Focused. Again. The chakra surged, unstable, a wild stallion refusing the bit. The leaf fluttered, held for a precarious 3 seconds, then peeled away. He grabbed another leaf. And another. Each failure was a data point. Each microsecond of adhesion was a victory. Sweat beaded on his temples, not from physical exertion, but from the intense mental and spiritual strain of wrestling a cosmic force into submission for the sake of a single, insignificant leaf. He was a sculptor trying to carve a masterpiece with a landslide, a composer trying to write a sonata with the sound of thunder. But Uzumaki Naruto had never relented in the face of a challenge, and this, the most fundamental challenge to his very essence, would be no different. The clearing filled with the soft, repeated whisper of falling leaves, a testament to a struggle invisible to the world but foundational to the shinobi being forged within it. On the opposite side of Konoha, In the dappled sunlight of Training Ground 10, a different kind of training was underway, underscored by a somber awareness. Kiba Inuzuka landed in a crouch after a failed tandem attack with Akamaru, spitting out a mouthful of dirt. TCH. Even though Naruto lost a teammate, he grumbled, scratching the eager Ninken behind the ears, it's gotta be hard for the guy. Really hard. His usual brashness was tempered by a genuine, if clumsily expressed, gravity. The loss of a peer, a rival, even one from another team, had sent a shockwave through the genin ranks, a cold reminder of their profession's stakes. Kurenai Yuhi, her crimson eyes observing her team with a blend of sharp instruction and maternal concern, nodded slowly. The news of Uchiha Sasuke's death had settled over the village like a frost. Yes, Kiba, she said, her voice calm but carrying an unshakable weight. And that is all the more reason you should take your training seriously. Every technique mastered, every instinct honed, is a layer between you and a similar fate. Her gaze, gentle but unwavering, shifted to the shyest member of her squad. Including you, Hinata. Hyuga Hinata, who had been practicing her gentle step twin lion fists against a training post, flinched as if struck. Her lavender eyes, capable of seeing the chakra network of a target a kilometer away, instantly dropped to her own feet. The mention of Naruto's name, coupled with the tragedy, sent her usual storm of anxious affection spiraling into a deeper maelstrom of empathetic pain and fear. Her fingers tangled together. Why yes, Kurenai-sensei, she whispered, her voice so faint it was almost lost in the rustle of leaves. From the shade of a nearby tree, Shino Aburame adjusted his glasses, the faint hum of his Kikaichu colonies a constant backdrop to his speech. A precise analysis, he intoned, his voice devoid of inflection but full of logic. The statistical probability of mission fatalities decreases exponentially with unit competency and synergistic coordination. As the most logical member of this team, I have to agree with Kurenai-sensei's assessment. Emotional acknowledgement of a tragedy must be sublimated into practical preventative action. Kiba rounded on him, indignation flaring. Hey, I am taking my training seriously. I'm just saying, it's rough, is all. Don't act like you're the only one who gets it, you bug-eyed weirdo. Akamaru let out a supportive rough. Kurenai's voice, though not raised, cut through the brewing squabble with the sharpness of a kunai. Enough. The single word silenced them. She looked at each of them, Kiba's defiant heat, Hinata's anxious chill, Shino's analytical calm. Sympathy has its place. But this training ground is not that place. Here, we convert awareness into action. We turn the fear of loss into the will to survive. Kiba, your passing fang lacked synchronization with Akamaru's leap by 0.2 seconds. Hinata, your chakra expulsion is still hesitant, you must commit to the strike as if your life depends on it, because one day, it will. Shino, your insect placement for area denial is efficient but predictable. Now, she commanded, her genjutsu master's presence weaving an aura of absolute focus around the clearing. Back to training. The lesson was clear. In one forest, a boy wrestled with the titanic forces within himself, seeking control over a power that could crack mountains. In another, a team grappled with the cold equations of survival, forging their bonds and skills in the sobering light of a teammate lost. Across Konoha, the echoes of a single death were being metabolized not just as grief, but as fuel for control, for precision, for a desperate, collective resolve to be stronger, faster, and smarter than the cruel arithmetic of the shinobi world. The village trained on, each breath, each thrown punch, each focused thought, a silent rebuttal to the Reaper's ledger. The soft, persistent glow of a single oil lamp carved a pool of light in the otherwise dark expanse of Sakura's room, now more resembling a strategist's war room than a young girl's sanctuary. The air was redolent with the smell of aged parchment, ink, and the faint, astringent scent of medicinal herbs she had begun to catalog. Before her, spread with tactical precision, were three distinct piles of scrolls and texts, representing the three pillars of the fortress she was determined to build. Her focus at this moment was on the leftmost pile, Genjutsu, illusion in the manipulated mind. Her jade-green eyes, sharp with an intellect that had always been her truest weapon, scanned the dense theories. The principles were clear. Genjutsu required the insinuation of the user's chakra into the target's sensory system, a subtle rewiring of perception. It was an art of finesse, of psychological insight, of control so precise it could make the brain believe the sky was green or the ground was lava. The problem isn't the control, she murmured aloud, her voice a clinical whisper in the quiet room. Her fingers, delicate yet strong, traced a diagram of the cerebral chakra network. I have that. My chakra control has always been my one natural advantage. She remembered the effortless way she'd mastered tree walking, her chakra adhering with pinpoint accuracy. The problem is the reservoir. My chakra reserves are pitiful. I can tell that much just from the theory. To cast a sustained or powerful genjutsu required not just a surgeon's touch, but a surgeon's stamina. Her current reserves were a thimble, she needed a well. A note was jotted in the margins of her notebook in her neat, disciplined script: primary limitation, chakra volume. Query: methods for safe, rapid expansion of chakra reserves. Beside it, she wrote, ask Kakashi-sensei. He was the key. When the 2-week leave ended and the grim assembly of the new Team 7 began, he would be her first and most critical resource. She would corner him, demand not just training, but a curriculum tailored to brute force the evolution of her spiritual energy. For now, however, theory and preparation were her domains. She sat back, her gaze sweeping over the 3 piles. Medical ninjutsu, genjutsu, toxicology. A trinity of disciplines: healing, deceiving, and harming. A cold doubt, the ghost of her old insecurity, tried to whisper. Can you truly succeed in 3 such vast, demanding areas? You who could do nothing on the bridge. She crushed the thought with a will that was becoming second nature. Her hands clenched into fists on the desk. I have no choice, she stated, the words flat and final, brooking no argument from her own psyche. I have to become powerful. To honor Sasuke's memory. As Naruto's brother. So I can at least stand alongside him in terms of power. The phrasing was deliberate. She didn't dream of surpassing him, not with the monstrous energy she sensed simmering beneath his surface, now fused with Sasuke's own legacy. Her goal was parity. To be a pillar beside him, not a burden behind him. A shield of equivalent strength to the sort he was becoming. A sigh escaped her, not of weariness, but of acceptance. This was her path. There was no other. Naruto, she whispered to the silent room. I haven't seen him since the funeral. A complex emotion swirled: concern, a fierce protective urge, and a strange, respectful distance. He was processing his own cataclysm. Perhaps their separation was necessary. Well, all the better. Because after this leave, I'll be a different person. The girl who had wept over Sasuke's body would be gone, her tears transmuted into the steel of a kunoichi who would ensure no one else she cared for would fall. Action replaced contemplation. The next phase of tonight's work was not theoretical, but physical, and carried its own inherent danger. She stood, moving to her mirror. With efficient, practiced motions, she gathered her long, cherry blossom hair, once her pride, now simply an operational hazard, and twisted it into a severe, tight bun at the nape of her neck. Not a strand was out of place. Vanity was a discarded skin. From a drawer, she retrieved a pair of sturdy, nitrile medical gloves, purchased specifically for this purpose. She pulled them on, the material snapping snugly against her skin, a barrier between herself and the toxicological subjects of her study. Finally, she took a simple, woven basket from beside her door. Her mind ran through the mental checklist as she descended the stairs, moving with a quiet purpose that made her parents, speaking in hushed tones in the living room, fall silent and watch her pass with a mixture of pride and profound worry. She offered them a small, tight nod, but did not stop. The plants I need today, she recited internally, stepping out into the cool evening air, the basket hooked over her arm, are those related to sleeping agents. Datura stramonium for scopolamine. Possible papaver somniferum variants if they grow wild in the controlled sectors. Mandragora root for its alkaloid compounds. This was not gardening, it was pharmacology with lethal potential. Her destination was not the vibrant, curated Yamanaka shop, but the deeper, untamed margins of Konoha's forests, where the village's botanical control loosened and nature's more dangerous children grew. She moved with a new awareness, her senses attuned not to beauty, but to utility and threat. Every rustle in the bushes, the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, the pattern of moonlight through the canopy, all were data points in her new reality. Sakura Haruno was no longer just studying to be a kunoichi. She was methodically, ruthlessly, building herself into one, piece by calculated piece, from the scalpels of medical knowledge to the poisons that could grace their edges. The forest awaited, a living library of silent, sleeping death, and she was its newest and most determined student. 4 days. A mere 96 hours stood between the grim solitude of convalescent leave and the unknown crucible of the reformed Team 7. For Uzumaki Naruto, these were not days of rest, but of relentless, almost violent self-immolation in the fires of his new power. The secluded clearing bore the scars of his dedication. The great boulder was now a shattered monolith, its central mass vaporized, leaving only a ring of cracked, blackened stone. The surrounding trees were pockmarked with thousands of perfectly placed shuriken wounds, and the earth was churned to mud from countless hours of taijutsu drills. Now, in the deep indigo hour before dawn, he stood at the center of a hurricane of his own making. The air was thick with the smell of ozone, scorched earth, and the peculiar scent of dispelling shadow clones. He was breathing heavily, not with exhaustion, but with the controlled, deep rhythm of a warrior in the eye of the storm. His clothes were torn, his skin marred with superficial burns and bruises that would have incapacitated a normal genin, testaments to the ferocity of the battle raging around him. Of the 200 shadow clones he had summoned to be his adversaries and training partners, only 30 remained. They were the most cunning, the most resilient, the ones who had adapted to his growing prowess. But the true terror of the exercise was the schism he had engineered among them. 7 of the remaining clones stood with eyes ablaze, the spinning crimson of the Sharingan casting hellish pools of light in the gloom. They moved with a predatory, unsettling grace, their attacks seamless, their defense preternatural. The other 23 fought with the furious, instinctive brawling style that was Naruto's original birthright, powerful, unpredictable, but lacking finesse. He was no longer fighting to learn Sasuke's techniques. He was fighting to survive an army that knew his mind, half of which wielded the very advantages he was trying to master. 2 clones, both without the Sharingan, broke from the encircling pack in a pincer movement. The one on the right, telegraphing its move with a roar, threw a wild, powerful haymaker. Naruto's own Sharingan active and whirling with 2 Tomo saw the kinetic pathway of the punch before the clone's shoulder even fully tensed. He didn't block it. Instead, he took a micro-step inward, his left hand shooting up to intercept and guide the massive fist harmlessly past his head. In the same fluid motion, his awareness, hyper-expanded by the dojutsu, detected the faintest displacement of air behind him. The second clone, having used its comrade's frontal assault as a distraction, was lunging for a tackle at his kidneys. Naruto didn't turn. His right hand snapped backwards like a viper, his fingers clamping onto the charging clone's wrist. Using the clone's own momentum, he pivoted on his heel with brutal efficiency, yanking the clone off its feet and swinging it in a wide, screaming arc into the path of the first, off-balance attacker. Poof poof. 2 clones vanished in a single, concussive cloud of smoke. But the trap had been a diversion. The clone on his left, momentarily obscured by the dispersing smoke, tried to dart to a new angle. Naruto's Sharingan cut through the visual chaos, tracking the blur of orange. He didn't chase. He dropped into a low roll backwards, putting precious distance between himself and the tightening ring of adversaries. Even as his body tumbled, his hands were a blur, weaving seals with a speed and certainty that would have made a Uchiha elder nod in approval. Snake, dragon, rabbit, boar, tiger. He came out of the roll onto one knee, fingers already at his lips. Kaden, Ruka no Jutsu. This was not the fireball of days past. This was a concentrated, searing lance of blue-white flame, hotter and more focused, shaped by improved chakra control and the intuitive understanding of fire nature now baked into his being. It tore through the gloom like a vengeful spirit, not exploding, but piercing. It bisected the scrambling group of non-Sharingan clones with surgical precision. The infernal heat didn't just dispel them, it seemed to vaporize them mid-stride, reducing their number by more than half in a single, devastating breath. Naruto rose from his kneeling position, his Sharingan scanning the suddenly sparse field. The carnage of dispelled clones left wisps of chakra smoke curling in the air. From this haze, one of the remaining non-Sharingan clones, seeing its brothers eradicated, let out a raw, wordless cry of fury and charged, abandoning all strategy for pure, emotional rage. Naruto didn't move. His expression was calm, almost detached. His hand dropped to his pouch, drew a single kunai, and threw it in one uninterruptible motion. There was no wind-up, no wasted effort. The blade flew straight and true, embedding itself with a sickening thunk directly in the center of the charging clone's forehead. It vanished, the kunai clattering to the churned earth. Then, he moved. What followed was not a fight, but a harvest. Against the remaining non-Sharingan clones, he was a god of war. He flowed between them, his taijutsu a brutal synthesis of Uchiha interception and Uzumaki relentless force. A disarming parry broke a wrist, a heel kick shattered a knee, a palm strike to the sternum burst a clone like a soap bubble. Against the 7 Sharingan-wielding clones, the battle became a chilling, silent ballet of precognition and counter-prediction. It was a high-speed chess game where every move was seen 3 steps ahead. He baited one into overextending, shattered its guard with a feint it perceived but couldn't react to in time, and dispelled it with a chop to the neck. He used their own shared knowledge against them, exploiting the milliseconds of delay as they processed his intentions through the same visual filter he possessed. One by one, they fell. The last Sharingan clone met his gaze, its identical red eyes locking with his. They charged simultaneously, a mirror image broken. Their kunai met in a shower of sparks. For a second, they were frozen, strain identical on both faces. Then Naruto, drawing on the deep, dense well of his fused chakra, pushed. His blade inched forward, past the clone's guard, and tapped its chest. Poof. Silence, absolute and total, descended upon the clearing. The first gray light of dawn began to bleed into the sky. Naruto stood alone amidst the dissipating smoke, his Sharingan slowly fading, leaving his onyx eyes dark and depthless. He was bruised, bleeding from a dozen minor cuts, his chakra reserve significantly depleted but still burning with a formidable, steady flame. The clearing was a wasteland. The 200 clones were gone. He had not just survived the onslaught. He had orchestrated it, controlled it, and ultimately, dominated it. The power Sasuke had given him was no longer a borrowed suit of armor, it was the steel of his own bones, the fire in his own blood. He had almost mastered it. In 4 days, the world would see not the grieving, blind boy who left the hospital, but a weapon meticulously honed in secret, ready for whatever new hell his sensei, his village, or his brother's ghost had in store for him. He took a final, deep breath of the smoke-tinged air, sheathed his kunai, and turned towards the creeping dawn. The self-forged blade was sharp. Now, it awaited a worthy whetstone. Chapter 4, The New Team 7 Part 2. Chapter 3, Part 2. Under the bruising light of the newly risen sun, Naruto sat on the shattered stump of what had once been a training post, the only sound the rough pull of his breath settling back into a steady rhythm. He uncorked a canteen, the water within warm from proximity to his exertions, and drank deeply, the liquid a tangible metric of his physical toll. The clearing around him was a testament to a week of self-annihilation and rebirth, a scorched, pitted, and churned monument to his will. With water easing the dryness in his throat, he drew out the well-worn integration scroll from its protective tube. The parchment was smudged with dirt and sweat, the edges softened from constant handling. His eyes, now their customary deep onyx but holding a harder, more focused light, scanned the final entry under Sasuke's legacy, integration progress. Taijutsu, Uchiha interception and flow, mastery synthesis. His finger, nail-cracked and rimmed with grime, found the small box beside it. He didn't tick it with a flourish. He pressed the tip of his thumb into the inkpad of a compact seal inkwell he carried and stamped a firm, dark circle in the space. It was less a checkmark and more a seal of finality, an official closure. It was done. The core of Sasuke's combat prowess, the taijutsu, the shuriken art, the fire nature techniques had been broken down, internalized, and reforged with the relentless, overwhelming pressure of his own Uzumaki spirit. The power was no longer Sasuke's, it was his own, a new alloy unique to him. He re-rolled the scroll, its purpose fulfilled. A chapter had ended. He sat for a long moment, the sudden quiet in his mind as notable as the silence in the clearing. The driving, desperate need to assimilate his brother's gift had been his sole compass for days. Now, with the destination reached, a new question emerged from the stillness: what next? The answer came not as a revelation, but as the logical next step in the armament plan he had sketched out in his sparse apartment. He grunted, pushing himself to his feet with a grunt of sore muscles. I think it's time to go grab that weapon I ordered. The thought had been germinating since he first acknowledged his lack of a dedicated armament. He hadn't wanted a sword like Zabuza's, that required 2 hands, and his fighting style was evolving into something that demanded a free hand for seals, for grappling, for the unpredictable. He had visited a discreet, non-affiliated blacksmith on the village's industrial edge 2 days prior, a man known for custom work and no questions. He'd paid with a significant portion of his mission savings and sketched a design that blended brutal pragmatism with a hint of his own developing philosophy. It was time to see if the forge had kept its promise. He gathered his weathered weapons pouch, slung it over his shoulder, and took one last look at the clearing, his silent forge. Then he turned and melted into the trees, heading not for home, but for the soot-stained alleyways of the artisans' district, a young man on a mission to collect a tool forged for the wars to come. Across Konoha, under the same morning sun, Sakura Haruno stepped out of the hospital's sliding doors, blinking in the brightness. The sterile scent of antiseptic clung to her clothes, layered over the subtler, more organic smells of poultices and dried herbs. Her shift in the medical ward was over, but her self-appointed duty was perpetual. There were gaps in her toxicological knowledge, specifically regarding synergistic effects of certain rare fungal spores native to Lightning Country that could induce paralysis. The Konoha Ninja Library's restricted botanical annex held treatises she needed. Her mind, a labyrinth of chakra diagrams, chemical compounds, and surgical procedures, was so intensely focused on mentally reviewing the structural formula of ammonite that she failed to register the trio turning the corner ahead of her. The collision was soft, more a rustle of fabric than an impact. Oof. She stumbled back a step, her analytical reverie shattered. Sakura. Sakura looked up, her green eyes refocusing from an internal world of molecules to the concerned face of Ino Yamanaka. Behind her, looming and snacking on a bag of barbecue chips, was Choji Akamichi, and slouching with his signature expression of profound bother, Shikamaru Nara. Team 10, in all its familiar, casual cohesion. A flicker of something the ghost of her old social self tried to surface. It was quickly compartmentalized. Oh, Ino, she said, her voice flat, polite, devoid of its former competitive vibrancy. She gave a cursory glance to the boys. "Good day, everyone." The greeting was delivered with the efficiency of a status report. Without pausing for the banter, the gossip, or the shared inertia that usually characterized their interactions, she sidestepped them with a swift, purposeful motion and continued down the street, her steps quick and directed towards the library's stone facade. The 3 members of Team 10 stood in her wake, a pocket of stunned silence amid the village's morning flow. Choji paused mid-crunch, his brow furrowed. Shikamaru's lazy eyes, sharper than they appeared, tracked her retreating form. "So unlike her," Shikamaru murmured, the observation laced with uncharacteristic seriousness. The Sakura he knew would have, at the very least, engaged in a brief, spiky exchange with Ino, or offered a shy, polite word to him and Choji. This was a dismissal, clean and absolute. Ino nodded slowly, her bright blue eyes shadowed. The sprig of rosemary she'd given Sakura felt like an artifact from a different era. "She has been like that," Ino said quietly, her voice barely above a whisper, "since that day." The unspoken event hung between them, heavier than any spoken name. The loss had not just taken a life, it had seemingly vaporized the girl they used to know, leaving behind a focused, driven stranger in her place. Ino watched the pink hair tied in that severe bun disappear into the distance, a strange ache of loss echoing for the living friend now walking a path they could no longer follow. The door to the Hagurashi weapon shop announced Naruto's entrance with a dissonant chime of old iron bells. The interior was a stark contrast to the sunlit village street, a twilight space illuminated by the forge's lingering glow from a rear doorway and the cool, metallic gleam of displayed wares. The air was thick with the smells of hot oil, sharpening stone dust, and the ancient, comforting scent of seasoned wood. As his eyes adjusted, he saw a girl exiting past him towards the street. Her hair was styled in 2 practical, high buns, and she moved with a brisk, no-nonsense efficiency that reminded him of a hawk in flight. What truly caught his attention, however, was the sizable, official-looking bill clutched in her hand, a receipt for a substantial order. This wasn't a genin picking up a replacement kunai, this was a serious investment in armaments. The observation was filed away in the new, analytical part of his mind before he turned his focus to the shop's proprietor. Behind a counter scarred by decades of tools and transactions stood the man himself, Hagurashi. He was a mountain of muscle gone slightly to stone. His forearms, thick as young trees, were a tapestry of old burns and one particularly vicious, silvery scar that ran from elbow to wrist, a lifetime of wrestling white-hot metal etched into his skin. His eyes, deep set under a heavy brow, held the patient, assessing look of a man who judged the worth of people by the quality of the steel they sought. "Welcome to my shop," the man grunted, his voice like gravel shifting. "What do you want to buy?" There was no salesmanship, no false courtesy. It was a demand for purpose. Naruto, used to hostility but of a different, more sneering kind, was momentarily taken aback by the blunt, transactional force of the man's presence. But he quickly schooled his features into the same flat focus he used in training. This was business. "I'm looking for this kind of weapon," he stated, reaching into his pouch and withdrawing a carefully folded sheet of paper. He unfolded it and slid it across the counter. The drawing was detailed, the lines confident. It depicted not a sword, but a bow, a staff. Yet it was unorthodox. It was shorter than a traditional quarterstaff, designed to be wielded with one hand or two in close quarters. The most distinctive feature were the ends. They flared slightly, and the drawing specified intricate, weighted caps. But the central innovation was the middle section, which was drawn with a textured grip and subtle, reinforced knobs at precise intervals. Hagurashi studied the sketch for a long moment, his grizzled face impassive. "I wonder why you drew it like this," he mused, more to himself than to Naruto, tracing a thick finger over the reinforced midsection. "But regardless, it's right there." He gestured with a thumb towards the back wall, where leaning in a rack was the physical manifestation of Naruto's design. The wood was a deep, rich shinobi zu oak, already polished to a satin finish. It was exactly as drawn. Naruto felt a surge of excitement but kept it in check. I want the ends made out of steel. Tempered, with a slight bludgeoning edge. Not sharpened for cutting, but for impact. And the weighting needs to be perfectly balanced for the grip points here and here." He pointed to the drawing again, his tone shifting from customer to collaborator. Hagurashi's eyes flicked from the drawing to Naruto's face, the assessment deepening. He saw past the youthful features to the serious intent. This was not a whim. "All right," he conceded with a slow nod. "Custom forging and mounting. Come back in 3 days. Payment in full on delivery." "Okay," Naruto agreed. He produced a smaller pouch of ryo from his person, a down payment he'd prepared. "I'll buy the rest of the standard supplies when I come back for it." He nodded towards bundles of kunai, spools of wire, and packets of explosive tags displayed under glass. A curt grunt was his receipt. Without further ceremony, Naruto turned and left the shop, the dissonant iron bells marking his exit. The transaction, from entrance to departure, had taken less than 5 minutes. It was efficient, stark, and satisfying. He headed home through the midday crowds, his mind already leaping ahead. Now with that, he thought, the image of the custom bow clear in his mind, I will start training in it. A versatile weapon. Can keep distance, can block blades, the weighted ends can shatter bone, and the grip allows for close quarter locks and throws. It suits me. But a practical problem presented itself. But I wonder where to get the necessary scrolls for Bojutsu. The academy taught basic kata, but what he needed was advanced, combat-proven form styles that integrated with ninja movement, with shunshin, with the unpredictable flow of a real battle. The village library might have historical treatises, but not the gritty, effective battlefield manuals he required. Perhaps Kakashi-sensei, once training resumed, would have resources. Or perhaps, the answer lay in the same isolation that had served him so far. He would have to deconstruct the weapon's potential himself, use the Sharingan's analytical power to envision its applications, and forge his own style through the same brutal, clone-based trial and error that had mastered Sasuke's legacy. The weapon would be an extension of his body, its art would be an extension of his will. The search for scrolls was a valid path, but the resolve to write his own was already igniting within him. He walked on, the anticipation for the 3-day wait already transforming into plans for the first swing. 4 days later, the sun rose over Training Ground 7, painting the familiar clearing in a light that felt both old and new. Kakashi Hatake stood at its center, not lounging against a tree with his book, but upright, his posture radiating a silent, grim purpose. He felt the absence like a phantom limb. The cool, arrogant presence that should have been standing apart with crossed arms was now a permanent void. What remained of his squad were 2 children who had walked through fire and returned altered. The first to arrive was Naruto. Kakashi's single visible eye tracked him as he entered the clearing, and a flicker of surprise, quickly masked, passed through his gaze. This was not the boy in the blinding orange jumpsuit. He wore practical, durable black pants and standard-issue blue shinobi sandals. A dark blue shirt hugged his torso, emblazoned over the heart with a single, stark kanji, tem. It was a declaration, a memorial, and a challenge all in one. Over this, he wore a modified jacket that blended his signature orange with Uchiha blue, separated by aggressive black stripes, a visual fusion of his identities. His hair, longer, was pulled into a low, wild mane that reached the middle of his back, with 2 defiant bangs framing a face that had lost its childish roundness, replaced by hardened planes and a solemn set to his jaw. Most tellingly, strapped across his back was a custom-made bow staff, its oak shaft gleaming, its steel-capped ends promising brutal utility. Kakashi noted with a trained eye the subtle, constant fluctuation of chakra around the strap. The boy was unconsciously practicing advanced chakra control, using his own energy to secure the weapon, a testament to relentless, self-directed drilling. Sakura arrived moments later, her transformation equally pronounced. Her once freely flowing pink hair was now ruthlessly disciplined into a severe, tight bun at the back of her head, with only 2 strategic strands left to frame her face, a practical concession that also sharpened her features. Her forehead protector was worn plainly across her brow. She wore black pants and red shinobi sandals. A form-fitting red blouse was reinforced with tight bandages wrapped around her torso, suggesting both support for rigorous activity and a layer of light armor. Her hands were covered by black full-fingered gloves, the kind used for handling hazardous materials or for gaining a better grip in combat. She carried no visible sentiment, only a quiet, simmering readiness. Kakashi let out a low, approving hum. Ma, my students changed their look, Good for you. His tone was lighter than he felt, an attempt to bridge the gap to the people they were before. Good morning, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said, his voice steady and respectful, lacking its former explosive energy but carrying a deeper, more grounded weight. Sakura's greeting was an arched eyebrow and a dry observation. So you're not late, sensei. The old, fangirl tone was gone, replaced by a crisp, almost clinical note. Kakashi's visible eye crinkled, but the levity vanished as quickly as it came. His expression settled into one of stark, uncompromising seriousness. Anyway. He let the word hang, the air thickening with anticipation. I'll be putting you 2 under serious training. Like it or not. Naruto met his gaze without flinching, his onyx eyes burning with resolve. Bring it, Kakashi-sensei, he said, each word a hammer strike. I am ready for everything and anything. Yeah, Sakura affirmed, her voice quiet but ironclad, her gloved hands curling into fists at her sides. A faint, grim smile touched Kakashi's lips beneath his mask. Looks like you were ready. He paused, assessing them fully. So, what are we going to learn? He didn't wait for guesses. I know that you, Naruto, have activated the Sharingan. And somehow, you have assimilated Sasuke's core techniques. Sakura's head turned slightly towards Naruto, her analytical mind connecting dots: his sudden proficiency, the new gravity in his movements. There was no jealousy, only a sharpening of her own focus. So, Kakashi continued, I'll be assisting you in other training areas. Refining what you have, pushing it further, and filling the gaps that remain. His gaze shifted to Sakura. And Sakura, I know you have started assisting at the hospital and that you're looking into poisonous things. He said it carefully, acknowledging her path without judgment. I have been surveying you both, to see how Sasuke's demise would change you. Regardless of method, it shows maturity on your part. The small, acknowledging smiles they gave were not smiles of happiness, but of recognition, a soldier's acknowledgement of a commander who finally understood the war they were in. I'll be putting you under brutal physical conditioning. Your hand-to-hand combat will be rebuilt from the ground up. Both of you. And I'll be starting you on your chakra natures. Even though genin typically don't focus on this, I have special permission from the Hokage. Before they could process this, he produced two small, blank, off-white papers from his vest. Chakra paper, Sakura identified instantly, her studies manifesting. Oh, so you do know it. Good job, Kakashi said, genuinely impressed. He handed one to each of them. Sakura went first. Focusing, she channeled a thread of her chakra into the delicate sheet. It did not cut, burn, or soak. Instead, it wrinkled violently, then darkened, collapsing into a small lump of damp, rich-smelling earth and mud. Kakashi nodded. Earth nature. Surprising, but not illogical. Earth was solid, defensive, nurturing the foundation. It suited the new, unshakable resolve at her core, and it was the primary element for many advanced medical and barrier techniques. Then, all eyes turned to Naruto. He held the paper, concentrating. For a second, nothing happened. Then, with a soft snick, the paper split cleanly into two perfect halves. Before the pieces could flutter to the ground, one half spontaneously burst into bright, vigorous flames that consumed it in a blink. The other half crackled with a faint, visible energy, its surface crinkling and blackening as if struck by miniature lightning before disintegrating into ash. The clearing was utterly silent. Kakashi's one visible eye widened, the shock breaking through his usual placid demeanor. Wind, fire, and lightning, three affinities. The fire was expected, given the legacy he carried. The wind, that was his birthright, the heritage of his father, the fourth Hokage. But the lightning, that was a wild card, a powerful and rare synergy. It was a trifecta of immense offensive potential. Whoa, Naruto breathed, staring at the ashes in his palm, feeling the truth of it resonate within his newly complex chakra. Kakashi schooled his expression, the strategic implications already cascading in his mind. So, he said, his voice measured. I can pass on my technique to you, after all. For a fleeting, painful second, Kakashi's mind betrayed him. Maybe it would have been Sasuke. A natural fit for the Chidori with his lightning affinity. The thought of the proud Uchiha heir, of the training that never was a ghostly pang. He was snapped back to the present by Naruto's voice, sharp with intent. What technique is that? Kakashi looked at the boy, the container of the nine tails, the bearer of the Sharingan, the inheritor of a brother's vengeance, and now, the wielder of triplicate chakra nature. The path ahead was fraught with peril, for student and teacher alike. You'll find out later, Kakashi said, his eye crinkling again, but this time with the weight of a solemn oath. The first lesson had not even begun, and the future of the new Team 7 had already been irrevocably set onto a darker, more electrifying path. The gauntlet was not just thrown, it was crackling with lethal energy. Kakashi gave a slow, deliberate nod, the brief moment of revelation about Naruto's chakra nature settling into the grim bedrock of his new training regimen. With that out of the way, he said, his voice losing its instructive tone and shifting into one of pure command, let's move on to the hard things. Before he could continue, a hand sliced through the air with precise, formal motion. Sakura. Her expression was not one of uncertainty, but of strategic inquiry. Sensei, I was going to ask you how to raise my chakra reserves. I know they are a little low. She stated it as a clinical fact, a measurable deficiency in her system, like a weak muscle group. There was no self-pity, only a demand for the methodology to correct it. Kakashi's visible eye fixed on her, approving of the directness. I was going to cover that in detail during your individual conditioning, but I will explain the principle now. He crossed his arms, his posture that of a lecturer on the most vital of sciences. As you know, chakra is synthesized from two components, the spiritual energy of the mind, your will, your consciousness, your yin, and the physical energy of the body's trillion cells, your stamina, your vitality, your yang. To increase the reservoir, you must expand both sources and improve the efficiency of their fusion. He gestured towards the forest surrounding the training ground. You can meditate. Not the empty-minded relaxation of a civilian, but focused, intense meditation. Visualize your chakra pathways. Will them to expand. Strain your mind to its limit, crafting and holding complex chakra constructs in your imagination until you have a headache. That builds the spiritual component. His gaze then swept over her physically conditioned form. Concurrently, you train your body to exhaustion. Push past your limits. Break down muscle, strain ligaments, flood your system with lactic acid. Your body, in its desperate bid to adapt and survive, will generate more physical energy. But the key, he emphasized, holding up a finger, is the synthesis. You must then use your chakra. Push it to its absolute edge, not to the point of total exhaustion and collapse, which risks damaging your coils, but to the very brink. Run tree walking until you slip, not from lack of skill, but because the well is almost dry. Practice your medical diagnostics or genjutsu until your vision blurs and your fingers tremble. It is at that precipice, in that state of extreme demand, that your system receives the signal, more is required. And if you nourish it properly and rest deeply, it will answer. It is a slow, grueling, and often painful process of forced evolution. Sakura absorbed every word, her mind already categorizing the information, slotting it into the training schedule she mentally maintained. She gave a sharp, acknowledging nod. The path was clear, and its difficulty was irrelevant. Kakashi then turned his piercing gaze to Naruto, who stood with a stillness that was somehow more intense than any movement. As for you, Naruto, you need control. A lot of it. The statement was monumental in its simplicity. Naruto met his sensei's eye, his onyx gaze unwavering. I know, he said, the two words heavy with the frustration of countless leaves that would not stick, of fireballs that were too large, of a chakra sea so dense and potent that shaping it felt like trying to carve marble with his bare hands. He knew it in his bones, in his strained coils, in the very air around him that still sometimes crackled with his barely leashed power. Kakashi saw the understanding, and the profound challenge it represented. Naruto's problem was the diametric opposite of Sakura's, yet just as severe. He wasn't trying to fill a pond, he was trying to build precision irrigation channels through a hydroelectric dam that was constantly on the verge of overflowing. The addition of Sasuke's refined, yin-heavy chakra had only made the internal torrent more complex and volatile. Right, Kakashi said, the word a period on the preliminaries. The theory was established. The deficiencies were identified. The monumental scale of the task was laid bare before them. He took a single step back, his posture shifting subtly into one of readiness. The air in Training Ground 7 seemed to grow heavier, charged with the promise of sweat, pain, and incremental, hard-won progress. The easy days of D-rank missions and casual tests were a fossilized memory. With that said, Kakashi Hatake announced, his voice dropping into a low, relentless register that brooked no argument and promised no respite, let's begin. The two words were not an invitation. They were a detonation. They marked the end of one life and the violent, compulsory start of another. For Sakura, it was the beginning of the forging of her will. For Naruto, it was the commencement of the titanic struggle to master his storm. For Kakashi, it was the first, necessary step in keeping his final promise to the dead, by making the living too strong, too skilled, and too resilient to ever need to make such a sacrifice again. The new Team 7's true training had arrived, and it began not with a shout, but with the grim, quiet certainty of a descent into a forge. What followed was not training in any sense the word was commonly understood. It was systematic dismantling. It was a calculated, merciless assault on the physical limits of two 13-year-old bodies, orchestrated by a man who had long mastered the art of transforming agony into ability. Kakashi Hatake became less a sensei and more a force of nature, a silent, implacable engine of exertion, a hard ass. There were no explanations beyond the initial, brutal logic. Push-ups until their arms trembled and collapsed beneath them, only to be ordered into the next set the moment their chests hit the dirt. Laps around the entire perimeter of Konoha, not at a jog, but at a punishing, sustained run that burned lungs and turned leg muscles into blocks of screaming lead. Sit-ups until their abdominal muscles felt shredded, flutter kicks until their cores were numb pools of fire. Squats, burpees, pull-ups on a hastily erected bar, a relentless circuit of pure, unadulterated physical taxation. The body is the crucible, Kakashi intoned during a rare 5-second water break, his voice devoid of its usual lazy affect, replaced by the cold timbre of a drill instructor. Chakra is the alloy forged within it. Without a vessel of iron, the finest steel will shatter it. This is not optional. This is foundational. For Naruto, the purpose was twofold, explained in clipped, strategic bursts as the boy gasped for air. Your Sharingan will show you the path, Kakashi stated, watching Naruto struggle through a set of one-armed push-ups, his new eyes narrowed in fierce concentration. But if your body cannot move along that path fast enough, the sight is useless. It becomes a taunt. We are building the raw physical speed and explosive power to act on what you see. Your nervous system must learn to fire at the speed of your perception. Every burning sprint, every grueling plyometric jump, was a lesson in closing the gap between thought and action, between the red-lined prediction of the Sharingan and the muscle fiber response required to capitalize on it. The dense, potent chakra within him fueled a formidable endurance, but Kakashi pushed him beyond even that, forcing his body to adapt to stresses it had never known, to become a weapon capable of wielding the hyper-awareness it now housed. For Sakura, the calculus was different, but the suffering was equal. Your mind is sharp. Your control is exemplary, Kakashi acknowledged as she finished a lap, her face pale but set, sweat plastering the strategic strands of hair to her cheeks. But your furnace is small. To generate more chakra, more of the physical energy component, you must stoke the fire. You must break the body down so it rebuilds itself stronger. Every ounce of muscle you forge, every iota of cardiovascular stamina you claw for, translates directly into a larger reservoir of physical energy to convert. Strength, stamina, speed, they are not just for combat. They are the very foundation of your chakra potential. Her lagging behind Naruto during the village runs was not a mark of failure in Kakashi's eyes, it was data. It showed the current limit of her physical engine, and each day she pushed that limit a meter farther, a second longer, was a victory. She never complained. When her legs felt like water and her vision spotted, she would simply bite the inside of her cheek, focus on the rhythm of her own ragged breath, and drive forward. The memory of her paralysis on the bridge was a lash at her back, more motivating than any of Kakashi's commands. 3 weeks passed in a blur of agonized routine. Sunrise to sunset, their world contracted to the burn of muscles, the taste of copper in their mouths, the blessed relief of cool water, and the hard ground of the training ground. They ate meals that were calculated for caloric and nutritional reload, not pleasure. Sleep was a black, dreamless pit of recovery. And through it all, they did not waver. Naruto's earlier, boisterous determination had been compressed into a silent, diamond-hard focus. The grimace of effort was permanent on his features, but his eyes held a blazing light that saw past the pain, toward the speed and power he was being promised. He would finish a set, gasp for air, and his gaze would immediately find Kakashi, wordlessly demanding the next task. Sakura's resolve was quieter, but no less formidable. There were moments, especially in the final miles of a run or the last few repetitions of a brutal set, where her body screamed for surrender. Her muscles would tremble violently, her form would degrade. Yet, in her eyes, there was no hint of quit. There was only a cold, analytical fury, a war she waged against her own physiology. She would lag, but she would not stop. She would stumble, but she would rise. Her silence was filled with the roaring promise she had made to herself, never again. Kakashi observed this, day after grueling day. He offered no praise for their perseverance, that was now the baseline expectation. Instead, he measured their progress in the subtle metrics, the slight increase in Naruto's sprint velocity, the marginal improvement in Sakura's lap time, the hardening definition of muscle where softness had been. They were being broken down, not in spirit, but in form. And from the ashes of their old physical limits, new, tougher, more capable bodies were being built, frame by painful frame, breath by ragged breath. The crucible was merciless, but within it, the first raw ingots of their future strength were beginning to take shape. The path of the shinobi was paved with chakra and will, but the road to that path was built with sweat, tears, and the silent, unyielding refusal to break. The brutal physical regimen was the spine of their new existence, but it was not the entirety of it. Kakashi, in his relentless calculus, understood that the body was only one battlefield. To forge truly formidable shinobi, the mind and spirit required equal, concurrent siege. And his students, driven by their own private furnaces of purpose, refused to let any hour lie fallow. While the dawn to dusk hours belonged to Kakashi's gauntlet of stamina and strength, the edges of the day, the pale, quiet hours before first light and the deep, hushed period after dusk became the domain of personal, obsessive refinement. For Naruto, the problem of his new weapon was an equation that demanded solving. The custom bow was a tool of immense potential, but a tool without a manual is merely a club. He could not rely on Kakashi for everything, some knowledge he had to procure himself. During a precious half-day of mandated rest that felt like agonizing idleness, he did not sleep. He bathed, changed into clean, nondescript clothes, and presented himself at the Hokage's administrative office, not as a grieving genin but as a shinobi petitioning for resources. His request was specific, polite, and strategically framed. He did not ask for the secret, clan-hoarded scrolls of the Sarutobi's famed staff techniques, nor the esoteric, chakra-conducting manuals of the guard platoon. He asked for the foundational archives, the standard-issue Konoha Bojutsu fundamentals, the historical survey of polearm combat in the wars, and the basic principles of leverage and kinetic transfer. These were the textbooks, the theory behind the muscle memory. They were not restricted, but they were also not commonly sought by genin more interested in flashier ninjutsu. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, heard the request from a Chunin clerk and felt a complex twist of emotions: pride at the boy's proactive discipline, a pang for the desperate need driving it, and a scholar's appreciation for the methodological approach. He authorized the release personally. That evening, under the glow of a single lamp in his apartment, Naruto's world expanded beyond chakra drills and aching muscles. He studied geometric diagrams of striking angles, the physics of pivots and fulcrums, and the philosophy of using an opponent's strength against them. The dense text merged with the tactile memory of the staff on his back and the predictive lines of the Sharingan in his mind, beginning to form the blueprint of a unique, hybrid style. For Sakura, her other training was a silent, shadow curriculum running parallel to the hospital shifts and poison research. In the deep quiet of her room, her focus shifted from the body's breakdown to the mind's expansion. She began intense, deliberate meditation, not for peace, but for strain. She would visualize her chakra network with terrifying anatomical precision, then will the imaginary pathways to dilate, to strengthen, to become conduits for a greater torrent. She practiced fine chakra control exercises with needles and threads, not for sewing, but to forge neural pathways of exquisite command. She reread her genjutsu theory, now cross-referencing it with her medical knowledge of the nervous system, seeking the precise chakra frequencies to disrupt synaptic signals or hijack sensory input. Her lagging physical stamina was a problem to be solved, and she attacked the source, her spiritual energy generation, with the same relentless analysis she applied to a toxicological puzzle. And then, at the beginning of the third grueling week, Kakashi introduced a new, parallel layer of torment: elemental nature transformation. Gathered by a small, clear stream at the edge of Training Ground 7, their bodies still humming with the day's fatigue, Kakashi presented the next mountain. Chakra is neutral energy, he explained, holding a leaf on his palm. To make it do something, to cut, to burn, to erode, you must impress your will upon it, give it a nature. He demonstrated, and the leaf split cleanly down the middle with a faint snick. Wind. Precise, sharp, relentless. He then turned to the stream. Sakura, your earth nature is about stability, endurance, and consuming. He placed a leaf on the water's surface. Sakura, her mind already weaving the theory with her medical understanding of density and molecular cohesion, focused. Her chakra, still modest in volume but wielded with surgeon's precision, coated the leaf. It did not sink dramatically, it grew waterlogged, heavy, and slowly dissolved, its fibers breaking down and mingling with the silt at the bottom. It was a slow, deliberate act of consumption. Earth was not always a wall, sometimes, it was a quiet, patient entropy. Thus, their lives became a brutal trinity: the hellish crucible of the body under the sun, the quiet, intense forge of the mind and spirit in solitude, and the delicate, frustrating art of bending the very essence of their energy to an elemental will. They moved through their days in a cycle of exertion, study, and focused strain, each discipline feeding into and compounding the others. They were no longer just training, they were undergoing a total, immersive reconstruction. And in the shimmer of heat over the training ground, in the silent pages of a scroll, and in the dissolving leaf in a stream, the shinobi who would inherit a brother's eyes and a village's shadows were being built, layer by agonizing layer. 3.5 months of relentless, sun-up to sundown reconstruction had etched itself into their very beings. The softness of youth had been burned away in the forge of Kakashi's regimen, replaced by a honed, quiet readiness. When Naruto walked through the village streets towards the familiar bridge, their designated meeting point for the new phase of training, he moved with a predator's loose-limbed grace. His custom bow was a silent presence on his back, secured not by mere straps, but by a subconscious, constant thread of chakra, a testament to months of dual-focused conditioning. His new, sharpened senses, amplified by the dormant Sharingan and relentless drills, caught a flicker of observation from the mouth of a shaded alley. A boy, pale as parchment with jet black hair and a smile that was a perfect, empty curve, watched him. The gaze was analytical, dissecting, devoid of human warmth. Naruto's onyx eyes slid over the figure without acknowledgement and moved on. Strangers with vacant smiles were low on his list of concerns. He had a brother's legacy to uphold and a sensei's grueling standards to meet. He arrived at the bridge to find Sakura already there, a picture of focused tranquility. She sat on the railing, a thick, well-thumbed tome open on her lap. Flora of the marshlands, toxic and medicinal properties. The severe bun was in place, her gloved fingers tracing a diagram of a capillary system in a leaf. The once gangling girl had filled out with lean, cable-like muscle, her posture radiating a calm, coiled strength. Morning, Sakura-chan, Naruto said, his voice now a deeper, more grounded rumble. Sakura glanced up, her green eyes holding a familiar sharpness but none of the old fluster. Hello, she replied, her tone even, before returning her gaze to her book. A comfortable, earned silence settled between them, born of shared hardship and mutual, unspoken understanding. They had sweated, bled, and pushed each other through the crucible. Words were often superfluous. Naruto busied himself inspecting one of his new custom kunai, a sleek, deadly thing with a unique double-tip design for specialized penetration, a project from Hagarashi's forge he'd been refining. The piece was shattered not by a sound, but by a sudden, silent disturbance in the air. A serpent, wrought not from flesh but from flowing, violent black ink, materialized from the shadow of the bridge and lunged for Naruto's exposed neck. He didn't turn. His head didn't move. His right hand, holding the kunai, simply flicked out in a short, devastating arc. The ink serpent's head separated from its body, dissolving into a harmless splash of dark droplets on the wooden planks before the rest of the construct dissipated. Sakura snapped her book shut with a decisive thump, sliding off the railing into a ready crouch, her medical text vanishing into a pouch. Her eyes scanned the surroundings, cold and analytical. "It seems you have good reflexes," a smooth, toneless voice observed. Sai emerged from the treeline at the bridge's end, his painted smile unwavering. "But is that all?" Without waiting for an answer, his hands moved. Two lions, sculpted from the same aggressive ink, burst from the scroll in his hands. They were not clumsy drawings, they moved with terrifying speed and coordinated ferocity, one leaping for Naruto's chest, the other circling to flank Sakura. Naruto didn't retreat. He exploded upwards, clearing the first lion's pounce. As he ascended, his left hand shot down, not to attack, but to seize the second lion by its inky tail as it passed beneath him. Using its own momentum, he whipped the construct around in a full circle and launched it like a living missile straight at Sakura. Sakura didn't flinch. She stepped into the trajectory. Her black-gloved hands, held before her in tight fists, suddenly flushed with a deep, rocky brown as earth nature chakra hardened over her knuckles and forearms. She didn't dodge the ink beast, she met it with two short, devastating jabs. The first punch stopped its charge dead. The second shattered its form entirely, exploding it into a cloud of black mist that settled on the ground like strange rain. It was a display of fearsome, economical power, Earth style, used not for defense, but for concentrated, obliterating offense. Sai's smile didn't falter. If anything, it seemed to tighten. In a fluid motion, he drew the tanto from his back. The polished steel gleamed dully in the morning light. He didn't speak another word, he simply charged Naruto, his movement a blur of efficient, lethal intent. Naruto grunted, a sound of pure focus. With a thought, he severed the chakra thread holding his staff. It dropped into his waiting right hand in a seamless, practiced motion. He met Sai's charge. The clash of steel on seasoned oak rang out across the water. For several seconds, it was a whirlwind. Naruto's style was a hybrid monster Uchiha interception and flow merged with his own brutal, overwhelming power and the sweeping, leverage-based principles of his Bojutsu study. But Sai was a revelation. His Kenjutsu was flawless, a product of brutal, amoral efficiency. Every parry was minimal, every thrust aimed at a vital point, every feint believable. He was technically superior, pressing Naruto with a cold, relentless precision that spoke of a lifetime dedicated solely to the art of killing. They broke apart after a furious exchange, both breathing slightly harder. Sai didn't let the distance last. His free hand flew to the scroll at his hip. A swarm of inked snakes, dozens of them, erupted and streaked towards Naruto in a chaotic, enveloping wave. Naruto's left hand formed a single-handed seal ram. At the same time, he hurled his staff straight into the heart of the swarm. But this was no mere throw. As the staff left his hand, it began to spin like a drill, and across its oak shaft, small, fierce arcs of blue-white lightning crackled to life with a sound like tearing paper. Chidori-inspired chakra flow, applied not to a hand, but to a weapon. The lightning-wreathed staff tore through the ink swarm like a sunbeam through fog, vaporizing the constructs instantly in pops of ozone and sped chakra. Its momentum spent, it completed its arc and, guided by a subtle application of wind nature chakra Naruto had woven into the throw, spun back towards him in a graceful, returning curve. He caught it without looking, the lightning subsiding. Sakura chose that moment to move. She hadn't been idle. While Naruto dealt with the swarm, she had infused her discarded medical text with a dense shell of earth nature chakra. It was no longer a book, it was a bludgeon with the density of a river stone. She hurled it not at Sai, but at the tree just behind him, predicting a dodge. Sai, sensing the projectile, sidestepped with elegant ease. The book shot missed him by inches and slammed into the thick trunk of a training post pine with a sickening crunch thud. It didn't bounce off. It embedded itself 3 inches deep into the wood, splintering the bark and leaving the tome half buried, pages fluttering. It was a terrifying demonstration of control, taking a harmless object and, through chakra alone, transforming it into a siege weapon. Before the first splinter hit the ground, before a word of challenge or question could be exchanged, a lazy drawl cut through the tension. Ma, ma, ma. Kakashi Hatake emerged from the treeline on the bridge, his single eye crinkled in a smile that didn't reach the rest of his face. He looked at the scene, the dissipating ink stains, the lightly smoking staff in Naruto's hand, the book embedded in the tree, and the three genin locked in a silent, hostile triangle. What an exceptional clash of genin, he remarked, his tone dripping with a faux casualness that did nothing to mask the sharp appraisal in his gaze. The first, unscripted test of the new dynamic was over. The results were written in ink, lightning, and splintered wood. The air on the bridge, still tinged with the ozone scent of discharged lightning and the faint, acrid smell of spent ink, hung thick with unspoken challenge. Sakura's earth-infused book remained grotesquely lodged in the tree, a silent testament to the violence that had just crackled through the peaceful morning. Naruto held his staff loosely, the last blue-white sparks fading from the steel caps, his onyx eyes fixed on the pale newcomer with a gaze that was no longer just wary, but coldly analytical. Sai himself had resheathed his tanto, his painted smile back in its perfect, placid place, as if the attempted decapitation and swarm attack had been a mere handshake. Into this frozen tableau, Kakashi's languid pronouncement dropped like a stone. Now, he said, his voice cutting through the tension with deliberate nonchalance, this is Sai. Your new teammate. The words were simple. Their impact was seismic. For Naruto, it was as if the world tilted slightly on its axis. Teammate. The word was sacred, forged in the blood of the land of waves, sealed in the darkness of a hospital room with a brother's last breath. It belonged to Sasuke. It belonged to Sakura. It was a title earned through shared suffering, through mutual, grudging respect that had deepened into unbreakable loyalty. This smiling phantom with ink for blood and emptiness in his eyes was an obscene replacement. The cold analysis in Naruto's gaze heated into a spark of something dangerous, not the old, loud outrage, but a deep, protective fury that thrummed in his newly dense chakra. His grip on the bow tightened infinitesimally. For Sakura, the announcement triggered a different, but equally fierce, calculus. Her mind, always processing, instantly shifted from combat assessment to strategic threat analysis. This, Sai, was not a genin. His techniques were too refined, his killing intent too clinical, his demeanor too detached from normal human interaction. He was an insert, a tool placed into their dynamic. Her eyes flicked from Sai's hollow smile to Kakashi's carefully neutral face, then to Naruto's tense posture. Her resolve, the one forged in grief and dedicated to becoming Naruto's shield, hardened into a new, immediate objective: evaluate. Contain. Protect. This new variable had to be managed, its purpose understood, and its potential to harm her remaining precious person neutralized. Sai, for his part, offered a shallow, perfectly measured bow. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, he said, the words correct, the tone utterly devoid of any genuine pleasure. I look forward to working with you both to strengthen the team. His eyes lingered for a fraction of a second too long on Naruto, specifically on his eyes, before sliding to Sakura, taking in her gloves, her posture, the embedded book. He was gathering data, just as they were. Kakashi observed the silent storm of reactions swirling between his three students. He saw Naruto's simmering, honor-bound rejection, Sakura's icy analytical guard, and Sai's robotic compliance. This was the fracture line, the fault upon which the new Team 7 would either be built or would shatter. I know it's sudden, Kakashi continued, his tone losing its feigned laziness, becoming one of blunt command. But the composition of a three-man cell is non-negotiable for operational viability. Sai comes highly recommended from specialized training programs. He will fill the vacancy. He let the word vacancy hang in the air, a stark, brutal reminder of the ghost that would forever occupy the space where a fourth should stand. Your little spar was informative. Naruto, your integration of elemental chakra flow into a weapon is crude but shows terrifying promise. Sakura, your chakra control and application of earth nature for targeted offense is exceptional. Sai, your ink techniques and kenjutsu are of Jonin-level precision, if somewhat impersonal. He stepped forward, his presence expanding to dominate the bridge. The dynamics have changed. The training intensifies from today. You will learn to function as a unit with him. You will cover his weaknesses, and he will cover yours. Like it or not, Kakashi said, his lone eye piercing each of them in turn, he is part of Team 7 now. Your first team exercise with your new teammate begins in 1 hour. Be ready. With that, he turned and shunshined away in a swirl of leaves, leaving the three genin alone in the aftermath of the announcement and the fight. The silence that followed was heavier than before, now loaded with bureaucracy, loss, and a deep, mutual distrust. The bridge was no longer just a meeting place. It had become the shaky, contested ground zero of a painfully reassembled team, where the legacy of a fallen brother stared across a chasm at the empty smile of a stranger who had been ordered to take his place. The real training, it seemed, was no longer just about strength and skill, but about navigating this new, chilling reality. The forced pleasantries hung in the air like a bad smell. Sai's declaration, "It's nice to meet you, I'll be your new teammate," was delivered with a smile so meticulously crafted it seemed painted on porcelain, devoid of any warmth or genuine sentiment. Naruto's response was a single, explosive sound of pure disgust from the back of his throat. Tch. It was more than a dismissal, it was an expulsion of the very idea. Sakura's analysis was colder, sharper, a surgeon's blade. HNN. What an introduction, she stated, her green eyes dissecting him from head to toe. You were close to being scraped off the ground. Her words weren't a boast, they were a factual report on the outcome of his failed ambush. Sai merely responded with a soft, airy chuckle. Hem. The sound was as artificial as his smile, a programmed response to social friction. Naruto's patience, always a short fuse, now burned with the intensity of a sun. He took a half-step forward, the air around him growing heavier with the density of his chakra. You better get that fake smile off your face, he growled, his voice low and venomous, or I will do it for you. Sai's painted smile didn't waver. His empty eyes flickered to Naruto's onyx gaze, then down, as if recalling a file. The owner of those eyes, he remarked, his tone casually observational, would have. The effect was instantaneous and devastating. Sakura gasped a sharp, involuntary intake of breath, the first true crack in her composed facade since the funeral. Her gloved hand flew to her mouth, her eyes wide with a horror that was part memory, part outrage at the violation. She stared at Sai as if he'd just desecrated a grave. Naruto didn't move. He looked down, the longer bangs of his mane shadowing his face, obscuring his expression. But his knuckles on the staff were white. The air grew cold. Take that back, he said, the words barely a whisper, yet they carried the weight of a tectonic plate shifting. Sai tilted his head, a parody of curiosity. You must be stupid or something. What should I take, ba? The word was obliterated by a sound like a muffled gong. Ooh off. Sai's eyes bulged, his perfect composure shattered into genuine, pained surprise. He looked down. The steel-capped end of Naruto's bow was buried deep in his solar plexus. There had been no flashy movement, no telegraphed wind-up. It was a thrust of pure, brutal efficiency, born of rage and 1,000 hours of drilling the Uchiha's interceptive style. The fake smile was finally gone, replaced by a grimace of shock and agony as the air was violently expelled from his lungs. Naruto, a snarl twisting his features, began to pivot, the staff pulling back for a truly devastating follow-through swing that would have surely shattered bone. But before the motion could complete, Sakura was there. Not in front of him, but at his side, her earth-reinforced hands clamping onto his arm and the shaft of the staff with surprising strength. Don't, Naruto, she hissed, her voice urgent in his ear. You'll send him to the hospital. The logical part of her mind screamed that this intruder deserved it, but the strategist, the protector, knew a severe assault on an officially assigned teammate no matter how repulsive would have consequences Kakashi and the Hokage could not overlook. It would derail everything. From the tree line at the edge of the clearing, Sai's voice came again, smooth and unbothered. Send who to the hospital? Naruto and Sakura froze. Naruto's head whipped around. The Sai before him, the one still doubled over from the gut strike, was dissolving. Its form slumped, not into a puff of smoke, but into a puddle of thick, black ink that spread across the wooden planks of the bridge. An ink clone. A supremely convincing one, down to the mockery and the pained expression. The real Sai stepped calmly from the shadows of the trees, his smile back in place, pristine and infuriating. I thought you would be more skilled, he mused, brushing a non-existent speck of dust from his sleeve. But I think I overestimated you. Letting emotion cloud your perception so completely. A shinobi should be better than that. Naruto wrenched his arm from Sakura's grip, his fury now a cold, simmering geyser. He stared at the puddle of ink, then at the unscathed boy in the trees. The insult, the manipulation, the casual cruelty towards Sasuke's memory, and now this. Tactical humiliation. Tch, he spat again, the sound dripping with a new, profound contempt. Arrogant bastard. The line was irrevocably drawn. This was not a teammate. This was an adversary who had been placed in their midst. And as Naruto stood there, his stolen eyes burning with a brother's pride and his own furious hurt, and Sakura positioned herself subtly between him and the new threat, the foundational truth of the new Team 7 was laid bare. It was not a team of 3, but a wary alliance of 2, with a dangerous, smiling unknown forced into the space where trust and brotherhood were supposed to reside. The first real battle had already been lost, not on strength but on emotional sabotage and cruel precision. Author's notes. Hello, wonderful readers. First and foremost, thank you for taking the time to read Naruto, Combined Legacies. This story has been a labor of passion, and knowing that there are people out there enjoying the journey of Naruto, Sakura, Sai, and the rest of this reimagined world means more than I can properly express. Support the story. If you are enjoying Naruto, Combined Legacies so far, you can always check out the latest updates and chapters over on my P4 Your support, whether financial or simply by being a presence in the community, gives me the strength and motivation to keep producing this story. Writing is a solitary craft, but knowing that others are sharing in the adventure makes every word worth it. Connect with me. By joining the, again, completely free, no pressure, no obligations, you can help me connect with you, my readers, on a deeper level. I want to know what you're enjoying, what you'd like to see more of, and where you think the story should go. Your feedback shapes the narrative, and your needs are my priority. 6 Paths Theorist. https://6 Paths Theorist. Cared. Co. You can find me on P4 under the name 6 Paths Theorist or use the link above. Remove the spaces for direct access. The membership is free, so feel free to drop in, say hello, and join the conversation. Chapter 5, The New Team 7 Part 3. Chapter 3, Part 3. The air in the Hokage's office was thick with the scent of aged tobacco and the weight of difficult decisions. Sunlight streamed through the large window, illuminating the dust motes dancing over piles of scrolls, but it did little to dispel the somber mood. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood by the window, his back to the room, watching the ant-like bustle of the village below. He did not turn as the air subtly distorted behind him, and Kakashi Hatake materialized in the center of the room with the softest whisper of displaced air. How did they handle it, Kakashi? Hiruzen asked, his voice a low rumble that held not just curiosity, but a deep, weary concern. He finally turned, his aged eyes settling on his elite Jonin. The lines on his face seemed deeper today, carved by the burdens of leadership and the ghosts of past compromises. There is a reason why I waited so long to introduce him. Kakashi remained by the door, his posture deceptively relaxed, but his single visible eye was sharp, replaying the scene on the bridge in crisp, clinical detail. As expected, Hokage-sama. And precisely as you feared. He stepped forward, his hands slipping into his pockets. Naruto's reaction was primal, protective. He saw Sai not as a replacement, which is impossible, but as an insult to the very concept of teammate. Sasuke's legacy is a sacred burden to him, Sai's presence is a profanity. He was provoked instantly, and when Sai deliberately referenced the owner of those eyes, Naruto attacked with lethal intent. It was only Sakura's intervention that prevented a crippling injury. Kakashi paused. To a perfect ink clone, of course. The real Sai was observing from the tree line. Hiruzen closed his eyes for a moment, a faint sigh escaping him. Danzo's methods. Provoke, assess, expose weakness. All under the guise of a greeting. Exactly, Kakashi confirmed, his tone flat. Sai's performance was a masterclass in psychological warfare tailored specifically for them. He identified the raw nerve Sasuke's memory and struck it with precision. He then exposed Naruto's greatest remaining vulnerability, his heart. His loyalty, which is his greatest strength, is also a glaring tactical flaw when manipulated by a detached operative like Sai. And Sakura? Hiruzen prompted, leaning forward on his desk. Sakura was fascinating, Kakashi said, a note of grim admiration in his voice. Her initial reaction was pure, cold analysis. She assessed him as a threat vector first, a person second. When Sai made his comment, she was visibly shaken. It was the most emotional reaction I've seen from her since the funeral, but she did not freeze. She processed the outrage, then immediately moved to contain the fallout. She physically restrained Naruto from making a catastrophic mistake. Her priority was crystal clear: protect the team's operational viability and protect Naruto from himself. She is building a fortress around him, and she already sees Sai as a siege engine to be studied and neutralized. Hiruzen nodded slowly, steepling his fingers. So, the foundation is one of hostility and profound distrust. Not a team, but a guarded triangle. Yes, Kakashi said. The weight you enforced allowed Naruto and Sakura to solidify their bond, to forge their new resolves in the fire of shared training. That bond is now ironclad. Introducing Sai earlier might have allowed for a slower, perhaps more malleable integration. Now, he is irrevocably the outsider, the interloper. They are a unit of two, with a third, hostile component grafted on by order. It was the only choice, Hiruzen said, his voice heavy with the conviction of a man who had weighed every terrible option. Had I introduced Sai immediately, in the raw aftermath of Wave, the grief might have swallowed him whole, or they might have been too broken to present a unified resistance. This way, Naruto and Sakura have found their footing. They have a cause each other, and Sasuke's memory. They are stronger now, not just in skill, but in purpose. Sai's integration will be a war of attrition, not a simple melding. But they are now strong enough to potentially survive that war, and perhaps even shape its outcome. He looked at Kakashi, his gaze unwavering. Your task, more difficult than any S-rank mission, is to forge a functional weapon from these fractured pieces. To make them capable of acting as one, even if they never trust as one. Sai is a tool of root, placed to monitor the Jinchuriki and the Sharingan. Naruto and Sakura are your students, carrying the will of fire, however changed. You must be the anvil upon which these conflicting metals are hammered into something that can protect this village, without letting any one piece break the others. Kakashi met his Hokage's gaze, the weight of the assignment settling onto his shoulders. He had lost one student to the village's darkness and its tragedies. Now, he was being asked to shepherd two more through a political and emotional minefield, with a human landmine as their companion. Understood, he said, the word of vow. The reason for the wait was clear. It wasn't for Sai's benefit. It was to give Naruto and Sakura the strength to endure his presence. The real test of the new Team 7 had not begun with tree walking or fireballs. It had begun with a puddle of black ink and a wound that had nothing to do with the body, and everything to do with the soul of a team forever haunted by its missing piece. The afternoon sun beat down on Training Ground 7, but a deeper chill had taken root there, one that physical heat could not dispel. Kakashi's return to his newly minted and deeply fractured squad was marked by a shift in his demeanor. The casual laziness was a discarded skin. In its place was the focused, relentless authority of a field commander attempting a near-impossible salvage operation. He launched into a series of forced, grueling teamwork exercises. 3-man formation drills, where the slightest misstep by one would result in a punishing, synchronized counterattack from Kakashi himself. Coordinated ambush simulations where communication was supposed to be silent and seamless. Relay races with weighted logs that required perfect, alternating chakra reinforcement to prevent collapse. It was an anomaly. For the past 3 months, Kakashi had watched in silent, profound astonishment as Naruto's potential didn't just grow, it detonated. The boy's body and mind seemed to have been unlocked, or perhaps overridden, by the traumatic inheritance he carried. Techniques that should have taken months of diligent practice were absorbed in weeks, days even. The foundational principles of wind nature, a notoriously difficult and abstract transformation, were being grasped with an intuitive speed that bordered on the eerie. His physical adaptation to the Sharingan's demands was accelerating at a geometric rate. It was as if Sasuke's chakra, his knowledge, his very aptitude, had not just been transferred, but had catalyzed something latent within Naruto, creating a synergy that was unnerving in its efficiency. The boy wasn't just learning, he was assimilating, metabolizing skill at a pace that defied every known pedagogical model in Konoha. But the terrifying potential was now irrelevant. It was a roaring inferno that was begging to snuff out. The exercises were a disaster. A masterclass in dysfunction. Every drill designed to foster unity instead became a battleground for a cold, simmering war. Naruto and Sai verbally clashed at every conceivable opportunity. It was not the loud, childish bickering of the past. It was sharp, acidic, and lethal in its precision. When Sai executed a flawless, solitary takedown of a training post during a formation drill, neglecting to cover Sakura's prescribed flank, Naruto's voice would cut through the dust. Showing off for an audience of one. The log isn't impressed by your pretty strokes, fake. Sai, resetting his stance, would reply without looking, his smile in place. Efficiency is preferable to theatrical coordination. Your brother would understood the value of decisive, individual action. Or have you forgotten his final move so soon? The barb would land, a needle dipped in memory toxin. Naruto's chakra would spike, the air around him growing heavy and hot. Only a sharp, warning glance from Sakura or a sudden, punishing gust of wind style from Kakashi aimed at his feet would break the building confrontation. During a communication exercise where they were supposed to use hand signals, Sai would invent a slight, technically permissible variation. Naruto would refuse to acknowledge it. We're not using your made-up code, ink brain. Use the standard signs or get out of the formation. Adaptation is the core of shinobi survival, Sai would counter, his tone clinically calm. Rigid adherence to outdated patterns gets people killed. I have the mission reports to prove it. The implication that his reports included the one from Wave hung unspoken but deafening in the air. Sakura operated as a furious, silent pivot between them. She would intercept Naruto's escalating retorts with a clipped focus on the drill, Naruto. She would correct Sai's deliberately isolationist maneuvers with cold, tactical instructions. Your position exposes my left side. Adjust 3 meters to the right. Now. She was less a teammate and more a tense peacekeeper negotiating a ceasefire between two hostile nations, all while trying to complete the objective herself. Kakashi observed this toxic ballet, his lone eye missing nothing. The soaring potential was shackled by this bottomless animosity. Naruto's unbelievable growth was being channeled not into mastering teamwork, but into finding newer, more cutting ways to defy and denigrate the interloper. Sai, for his part, seemed programmed to poke and prod at Naruto's most sacred wounds, gathering data on his emotional responses with a scientist's cold curiosity. The teamwork exercises were not building bridges, they were mapping the minefield. And with every failed drill, every venomous exchange, the chasm between the boy bearing a brother's legacy and the hollow proxy sent to replace him grew wider and deeper, threatening to swallow any hope of a functional team whole. The engine was capable of miracles, but the drivers were determined to wreck it. The day off was a foreign concept, a hollow space in the relentless architecture of training, grief, and cold hostility that now defined his life. Yet, the body demanded fuel, and old habits, though stripped of their former joy, still had a physiological pull. Naruto found himself walking toward Ichiraku Ramen, not with the sprinting, salivating anticipation of old, but with the measured pace of a soldier on a resupply run. The villagers' stares were more intense than ever. They were no longer just the familiar glares of disdain for the demon brat. These were layered with a new, more complicated curiosity, a morbid fascination with the boy who had returned from a deadly mission blind and had come back seeing with his eyes. Whispers coiled around him like vipers, those are the Uchiha's eyes. Heard he went berserk on the bridge. Should have died instead. The words, some loud, most hissed, tried to claw at the edges of his awareness. But Naruto ignored them with an impassivity that was more powerful than any scowl or shout. His face, once so expressive it was a public bulletin board of his emotions, was now a calm, closed mask. The features were harder, the set of his jaw firm. He did not brood, brooding implied a passive wallowing. What he carried was not a cloud, but a compass, a goal set in stone, calibrated by a brother's last breath and the relentless drilling of a vengeful sensei. The villagers and their noise were static, irrelevant to the signal he was following. He had no time, and even less interest, in playing the fool, the clown, or the tragic figure for their consumption. He pushed aside the Norin curtain, the familiar, savory steam washing over him. For a moment, the simple, unchanging warmth of the place threatened to soften something inside him, a memory of a simpler, lonelier, but less burdened hunger. He schooled the feeling away. Ayame, wiping a bowl behind the counter, looked up. Her usual welcoming smile faltered for a fraction of a second, her eyes widening slightly as they took in the changes, the longer, wilder hair, the severe new clothes, the profound stillness where boundless energy used to reside. And his eyes. The deep, knowing onyx that were so unlike his previous bright blue. Tuki, his back turned as he stirred a vast pot of broth, sensed a shift in his daughter's demeanor and turned. Naruto met their gazes and gave a slow, deliberate nod. Ayame Nichan, Tuki Ojiazan. His voice was respectful, low, and carried a gravity that was entirely new. It was the polite, focused tone of a young man, not the boisterous shout of a boy. It was the first time in over 3 months since before the mission to wave that he had spoken to them. The silence in the ramen stand stretched for a beat too long, filled only by the bubbling of the pot. Tuki was the first to recover, his kind eyes crinkling with a concern that outweighed his surprise. Naruto, my boy, he said, his voice softer than usual. It's good to see you. The words were careful, navigating the unmapped territory between the customer they knew and the stranger who stood before them. Ayame found her voice, though it was less bubbly than before. Welcome back, Naruto-kun. She hesitated, then asked, the usual. Naruto considered for a moment. The usual belonged to the boy in the orange jumpsuit. His body now, forged in Kakashi's crucible, required different fuel, more protein, more substance. Double chashu, he said, his tone still respectful but firm. And an extra egg, please. Thank you. He took a seat at the counter, his movements economical. He did not swing his legs, did not drum his fingers with impatience. He sat with his back straight, his new bow staff resting against the stool beside him. He was a warrior on a break, not a child at a treat. The impassive mask remained, but in the safe, non-judgmental steam of Ichiraku, the terrible focus in his eyes softened just a degree, not into happiness, but into a grim, quiet acknowledgement of a haven that, against all odds, still stood. He was here for ramen, yes. But he was also, in his own way, reporting for duty to the only civilians in the village who had ever consistently shown him kindness, showing them that the boy they remembered was gone, but the person he had become still held their place in his world. It was a quiet, profound moment of continuity amidst the cataclysm of his life. Naruto finished the last savory broth of the double chashu ramen with a methodical finality, placing the bowl down with a soft, precise click. He stood, reaching into the pouch at his hip. Chuki immediately waved a hand, his kind face etched with a deeper concern than usual. No, Naruto, my boy. It's on the house. Always is. Naruto paused, his onyx eyes meeting the old man's. The offer, once a cheerful tradition, now felt like a relic from a buried past, a charity for a lonely child who no longer existed. He was not here for charity. He was here for sustenance, for a fragment of normalcy earned through sweat and blood. To accept a handout felt like a regression, a denial of the hardened path he now walked. Thank you, Chuki Oji-san, he said, his voice respectful but firm, leaving no room for debate. He counted out the exact ryo, plus a small extra sum, and placed it on the counter with a deliberate motion. It wasn't just payment for food, it was a silent declaration of his new adulthood, of his intent to stand on his own terms, even in this small, sacred space. For the meal. And before. The unspoken gratitude for years of unflinching kindness hung in the steam-filled air. He gave a final, shallow bow to a stunned Ayame and a solemnly nodding Chuki, then turned and pushed through the Norin curtains, back into the world. The walk to his apartment was a journey through a mental landscape far more complex than the village streets. The taste of ramen, a comfort from a simpler life, was already fading, replaced by the familiar, relentless calculus of progress. Almost mastered two chakra natures, he thought, his stride measured and sure. Fire and lightning, the very concept would have been abstract to him a year ago. Now, it was a tangible, hard-won reality. He knew, intellectually, that what he considered hard was, by any normal shinobi standard, a ludicrous understatement. For a typical genin, scratching the surface of a single nature transformation was a project of years, a cornerstone of Chunin-level prowess. To grasp the foundational principles of two opposing, complex natures, wind's cutting precision and lightning's chaotic, destructive fury in a matter of months was not just fast, it was borderline supernatural. He understood, on some level, that the fusion of chakra within him was responsible. The Uchiha's inherent proficiency with elemental manipulation, burned into the very chakra pathways of the eyes he now possessed, had jump-started the process. His own Uzumaki vitality provided the monstrous fuel to brute force through the barriers. But understanding the how didn't diminish the sheer, grinding effort it had required. Countless hours of focus so intense it gave him migraines, of failed attempts that left his hands scorched or numb, of pushing his control to the bleeding edge until his coils ached. And from that brutal refinement, techniques had begun to crystallize. Not mere theory, but practical, lethal applications born from his unique synthesis of affinities. He had forged them in the solitude of his training ground, concepts given shape and power. They were his first true, original creations since inheriting Sasuke's legacy, and they waited, untested in true combat, like unsheathed blades. But this progress, as immense as it felt, led to a new and frustrating problem. A frown touched his lips as he ascended the steps to his apartment. Now, what I need is a way to measure it. This was the dilemma of the isolated prodigy. The village's standard metrics were useless. D-rank missions, a joke. Sparring with clones, even Sharingan-wielding ones, had its limits. They were, ultimately, extensions of himself, predictable on a fundamental level. Sakura, for all her terrifying growth in control and Earth-style potency, was not a viable measure of his full, unrestrained offensive power, nor would he ever wish to test it against her. Sai was a cipher, an opponent of cold technique but unknown depths. He needed a benchmark, a crucible, something or someone that could truly gauge the distance he had traveled from the boy who had failed to save his brother on the bridge. He needed to know the weight of his fire, the sharpness of his wind, the speed of his lightning. He needed to see if the power he was cultivating in secret was just impressive theory, or if it was enough to truly step onto the path that led to Itachi Uchiha. Unlocking his apartment door, he stepped into the silent, sparse room. The scroll of Sasuke's techniques lay rolled on his table, its items mostly checked off. It was a map of a conquered territory. Now, he needed a map for the uncharted continent of his own burgeoning power. The hunger that had driven him to Ichiraku was sated. A new, deeper hunger, the need for validation, for a true test, had taken its place. He stood in the center of the room, the fading daylight painting him in long shadows, a young warrior of immense and uncalibrated strength, searching the horizon for a storm worthy of his newfound lightning. And then, from the darkness of his own window, a single ink bird landed on the sill. Its beady, lifeless eyes stared at him for a moment before it dissolved into a single, neat line of text on the glass. Tomorrow. Training Ground 7. Don't be late. Sigh. Naruto stared at the words, his jaw tightening. The challenge was not just an invitation. It was a declaration. The storm he had been searching for had just announced itself. And it wore a smile. Author's notes. Hello, wonderful readers. First and foremost, thank you for taking the time to read Naruto, Combined Legacies. This story has been a labor of passion, and knowing that there are people out there enjoying the journey of Naruto, Sakura, Sai, and the rest of this reimagined world means more than I can properly express. Support the story. If you are enjoying Naruto, Combined Legacies so far, you can always check out the latest updates and chapters over on my P4 or if you want to catch up, the story is 8+ chapters ahead. Your support, whether financial or simply by being a presence in the community, gives me the strength and motivation to keep producing this story. Writing is a solitary craft, but knowing that others are sharing in the adventure makes every word worth it. Connect with me. By joining the, again, completely free, no pressure, no obligations, you can help me connect with you, my readers, on a deeper level. I want to know what you're enjoying, what you'd like to see more of, and where you think the story should go. Your feedback shapes the narrative, and your needs are my priority. 6 Paths Theorist. https://6 Paths Theorist. Cared. Co. You can find me on P4 under the name 6 Paths Theorist or copy the link above for direct access. The membership is free, so feel free to drop in, say hello, and join the conversation. Chapter 6, Enter the Darkness, Itachi. Chapter 4, Enter the Darkness, Itachi. For as long as Itachi Uchiha had lived, he had believed he was making the right choices. The path of the shinobi had been laid before him before he could walk, carved into the stone of the Uchiha compound by generations of warriors who had served the village with their blood and their blades. He had walked that path dutifully, excelled beyond expectation, become the kind of shinobi most could only dream of being. That, too, had been out of his hands, as inevitable as his Sharingan awakening, as natural as the fire that flowed through his clan's chakra. He had betrayed his clan for the sake of the village. That choice, made in blood and shadow, had been the hardest. He had told himself it was necessary. That the alternative, civil war, the destruction of Konoha from within, was worse. That by slaughtering his family, he was saving countless others. He had tortured his little brother. That choice, made in cruelty and desperation, had been the ugliest. He had told himself it was to make Sasuke strong. To fill the boy with hatred so pure, so consuming, that he would dedicate his entire existence to revenge, and in doing so, survive. The alternative, a gentle truth, would have left Sasuke vulnerable, soft, easily crushed by the wolves that circled all Uchiha survivors. He had made a grave mistake. He had trusted Konoha to keep his little brother safe. The village that had ordered the massacre in the first place. The village that had used him as a weapon and then discarded him when he was no longer useful. He had believed, foolishly, desperately, that they would see Sasuke as a precious asset, a prodigy to be nurtured, a hero to be shaped. They had failed. Sasuke was dead, killed on a bridge in the land of waves, protecting a teammate, dying as a shinobi should. The news had reached him through Akatsuki's intelligence network, cold, clinical, final. The last Uchiha, the one he had sacrificed everything to preserve, was gone. Now Itachi had no reason to exist. The purpose that had driven him for years, the secret protection of his brother, the quiet sabotage of Akatsuki from within, had crumbled to ash. His recent illness, the coughing sickness that had been eating at his lungs for months, was progressing faster now. Perhaps his body knew what his mind was only beginning to accept, that the fight was over. Kisame Hoshigaki, his partner, his constant shadow, observed him from across the campfire. The shark-like man's grin was ever present, but his eyes, those unsettling, predator's eyes, held a flicker of something that might have been concern. What's got you gloomy, Itachi? You're normally not readable. Kisami's voice was a low rumble, like stones grinding beneath deep water. Is it the illness? The cough's been worse lately. Itachi looked at Kisame, the man who had followed him into battle, who had accepted his silences and his secrets without demanding explanations, who had been as close to a friend as a man like Itachi could afford. He wondered, suddenly, why he still remained in Akatsuki. The organization had been a means to an end, a way to monitor the threat, to delay the plan, to buy Sasuke time. But Sasuke no longer needed time. Sasuke no longer needed anything. It's nothing, Kisame, Itachi said, his voice soft, almost gentle. The light came easily. It always had. Kisami's grin widened, but his eyes remained sharp. If you say so, partner. Itachi rose, his black cloak settling around him like a second skin. The campfire's light flickered across his face, illuminating the lines that had begun to form at the corners of his eyes, premature, a gift of his illness and his burdens. There's somewhere I need to be. We will meet up in the land of grass in a month. Kisame did not argue. He never did. 1 month. Don't be late. He paused, his grin softening into something almost genuine. And don't die before then. Finding another partner who tolerates your brooding would be troublesome. Itachi did not smile. He simply vanished in a murder of crows, black wings and black feathers scattering into the night, dissolving into darkness as if he had never been there at all. A day later, the Land of Fire. The road through the Land of Fire was quiet this time of year. The trees were beginning to change, leaves shifting from green to gold to brown, the air carrying the first hint of autumn's chill. Itachi walked without urgency, his sandals silent on the packed earth, his Sharingan dormant, his presence a ghost moving through a world that had no place for him. He had no destination in mind. No mission. No purpose. Just the road, and the trees, and the endless gray sky. He sensed a disturbance before it manifested, a ripple in the fabric of reality, a swirl of chakra that did not belong to the natural world. Itachi stopped. His hand did not go to his weapon. He simply waited. The vortex appeared in front of him, spiraling out of nothing, a hole in the world that should not exist. From within, a figure emerged, tall, cloaked, a single orange mask with a single eye hole concealing everything that might have been human. The swirl of the vortex died, and the figure stood before him, solid and impossible. "Where are you going, Itachi?" The voice was deep, resonant, ancient. It came from everywhere and nowhere, echoing as if the speaker stood at the bottom of a well. Itachi did not flinch. "Madara, so I was right. You were keeping your eye on me." He was not sure if this man was truly Madara Uchiha, the legendary founder, the ghost of Konoha's past, or something else entirely. There were theories, whispers in the dark corners of the shinobi world, but no one knew for certain. The mask concealed too much. The power was undeniable. There was a chance, a significant chance, that this was the man himself, risen from the grave to finish what he had started. The masked man chuckled, his voice a deep, resonant tune that seemed to vibrate in Itachi's bones. "You did not answer my question. I wanted a way of contacting you." Itachi's voice was calm, measured. "You are not easy to find." The masked man's single visible eye, glimpsed through the hole in the orange swirl, seemed to gleam with amusement. "So you played me into your hand. Impressive. Most impressive. Most shinobi cannot even track me, let alone arrange a meeting." Itachi did not acknowledge the praise. "How do I leave the Akatsuki? It is no longer of interest to me." The masked man tilted his head, the movement slow and deliberate. "Oh, and you say this so casually. As if leaving a criminal organization that hunts Jinchuriki is merely a matter of paperwork." He paused, and when he spoke again, his voice was softer, more dangerous. "Is it because your brother is dead?" Itachi's eyes narrowed. The Sharingan flickered, not yet active, but ready. "How did you get that information?" The masked man was silent for a long moment. The wind rustled through the trees, carrying the scent of fallen leaves and distant rain. When he spoke, his voice had shifted, less playful, more contemplative. "I have knowledge beyond your comprehension," he said finally. "That includes how to gather such information. My network spans continents, reaches into villages you cannot imagine. The death of Uchiha Sasuke was unfortunate, a waste of potential, but not unexpected. The boy was reckless. He inherited your pride, Itachi, but not your caution." Itachi's jaw tightened, but he said nothing. The masked man continued, his voice taking on a hypnotic quality. "I also have knowledge of things you cannot imagine. A world without pain. A world where your brother still lives. A world where the Uchiha clan never fell." Itachi's eyes narrowed further. "I do not deal in fantasies." "No," the masked man agreed. "You deal in realities. Harsh ones. Necessary ones." He took a step closer, his cloak swirling around him. "You have spent your entire life making impossible choices because you believed the alternative was worse. The clan or the village. Your brother's hatred or your brother's death. The blood on your hands or the blood on countless others." He extended a hand, pale, scarred, impossibly old despite the youth in his voice. "But what if I told you the alternative was not worse? What if I told you there was a way to undo it all? To see your family again. To hold your brother as he should have been, not as a weapon, not as a victim, but as a child who loved you." Itachi stared at the offered hand. His Sharingan activated, 3 tomo spinning in each crimson eye, and he looked deeper. Beneath the mask, beneath the cloak, beneath the carefully constructed persona, he saw the chakra. Dark, swirling, vast as an ocean. This man was not lying about his power. There was something ancient within him, something that had lived for decades, perhaps centuries. But was he lying about his promise? Itachi did not believe he was engaging in this conversation. He had come to demand answers, to negotiate his departure, to cut the last ties binding him to an organization he had never truly served. Instead, he found himself listening. Found himself considering. How? The word escaped before he could stop it. The masked man's visible eye gleamed. Watch. The Sharingan met Sharingan. The masked man's single eye spun, not the three tomo of Itachi's own, but a different pattern. A greater pattern. The Mangekyo. Itachi recognized it instantly, even through the distortion of the mask. The pattern was not his own, not the pinwheel of his brother's eyes, but it was undeniably, terrifyingly real. The world dissolved. Itachi found himself standing in a place that was not a place. A void. A canvas. And on that canvas, the masked man painted with images, memories, possibilities. The infinite Tsukuyomi. A genjutsu cast upon the moon itself. A dream so powerful, so all-encompassing, that it would trap every living being in a perfect world of their own making. No more war. No more loss. No more impossible choices. Just peace. Just happiness. Just the warm embrace of a reality shaped by desire. Itachi saw it, not all of it, just enough. The masked man was careful, measured. He showed the vision but not the method, the promise but not the price. The infinite Tsukuyomi, Itachi said quietly, when the vision faded and he was once again standing on the road in the land of fire. The moon's eye plan. Precisely, the masked man confirmed. A world without pain. A world where everyone gets what they truly desire. He paused. Your deepest desire, Itachi Uchiha, is not power. Not revenge. Not even peace for the world. His voice dropped to a whisper. It is family. Itachi's jaw tightened. He did not deny it. Imagine it, the masked man continued, his voice weaving a spell of words and chakra. Your mother cooking dinner in the kitchen. Your father reading the newspaper, pretending not to be proud of you. Sasuke running through the compound, laughing, calling your name. Itachi Nissen. Itachi Nissen. He tilted his head, the mask catching the fading light. Imagine never having to make another impossible choice. Imagine rest. Itachi closed his eyes. The Sharingan deactivated. The world went dark. For a long moment, there was only the sound of the wind, the rustle of leaves, the distant cry of a hawk circling overhead. When Itachi opened his eyes again, they were empty. Not cold, not calculating, not even sad, just empty. The emptiness of a man who had carried too much for too long and had finally run out of reasons to carry it. What do you need from me? The masked man's hand remained extended. Everything you have, everything you are. The Akatsuki's plan requires time, resources, and the tailed beasts. Your brother's death has removed the last reason you had to delay the inevitable. He paused, letting the words sink in. Join me fully. Not as a reluctant soldier. Not as a double agent sabotaging from within. As a true believer. Help me build the world where your family waits for you. Itachi looked at the hand. At the man behind the mask. At the darkness that swirled around them both, hungry and patient. He thought of Sasuke. The boy he had tortured, the brother he had failed, the ghost that would haunt him until he drew his final breath. He thought of his mother's smile, warm and unconditional, forgiving him for sins she had never known. He thought of his father's rare approval, the way Fugaku's eyes had softened when Itachi mastered a technique, the pride he had never quite learned to express. He thought of rest. Itachi Uchiha took the offered hand. In Itachi's mind, I need something first. I need to overcome my illness. I cannot serve a plan if I am dead. And I have a plan for that, Tsunade Senju, the greatest medical mind in the world. Or perhaps, Orochimaru. He has been researching immortality for decades. He may have insights that could help. But approaching either will require care. But first, survival. Then, service. Then, rest. Itachi looked at the masked man, his expression unreadable. What's the first step? The masked man's visible eye curved in what might have been a smile. For now, we continue gathering intel on the Jinchuriki. The nine-tailed fox is the most powerful of the beasts. Its container is unusual. A boy named Uzumaki Naruto. He is young, untrained, but growing. We must watch him, understand him, and when the time is right. He let the sentence hang. Itachi nodded slowly. Uzumaki Naruto. I will learn what I can. The masked man inclined his head. Good. The land of grass, 1 month. We will discuss further then. The vortex began to swirl around him, reality bending to accommodate his departure. Oh, and Itachi. Do not mention this conversation to Kisame. He is not yet ready to understand the full scope of the plan. And then he was gone, the vortex collapsing into nothing, leaving Itachi alone on the road. Itachi stood there for a long time, staring at the space where the masked man had been. The wind had picked up, carrying the first cold breath of autumn. He pulled his cloak tighter around himself, felt the familiar ache in his chest, the rattle of fluid in his lungs. He had made a choice. Another impossible choice. He had sold his soul to a ghost for the promise of a dream. But perhaps that was all that was left to him. He began to walk again, his footsteps silent on the fallen leaves, his destination not a place but a purpose. The Jinchuriki. The boy with the fox inside him. The last, perhaps, of the tailed beasts he would need to hunt. Itachi wondered, briefly, what kind of person this Uzumaki Naruto was. What kind of life he had lived. What kind of choices he had been forced to make. Then he pushed the thought aside. Sentiment was a luxury he could no longer afford. The road stretched before him, gray and endless, and Itachi Uchiha walked into the gathering darkness. Author's notes. Hello, wonderful readers. First and foremost, thank you for taking the time to read Naruto, Combined Legacies. This story has been a labor of passion, and knowing that there are people out there enjoying the journey of Naruto, Sakura, Sai, and the rest of this reimagined world means more than I can properly express. Support the story. If you are enjoying Naruto, Combined Legacies so far, you can always check out the latest updates and chapters over on my P4 or if you want to catch up, the story is 8+ chapters ahead. Your support, whether financial or simply by being a presence in the community, gives me the strength and motivation to keep producing this story. Writing is a solitary craft, but knowing that others are sharing in the adventure makes every word worth it. Connect with me. By joining the, again, completely free, no pressure, no obligations, you can help me connect with you, my readers, on a deeper level. I want to know what you're enjoying, what you'd like to see more of, and where you think the story should go. Your feedback shapes the narrative, and your needs are my priority. 6 Paths Theorist. https://6 Paths Theorist. Cared. Co. You can find me on P4 under the name 6 Paths Theorist or copy the link above for direct access. The membership is free, so feel free to drop in, say hello, and join the conversation. Chapter 7 Chunin Exams I. Chapter 5, Chunin Exams Part 1. The air in the Hokage's conference chamber was thick with the scent of polished wood, old scrolls, and the subtle tension of seasoned professionals assessing one another. Sunlight slanted through the high windows, illuminating motes of dust dancing over the long, central table. Seated around it were Konoha's elite, the Jonin sensei responsible for shaping the village's next generation. The atmosphere was a mix of professional pride, competitive spirit, and underlying gravity. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at the head, his aged hands steepled before him, his pipe unlit on the table. His eyes, wise and weary, swept over the assembled faces, the dependable Might Guy, ever enthusiastic, the steady Asuma Sarutobi, a hint of reluctance in his posture, the sharp, observant Kurenai Yuhi, the ever-watchful Ibiki Morino, and others, each carrying the weight of their students' potential and lives. As you know, Hiruzen began, his voice a calm, authoritative rumble that quieted the low murmurs. The Chunin exams will be held in Konoha this term. It is both an honor and a significant logistical undertaking. The first step is the nomination of genin teams. I would like to know which teams you believe are ready to face this crucible. A contemplative silence fell, broken by the shifting of fabric and the soft tap of a finger on wood. Jonin glanced at one another, mentally weighing the progress, resilience, and raw survivability of their charges. These were not mere recommendations for a test, they were judgments on who was prepared to step onto a stage where death was a sanctioned possibility. Then, from his place leaning against the wall with an air of deliberate nonchalance that fooled no one, a voice spoke up. I, Kakashi Hatake, Jonin sensei of Team 7, he paused, letting the team's number, now infamous in whispered corridors, hang in the air. Every eye turned to him. Would like to nominate Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, and Sai. A ripple of tangible surprise moved through the room. Uruka Yumino, present in an advisory capacity regarding academy graduates, felt his eyes widen, his heart giving a painful lurch. Team 7. After everything. So soon. His mind flashed to the grieving, blindfolded boy he'd helped usher into the hospital months ago, and the hollow-eyed girl. And Sai. A name he didn't know, attached to a team that was a ghost of its former self. The nomination was a statement, bold and terrifying. It spoke of either catastrophic recklessness or a confidence so absolute it bordered on arrogance. Given it was Kakashi, the room knew it was likely the latter, which was in many ways more unsettling. Before the murmurs could rise, another voice, calm and sure, cut through. I, Kurenai Yuhi, would like to nominate Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, and Aburame Shino. This was expected. Team 8 was known for its balanced composition, exceptional sensory skills, and steady, reliable growth. Kurenai's nomination was met with nods of approval, a solid, traditional choice. Asuma Sarutobi exhaled a slow stream of smoke, taking the pipe from his mouth. I nominate Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, and Akamichi Choji. Another predictable, yet formidable nomination. The Ino-Shika-Cho formation was a clan-backed pillar of Konoha's tactical strength, despite, or perhaps because of, Shikamaru's notorious laziness. Other Jonin-sensei around the table began to speak up, their voices layering over one another. Team 5, nominating. Team 9, prepared for evaluation. The room filled with the names of genin, a roll call of Konoha's future. But the first three names, Uzumaki, Haruno, and the unknown Sai, echoed differently in the chamber's silence. They were a question mark written in blood and ink. Hiruzen listened, his expression inscrutable, noting each nomination, but his gaze lingered for a moment on Kakashi. The message was received. The new, fractured, and frighteningly powerful Team 7 was not being coddled or hidden. They were being thrown headlong into the fire, a deliberate tactic to either forge them together in the most extreme pressure or break them apart publicly, under the watching eyes of the entire shinobi world. The Chunin exams had just become more than a promotion tournament. For one team, it was to be a trial by combat for its very soul. The weight of the scrolls and the unspoken tension that followed their nomination still clung to Naruto and Sakura when Kakashi reappeared before them later that same day, his demeanor shedding its usual ambiguity for stark, transactional purpose. Without preamble, he held out 2 sheaves of crisp, official parchment. "These are Chunin exam applications," he stated, his lone eye holding theirs, allowing no room for misinterpretation. "Submit them at the academy tomorrow, building 301, before 1600 hours, if you wish to take the exams." He offered no advice, no words of encouragement or caution. The act of handing them over was itself the statement. The path was open, the choice, and its consequences, were theirs. In a characteristic swirl of leaves, he vanished, leaving the heavy silence to settle around them once more. Sakura stared at the paper in her hand, the formal Konoha seal at its top feeling like a brand. "So, that's that," she murmured, more to herself than to him. It was the culmination of 3.5 months of hellish training, of sleepless nights studying, of channeling grief into sheer, unyielding will. The gateway to the next crucible. "Yeah," Naruto echoed, his voice a low rumble. His onyx eyes scanned the application, not reading the words, but seeing the opportunity they represented. The silence that followed was brief but dense, each processing the magnitude of the step. It was Naruto who broke it, his gaze lifting from the paper to the horizon. "I am thinking of taking them," he declared, his tone devoid of boastfulness, instead carrying the granite certainty of a strategic decision. "It's the fastest way to achieving my goals." Promotion meant higher-ranking missions, greater autonomy, access to more powerful techniques and intelligence, all critical steps on the path to finding, and facing, Itachi. From the periphery, where he had been observing with the stillness of a statue, Sai's toneless voice intruded. "Don't mess it up." The comment was delivered with his customary empty smile, a perfect blend of faux concern and subtle provocation. Naruto's head snapped towards him, a spark of cold fury igniting in his dark eyes. "Why you?" "Let's just go, Naruto," Sakura interjected, her voice a sharp, pragmatic blade that cut through the building confrontation. She had already re-rolled her application and secured it in a pouch. She didn't look at Sai, she dismissed him. Naruto held Sai's gaze for a second longer, the unspoken threat hanging in the air, before grunting, yeah, and turning to follow Sakura. The trio, bound by mandate but fractured by animosity, began to disperse. As Naruto and Sakura walked away from the training ground, a semblance of their old, less fraught dynamic returned, though it was now layered with a profound, shared understanding. They were a unit of 2 navigating a world that had forcibly inserted a third. They walked in silence for a block, the only sound the scuff of their sandals on the flagstones. Then, a faint, irregular scraping noise began to tail them. Scritch scratch, thump, scritch. Naruto's sigh was long-suffering, a rare echo of his more exasperated younger self. He didn't break stride. "Come out, Konohamaru. That's a weak disguise." Sakura glanced at him, one eyebrow arched in mild curiosity. "So you know this lame amateur?" A flicker of something, embarrassment, nostalgia, passed behind Naruto's impassive mask. He began, but was cut off by a tremendous, poorly controlled explosion of smoke. "Poaf FFFFFFFFF." The cloud billowed across the path, accompanied by coughing fits. "I think you used too much ninja power, Moegi." A boy's voice wheezed from within. "No, this is a fine amount." A girl's voice insisted. As the smoke cleared, 3 children, no older than 9, stood revealed in a dramatically terrible, off-balance pose. In the center, a boy in a miniature version of a Hokage's coat and goggles struck a defiant stance. "Perceptive as always, boss," he proclaimed, then pointed a dramatic finger at Sakura. "And you, I am not an amateur. I am the great student of the great Naruto Uzumaki." Sakura's analytical gaze swept over the trio, then settled on Naruto, who merely shrugged his shoulders, a gesture that somehow communicated a complex history of ridiculous mentorship. "Who are you?" Sakura asked, her tone flat, unimpressed. Together, they thrust their fists into the air. "Together, we are the Konohamaru squad." Sakura blinked slowly. "Just seems like 3 children playing at ninja to me." Konohamaru physically recoiled as if struck. "Why, you're lucky your boss's girlfriend, or else." "Or else what?" Sakura's voice dropped to a dangerous, quiet monotone. "I would be taking you down right now. HNN. And why would I bother beating up a snot-nosed shrimp like you?" "Why, you." Enraged beyond reason, Konohamaru let out a wordless cry and charged, a flurry of wild, untrained swings. Sakura didn't move from her spot. She evaded each clumsy attack with micro-shifts of her body, a tilt of the head, a slight turn of the hip. It was like watching a matador ignore a charging kitten. After letting him exhaust himself for a few seconds, she ended the farce with a single, swift, perfectly placed kick to his rear that sent him stumbling face first into the dirt. She looked down at him, dusting off her black-gloved hands. "HNN. Didn't you say you were Naruto's student? How do you suck like this?" Konohamaru pushed himself up, his pride more injured than his backside. Fury and humiliation burned in his eyes. "I'll just have to take you down a different way." Naruto, who had been watching the scene with a mix of nostalgia and weary patience, suddenly recognized the determined glint in the boy's eyes. His own onyx eyes widened in alarm. "Konohamaru, why?" He was cut off by another, more practiced poof of smoke. When it cleared, standing in Konohamaru's place was a buxom, blonde, and very naked woman barring strategic clouds of smoke winking seductively. "Sexy jutsu." "Idiot," Naruto said in flat, monotone. "Wham." The sound was like a melon being dropped. Sakura's fist, moving too fast for the transformed boy to even register, connected with the top of his head with a dull, meaty thud. The sexy jutsu evaporated instantly, revealing a cross-eyed, dizzy Konohamaru clutching a rapidly swelling lump. "Ow. Konohamaru," Naruto said, his voice urgent. "You might want to run." The command, delivered in that serious, low tone, cut through Konohamaru's daze. Fear of his boss's rare seriousness overrode his wounded pride. He bolted. Sakura, her ire properly raised by the juvenile and disrespectful technique, was on his heels in an instant. Moegi and Udon took off after her, shouting apologies and pleas. Naruto watched the chaotic procession disappear around a corner. A faint, almost imperceptible sigh escaped him. He then moved, not with panic, but with the swift, economical gait of someone going to clean up a mess they were partially responsible for. Konohamaru, driven by terror and a throbbing headache, rounded a corner at full tilt and slammed bodily into something tall, solid, and unforgiving. He bounced off and landed hard on his backside, the wind knocked out of him. "Hey, watch it, you little punk." A rough, irritated voice snarled. Konohamaru, ever defiant, glared up through his goggles. "Hey, you were in the way." The figure loomed over him, a tall, pale young man with purple face markings and a strange, bulky gourd-like object strapped to his back. His face was painted in a sinister, puppeteer's mime style. "What did you say, you little punk?" Kankuro's hand shot out, grabbing the front of Konohamaru's jacket and hoisting him into the air. A blonde girl with 4 ponytails and a massive fan strapped to her own backside in exasperation. "Kankuro, put him down. We're not supposed to be causing a scene." "I'm just teaching this brat a lesson in manners," Kankuro grumbled, shaking Konohamaru slightly. "Besides, we have time before he gets here, Temari." Temari's expression was one of profound annoyance. "Whatever. Don't lump me in with you when he gets here." It was then that Sakura skidded around the corner, coming to a halt. Her eyes instantly took in the scene, the foreign headbands, Sunagaku, the intimidating gear, the hostile posture. Her protective instincts, forever tuned to high alert, activated. Her voice, cold and clear, cut through the street. "I would advise you to put down this little shrimp. Or else." Konohamaru, dangling, managed a weak, "Hey." Kankuro turned his sneer towards her, his grip tightening. "Or else what? What are you gonna do, little girl?" Sakura's eyes narrowed. She didn't posture. She simply stated a fact and called for her trump card. "HNN. Or else this." She raised her voice just slightly. "Naruto." Temari smirked, looking Sakura up and down with disdain. "HMNN. You're one of those kunoichi who give us all a bad name. I think." Her dismissive remark was severed mid-sentence. Not by a sound, but by a result. "Ow." Kankuro yelped, his hand instinctively jerking open. A perfectly folded square of paper, the corner of Sakura's discarded Chunin exam application, fluttered to the ground. A thin red line appeared across Kankuro's knuckles where it had struck with the force and precision of a razor. He dropped Konohamaru, who scrambled away, clutching his throat. Kankuro's head snapped up, his eyes wide with shock. Standing between him and Sakura, having appeared without a sound, without a puff of smoke, was Naruto. He hadn't assumed a fighting stance. He simply stood there, his hands at his sides, his onyx eyes fixed on Kankuro with an impassive, depthless stare. The air around him was utterly still. Kankuro jumped back a full meter, his heart hammering. In his mind, how did he do that? No shunshin flash, no disruption. He was just there. And that paper, was that wind? Temari's smirk had vanished, replaced by sharp, analytical focus. Her eyes darted from the cut on Kankuro's hand to Naruto's placid face. In her mind, a wind application that precise. And that movement, it was like the air itself parted for him. Not a body flicker, something smoother, more efficient. Who are you? Kankuro demanded, trying to regain his composure, one hand going to the straps of his puppet, Karasu. Sakura answered, her voice dripping with icy contempt. Someone you should not be messing with. Naruto's eyes never left Kankuro, but he spoke to the children. Konohamaru, Moegi, Udon, run, home, now. The authority in his voice brooked no argument. Konohamaru, for once, didn't protest. With a last, wide-eyed look at his boss, he grabbed his friends and they fled. Don't ignore me, you punk. Kankuro barked, his pride thoroughly wounded. Naruto finally gave him a response, his head tilting a fraction. I don't know if I have to take you down right now, or, he let the threat hang, a clear assessment of Kankuro as a minor, time-wasting obstacle. Don't bother, Sakura said, her keen eyes noting the quality of their gear and the foreign headbands. I bet they're here for the Chunin exams. Look at their headbands. That's right, a new voice stated. It was utterly cold, devoid of inflection, and seemed to drain the warmth from the very street. A boy with shockingly red hair, piercing blue eyes lined with dark circles, and a large gourd identical to Kankuro's stood upside down on a tree branch above them. He wore a black body suit, and the kanji for love was etched on his forehead. He disappeared from the branch in a whisper of sand and reappeared standing on the ground between his teammates and Naruto, the sand at his feet settling silently. A shunshin, but one that used sand as the medium, not chakra displacement. Kankuro immediately stiffened, a bead of sweat tracing a path through his face paint. GG Gaara. Gaara's eyes, like chips of frozen sky, slid towards his brother. Kankuro, stop embarrassing our village. I was just. Shut up, Gaara said, the words so softly venomous they seemed to poison the air. Or I'll kill you. The absolute, genuine homicidal intent in those simple words silenced the street. He then turned those lifeless eyes to Naruto and Sakura. Sorry for the trouble. The apology was as hollow and robotic as Sai's smile. As the Sand siblings began to turn away, Naruto spoke, his voice cutting through the tense quiet. What's your name? They paused. Gaara half turned his head, his expression unchanging. Mine is Uzumaki Naruto, Naruto continued, his tone not boastful, but declarative. I'll be dominating the Chunin exams. So I look forward to our fight, if we meet. He paused, his onyx eyes locking with Gaara's cerulean ones, a spark of genuine, challenging interest igniting within them. Because you look strong. Kankuro, his ego screaming for recognition, puffed up. Well, it's. Naruto cut him off without even glancing his way. Not you, makeup guy. The guy with the gourd. Kankuro's jaw snapped shut, a strangled grunt of fury and humiliation escaping him. He had been utterly and completely dismissed. Gaara studied Naruto for a long, silent moment. The killing intent had receded, replaced by a profound, unsettling curiosity. Something in this Konoha Genin's calm defiance, his clear sensing of power, and the strange, dense weight of his chakra signature sparked a flicker of something other than bloodlust. Sabaku no Gaara, he said finally, the name a whispered promise of desolation. I look forward to it too, Uzumaki Naruto. Sakura, who had been assessing Gaara with the same intensity she used on a rare toxin, added her own warning, her voice low. You better watch yourself, Blondie. As the Sand team walked away, the oppressive aura lifting with them, Naruto and Sakura were left alone on the suddenly ordinary street. The confrontation had lasted less than 2 minutes. Naruto looked at Sakura, a ghost of his old, lopsided grin touching his lips, though it didn't reach his serious eyes. So, you're my girlfriend, Sakura rolled her eyes, the tension bleeding out of her shoulders, replaced by familiar exasperation. In your dreams, Naruto. Now go home. The Chunin exams are waiting for us. You don't have to tell me twice, he replied, turning towards his apartment, the encounter with the terrifying Gaara already being filed away as a critical data point. High above, perched on a branch concealed by thick foliage, a pale figure observed the entire exchange. Sai's painted smile was absent, his face a blank canvas of analysis. He had seen Naruto's silent, devastating interception, a movement that spoke of honed instinct and terrifying speed. He had seen Sakura's cold threat and precise throw. He had felt, even at this distance, the monstrous, chilling aura of the red-haired Sangenin in Naruto's unflinching response to it. In his mind, so you really are strong, Jinchuriki. Not just power, but poise. And she is his perfect counterbalance, restraint to his impulse, analysis to his instinct. The San's weapon is of a different category entirely. Fascinating. He made a mental note, another entry in the growing dossier for his true master. The stage was being set, and the players were proving to be far more compelling and dangerous than initial briefings had suggested. The Chunin exams would not be a mere test, they would be a spectacular collision. And he had a front row seat. Author's notes. Hello, wonderful readers. First and foremost, thank you for taking the time to read Naruto, Combined Legacies. This story has been a labor of passion, and knowing that there are people out there enjoying the journey of Naruto, Sakura, Sai, and the rest of this reimagined world means more than I can properly express. Support the story. If you are enjoying Naruto, Combined Legacies so far, you can always check out the latest updates and chapters over on my P4 or if you want to catch up, the story is 8+ chapters ahead. Your support, whether financial or simply by being a presence in the community, gives me the strength and motivation to keep producing this story. Writing is a solitary craft, but knowing that others are sharing in the adventure makes every word worth it. Connect with me. By joining the, again, completely free, no pressure, no obligations, you can help me connect with you, my readers, on a deeper level. I want to know what you're enjoying, what you'd like to see more of, and where you think the story should go. Your feedback shapes the narrative, and your needs are my priority. 6 Paths Theorist. https://6 Paths Theorist. Cared. Co. You can find me on P4 under the name 6 Paths Theorist or use the highlighted link above for even faster access for direct access. Chapter 8, Chunin Exams E. Chapter 5, The Chunin Exams, Part E, The True Test begins. The morning of the applications dawned bright and clear, but the air around the Konoha Academy thrummed with a different kind of energy, a dense, competitive tension that felt heavier than the humidity. Genin from various teams milled about the gates, some with nervous bravado, others with silent focus. Naruto, Sakura, and Sai converged at the appointed time, an island of frigid coexistence amidst the buzzing crowd. Sai, his mask of pleasantry firmly back in place, was the first to speak. "Looks like you didn't chicken out," he observed, the empty smile making the words a subtle jab rather than any form of camaraderie. Naruto didn't rise to the bait with a shout. He merely turned his head, his onyx eyes locking onto Sai's with a flat, warning intensity. "You better watch yourself, Sai." The threat was quiet, absolute, and carried the weight of their every hostile interaction. Sakura, standing between them like a referee at a duel, let out a short, exasperated breath. "Let's just go, you two." She shouldered past them both, leading the way into the familiar, yet now strangely ominous, academy halls. The two boys fell into step behind her, a tense, silent procession. The interior of the academy was a study in misdirection. The usual sounds of recitation and chatter were gone, replaced by the hushed murmurs and assessing glances of armed teenagers. They climbed the stairs to the second floor, where a small crowd had gathered before a door marked 301. Two older genin, one with spiky brown hair and a condescending smirk, the other bulkier and mean-eyed, stood blocking it, radiating an aura of petty tyranny. "You're all too weak," the spiky-haired one declared, watching with amusement as a genin in a bright green spandex jumpsuit tried to push past only to be easily grabbed and hurled back down the hallway. The boy in green hit the ground with a painful thud, skidding to a stop at the feet of a girl with twin buns who rushed to his side. "Lee, are you okay?" Tenten asked, helping her teammate up. Naruto's group didn't break stride. As they approached the spectacle, Naruto's eyes, sharpened by months of analyzing chakra flow and predictive movement, didn't see a powerful barrier or a fearsome guardian. He saw a cheap trick. The air around the door shimmered with the lazy, unrefined chakra of a low-level genjutsu, a simple overlay meant to frighten and misdirect. "Tch," Naruto muttered, the sound dripping with disdain. "What a weak genjutsu. He pulled have fallen for it months ago, but that was the..." Sakura, her own studies having given her deep insight into illusionary techniques, gave a curt nod of agreement. "Yeah, pathetic." Sai offered only his soft, knowing chuckle. "Hem." The insult to their barrier, was not taken lightly. The bulkier of the two gatekeepers stepped forward, his face contorted in anger, directly into Naruto's path. "Why, you little," he snarled, drawing back a fist. He never got to throw it. Naruto didn't assume a fighting stance. He didn't even fully stop walking. He simply turned his head and looked down at the older boy. It wasn't a glare of fury, but one of profound, icy contempt. The sheer, dense pressure of his presence, the focused will, the simmering power of the Kyuubi and the Uchiha legacy fused within him, seemed to physically push against the genin. The boy's bravado evaporated, his fist faltering midair, his breath catching in his throat. He saw not a cocky rookie, but something far more unsettling, absolute, unflinching certainty. Naruto grunted, dismissing him entirely. "Let's go." He, Sakura, and Sai walked past the now frozen gatekeepers as if they were mere furniture. They didn't attack the door or dispel the genjutsu with a flashy kai. They simply ignored the illusion, their perception unclouded, and climbed the stairs that were cleverly disguised by the genjutsu to appear as a solid wall. To the stunned onlookers, it seemed as if the trio walked straight through the wall and vanished. The boy in green, Rock Lee, picked himself up, his eyes wide not with pain, but with awe. He hadn't been fooled by the genjutsu either, but he'd been playing a gambit of his own, testing the waters. This was different. Such cool confidence, he whispered. From the shadows of the real third-floor landing, a pair of pale, pupil-less eyes watched the trio ascend. Hyuga Neji, his expression perpetually carved from marble, observed their passage. His Byakugan had seen everything. The flawless chakra control that allowed them to see through the illusion without a ripple, the dense, complex energy signature of the blonde one, the cold focus of the pink-haired girl, the hollow, efficient chakra of the pale boy. He called down to his teammate, his voice cool and dispassionate. "Lee, let's go. Your gambit of playing weak won't work anymore." His gaze lingered on the now empty staircase where Naruto's team had disappeared. The Hyuga prodigy had just identified the first genuine variables in the exam's equation. Inside the real room 301, the atmosphere was a tangible fog of anxiety, suspicion, and aggression. Dozens of genin from various villages packed the space, forming wary clusters. The air was thick with the scent of sweat, leather, and aggression. As Naruto, Sakura, and Sai entered, a ripple went through the room. Their entrance had been noted, bypassing the trap, so effortlessly marked them as players, not prey. Many sets of eyes locked onto them. A group from Kusa watched with veiled hostility. Some Konoha genin from lesser-known teams eyed them with a mix of recognition and apprehension, whispers of, "That's the guy with the Uchiha's eyes," hissing through the crowd. In response to the collective scrutiny, many of the veteran genin made a show of forming the Ram seal, a silent, universal challenge and a declaration of readiness for combat. Naruto ignored them all. His onyx eyes swept the room once, cataloging threats, gauging power levels with the instinct honed in Kakashi's crucible. He saw potential dangers, but nothing that warranted immediate concern. He found a relatively empty space along a wall and moved towards it, Sakura and Sai following, not as a team, but as three separate entities drawn to the same tactical ground. The true test had not begun with proctors or written exams. It had begun the moment they stepped through the academy gates. It was a test of perception, of nerve, and of presence. And by walking through a wall of illusion without breaking stride, and by meeting the collective hostility of a room full of killers with utter, unnerving calm, Team 7, or the fractured semblance of it, had just passed the first, inspoken round with chilling, silent authority. The stage was set, and they had announced their arrival not with a shout, but with the quiet, undeniable weight of a falling stone. "Man, what a drag, you guys too." Shikamaru Nara ambled over, hands in his pockets, his expression one of profound bother at the entire spectacle. Ino Yamanaka followed, her bright eyes scanning the room with strategic assessment before landing on her former rival-turned-stranger. Choji Akamichi brought up the rear, quietly munching on a bag of chips, his gentle gaze taking in the tense atmosphere. The arrival of Team 10 created a small pocket of uneasy familiarity amidst the sea of hostility. Ino offered a small, tentative smile, the ghost of their old dynamic flickering in her eyes. "So, how are you guys?" Naruto met her gaze, his own onyx eyes calm but distant. "I'm all right," he said, the words simple, true, and carrying the weight of everything unsaid. Sakura gave a short, sharp nod. "I'm okay." It was the same answer she gave everyone, a deflection that invited no further inquiry. Her posture remained tense, her gloved hands resting on her thighs as she knelt against the wall, ever the vigilant sentinel. Choji simply nodded in silent greeting, his mouth full. The brief, awkward reunion was interrupted by a more boisterous energy. Well, looks like the gang's back together." Kiba Inuzuka swaggered up, Akamaru perched on his head, both wearing matching grins that didn't quite reach the seriousness in Kiba's eyes. Well, not whole. His gaze landed squarely on Naruto's team, and his bravado softened into something more sincere, more awkward. He scratched the back of his head, his eyes dropping for a second. "Sorry for your loss, man," he said to Naruto, the words clumsy but clearly heartfelt. He then looked at Sakura, his expression gentling further. "And you, Sakura." It was one of the first direct, unvarnished acknowledgments of their tragedy from a peer, and it hung in the air between them. Naruto gave a slow, acknowledging nod. Sakura's jaw tightened slightly, but she also dipped her head in thanks. Kiba's attention then shifted to the pale, silent figure standing slightly apart from Naruto and Sakura. His nose twitched, catching a scent that was as blank and artificial as the boy's smile. "Who's the new guy?" Sakura let out a small, weary sigh, as if introducing Sai was a tedious but necessary administrative task. "That's Sai." Sai, seizing the moment for what his social programming deemed an appropriate interaction, offered his signature smile. "Nice to meet you, dog breath." The effect was instantaneous. Kiba's face flushed with anger. "Hey, who are you calling dog breath?" Akamaru on his head let out a sharp, supportive, woof. "Grr." Sakura pinched the bridge of her nose, her exasperation palpable. "I told you, Sai. You can't just call people names." Sai blinked, his head tilting in genuine, robotic confusion. "But I read in a book that informal nicknames based on observable traits can foster camaraderie." "Sai," Sakura said, her voice dropping into the low, frustrated tone she used when explaining basic human interaction for the 10th time. "Books don't know feelings." From his spot against the wall, Shikamaru let out another long-suffering sigh. Troublesome. Ino, however, was studying Sai with a different kind of analysis. Her gaze swept over his neat hair, his pale skin, his symmetrical features. A slow, considering smile touched her lips. She mused, her voice a light, appreciative hum. "The new guy is handsome, certainly." Her comment introduced a bizarre new variable into the dynamic. Sai, programmed to recognize a compliment, offered another bland smile. "Thank you. You have aesthetically pleasing hair bundles." Ino's smile widened, though it held a glint of her old, competitive mischief. This strange, empty boy was at least visually interesting, and his utter social obliviousness was a puzzle her Yamanaka instincts found perversely engaging amidst the grim tension. The little Konoha cluster now stood as a microcosm of the exam's chaos. Shikamaru's lazy intelligence, Choji's quiet loyalty, Kiba's brash but heartfelt energy, Ino's sharp social maneuvering, all orbiting the dark, silent gravity of Naruto and Sakura, with the alien, disruptive presence of Sai stuck in their midst like a splinter. They were fragments of a past normalcy, trying and failing to reconcile with the brutal present, surrounded by enemies and watched by unseen proctors. The Chunin exams hadn't officially started, but the complex web of alliances, animosities, and sheer bewildering personalities was already being woven, and Team 7 was at its tangled, uncomfortable center. As the dense knot of familiar yet alien tension surrounding the Konoha genin was suddenly pierced by a new, unassuming voice. It was calm, friendly, and carried a tone of practiced ease that felt starkly out of place in the viper's nest of room 301. "Excuse me." They all turned. A young man with silver hair and round glasses stood a polite distance away, a gentle, apologetic smile on his face. He held up a hand in a peaceful gesture. He looked older than them, maybe in his late teens, and wore a standard Konoha flak jacket over a simple black shirt. His demeanor was that of a seasoned, slightly weary senior, not a snarling competitor. "My name is Kabuto," he introduced himself, giving a slight, courteous bow of his head. "Yakushi Kabuto. I couldn't help but overhear you're all from Konoha. It's a bit of a relief to see some friendly faces in this crowd, to be honest." He chuckled softly, a nervous, genuine-sounding sound as he adjusted his glasses, his gaze sweeping over the intimidating array of foreign ninja with a hint of overwhelmed unease. He looked directly at Naruto and Sakura, his smile softening into something more sympathetic, though carefully so. "It's good to see you both again. Under better circumstances, I hope." The comment was vague enough to refer to the hospital, but carried an unspoken acknowledgement of the shared context they had there. His eyes lingered for a fraction of a second on Naruto's, not with the morbid curiosity of the villagers, but with a medic's professional assessment, noting their clarity and focus. Then he addressed the group as a whole, his posture open and non-threatening. "This is my 7th time taking the Chunin exams." A collective ripple of surprise went through the Konoha group. 7 times. Kabuto rubbed the back of his neck, a gesture of sheepish embarrassment. I know. Not exactly a stellar record. The truth is, I either get incredibly unlucky with my opponents, or I end up in teams that, well, let's just say teamwork isn't their strong suit." He sighed, the picture of the perpetually unfortunate, diligent striver. It's made me a bit of a data collector, honestly. A survival mechanism. He reached into a pouch at his side and pulled out a deck of simple, nondescript shinobi cards. Over the years, I've compiled information on most of the participants you're likely to face. Not secrets, mind you, just basic profiles. Known strengths, preferred techniques, village of origin, approximate win-loss records from previous exams or known missions. Things that are a matter of public record if you know where to look, but compiled for convenience. He fanned the cards out slightly. Given the overwhelming odds in this room, and the fact we're all from the same village, I thought sharing this might help level the playing field a little. Consider it an act of inter-team solidarity. His smile was warm, helpful, utterly benign. To Shikamaru, it was intriguing data offered too easily. Troublesome. Either a genuine fool or the best actor in the room. To Ino, it was a resource to be potentially exploited, and the provider was mildly attractive and seemed harmless. To Kiba, it sounded like a useful leg up, and the guy smelled like paper, ink, and antiseptic, nothing overtly threatening. To Sakura, who knew him as her hospital supervisor, it tracked with the helpful, knowledgeable persona he'd always shown. Her analytical mind immediately saw the strategic value. To Naruto, who viewed everyone through the lens of potential threat or asset, Kabuto registered as a non-combatant, a background figure from Sakura's training. His offer seemed logical, a smarter shinobi using his brains to compensate for bad luck. And to Sai, who was programmed to analyze patterns and identities, Kabuto was simply another entry to be logged, his helpfulness a variable in the upcoming test parameters. Kabuto stood before them, the picture of earnest alliance, his deck of cards a key that could unlock the mysteries of every threatening face in the crowded, hostile room. In an exam built on deception, secrecy, and brutal competition, he was offering a gift of transparency. The only question that hung, unasked, in the minds of the more astute among them was, why? And what, precisely, did he get in return for playing the role of the helpful, hapless senior? The first test had not yet been announced, but Yakushi Kabuto had just administered one of his own. Kiba, still bristling from the dog breath comment, saw a perfect opportunity for a little payback, or at least to unmask the annoying new guy. He pointed a thumb at Sai, a sharp grin on his face. All right, Kabuto S.E. Since you're sharing, I want information on this guy. His demand shifted the group's focus. All eyes, save for Naruto's which remained in a scanning pattern of the room, turned to Kabuto, then to Sai. Ino leaned in, curious. Shikamaru watched with lazy interest. Sakura's brow furrowed slightly, unsure if this was a good idea but unable to deny her own clinical curiosity about the teammate she was forced to endure. Kabuto's friendly smile didn't falter. He gave an understanding nod, as if this was a common request. Of course. Let's see. He began shuffling through his deck of cards with practiced efficiency. His fingers moved quickly, scanning names and village symbols. He passed cards for Konoha teams they knew, mentally noting entries for Rock Lee, Hyuga Neji, Tenten, before his search seemed to come up short. A faint, apologetic frown touched his lips. He pulled a single, nearly blank card from the back of the stack. Holding it up, he showed it to the group. On it, in clean, minimalist script, was written. Name, Sai. Affiliation, Konohagakure. Team, 7 Hitaki Kakashi. Record, no prior exam participation. No official mission ledger available for public access. Notes, recent addition to roster. Specialized training background. No significant data on combat style or technique repertoire available in standard archives. The card was stark. It was less a profile and more of an administrative placeholder. The specialized training background was a common, vague term used for clan heirs or those from confidential programs, but it revealed nothing. Sadly, Kabuto said, his tone genuinely regretful as he slipped the card back into the deck, that's all there is. His record is exceptionally clean. Too clean, almost. No academy tournament history, no public D-rank completion logs that are usually accessible. It's as if he was entered into the system fully formed just recently. He adjusted his glasses, his gaze settling on Sai with a look of polite curiosity. It seems your new teammate is a bit of a mystery, even to my sources. The revelation was more telling than a full dossier. In a world where shinobi were meticulously tracked from the academy, a blank slate was a glaring anomaly. It was a silent alarm. Kiba's triumphant smirk faded, replaced by a deeper, more suspicious scowl. TCH. Figures. Shady from the start. Ino's assessing gaze sharpened. A mystery was often more attractive than an open book, but in the deadly context of the exams, it was also a red flag. Specialized training, huh, she murmured. Shikamaru's eyes, half-lidded, saw the strategic implication instantly. A wild card inserted into a known team. No history. Troublesome. He's not just a genin, he's an operative. This exam just got exponentially more complicated. Sakura's lips pressed into a thin line. This confirmed her internal assessment. Sai wasn't just socially maladjusted, he was institutionally invisible. He was a ghost with a forehead protector. Her resolve to monitor and contain him tightened another notch. Naruto finally glanced over, his onyx eyes flicking from the now hidden card to Sai's placid face. The blank profile didn't surprise him. Nothing about Sai fit the normal patterns. It simply validated what he already knew on an instinctual level: Sai was not a teammate. He was a mission parameter. A hostile variable to be accounted for, not understood. Sai, for his part, merely maintained his empty smile under the scrutiny, as if the discussion of his own non-existence was a mildly interesting abstract concept. "It seems my data is insufficient for productive analysis," he stated, as if commenting on the weather. How inefficient. Kabuto offered a conciliatory shrug, the helpful senior out of his depth. Some shinobi are like that. They operate in the shadows until the moment they choose to step into the light. He said it lightly, but the words carried a subtle, chilling weight. He had successfully framed Sai not as a weak unknown, but as a deliberate enigma, a card so hidden, not even the card collector could read it. In doing so, he had deepened the fissures within Team 7 and planted seeds of heightened wariness in all of them. The first, subtle knife of the exam had been drawn, and it wasn't made of steel, but of information. Kabuto's friendly analysis of the participant landscape, delivered with the air of a helpful tour guide, continued. As for the other villages, the major ones like Sand and our own Leaf naturally have the most participants. Some, like Grass and Rain, have a respectable showing, solid mid-tier contenders with their own unique tricks. He adjusted his glasses, his tone dipping into one of mild, almost dismissive curiosity. And then there's this new one. Well, the sound. They're pretty weak, from what I've seen. Unproven. Probably just here for the experience. His words, though spoken softly, carried in the tense silence of the room. They were not meant as a public challenge, but as a piece of strategic data shared among Konoha comrades. They were heard. From across the room, three figures clad in stark gray and blue, with distinctive, stylized sound headbands, stiffened. Kintsuchi's eyes narrowed into venomous slits. Dosu Kinyuta's single visible eye, above his sound-dampening headwrap, fixed on Kabuto with cold fury. Zaku Abumi's hands, with their hollow tube implants, clenched at his sides. They did not shout. They did not protest. In perfect, synchronized malice, they moved. Kin's hand flashed to her pouch, senbon glinting between her fingers. Dosu's arm, the one encased in his unique sonic gauntlet, began to hum with a low, building frequency. Zaku's palms lifted, the orifices pointing directly at Kabuto's back. The intent was clear and instantaneous. A brutal, punishing retaliation for the insult, meant to maim or kill before the exams even officially began. The attack never landed. Before the first senbon could fly or the first sound wave could erupt, the air at the front of the classroom detonated with a massive cloud of smoke. Not a gentle puff, but a concussive bang that shook the floorboards and stole the breath from every genin's lungs. When the smoke cleared, a line of figures stood imposingly on the instructor's platform. At their center was a mountain of a man. He was bald, covered in severe scars, and wore a standard Konoha flak jacket over a mesh shirt. But it was his presence, not his appearance, that froze the blood in the room. Ibiki Morino, Konoha's head of torture and interrogation, radiated a killing intent so dense, so visceral, it felt like the air had turned to ice water. It wasn't just menace, it was the promise of prolonged, unimaginable agony, honed over countless broken minds and shattered wills. It swept over the assembled genin like a physical wave. The sound trio's attack posture shattered. Kin's senbon hand dropped as if the needles had turned to lead. Dosu's gauntlet fell silent. Zaku's arms went limp. Their aggressive fury was extinguished, replaced by primal, cold terror that glued them to their spots. Every other genin in the room, the arrogant, the confident, the secretly powerful, flinched as one. The room, which had been a cacophony of whispered threats and posturing, fell into a dead, suffocating silence. Even Naruto, hardened by his own internal demons, felt a reflexive chill trace his spine. Sakura's breath hitched. Sai's smile vanished, replaced by blank, analytical alertness. Ibiki's eyes, dark and pitiless, scanned the room. He had seen the aborted attack. He had seen everything. All right, his voice boomed, flat and devoid of any emotion except absolute authority. It was the sound of a door slamming shut on a tomb. All of you, shut up and listen up. Not a soul dared to even exhale too loudly. My name is Morino Ibiki. I am the proctor for the first stage of these Chunin exams. He let the title hang, letting the implications of his day job sink in for every foreign ninja in the room. You will now take a seat at the desk you are assigned. There is a numbered card on each one. Find yours. Do it quietly. Do it now. The command was a trigger. The spell of his killing intent loosened just enough to allow movement, but the oppressive weight remained, making every step feel heavy and deliberate. There was no more shoving, no more muttered threats. The genin moved like ghosts, shuffling quickly to find their assigned seats, the earlier bravado completely incinerated by Ibiki's display. The sound ninja, their faces pale with a mixture of fury and lingering fear, slunk to their own desks, shooting venomous glares not just at Kabuto but at the entire Konoha contingent. Their humiliation was public, and their vengeance was merely postponed. As Naruto slid into his seat, he glanced at the number on his card, then let his onyx eyes sweep the room one final time before the test began. The message was crystal clear. The preliminary posturing was over. The games were done. They were now in the system, under the gaze of men who dealt in broken spirits and extracted secrets for a living. The first test hadn't even been distributed, and already, Morino Ibiki had administered the most important lesson of all. In this room, he was the apex predator. Everything else was just prey, waiting to be sorted. The first written exam ended not with a bell, but with a silent, collective exhalation of strained nerves. Ibiki's psychological gauntlet, a test of intelligence, espionage, and, most crucially, the sheer will to press on against the threat of total, career-ending failure, had weeded out the weak. Teams who couldn't withstand the pressure of his mind games, the terrifying stakes of the 10th question, had broken, quitting in humiliated silence. Team 7 had not flinched. Naruto had sat impassively, his onyx eyes fixed ahead, viewing the test not as an academic challenge, but as another form of opponent to be out-endured. The threats held no power over a will already forged in the fires of loss and a brother's bloody legacy. Sakura's brilliant mind had dissected the written puzzles with ease, but her true test was in maintaining her composure under Ibiki's oppressive aura, which she did with the steely resolve of a surgeon in a crisis. Sai, devoid of conventional fear or loyalty, had simply processed the test parameters and executed the optimal strategy for survival and advancement. They passed without spectacle, a testament to the hardened, if fractured, unit they had become. Now, the remaining genin, a significantly reduced field, sat in a brittle, anticipatory quiet. The tension of the written test was gone, replaced by the uncertainty of what came next. It arrived with violence. Crash, smash, thud. The window at the front of the classroom exploded inward in a shower of glass and splintered wood. Before anyone could react, a long, cloth banner unfurled through the ragged hole, smacking against the floor with a heavy whump. Written on it in flamboyant, bold script were the words, "The sexy kunoichi proctor, Enko Midarashi." A split second later, a woman followed the banner, landing in a theatrical crouch atop it. She wore a long, open trench coat over a mesh bodysuit, her purple hair wild, a triumphant, feral grin splitting her face. "Yeah," she crowed, striking a pose. All the genin, still raw from Ibiki's grim severity, could only blink in stunned disbelief. The whiplash in tone was jarring. From behind the banner, Ibiki rose with a long-suffering sigh, brushing imaginary dust from his flak jacket. "You're early, Enko," he stated, his voice flat. Enko's grin faltered for a microsecond, a faint blush coloring her cheeks before her bravado reasserted itself. "Well," she huffed, straightening up. Her sharp, violet eyes swept over the room, taking in the diminished but hardened candidates. Her expression shifted from playful to predatory. "You must be getting soft, Ibiki. You let this many pass." Ibiki merely shrugged a massive shoulder. "Well, maybe this crop is just talented." Enko scoffed, a sound full of dark promise. "We'll see. By the time I'm done with them, they'll be at most half." She turned to face the genin, her grin returning, but now it held the glint of a razor blade. "All right, maggots, listen up. You follow me to training ground 44. Don't dawdle, don't get lost, don't stop for a picnic. I expect all of you to be there in 30 minutes. Or else," she let the threat hang, her eyes gleaming. "You're eliminated right there and then. Move out." The room erupted into motion, chairs scraping as genin bolted for the door, the sudden, chaotic energy a stark contrast to the previous oppressive stillness. Amidst the rush, Naruto's eyes found Sai's. It wasn't a look of friendship or even trust. It was a swift, tactical glance. A silent confirmation. Sai met it with a microscopic nod of his own, his empty smile absent, replaced by pure focus. Flashback. Evening, day before the exams. The sun had been a bloody smear on the horizon when Naruto, returning from a final solo drilling session with his bow, nearly collided with Sai at a deserted crossroads. The pale boy had been standing unnaturally still, as if waiting. For a long moment, they simply stared at each other, the bad blood and bitter words a living thing between them. It was Naruto who broke the silence, his voice low, stripped of its usual heat. The exams start tomorrow. Sai nodded. A high-probability environment for mission failure and lethal engagement. I'm not doing this for you, Naruto stated bluntly. And you're not doing it for me. But if we're in there at each other's throats, we fail. Sakura gets put at risk. The mission, the team's mission, fails. Sai processed this, his head tilting. Logical. Internal conflict reduces unit efficiency by approximately 73% in simulated combat scenarios. Our individual goals, while divergent, are currently served by the same outcome, advancement. So we put it aside, Naruto said, his onyx eyes hard. Just for the exams, we watch each other's backs like actual teammates. We pass. After that, he left the threat hanging, but it was clear, the ceasefire was temporary. Sai considered. His programming understood temporary alliances. They were tools. A strategic non-aggression pact for the duration of the examination period. Agreed. No handshake. No smile. Just a pair of curt nods in the gathering dusk. A cold, clinical truce forged not from camaraderie, but from pure, grim necessity. End flashback. Now, as they sprinted with the pack of genin after the flamboyant and terrifying Anko Mitarashi, that truce was active. They were not friends. They were barely allies. But for now, in the face of the unknown horrors of Training Ground 44, the Forest of Death, they were operational partners. The personal war was on hold. The survival mission had begun. Naruto fell into step beside Sakura, with Sai taking a position on their flank, a pale shadow. The fractured triangle held, for now, bound by a pact as fragile and sharp as the glass scattered across the classroom floor. All teams arrived within the allotted time, a testament to the survival instincts Ibiki's first test had already begun to hone. They stood assembled before the towering, imposing gates of Training Ground 44. The fence was absurdly high, topped with razor wire, and the air emanating from beyond the tree line was thick, humid, and carried the primal scent of damp earth, rotting vegetation, and unseen, moving things. Anko Mitarashi stood before them on a small riser, her earlier theatricality replaced by a sadistic, business-like glee. All right, everyone, settle down. She barked, her voice cutting through the anxious murmurs. You may all think you're hot shit after passing Ibiki's pop quiz, but let me make one thing perfectly clear, I simply don't care. A few genin grumbled, their pride pricked. Anko's grin only widened, revealing slightly too sharp canines. Now, this is how it's gonna go down. Each team will take one scroll. She held up two scrolls, one marked with a blue, heaven, kanji, the other with a brown, earth, kanji. Whether you get heaven or earth is random. It won't matter. At first, her eyes glittered. Because in order to pass this second stage, a team has to possess both a heaven and an earth scroll. And you have 5 days to get from this gate to the central tower on the opposite side of the forest. With both scrolls in hand. A cold ripple of understanding passed through the crowd. The earlier, vague threat crystallized into brutal, concrete reality. This wasn't a test of navigation or survival. It was a forced battle royale. The method of obtaining the second scroll was left ominously, terrifyingly open. How you obtain the second scroll is up to you. The words hung in the humid air, sanctioning theft, ambush, and worse. Now, Anko continued, her tone shifting to mock bureaucracy, before you take your precious scrolls, you have to sign these. She gestured, and a stern-faced Chunin emerged from a small station tent, carrying a thick stack of consent forms. The Chunin began distributing them. These are liability waivers, Anko explained cheerfully. They basically say that if you die in there, and some of you definitely will, it's your own damn fault for not being strong enough, fast enough, or smart enough. So sign on the dotted line if you want to play. No signature, no entry. Deaths. The word, now official, administrative, hit the genin with physical force. Whispers of, what, and, who's going to die, slithered through the ranks. The reality of the Chunin exams, mortality rate, previously theoretical, was now a clause in a contract they had to sign. Amidst the growing panic, a more immediate, pragmatic concern surfaced. Choji Akamichi, his face pale but his priorities clear, raised a tentative hand. What about food? Anko's laugh was a short, sharp bark. Food. There's plenty in the wilderness inside there. She jabbed a thumb towards the brooding forest. Berries, roots, fungi, game. Assuming you don't become food yourself. As if on cue, a deep, guttural roar echoed from the depths of the forest, followed by the panicked shriek of some large animal and the sound of snapping trees. Then came the chittering of 1,000 insects, the hiss of something large moving through undergrowth, the distant, chilling howl of a predator. Several genin flinched visibly. The Forest of Death wasn't just a name, it was a promise. Through it all, one figure seemed utterly disconnected from the mounting dread. Uzumaki Naruto stood slightly apart from his team, not with nervous energy, but with an aura of focused calm. He wasn't scanning the fearsome forest or listening to Anko's dire warnings. He was inspecting one of his custom double-tipped kunai, turning it over in his fingers, testing its balance with a series of precise, small flips. His onyx eyes were fixed on the blade, his expression one of detached assessment, as if the impending 5-day struggle for survival was a minor logistical detail to be addressed after he'd finished maintaining his tools. He wasn't bored, he was centered. The chaos, the threats, the fear, it was all just background noise to the singular signal of his own readiness. While others fretted about food or the legalities of their potential demise, Naruto was already in the mindset of the hunt, his temporary truce with Sai solidifying into a cold, operational fact, his protective instinct for Sakura a silent vow. The gate wasn't just an entrance to a forest, it was a threshold into the kind of raw, Darwinian arena where the power he'd been forging in solitude would finally find its true measure. And he was, finally, eager to take the scale. Anko's grin turned serpentine, a predator savoring a secret. And one more thing, she purred, the playful tone gone, replaced by icy seriousness. To enter the tower and pass successfully, your team members have to be alive, and well, and not unconscious. The scrolls are also to be delivered unopened. A genin from a minor village, emboldened by nerves, called out, "What happens if you open them?" Anko's smile widened, showing all her teeth. It was not a friendly sight. "Well," she said, drawing out the word, "you'll find a surprise. A nasty one." She offered no further details, letting their imaginations, fueled by the horrors they already associated with this place, paint the picture. The message was clear, the scrolls themselves were traps, another layer of lethal psychology in this game of survival. The signing of the waivers was a somber, silent affair. The scratch of pens on paper sounded unnaturally loud. Taking the scrolls felt like receiving a death sentence or a murder weapon, depending on one's perspective. The genin from smaller villages or weaker teams looked visibly tense, their knuckles white around their scrolls, eyes darting to the larger, more intimidating squads. Guided by impassive Chunin, the teams were dispersed to one of the many identical gates that punctuated the immense perimeter fence of Training Ground 44. Each gate was a portal into a different, equally lethal sector of the hell within. Sakura, Sai, and Naruto stood before their assigned gate, number 12. The massive, riveted steel door was a stark barrier between them and the audible chaos of the forest. The air here was still, heavy with anticipation. Sakura performed a final, precise adjustment of her black gloves, ensuring no wrinkle would impair her grip. Her face was a mask of analytical calm, but her green eyes held a fierce, calculating light. She was running through mental checklists, known flora and fauna toxins, emergency field medicine procedures, the chakra cost of sustained vigilance. Sai had lost his painted smile entirely. His face was a blank slate of pure focus, his dark eyes scanning the tree line beyond the gate with a sniper's intensity. The artificial pleasantry was a tool he no longer needed, now, only the mission mattered. Naruto stood between them, his earlier detached calm replaced by a laser-like focus that seemed to vibrate the air around him. His hands rested lightly on the straps of his custom bow. His onyx eyes were fixed on the steel door, but he was seeing beyond it, mapping potential routes, envisioning ambush points, calculating the variables of the hunt. "Once we get in here," Naruto said, his voice low and flat, cutting through the silence, "we find the heaven scroll we're missing and go to the tower." He stated the objective with the simplicity of a military order. However, he continued, a spark igniting in the depths of his eyes, "I want to test my power against these other genin." It wasn't a boast, it was a necessity. The secluded training, the inherited techniques, the dense new chakra, they all demanded a live crucible. The Forest of Death was the perfect proving ground. Sai gave a curt, efficient nod. "In that case, when we face the first team, I will step back and let you and Sakura handle them. If you are struggling, I will lend you my help." It was a coldly logical division of labor, allowing for data collection and contingency. Naruto nodded back, the temporary truce manifesting as crisp, tactical planning. "Understood." Sakura's head snapped towards them, a flicker of protest in her eyes. "Wait, what?" But her protective instincts clashed with the cold logic of the plan. Dividing their already fragile strength seemed risky. "It's okay, Sakura," Naruto said, turning his gaze to her. His expression was serious, but there was a flicker of the old, reassuring confidence in it. "We need to know what we can do. And we need to see what they can do." They encompassed every other team in the forest. Sai, in his mind, HNN. "It's part of my mission from Danzo-sama to gauge your power and potential. A controlled, observed engagement is optimal." Let the Jinchuriki and his guardian reveal their limits. Data is the priority. Before any more could be said, a loud, metallic clang echoed across the clearing, followed by a series of identical sounds from all around the distant perimeter. Their gate, along with every other, began to groan open on heavy hinges. Go! A chunin barked from the watchtower. Time seemed to compress. With a unified, wordless surge, Team 7, a trinity of resolve, analysis, and cold purpose, leapt forward as one. Naruto led, a blur of orange and black stripes. Sakura was a half-step behind, a flash of red and focused intent. Sai brought up the rear, a pale ghost. They crossed the threshold from the controlled world of the village into the untamed, screaming heart of the forest of death. The massive steel gate slammed shut behind them with a final, deafening boom, sealing them in. The 5-day clock had started. The hunt for a scroll, for validation, and for survival was now irrevocably, violently, underway. As Naruto, Sakura, and Sai penetrated the dense, oppressive foliage of the forest of death, their entrance was marked not by the frantic scrambling of prey, but by the calm, deliberate advance of predators. The air, thick with the scent of decay and unseen threat, did nothing to quicken their pulses. They moved with a synchronized, economical grace that spoke of hardened nerves far beyond typical genin apprehension. Let's do this, Sakura-chan, Naruto stated, his voice a low, steady hum that carried more certainty than excitement. Sakura's response was a single, sharp exhale. HNN, let's go. Sai followed in silence, a pale shadow documenting their every move. 6 minutes into their trek, Naruto stopped. He didn't crouch or glance around suspiciously. He simply stood in a small clearing, his head tilted slightly, and spoke to the empty air, his voice cutting through the jungle din with cool disdain. Drop the weak false surroundings jutsu. It's an insult. Sakura, beside him, didn't even bother to scan the trees. Her lips curled. Pathetic. For a moment, there was only the buzz of insects. Then, with a ripple of dispelling chakra, the illusion of empty forest fell away. 3 genin from Kusagakure, their expressions shifting from smug anticipation to shocked indignation, were revealed hiding among the ferns. TCH, spat the lead grass ninja, a lanky boy with a cruel twist to his mouth. Look at what we have here, guys. 3 kids playing at ninja. He eyed their Konoha headbands with open contempt. These Konoha scum think they own every forest. The second, with his hair in tight braids, grinned, his kunai already in hand. I think we should just. His sentence ended in a guttural, woof. As Naruto moved, there was no flashy shunshin, just a burst of raw speed that covered the distance before she could blink. The steel-capped end of his staff slammed into her guard, a strike of such concussive force it didn't just block her, it blasted through her defensive posture, driving the air from her lungs and sending her stumbling back, her arms numb. Sai, as planned, fluidly leapt onto a low tree branch, settling into an observatory perch. His eyes were cameras, his mind a recording scroll. The third grass kunoichi, her eyes wide with alarm, shouted, "Keep your eyes on that one, he is." Wham! The sound was like a sledgehammer hitting wet clay. Sakura had closed the distance in the distraction. Her earth-reinforced fist, cloaked in a subtle brown hue, connected squarely with the kunoichi's jaw. It wasn't a knockout punch, it was a statement of overwhelming, condensed power. The girl's head snapped back, her feet actually leaving the ground for an instant before she crashed down, seeing stars. She righted herself with a wobble, spitting blood, fury overriding her shock as she drew a kunai and launched herself at Sakura with a feral scream. Sakura met her head-on, her taijutsu a blend of precise medical knowledge of pressure points and the brutal, efficient style Kakashi had drilled into her. Naruto, now the focus of the 2 male grass ninja, tightened his grip on his staff. Grass Nin 1 came in with a wild, powerful haymaker. Naruto didn't dodge. He shifted his weight, intercepting the punch with the midsection of his staff, absorbing and dissipating the force. Grass Nin 2 tried to capitalize from the right, a kick aimed at Naruto's ribs. Naruto's head didn't turn, but he saw the movement in his periphery. He repositioned the staff with a subtle twist, using it as a barrier to block the kick while simultaneously lashing out with his own foot in a blistering front kick to Grass Nin 1's chest. The impact was audible, a dull thud that sent the boy flying back to crash through a bush. Before Grass Nin 2 could recover from his blocked kick, Naruto spun the staff in his hands, the other steel-capped end whipping around to smash into the boy's forearm with punishing precision. A sharp crack echoed, not bone, but spirit. The grass ninja staggered back, clutching his arm, his face a mask of pain and disbelief. What? How can he? Naruto gave him no time to ponder. The staff became a blur of controlled violence. Another strike came in a high arc. Grass Nin 2 desperately raised his kunai to block. The oak shaft met the thin metal with overwhelming force, driving the parry down and slamming the steel cap into his shoulder. He cried out, his arm going limp. Grass Nin 1, back on his feet and enraged, hurled 3 kunai in a desperate spread. Naruto didn't retreat. He simply jumped, his enhanced leg muscles propelling him in a clean arc over the projectiles. He landed horizontally on the trunk of a nearby tree, defying gravity for a moment as he scanned his opponents. He narrowed his eyes, then closed them. When they opened, the deep onyx was gone, replaced by a vivid crimson. 2 tomo spun lazily in each eye, drinking in every detail, the twitch of a muscle, the shift of weight, the panic in their gazes. From his perch, Sai's analytical mind logged the data. So he can use the Sharingan at will. Activation time, instantaneous. No visible strain. Playtime is over, Naruto declared, his voice now carrying the flat, eerie resonance of the Uchiha's predictive coldness. He flung 6 shuriken from his pouch, 3 at each genin. They were not thrown with wild force, but with the sharp, economical motion Sasuke's muscle memory had burned into him. You arrogant bastard, Grass Nin 1 snarled, batting the shuriken aside with his kunai. His companion did the same. Naruto's left hand, which wasn't holding the staff, made a subtle, almost imperceptible twitching gesture. The shuriken, seemingly deflected, suddenly reversed direction in midair, their trajectories curving unnaturally. Almost invisible ninja wire, which only Naruto's Sharingan could trace with perfect clarity, had been attached. The wires wrapped around the 2 separate genin with cruel efficiency. With a grunt of effort that came from his core, Naruto pulled. It wasn't just strength. It was the dense, formidable chakra enhancing every fiber of his being. The 2 grass ninja were yanked off their feet with brutal force, screaming as they were hauled through the air towards Naruto, slamming into each other with a sickening crunch of bodies mid-flight. As they neared him in a tangled, stunned heap, Naruto released the wires. He launched himself off the tree trunk, a human projectile. A single, devastating spinning kick connected with both of them, the impact echoing through the clearing like a cannon shot. Spit and blood flew from their mouths as they were blasted away to slam back first into another tree trunk, slumping to the ground with ragged groans. They untangled themselves, fury and terror warring on their faces, and charged again. What followed was a short, brutal lesson. Naruto's staff became an instrument of punishment. Every block they attempted was shattered. Every desperate attack was intercepted and countered with a strike that bruised bone and shattered confidence. They jumped back, bleeding and panting, and in a last, coordinated effort, unleashed a hail of 24 kunai. Naruto didn't flinch. His hands formed 4 seals, tiger, boar, ox, dog, with blinding speed. He took a deep breath and exhaled. Futon. Daitapa. Wind release. Great breakthrough, but it was not the village leveling gale of legend. It was a controlled, focused cone of concussive wind, shaped by his will and the Sharingan's precision. It met the kunai storm head-on, not blowing it away chaotically, but repelling it with such focused force that the weapons were knocked into a harmless, clattering heap on the forest floor. The 2 grass ninja, their last gambit spent, split to flank him. It was a fatal mistake against the Sharingan. Naruto moved between them like water. He parried a slash from Grass Nin 1 before the boy's arm had fully extended. When Grass Nin 2 tried a roundhouse kick at his now open side, Naruto caught the leg with his free hand, used the momentum to pivot, and delivered a savage back kick to Grass Nin 1's sternum, sending him flying. In the same continuous motion, he used his grip on the captured leg to swing Grass Nin 2 bodily into the path of his recovering comrade. They collided in a heap once more. A shadow clone poofed into existence, not to fight, but to launch Naruto forward like a living spear. He descended on the dazed pair, his staff a blur of decisive, powerful strikes, cracks to limbs, jabs to solar plexuses, sweeping blows to legs. Every time they tried to rise, another precise hit drove them back down. After a relentless minute, the fight was gone from them. They lay in a groaning, bruised heap, unable and unwilling to continue. TCH. Fools, Naruto muttered, the red fading from his eyes as he dismissed the Sharingan with a conscious thought. Across the clearing, Sakura's fight had ended with similar efficiency, but different tools. She had used a simple genjutsu, misdirecting the sound of her movements, to create an opening, then closed with taijutsu that targeted nerve clusters and joint locks, ending with a precise chop to the carotid artery that left the kunoichi in a deep, unconscious state. It was clinical, efficient, and mercifully non-lethal. They regrouped wordlessly. Sakura dragged the unconscious kunoichi over to the groaning pile of her teammates. A quick, professional search of their pouches yielded their prize, a single heaven scroll. Naruto took it, his fingers brushing the kanji. He looked up, past the dense canopy where slivers of sky were visible. The forest was silent now, save for the pained whimpers of their defeated first opponents. The scroll was warm in his hand, a tangible step. Brother, he thought, the weight of the scroll feeling like the weight of the eyes in his sockets. This is one of the first steps. To achieve your goal. In my dream. The first blooding was complete. They had their second scroll. The path to the tower was open. But for Naruto, the true objective of this forest was just beginning. The hunt for a worthy measure of his power was now well and truly on. End. Author's notes. Hello, wonderful readers. First and foremost, thank you for taking the time to read Naruto, Combined Legacies. This story has been a labor of passion, and knowing that there are people out there enjoying the journey of Naruto, Sakura, Sai, and the rest of this reimagined world means more than I can properly express. Support the story. If you are enjoying Naruto, Combined Legacies so far, you can always check out the latest updates and chapters over on my P4 or if you want to catch up, the story is 8+ chapters ahead. Your support, whether financial or simply by being a presence in the community, gives me the strength and motivation to keep producing this story. Writing is a solitary craft, but knowing that others are sharing in the adventure makes every word worth it. Connect with me. By joining the, again, completely free, no pressure, no obligations, you can help me connect with you, my readers, on a deeper level. I want to know what you're enjoying, what you'd like to see more of, and where you think the story should go. Your feedback shapes the narrative, and your needs are my priority. 6 Paths Theorist. https://6 Paths Theorist. Cared. Co. You can find me on P4 under the name 6 Paths Theorist or use the highlighted link above for even faster access for direct access. Chapter 9, Chunin Exams E. Chapter 5 The Chunin Exams E. Sai dropped from his observation branch without a sound, landing beside the groaning heap of grass Genin with the eerie grace of a falling leaf. His face was once again its default mask of placid emptiness, the earlier intensity gone now that the data collection phase of the engagement was complete. Did they have the right scroll? He asked, his tone devoid of curiosity, a simple request for mission-relevant data. Sakura stood over the kunoichi she'd defeated, giving the girl's side a precise, disdainful kick with the toe of her sandal, eliciting a pained groan. No, she stated, her voice flat with contempt. Good for nothings. All that bluster for a scroll we already have. Her kick was not an act of brutality, but of finality, a punctuation mark on their failure and a warning against any thought of pursuit. Sai processed this. Inefficient. The risk-reward ratio of their ambush was flawed from the outset. He made no move to help or further harm the defeated team. They were now irrelevant environmental data, like a log tree or a sped trap. Naruto had the captured Earth Scroll and secured it in a different pouch from their own Earth Scroll, a basic precaution against confusion or theft. He gave the forest around them one final sweep with his senses, not just sight, but listening for the shift in animal sounds, the subtle wrongness in the air that signaled other watchers. He detected nothing immediate. The first conflict had been swift, decisive, and contained. Let's move then, Sai said, stating the logical next step. No further discussion was needed. In a synchronized motion, the 3 genin turned their backs on the defeated team and launched themselves into the trees. Naruto took the lead, his movements a fluid blend of power and silence, his bow now securely strapped across his back once more. Sakura followed, her jumps economical, her landing on each branch sure and balanced, leaving minimal disturbance. Sai brought up the rear, his passage even quieter, a ghost flitting through the dappled shadows. They moved not as 3 individuals, but as a single, multi-part organism with a shared, grim purpose. The brief, violent interlude was already filed away. The objective remained unchanged. Navigate the lethal forest, defend their scrolls, reach the tower. The first skirmish had served its purposes, testing their capabilities in live combat, securing the second scroll, and reaffirming the cold, operational functionality of their temporary truce. They dissolved into the green gloom of the forest of death, leaving behind only the faint moans of their first victims and the silent, watching trees. The hunt, in the longer, more perilous journey to the central tower, continued. The second day in the forest of death dawned with a heavy, predatory stillness. Team 7, or what remained of its operational core, moved through the canopy with a rhythm that was becoming instinctual. Naruto in the lead, a silent scout, Sakura in the center, senses stretched taut, Sai covering the rear, his presence a cold constant. They were a well-oiled machine of survival, until the machine met a wrench. Naruto, his instinct screaming a half-second before the attack manifested, halted on a thick branch. His hands flew into seals, ram, snake, boar, horse, tiger, with practiced speed. But he wasn't aiming at a visible target. He sensed the disturbance in the air, the gathering of chakra from a specific vector. A massive, silent gust of wind, sharp enough to cleave branches, ripped through the space where they had just been leaping. It wasn't natural, it was a wind release technique, aimed to slam them from midair to the ground. Naruto didn't dodge into its path. He completed his seals, pivoted, and exhaled. Kaden, Gokaku no Jutsu. But it wasn't the colossal sun he'd used on the boulder. It was a smaller, denser, brilliantly white-hot sphere of flame, fired directly into the heart of the oncoming wind blade. The elements collided with a sound like a roaring furnace. The wind, instead of scattering the fire, acted as a bellows. The fireball exploded, not outward, but was hurled back along the wind's path with magnified speed and fury, transforming into a screaming firestorm that raced back towards its hidden caster. From the smoky aftermath of the returned assault, a voice, low and sibilant, chuckled. See you. My, you really aren't just Genin, are you? A figure emerged from the dissipating heat haze. She was a kunoichi from Kusagaku, but something was off. Her posture was too relaxed, her smile too knowing, her eyes holding a glint of ancient amusement that didn't belong in a teenage competitor. Sakura, landing beside Naruto, assessed her instantly. You really think you can take our scrolls by yourself? She challenged, though her analytical mind was already flagging discrepancies, the chakra control for that wind attack, the unnatural calm. Let's find out, shall we? The kunoichi purred. With a fluid motion, she bit her thumb and slammed her palm onto the branch. Kuchio's no jutsu. A massive snake, scales the color of dried blood, materialized in a puff of acrid smoke and lunged with terrifying speed, not at Naruto, but at Sakura and the space between them, aiming to separate and terrorize. Sakura's breath hitched, a primal alarm flashing in her mind. Snake, but before the old fear could take root, a wall of heat washed over her. Naruto had already formed the seals again. Another great fireball, larger this time, erupted from his mouth and slammed into the serpent's open maw. The creature hissed in agony, its charge turned into a writhing retreat before it vanished in a puff of dismissal smoke. But it had been a distraction. A second, larger snake, silent and unseen, had coiled around from behind. It struck at Sai, who had been observing from a flanking position. Before his analytical mind could process a perfect counter, the massive jaws engulfed him whole and the serpent immediately constricted and slithered away at shocking speed into the deep undergrowth, leaving a trail of crushed foliage. Sai. Sakura's cry was ripped from her throat. The image of a teammate being taken, swallowed, flashed over the older memory of Sasuke falling, a different horror, but the same helpless shock. She violently squashed the parallel, forcing her training to the forefront. He's not dead. It's a summon. He can get out. Naruto moved to pursue, but the Kusa Kunoichi shimmered and reappeared directly in his path, blocking him with infuriating ease. Now, the game is just between us. Naruto's eyes narrowed, his Sharingan still dormant but his senses screaming. Who are you? You are not Chunin level. The Kunoichi's smile widened. I could say the same thing about you, boy. Sakura, pushing down her worry for Sai, focused on the immediate threat. Come on, Naruto, finish this guy off so we can help Sai. She said, exasperation masking her concern. Naruto blinked, a flicker of his old, literal self surfacing. Isn't she a girl? Sakura rolled her eyes, the mundane question almost comforting. Whatever. Just do it quickly. The kunoichi laughed. My, how amusing. Come, then, let's see what you're made of. Sakura, stand back, Naruto ordered, his voice dropping into a combat monotone. I'll fight her. He drew his staff and shot forward. The Kusa-nin met him, and the dance began. Naruto's staff was a whirlwind of controlled power, swinging, thrusting, sweeping. But the kunoichi was like water. She bent, swayed, and contorted around his strikes with unnatural, boneless grace, her movements more suggestive of slithering than human taijutsu. Every time he thought he had her, she was just out of reach. Frustrated, Naruto feinted a high strike and threw a close-range haymaker with his free hand. She caught his wrist, her grip cold and strong as iron. But Naruto didn't struggle. He focused chakra into his palm and, without a single seal, released a point-blank, futon, gale palm. The concussive burst of wind was sloppy and costly in raw chakra expenditure, but at this range, it was devastating. It blew her grip apart and wrenched her arm back. Using the momentum, Naruto spun, the full weight of his body behind a staff strike that cracked into her torso with a sickening thud, sending a spray of spittle flying. The figure crumbled into a heap of wet mud. A mud clone. TCH, Sakura hissed from the sidelines. My, the voice came from behind Naruto. She was closer this time, having used the clone as a true distraction. You were gifted, however. She closed the distance faster than before, a blur of motion. Naruto's eyes widened. His Sharingan erupted to life without conscious thought, the twin tomo spinning frantically. With its predictive sight, he could block her strikes, but just barely. The speed and angle of her attacks were on a different level. She was testing him. Ah, she breathed, her eyes gleaming with dark fascination as she watched the crimson pupils track her movements. The fabled Sharingan. Interesting. How interesting. Let's see your skill with it. Naruto disengaged, leaping back. He swapped his staff for one of his special double-tipped kunai. Channeling chakra, he focused not on the blade, but on the space between the 2 points. Lightning-natured chakra, crackling and fierce, arced between the tips, forming a crackling, unstable spearhead of pure energy. Sakura stared. What jutsu is that? He threw it. The Kusa-nin moved to slap it aside, but at the last second, Naruto made a minute twitch with his wrist. The lightning-wreathed kunai rotated. Instead of hitting flat, the energized edge met her blocking kunai and sheared clean through it, forcing her to bend her entire torso backwards at an impossible angle to avoid the blade, which thudded deep into a tree behind her, the lightning fizzling out. He pressed the attack, using the Sharingan to guide a barrage of shuriken and feints, each move designed to corner her. She evaded them all, a mocking smile never leaving her lips. But her eyes were constantly on his eyes, studying, hungry. As she dodged the last of a shuriken volley, Naruto made 3 quick hand seals: ram, snake, tiger. Raiden. Bolts of blue-white lightning, thin and precise, lanced out not from him, but from the several kunai he'd embedded in the trees around the clearing during the fight. It was a trap he'd set silently, using the chaos as cover. The lightning crisscrossed the clearing, trying to cage her. She was a phantom, flowing between the crackling lines with that same liquid ease, but it forced her into a predictable rhythm. Naruto used the opening. He leapt high above the clearing, hands forming the familiar fire seals. Kaden. This fireball was different. It was smaller than his training one, but the heat was concentrated, the color a blistering near white. It roared down towards her pinned location. Sakura ducked behind a thick tree trunk. Boom. The clearing vanished in a fireball and a wave of searing heat. Naruto landed, sticking to a tree trunk with chakra, his Sharingan cutting through the smoke and flame. When the fire died, revealing only a scorched, hardened mud shell where she'd stood, he snarled. TCH. Slowly, from the earth itself, the Kusa Kunoichi rose, her infuriating smile untouched. Nice strategy. But I am better. Naruto's Sharingan blazed. He launched himself at her, his staff now crackling with lightning at both steel-capped ends. He went for a brutal, wide swing. She ducked under it, her hand snaking out to grab his collar. He batted it away with a swift reversal of the staff, the lightning discharge making her arm go momentarily numb. She retaliated with a haymaker that connected solidly with his solar plexus, knocking the wind from him in a pained gasp. But the Naruto she hit dissolved into smoke, a shadow clone she hadn't perceived, set up during the fireball's distraction. Wham! The real Naruto, from her blind side, drove a fist into her kidney. But it wasn't just a punch. In the microsecond before impact, he released another seal-less gale palm from his knuckles. The concussive force internalized the blow. It wasn't just a strike, it was a localized explosion of air inside her body. 1 minute prior, Naruto's mind, if I could do that again, but in a passive way. Time the chakra release to the moment of impact. Channel the wind nature for the gale palm through my hands before. The Kunoichi staggered, a genuine grunt of pain escaping her. My, how intuitive. Naruto didn't gloat. He channeled wind chakra again, but this time through the shaft of his staff, using the Sharingan's ability to see chakra pathways to guide the unstable energy. He wasn't creating a gale palm, he was turning the entire staff into a conduit for concussive force. She beckoned him with a finger, a silent taunt. He lunged. Holding the staff with both hands at one end, he spun like a top, aiming to smash her with the lightning and wind-energized tip. She jumped, soaring over the sweeping staff. But Naruto had already created a shadow clone beneath him. The clone braced and launched the real Naruto straight up like a projectile, intercepting her in midair. She flicked a kunai at his face. His Sharingan tracked it, calculated its spin and trajectory. He didn't dodge. He brought his staff up in a perfect, minimal parry. The kunai hit the lightning-charged, wind-energized steel cap. The combined forces didn't just deflect it, they catapulted it back at her with triple the speed. It pierced straight through the forehead of the still airborne Kunoichi, who dissolved into mud. Another clone. The real one erupted from the ground beneath the falling Naruto, a kunai aimed for his spine. But Naruto's shadow clone, still below, saw it. It formed the fire seals and spat a great fireball upwards, not at the emerging Kunoichi, but at the space between her and Naruto. Naruto, still falling, took a deep breath and unleashed a futon, Daitapa. Downwards, not as an attack, but as a propulsion blast. It slammed into the rising fireball. Fire and wind married catastrophically. The fireball expanded, ignited by the forced oxygen, transforming into a monstrous, roiling vortex of flame that engulfed the kunoichi's point of emergence in a deafening, all-consuming lump. A thick screen of smoke and steam billowed out. Sakura appeared from behind her tree. "And that's that," she said, trying to sound certain. "Let's collect the scroll and go look for Sai." See you. The laugh came from everywhere and nowhere in the swirling smoke. A little while earlier, inside the snake. Sai did not panic. Panic was an inefficient emotion, purged from his programming. As the stomach muscles of the summoned serpent constricted around him, he assessed, acidic environment imminent. Crushing pressure. Limited mobility. He focused his chakra, not into a wild burst, but into a fine, sustained edge along the blade of his tanto. The chakra glowed a pale blue. With a surgeon's precision, he drew the blade along the interior wall of the snake. The chakra-infused steel parted the tough flesh with a wet tear. Light flooded in. The summon, injured, dissolved into smoke, depositing him unceremoniously on the damp forest floor. Sai stood, brushing off non-existent dirt. Summoning jutsu. Specifically, snakes. His mind, a library of Konoha's classified threat assessments, cross-referenced. A summoner of that caliber, masquerading as a grass genin. The parameters narrowed drastically. Could this be? He did not vocalize the thought. It was a hypothesis, not yet data. His mission parameters had just escalated. He needed to observe, to confirm, and to report. But first, protocol dictated regrouping with his assigned team unit, however inefficient he found them. Forming a series of hand seals, he exhaled a stream of black ink that coalesced and expanded into a large, detailed ink bird. He mounted it gracefully. With a silent beat of its ethereal wings, it lifted into the air, above the suffocating canopy, giving him a sweeping, predatory view of the sector of the Forest of Death where he had last seen Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura. The hunt for his teammates, and the truth behind the snake-summoning imposter, began from above. Sai's ink bird dissolved into a harmless splash of black droplets as he alighted soundlessly on a high, thick branch. His eyes, flat and analytical, scanned the green maze below, filtering the normal chaos of the forest for the specific chakra signatures of Naruto and Sakura, one a dense, blazing sunspot, the other a tightly controlled, earthy wellspring. He did not find them. Instead, he found death whistling towards him. The air around him hissed. Not with snakes, but with a deadly rain of gleaming senbon, dozens of them, fired from multiple concealed positions to box him in midair and on the branch. Sai's body reacted before his mind fully categorized the threat. There was no fear, only calculation. His trajectory shifted mid-landing, not with a dramatic flip, but with a subtle, impossibly efficient twist of his torso and limbs that turned a solid landing into a deflective roll along the bark. Senbon thudded into the space he had occupied, peppering the wood with a sound like angry hornets. As he completed the roll and came to a crouch, three figures detached themselves from the surrounding foliage, landing on encircling branches with practiced silence. Their forehead protectors bore the symbol of a megakure, the hidden rain. Their expressions were grim, professional, and devoid of the arrogant bluster of the grass team. These were shinobi who understood the economy of a successful ambush. "Let's get him," the lead rain ninja stated, his voice a low monotone. No taunts, no boasts. This was a mission execution. Sai rose to his full height, his brush already in hand, his scroll unfurling with a soft snap. His painted smile was absent. This was not a social interaction. This was combat, and his programming had clear protocols for that. The rain ninja moved as one. Rain-1 charged directly, kunai drawn, a frontal assault to pin Sai. The second Rain-2 hung back, hands forming seals, likely for a water or mist technique. The third Rain-3 flanked left, seeking to attack from Sai's blind spot while he was engaged. Sai did not meet the charge. His brush became a blur. He painted not a creature, but a sweeping, broad stroke of black ink across the branch in front of him and the air just beyond it. The ink didn't fall, it solidified mid-air into a shimmering, vertical wall of black blades, a dense, serrated hedge of ink that erupted between him and Rain-1. The charging ninja was forced to abort, skidding to a halt to avoid being impaled. Simultaneously, Sai's left hand flicked out, launching three small ink pellets not at Rain-3, but at the branches around him. On impact, they exploded into clinging, sticky pools of ink, forcing the flanker to alter his path or risk losing his footing. Rain-2 completed his seals. Sweeten, Mizwame Geishi. A wave of viscous, sticky water shot forth, aiming to coat Sai and his ink creations, rendering them useless. Sai was already moving. He leapt backwards off his branch, but as he fell, his brush danced across the scroll. Two ink panthers, sleek and silent, materialized from falling droplets and launched themselves not at the Rain Ninja, but at the trees above Rain 2 and Rain 3. They scrambled upwards and then pounced downward, forcing the Rain Ninja to defend against attacks from above, disrupting their formation in the follow-up to the water technique. While they were distracted, Sai landed on a lower branch. He didn't pause. He painted a single, complex character in the air. It glowed for an instant before transforming into a swarm of ink wasps that shot with pinpoint accuracy towards Rain-1, who was still maneuvering around the blade wall. The wasps weren't lethal, but they forced him into a frantic, defensive dance, buying Sai crucial milliseconds. Sai identified the greatest threat, Rain-2, the technique user. With the team's coordination broken, he focused. His brush stroked the scroll once, twice. Two ink clones of himself poofed into existence on nearby branches, mimicking his stance perfectly. The real Sai, meanwhile, had already channeled chakra into his Tanto. The Rain Ninja, for a split second, were confused, three identical, pale targets. It was all the opening he needed. In the moment of hesitation, the real Sai shunshined, not with a puff of smoke, but in a streak of muted sound, appearing directly behind Rain-2. His Tanto, gleaming with a faint, deadly chakra edge, drew a swift, horizontal line. Rain 2's eyes widened. He started to turn, his hands beginning a seal. He was too slow. The blade passed through the space his neck occupied a fraction of a second before. Poof! Rain 2 dissolved into a surge of water, a water clone. Sai's expression didn't change. The deception was anticipated. His Sharingan-less but highly trained perception had noted the slight lack of chakra density. The clone had been a decoy, likely created during the earlier water technique. The real Rain 2 was above. He dropped from the canopy, a waterfall of senbon pouring from his sleeves, a desperate area of effect attack to pin Sai down. Sai didn't look up. His free hand was already finishing a quick sketch on his scroll. A large ink eagle erupted from the parchment, intercepting the falling ninja. It didn't attack, it wrapped its wings around him in a crushing, binding embrace, spoiling his aim and sending the senbon spray wildly off target. Both eagle and ninja crashed onto a branch in a tangle of limbs and dissolving ink. Rain-1 and Rain-3, seeing their strategist neutralized and Sai's cold, efficient dispatching of their tactics, shared a look. This wasn't a fight they could win quickly, and a prolonged engagement in the forest of death was suicide. Their mission was to obtain scrolls, not die to a lone, anomalously skilled Konoha genin. With a sharp whistle from Rain-1, they broke off. Rain 3 unleashed a smoke bomb that burst into a thick, acrid cloud. When it cleared moments later, they were gone, having retrieved their dazed comrade from the remains of the ink eagle. Sai stood alone on the branch, his brush held steady. He had not taken a single wound. His breathing was even. He listened as the sounds of their retreat faded into the forest. He had learned what he needed to. They were competent, tactical, but ultimately cautious. They possessed no scroll he could detect, making further engagement inefficient. He rolled his scroll shut, sheathed his brush and Tanto. The brief, violent interlude was already processed and filed. The primary objective reasserted itself: locate Naruto and Sakura, and observe the snake summoning entity. The Rain Ninja were a minor data point, a confirmation of the ambient threat level. Without a sound, he melted back into the shadows of the towering trees, a ghost resuming its hunt, the silent, deadly encounter leaving no trace but a few drying spots of black ink on the bark. With Naruto and Sakura. The billowing smoke from the cataclysmic fire wind collision began to thin, revealing the scorched, smoldering clearing. The charred husk of the mud clone lay broken. Sakura stepped out from behind her tree, eyes scanning warily. And that's that. Let's collect the scroll and go look for Sai. The sibilant chuckle that answered did not come from the clone's remains. It came from the air itself, cold and laden with ancient malice. See you. From the shadow of a giant, gnarled root, the figure of the Kunoichi seemed to melt. The grass village disguise sloughed away like dead skin, not in a puff of smoke, but in a disturbing, liquid ripple. What stood revealed was a nightmare-given form. Pale, almost translucent skin, golden, vertically slitted eyes that held a universe of cruel knowledge, and long, jet-black hair that seemed to drink the light. The killing intent that now rolled off him was no longer disguised. It was a physical weight, a glacial terror that made Ibiki's presence feel like a warm hearth by comparison. It was the aura of a legend, a Sannin, the snake Sannin. Orochimaru. My, he purred, his voice now its true, resonant and horrifying self. His slitted eyes fixed on Naruto with the fascination of a collector examining a rare, dangerous insect. Such perfection with those eyes. The fusion is seamless. The potential is. He was cut off. Not by a plea, not by a question of identity. Naruto, still breathing heavily from the last clash, his Sharingan blazing with two furious tomo, took a staggering step forward. The oppressive, soul-chilling killing intent pressed on him like a mountain, but his will, forged in a brother's death and a demon's cage, did not buckle. He saw through the transformation, to the core of the threat. "You're a man," Naruto stated, his voice raspy but unwavering, dismissing the earlier gender confusion as irrelevant. The truth was simpler, clearer. "Doesn't matter. I'll take you down." From behind him, Sakura felt her blood turn to ice water. Every instinct, every cell in her body screamed at her to run, to hide, to be anywhere but here. This was beyond a Chunin exam. This was an apex predator. Naruto, she managed, her voice a choked whisper. Be careful." Orochimaru's smirk widened, a thin line of pure amusement. He was entertained. Naruto didn't wait. With a surge of chakra, two shadow clones poofed into existence on either side of him. All three, the original and the clones, rushed Orochimaru in a coordinated pincer attack, staff and fists aimed with desperate, determined precision. Orochimaru didn't even lose his smirk. He didn't form seals. He didn't draw a weapon. What followed wasn't a fight. It was a dissection. He moved, and the world seemed to slow down just for him. A casual sway of his head avoided a staff strike by millimeters. A flick of his wrist deflected a clone's punch, the force of the parry alone shattering the clone into smoke. His foot, moving with impossible, languid speed, tapped the other clone's ankle. The clone lost all balance and imploded before it hit the ground. He flowed around Naruto's furious onslaught like smoke, his movements so effortless they were an insult. A backhand that seemed gentle sent Naruto spinning, tasting blood. A knee drove the air from his lungs. A grip like petrified wood locked around his wrist, bending it to the brink of breaking. Naruto's Sharingan spun wildly, tracking the movements, predicting them even, but his body was too slow, too weak, too mortal to keep up. The predictions became a taunt. He could see the paths of destruction but was powerless to alter his own course along them. In seconds, it was over. Naruto was on his knees, bruised, battered, his staff lying useless several feet away. A serpent, summoned from Orochimaru's sleeve in the blur of motion, coiled around him, its cold, powerful body immobilizing his arms and torso. Orochimaru looked down at him, no longer amused, but clinically intrigued. Such splendid defiance. Such fertile ground. His hands came together, forming a complex, alien seal, one not taught in any hidden village. His neck, elongated. It stretched like taffy, bones audibly cracking and reforming, until his head, wearing that horrific smile, was hovering just inches from Naruto's exposed neck. "Naruto, no!" Sakura screamed, but she was frozen, petrified by the monstrous sight and the overwhelming killing intent. Orochimaru's fangs, long, sharp, and dripping with a dark, oily substance, sank deep into the side of Naruto's neck. Naruto's body convulsed. A scream, raw and guttural, was torn from his throat, not just of pain, but of something deeper, a violation of his very essence. A searing, icy hot agony erupted from the bite, spreading like liquid fire through his chakra network. On his neck, where the fangs had pierced, a mark began to burn itself into his skin. It was not the 3 tomo of the cursed seal of heaven, nor the rigid angles of the earth seal. It was 9 swirling, interconnected lines forming a perfect, chaotic circle, pulsing with a malevolent, purple-black energy. It seemed to writhe, unstable, as if 2 opposing forces, heavenly ascent and earthly corruption, were warring for dominance within it. Orochimaru retracted his neck with a wet, snapping sound, examining his work. A perfect balance. Between the cursed seal of heaven and earth. It's as if it's indecisive. His eyes glowed with perverse delight. The unique chakra cocktail within Naruto, the Uzumaki vitality, the Kyuubi's corrosive power, the Uchiha's spiritual potency, had reacted unpredictably, creating an anomaly even he hadn't foreseen. He released the binding snake. Naruto slumped to the forest floor, unconscious, the new mark on his neck stark and angry against his skin, his breathing shallow. Orochimaru turned his gaze to Sakura, who was trembling, tears of terror and fury streaming down her face. He offered her a final, chilling smile. "My name is Orochimaru. I've given him a gift. He will come to me. For more power." The promise was a curse. See you. With that, his body seemed to liquefy, sinking into the earth without a sound, leaving no trace but the scorched clearing, the scent of ozone and snake, and the unconscious boy bearing a savage, swirling brand on his neck. Silence descended, broken only by Sakura's ragged sobs and the distant, uncaring sounds of the forest of death. The exam, their goals, their truce with Sai, all of it was incinerated in the wake of the serpent's passing. A new and far more terrible variable had been injected into Naruto's destiny, a dark seed planted directly into the fused legacy he carried. The path to power had just intersected with a road to damnation. 29 minutes crawled by in a haze of terror and desperate pragmatism. Sakura, her body trembling with adrenal aftershock, had managed to half-drag, half-carry Naruto's unconscious form to the relative shelter of a large, hollowed-out tree. She arranged him as comfortably as she could on a bed of dry leaves, her medical training overriding her panic. His breathing was shallow but steady, the angry, nine-swirled mark on his neck pulsing with a faint, sickly purple light that made her skin crawl. She knelt beside him, tears she couldn't suppress tracing clean lines through the dirt and soot on her cheeks. The clinical detachment she'd built shattered in the face of this violation. "I hope you're okay, Naruto," she whispered, her voice cracking. "That bastard. That thing. What did he do to you?" Forcing herself to move, she went to a nearby rivulet, soaking a strip of cloth from her medical kit. The cool water was a shock to her system, grounding her. She returned and gently placed the damp cloth on Naruto's forehead, a basic, human gesture of care in the heart of the inhuman forest. Inside Naruto's subconscious plane, the sealed chamber. Within the vast, echoing sewer-like space of Naruto's mind, behind the colossal, paper-sealed gate, the Kyuubi no Kitsune watched. Its single, crimson eye, the size of a house, was narrowed to a furious slit. It had observed the entire encounter, a disinterested spectator at first, now a wrathful guardian. A fragment of foreign consciousness, a sliver of Orochimaru's vile soul carried within the curse mark's programming, had invaded like a parasite. It squirmed, trying to burrow into the fabric of Naruto's psyche, to find a purchase from which to whisper promises of power and corruption. The Kyuubi did not roar. It did not need to. A tendril of its own immense, malevolent chakra, dark as tar and hotter than magma, lashed out from between the bars of its cage. It was not an attack, it was an annihilation. The soul fragment had no time to scream. It was touched by the fox's power and simply ceased to exist, unmade at a fundamental level. "Annoying snake," the Kyuubi rumbled, the sound echoing in the dank chamber. Its irritation was profound. If anyone was going to manipulate, corrupt, or eventually break the boy, and posses him would be him. This vessel was its prison and, in a twisted way, its possession. An outside meddler was an insult. But as it watched, the curse mark on Naruto's physical neck, now devoid of Orochimaru's direct influence but still brimming with its chaotic, transformative energy, did something unexpected. Sensing the overwhelming, nearby source of immense power, it reacted. Like a vine seeking the strongest tree, the cursed seal's pathways latched on. They didn't attack the 8 trigrams seal, they connected to it. They fused with the infinitesimal, existing leaks and pathways where the Kyuubi's chakra naturally seeped into Naruto's system, the very connections the 4th Hokage had designed to allow a slow, manageable integration, and also some connections to the Kyuubi itself. The seal's color bled from the malevolent purple-black into a violent, pulsating orange-red, the hue of the Kyuubi's own furious chakra. It was no longer purely Orochimaru's curse. It was a hybrid abomination, a cursed seal powered by, and now partially fused with, the leak points of the Nine-Tails prison. Deep within its cage, the Kyuubi felt the new, hot connection. It was a shackle, but also a backdoor. A scream of pure, world-ending rage built in its throat, a silent roar that shook the foundations of Naruto's soulscape but made no sound in the physical world. The balance within the vessel had just been catastrophically altered. Within Naruto's memory, the training ground, weeks prior. The scene unfolded in the sun-dappled clearing of Training Ground 7, a memory from a simpler, if no less grueling, time. Kakashi stood casually before Naruto. A shadow clone was off to the side, locked in a taijutsu spar with a determined, sweating Sakura. "All right, Naruto," Kakashi said, his visible eye crinkling. "Now that my shadow clone is keeping Sakura busy, today I'm going to assess your skill. I need to know what to work on. That's why there's no physical grind today." He gestured with a finger. "Now, I want you to come at me with everything you've got." They clashed in a blur of movement, Naruto with his synthesized staff style and Uchiha reflexes, Kakashi with effortless, minimalist defense. After a vigorous exchange, they broke apart. "So," Kakashi mused, hand in his pocket. "You have Sasuke's abilities to the letter, I see. And you've even improved them slightly." Naruto nodded, chest heaving but pride in his eyes. "I worked hard to achieve this level of mastery." "I don't know how it happened," Kakashi admitted, his tone turning thoughtful. "When my teammate gave me his eye, I didn't get his abilities, just the Sharingan itself. But that's a topic for later." He held up a finger. "Now, the Sharingan has 3 core capabilities. 1, he lifted a first finger, is the Eye of Insight, to see movement with incredible clarity, and to use every muscle twitch, every trajectory, to predict movement. Precognition. The second, a second finger rose, is to cast powerful visual genjutsu. But this one is off the table for you. You simply don't have the innate capacity for it yet. Naruto shrugged. Yeah, even if I did, it's not really my style. Naruto's eyes bled into crimson. Kakashi performed a series of seals, threw a kunai skyward, and with a sharp exhalation, futon, gale palm. A burst of wind rocket boosted the kunai to a startling height. AC rank wind release, Kakashi explained. Since I don't have a wind affinity and didn't master the nature change through training, it's weaker and costs more chakra. So, Naruto processed, any nature can be mastered with training, even without the affinity. Yes, an affinity just makes it easier. But mastery, even with an affinity, takes about 5 years of dedicated training. 5 years, Naruto blurted. I don't have that much time. Wait, Kakashi held up a hand. Lucky for you, you don't need mastery to learn basics. With some training, you can manage higher ranked techniques too. Now, you try. Naruto focused, breathed, replicated the seals exactly as his Sharingan had recorded them. Futon. Gale palm. The result was not a mere copy. It was a superior replication. The gust of wind was sharper, louder, more forceful, sending his kunai even higher than Kakashi's had gone. Kakashi's eye widened. What a surprise. It's like you've already been training the affinity. He fell into a deep, thoughtful silence. In the seal, the Kyuubi observed this memory passively, HNN. So this brat's almost perfect chakra balance, thanks to that other brat's chakra, makes elemental affinity learning trivial. HNN. It's almost like the fox cut its own thought off, a rare flicker of something akin to comparative memory surfacing before being drowned in bitterness. HNN. This brat cannot compare to closed its great eye. Back in the memory. Let's test another, Kakashi said, shaking off his surprise. Lightning release. Watch closely. He demonstrated a basic lightning chakra flow exercise. Naruto, with the Sharingan's perfect recall, mimicked it. The result was less dominant than with wind. Kakashi's lightning mastery was supreme, but Naruto still produced a crackling, respectable display on his first attempt. Kakashi murmured, a theory solidifying. You may not realize it, but your learning capacity and speed are now staggering. What does that mean? It means, Kakashi said plainly, you have about 5 times the learning curve you did before. Well, you know what I mean now. In his mind, I was going to use the shadow clone method to speed his training, but this innate affinity absorption is far more efficient. The Sharingan and his new chakra nature are a perfect storm. The memory fast-forwarded through a montage of intense study. A month passed in the recollection. Naruto, leveraging the Sharingan's copying and his own bizarrely accelerated affinity grasp, mastered the basic principles of his elemental natures to an acceptable, combat-functional level with shocking speed. Jutsu that should have taken months were integrated in weeks. Alongside him, Sakura's parallel training thrived. The paths she'd chosen, medical ninjutsu, genjutsu theory, toxicology, demanded not brute power, but exquisite chakra control and vast knowledge. Here, her natural genius flourished. Her control, already perfect, became surgical. Her book-smart mind devoured complex texts, cross-referencing medical diagrams with genjutsu formulae. Her progress, while less flashy than Naruto's, was a deep, steady, and terrifyingly competent river cutting its course. In the hollow of the tree in the forest of death, Naruto's unconscious body twitched. The orange-red curse mark on his neck flared once, violently, then subsided to a dull, simmering glow. The memories of rapid growth and hard-won skill, the foundation of the power he'd wielded just moments before Orochimaru's arrival, swirled in the dark of his mind, a stark contrast to the new, foreign poison now woven into the very systems that had granted him that strength. The past month of miraculous growth had just collided with a future of corrupted potential. End. Author's notes. Hello, wonderful readers. First and foremost, thank you for taking the time to read Naruto, Combined Legacies. This story has been a labor of passion, and knowing that there are people out there enjoying the journey of Naruto, Sakura, Sai, and the rest of this reimagined world means more than I can properly express. Support the story. If you are enjoying Naruto, Combined Legacies so far, you can always check out the latest updates and chapters over on my P4 or if you want to catch up, the story is 8+ chapters ahead. Your support, whether financial or simply by being a presence in the community, gives me the strength and motivation to keep producing this story. Writing is a solitary craft, but knowing that others are sharing in the adventure makes every word worth it. Connect with me. By joining the, again, completely free, no pressure, no obligations, you can help me connect with you, my readers, on a deeper level. I want to know what you're enjoying, what you'd like to see more of, and where you think the story should go. Your feedback shapes the narrative, and your needs are my priority. 6 Paths Theorist. https://6 Paths Theorist. Cared. Co. You can find me on P4Treon under the name 6 Paths Theorist or use the highlighted link above for even faster access for direct access. Chapter 10, Chunin Exams IV Haruno Sakura. Chunin Exams IV. Sakura let out a long, weary sigh as she finished the last intricate knot of a tripwire connected to a bundle of poisoned senbon suspended in the foliage. The clearing around the hollow tree was now a lethal garden of her making, pressure-sensitive tags disguised as leaves, subtle genjutsu triggers on certain branches, and a perimeter of nearly invisible chakra threads that would vibrate a warning against a seal on her wrist. It was the work of a meticulous, paranoid strategist, not the hopeful kunoichi she'd been months ago. She wiped a gloved hand across her sweaty brow, leaving a smudge of dirt. Moving with deliberate, silent care, she navigated back through her own deadly maze, each step placed exactly where she knew it was safe. Slipping back into the dim, damp shelter of the hollow tree, she sighed again, the sound heavy with exhaustion and dread. Her eyes adjusted to the gloom, falling on Naruto's still form. He lay on the bed of leaves, his breathing shallow but even, the angry, swirling orange-red mark on his neck looking like a brand in the faint light. The sight was a punch to the gut. It wasn't the same, Sasuke had been cold and gone, Naruto was warm and alive, but the posture of helplessness, of a teammate struck down while she could only watch, was a horrifying echo. It ripped open the barely healed scar on her soul. A hot, sharp anger, pure and directed, boiled up in her chest. But it wasn't aimed at Orochimaru this time. It turned inward. TCH, she thought, her gloved fist clenching so tight the leather creaked. Arrogance. We became arrogant. They had handled the grass genin with contemptuous ease. They had formed a cold, efficient truce. They felt like hunters, not prey. And this was the universe's brutal correction. Naruto, who had been growing at a terrifying rate, laid low by a predator so far out of their league it wasn't even a contest. And she had been useless. Again. If only I helped more, she whispered to the silent tree, her voice thick with self-recrimination. And some poison that foo, she caught the curse before it fully left her lips, biting down on it. Cursing wouldn't fix this. Action would. She sighed a third time, she seemed to sigh constantly now, each one exhaling a piece of her old self, and knelt beside Naruto. Focusing her will, she activated the mystical palm technique. A soft, green glow emanated from her hands as she held them over his torso, not touching, but scanning. Her medical training allowed her to perceive the flow and state of his chakra. What she felt made her blood run cold. It was erratic, not depleted, not weak, but chaotic. It was as if a typhoon and a forest fire had been forced into his chakra pathways. The normal, vibrant, dense flow she'd come to associate with him was now a turbulent, seething maelstrom. At its epicenter, pulsing like a diseased heart, was the foreign signature of the curse mark on his neck, its energy intertwined with Naruto's own in a violent, unstable marriage. She didn't understand the mechanics of the curse, but she understood pathology. This was a severe, invasive corruption. She withdrew her hands, the green light fading. Her face was pale. What did that freak of Sanin do to you? Gently, she removed the now warm cloth from his forehead. Needing to move, to do something, she slipped back out of the shelter, retraced her safe path through the traps, and made for the small river she'd used earlier. Kneeling at the bank, she looked at her reflection in the slow-moving water. A tired, dirt-streaked face with fiercely determined green eyes stared back, framed by the severe, practical bun. I sighed too much lately, she thought, adjusting a stray pink strand with mechanical precision. She soaked the cloth, then, with a focused chakra pulse through a single snake seal, she molded the wet earth of the bank. The soil smoothed, hardened, and rose into a perfect, watertight clay jar. She scooped river water into it and submerged the cloth, preparing a fresh compress. Her keen ears, always straining, caught the sound then. Not an animal. Voices. I'm telling you guys, the river is this way. A young, male voice, tinged with impatience, filtered through the trees downstream. Sakura froze. Other genin. Adrenaline shot through her system, burning away the fatigue. Her mind snapped into hyperdrive. Traces. I left traces. In her haste and worry, she had committed a fundamental error. She looked down. Her footprints were clear in the soft mud of the bank. She'd forgotten to erase them. Cursing internally, she grabbed the clay jar, now a liability, and melted into the trees upstream, moving with a speed and silence that would have made Kakashi nod in approval. She didn't have time to properly cover her tracks, she could only put distance between herself and the river. Moments after she vanished, 3 figures emerged from the tree line. 1. A boy with sharp features and keen eyes. Kazu wore a simple combat outfit. The other 2 were more conspicuous, draped in identical, nondescript black cloaks that hid their builds and features, Ken and Koso. Kazu's eyes scanned the bank instantly. Someone was here recently. He didn't wait, leaping gracefully across the narrow stream to examine the other side. The 2 cloaked figures followed with less grace but equal quiet. You think they're camping out in the middle of the day? Ken's voice, slightly muffled by his cloak, held a note of naive curiosity. Koso, the other cloaked one, let out a dismissive sniff. Her voice was sharper, more cynical. You 2 idiots. Why would any team camp in the open like this in daylight? It's suicide. Well, maybe they're tired, Ken offered. From a fight they just won. Kazu had crouched by Sakura's clear footprints. He looked up, a hunter's glint in his eye. Let's check it out. You can trace them, right? Ken nodded eagerly inside his hood. Yes, there's a scent here. And look, he pointed at the damning footprints, the fool didn't erase their tracks. Koso shook her head, the motion visible as a sway of her cloak. TCH. Amateurs. Fine, let's just go. It's not like you'll find anything valuable. Despite her words, she fell in step behind them. The trio of genin, the tracker, the enthusiastic brute, and the cynical skeptic, began to follow the trail of clear footprints and lingering scent Sakura had left in her panicked retreat. They moved with purpose, a new threat now slithering through the forest, drawn directly towards the hollow tree, the unconscious Jinchuriki, and the web of traps guarded by a single, exhausted, and fiercely protective kunoichi. The fragile sanctuary was about to be breached. Sakura placed the cool, soaked cloth gently on Naruto's forehead, her fingers brushing his spiky hair. She settled back against the inner wall of the hollow tree, allowing herself exactly 2 minutes of stillness, the jar of water beside her. The silence was a fragile thing, stretched taut over the chaos of the forest and the turmoil within. It snapped with a series of sharp, percussive sounds from her perimeter. Snap, thwip, thud, crunch. Shouts of surprise and pain erupted, followed by the clatter of metal on wood and the heavy thump of a body hitting the ground. The sounds painted a clear picture, her traps had found their first marks. Sakura was on her feet in an instant, peering cautiously from the mouth of the hollow. Through the foliage, she saw one of the black-cloaked genin, Ken, sprawled unconscious on the ground, a sizable bruise already forming on his temple where a cleverly counter-weighted log had swung out of the trees. The other 2, Kazu and Koso, stood over him, having narrowly avoided other traps, a scattered cluster of senbon embedded in a tree trunk, a snapped tripwire. Ken. Koso's voice was a sharp cry of alarm as she rushed to his side, her cloak flapping. Kazu scanned the surrounding trees warily, kunai drawn. That idiot, rushing in. Koso carefully cradled Ken's head, her hands glowing with a faint, diagnostic chakra, basic medical training. It's just a minor concussion, she reported after a moment, her voice tight with relief and anger. She laid him back down gently, then rose, her gaze turning to sweep the ominous, silent treeline around the hollow tree. Her voice hardened, dripping with threat. Come out, I know you're in there. Or else I'm going to launch a flooding jutsu right into that hole and drown whoever's inside. Sakura's mind raced. A direct water attack in the confined space would be disastrous for the unconscious Naruto. She couldn't risk it. Taking a steadying breath, she formed 4 quick hand seals, boar, dog, bird, monkey, and stepped out into the dappled light, her hands raised in a gesture of temporary surrender. Koso's eyes, fierce within her hood, locked onto her. Where are your teammates? Tell them to come out. They're both unconscious, Sakura stated, her voice flat. It was a half-truth, a strategic lie. Naruto was. Sai was an unknown variable, hopefully searching for them, not here to help. Kazu's eyes narrowed. You could be lying. I'm not, Sakura insisted, her tone not pleading, but factual. What do you want? Koso took a step forward, her posture threatening. Since we have the advantage, give us your scrolls. Do that, and we won't hurt you. Or kill your unconscious teammates. The words kill your unconscious teammates detonated in Sakura's mind. They weren't just a threat, they were a direct echo of her deepest failure, a violation of her most sacred vow. The red haze of protective fury that descended wasn't blind rage, it was cold, focused, and lethal. You, Sakura said, her voice dropping to a deadly whisper, will wish you hadn't said that. From the shadow directly behind Koso, a figure identical to Sakura erupted from the ground, an earth clone, created with the hand seals Sakura had performed inside the hollow. It launched a savage kick at the back of Koso's knee. Koso, however, had been alert for ambush from the trees. She sensed the disturbance and twisted, blocking the kick with her forearm, wincing at the solid, earthen impact. A clone. Seizing the distraction, Kazu lunged at the real Sakura, kunai flashing. Sakura jumped back, hurling 5 kunai in a spread to slow him. He deflected them with a whirlwind of his own blade and closed in. Koso traded blows with the earth clone. It was strong and durable, but clumsy, possessing only a fraction of Sakura's speed and skill. After a brief exchange, Koso found an opening and shattered it with a powerful blow to its center mass, the clone dissolving into a heap of useless mud. Sakura, now fully engaged with Kazu, blocked a high kick and created distance. She formed a half-tiger seal, focusing chakra. A deep, rocky brown color infused her hands and the tops of her feet, the earth style, durability enhancer jutsu, stage 1. She snatched up a thick branch from the ground and, infusing it with a surge of earth-natured chakra in the instant she threw it, hurled it at Kazu like a javelin. He scoffed, attempting to bat it aside with a chakra-reinforced hand. The branch didn't deflect. It connected with a sound like stone hitting stone. Kazu yelped, clutching his now throbbing, possibly fractured hand, staring in shock at the deceptively heavy weapon. Koso joined the fray, launching a flurry of punches and kicks that Sakura evaded with agile backflips and ducks. "Stay still, you bitch." Koso snarled, forming 2 hand seals. Sweeten. Mizu no Muchi. Water release. Water whip. A serpentine coil of pressurized water snapped from her hand, lashing at Sakura. Sakura didn't run. She danced around the whip's strikes, her movements economical. Then, she saw her opening. As the whip came down in an overhead strike, she stepped into it, her earth-hardened brown palm shooting up and clamping onto the watery construct. To Koso's astonishment, the whip held solid in Sakura's grasp, the earth chakra providing a stabilizing, absorbing medium against the fluid water. With a powerful yank, Sakura pulled Koso off balance, sending her stumbling forward. Koso released the jutsu, the whip splashing away, and charged in close, aiming a wild swing. Sakura caught the fist, the impact a dull thud against her reinforced palm, and retaliated with a devastating gut punch. The force, magnified by the earth chakra, felt like being hit by a slab of granite. Koso staggered back, gasping. Enraged, Koso formed more seals and spat 2 rapid, sweeten, Mizudama. Water release, water bullets. Sakura didn't dodge. She met them head-on, smashing the first with a reinforced forearm and batting the second aside with the back of her hand, the water splashing harmlessly against her earthen defense. The elemental advantage was clear. As Sakura prepared to press her attack on the winded Koso, a sharp, blinding pain exploded in her side. Kazu, having shaken off his hand injury, had closed in with a lightning-fast side kick she hadn't seen coming. The air left her lungs in a pained wheeze as she tumbled several feet, clutching her ribs. She pushed herself up, vision swimming. Kazu cracked his knuckles, his expression grim. "I'm not holding back anymore. Koso, back me up." Sakura's mind raced, assessing the thrumming pain in her side, the 2 conscious opponents. "I can't fight them both head-on like this." As Kazu began his charge, Sakura's hands flew through a series of complex, rapid seals, ones she'd practiced in secret, derived from her toxicology studies. She took a deep breath and exhaled not air, but a thick, purplish-gray mist that billowed out around her. Ninja art, poison fog. The cloud expanded rapidly, enveloping the immediate area in a haze that reeked of bitter almonds and rot. "Don't breathe that stuff," Koso yelled, pulling her cloak over her mouth and nose. "I know, you idiot." Kazu snapped, doing the same. Sakura, who had taken a preemptive antidote capsule from her pouch before the fight and was also immune, didn't hold her breath and charged into her own cloud. The world became a purple-gray blur. She fought by sound and instinct, engaging both opponents in a frantic, close-quarters melee within the obscuring mist. Her earth-hardened limbs clashed against their desperate blocks. For a moment, she held her own, the poison and the confusion acting as her equalizers because she was breathing just fine and her 2 opponents were not. Then, a new sound, a gathering of chakra from the edge of the clearing. Ken, the previously unconscious genin, was on his knees, weaving seals with groggy determination. Futon. Shipuu. Wind release. Small typhoon. A gust of wind erupted from him, not powerful, but enough to shred and disperse the poison fog, clearing the air. In that moment of distraction, her cloud vanishing, her eyes flicking to the newly risen Ken, Koso saw her opening. A hard kick to Sakura's already injured side was followed by a brutal gut punch. Sakura flew backwards, slamming into the trunk of the hollow tree with a sickening crunch, sliding to the ground, dazed and breathless, a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth. Koso stood over her, panting, a vicious triumph in her eyes. Now you're dead. Sakura looked up, the world tilting, pain radiating from her side and back. Two opponents stood ready. A third was shaking off his concussion. And behind her, in the hollow, Naruto lay utterly vulnerable. The fortress of traps was breached. The guardian was beaten. Her resolve, however, as she met Koso's gaze, did not fracture. It hardened into a final, diamond-sharp point. She would not let them take another teammate. Not while she still drew breath. The world narrowed to the taste of blood, the screaming pain in her side, and the three hostile figures surrounding her. Koso's triumphant sneer loomed large. Despair threatened to drown her. Then, a clear, calm voice cut through the panic, Kakashi's voice, from a memory of a simpler training session. Flashback. Training ground 7 weeks ago. Kakashi watched her dissect a tactical problem. A ninja's best weapon is their mind, Sakura. When you're smarter than the enemy, and they don't have overwhelming force, you can turn their strength into a weakness. You make them fight your battle, on your terms. End flashback. Sakura's narrowed eyes, glazed with pain, sharpened into points of emerald ice. Overwhelming force. They didn't have it. They had numbers and a momentary advantage. She had a mind honed by medical texts, toxicology, and a will forged in loss. And she had one more trick in her pouch. She wasn't going to let losers like this get to Naruto. Her hands formed a series of seals, boar, ram, snake, but they were sluggish, her chakra reserves draining dangerously low. Earth-style, mud bullets. She shouted, her voice strained. 5 globs of dense, fast-moving mud shot from her palms towards the trio. Her aim was visibly off, the shots wild. The first 3 sailed harmlessly past, splattering against trees. The last 2, which were actually on target, were easily dodged by a sidestep from Kazu and a contemptuous flick from Koso. Koso laughed, a harsh, grating sound. Pathetic. You're at your limit. Your jutsu aren't even accurate. Sakura didn't reply. Her lips formed a quick, almost invisible snake seal. The 3 mud bullets that had missed and splattered against the ground and trees near the genin shivered. They didn't dissolve. Instead, their surfaces opened with dozens of tiny pores. From within, a fine, pressurized mist of colorless, odorless gas hissed out with the force of a pressure washer, creating an instant, localized cloud around Kazu, Koso, and the recovering Ken. It wasn't another poison fog. It was the delivery mechanism for her first, true trump card, a highly concentrated, fast-acting paralytic sleeping agent derived from forest fungi, compressed and sealed inside the mud bullets. The misses had been the trap all along. Ken, who had just jumped back to avoid the last mud bullet, inhaled a lungful midair. Hai's eyes rolled back, his body went limp, and she dropped from her leap like a stone, hitting the ground with a dull, final thud. Koso, trying to dart away, took 2 steps before her legs betrayed her. She pitched forward, her face slamming into the leaf litter before she even lost consciousness, out cold. Kazu's eyes widened in horror. He had held his breath since the initial poison fog, an instinct that saved him. He watched his teammates fall, his gaze snapping to Sakura with pure, unadulterated fury. What did you do to them? Sakura, taking advantage of his shock in her own immunity, she'd swallowed the antidote capsule designed for this specific agent, took a deep, deliberate breath of the now dispersing gas-filled air. It was a silent, terrifying boast. She formed more hand seals, exhaling another cloud of the paralytic agent directly at him, trying to saturate the area. Kazu lunged through the mist, his face a mask of rage, Kunai leading. You bitch. Sakura blocked the wild swing, the impact jolting her injured side and drawing a pained gasp. But she used the momentum, pivoting into a savage backfist that connected solidly with Kazu's jaw. The crack echoed, and he staggered back, spitting blood. While he was disoriented, Sakura forced her draining chakra to coalesce one more time. Earth clone. Another mud duplicate rose from the ground beside her, its form slightly less defined than the last, a sign of her exhaustion. As the clone engaged Kazu, drawing his attacks with its durable but clumsy form, Sakura focused inward, through the pain. Her hands moved in a subtle, complex pattern, not for an elemental jutsu, but for a genjutsu. It was a simple one, a false perception technique that subtly distorted depth perception and spatial awareness. To Kazu, already enraged and fighting a double, the clone's movements seemed to stutter, its distance hard to judge, the real Sakura a blur at the edge of his vision. The beating that followed was brutal, efficient, and one-sided. The clone would grab at Kazu's guard, holding it open for a fraction of a second. Sakura would dart in, a reinforced knuckle strike to his kidney, a heel kick to the back of his knee. When he turned to face her, the clone would slam a heavy earthen fist into his ribs from the other side. He was pummeled from angles that felt wrong, his blocks constantly a few inches off. A solid punch from the clone shattered his guard, and Sakura followed with a spinning kick that lifted him off his feet. He crashed down, the air blasted from his lungs, only for Sakura's foot to come down on his wrist, pinning his weapon hand with crushing force. The clone delivered 2 more hammer-like blows to his torso before dissipating into mud, its purpose served. Sakura stood over the broken, wheezing boy. Her breath came in ragged, painful gasps. Her chakra was a flickering ember. Pure, cold fury at their threat to Naruto still burned in her veins. She lifted her foot, earth chakra causing it to darken to the color of stone, aiming to stomp down on his head and end the threat permanently. Please. Kazu choked out through swollen lips, his eyes wide with terror, one hand raised in feeble defense. Stop. Let me and my teammates go. You can have our scroll. Just give them the antidote, please. The word, antidote, cut through her murderous intent. He thought it was a poison. He was bargaining for their lives. Sakura's stomp halted an inch from his face. She stared down at him, the fury slowly receding, replaced by a weary, contemptuous clarity. She delivered one last, punishing kick to his ribs, drawing a fresh groan of agony. Take them and get out, she spat, her voice hoarse. As he struggled to his knees, clutching his side, she added, her tone dripping with scorn, it was a sleeping agent, not a poison. Your idiot friends won't die. They'll wake up with a hell of a headache. Now get out of my sight before I change my mind. Kazu didn't need to be told twice. With a pained whimper, he half-dragged, half-carried his 2 unconscious teammates, vanishing into the thick undergrowth as fast as his injuries would allow. Silence returned, heavier than before. Sakura slumped against the tree, waves of nausea and dizziness washing over her. Her chakra was critically low, her body a tapestry of bruises and at least 1 cracked rib. She had just squad-wiped a team of 3, not with overwhelming power, but with preparation, chemistry, and ruthless tactical cunning. She had turned her weak, accurate shots into a trap, her knowledge of toxins into a weapon, and a simple genjutsu into a force multiplier. But the victory was ashes. She was spent. The traps were ruined. And as she pushed herself upright, forcing her trembling hands to begin the agonizingly slow process of resetting the least complex of her perimeter alarms, a cold, certain dread settled in her gut. She had nothing left. If another team, like the 3 from Sand, or worse, that snake-summoning monster, found them now, she would be a speed bump. And Naruto would be utterly defenseless. The brilliant, desperate defense had saved them for now. But it had also left them exposed, illuminated on a dark stage for any predator with sharp enough eyes to see. Sakura slumped onto a simple, hardened clay bench she molded from the earth with the last dregs of her chakra. The effort made her vision swim, but the solid support was a small comfort. In the profound, ringing silence that followed the retreat of the last genin, her own labored breaths were the loudest sound. The adrenaline was bleeding away, leaving a bone-deep weariness and a quiet, fierce satisfaction beneath the pain. She looked at her bruised, gloved hands, then towards the hidden hollow where Naruto lay. Thank you, sensei, she whispered to the empty, dangerous air. The lesson Kakashi had drilled into her, the primacy of the mind, had just saved their lives. Flashback. Training ground 2 months into team drills. The air was crisp with early morning chill. The sounds of Naruto's furious wind-style drills and the thwack of Sai's inked creations against training posts provided a relentless backdrop. In a quiet corner by a small, spring-fed pond, Sakura Haruno was engaged in a battle of exquisite frustration. She was not Naruto. His chakra, since the fusion with Sasuke's, seemed to instinctively grasp elemental concepts, as if the knowledge was baked into the energy itself. Her progress was not a blazing inferno, but the slow, stubborn drilling of a well through bedrock. And she drilled for him. Today was the 56th day of dedicated earth affinity training. The goal was deceptively simple, not to make a leaf wet, but to make it of the earth. To channel chakra that embodied density, weight, and silent, consuming permanence. To make a fragile, floating thing accept the nature of the grave. She knelt at the pond's edge, a single, perfect maple leaf resting on her palm. Her brow was furrowed in total concentration, her green eyes fixed on the delicate veins. She regulated her breathing, finding the calm center Kakashi had taught her amidst the chaos of her own resolve. She visualized her chakra, not as a blazing fire or a cutting wind, but as particles of rich, dark soil, as immutable stone, as the patient, swallowing depth of the earth itself. Slowly, carefully, she channeled that visualized energy into the leaf. It didn't glow. It didn't transform. It simply changed. The vibrant green seemed to deepen, the texture coarsening imperceptibly. Holding her breath, she leaned forward and placed it gently on the glassy surface of the pond. The leaf did not float. It did not bob. It broke the surface tension and sank like a tiny, green stone, drifting down through the clear water until it came to rest on the silty bottom. It lay there, a piece of the forest floor misplaced among the aquatic weeds. Sakura counted in her head, her entire world narrowed to that sun-dappled square of silt and the leaf upon it. 1, 2, 3. She held the chakra connection, maintaining the dense, earthy transformation. It was a massive strain, requiring pinpoint control to keep the effect localized and sustained. 7, 8, 9. On 10, her control shattered. The chakra dissipated. The leaf, released from its imposed heaviness, twitched and began a slow, wavering ascent back towards the light. Sakura didn't watch it rise. She let out a shuddering gasp, the sustained effort hitting her all at once, and collapsed backwards onto her rear, arms trembling, sweat plastering the strategic strands of her hair to her temples. Her lungs burned. A shadow fell over her. Kakashi Hatake stood there, his book tucked away, his single visible eye observing her. Ma, he said, his voice carrying a note of genuine, subdued approval. You now have sufficient, not mastery, but sufficient control over the earth change and chakra nature. You've mastered both the density and texture training to an acceptable level. Sakura managed a weak, exhausted nod, too tired to even feel the full burst of pride. Kakashi crouched down slightly, his voice dropping. And I assume you have worked just as hard in those other 3 areas of study. He didn't specify the hospital, the genjutsu theory, the poisons. He knew, because of heard complaints from your parents, passed along by the Hokage. That you're barely home, that you sometimes sleep in the forest during your research. A flush of embarrassment and defiance colored Sakura's cheeks, cutting through her fatigue. She looked away, towards the pond where her leaf was now floating once more, a testament to both her success and her limits. I have goals, sensei. I don't have time to waste. Kakashi looked at her, at the grim determination in the eyes of the girl who had once only cared about her forehead and a certain Uchiha. He saw the self-forged discipline, the terrifying focus. Just don't burn yourself out before the fire even starts, he said quietly, then stood and walked away, leaving her to her exhaustion in her hard-won, sufficient victory. Back on the clay bench in the forest of death, Sakura touched the still tender spot on her ribs where Koso's kick had landed. That, sufficient, earth control had let her harden the branch, had let her grasp the water whip, had let her create the clones that bought her time. The nights spent in the forest studying toxic plants had yielded the sleeping agent. The grueling drills, the stolen hours, the parental complaints. All of it had funneled into the brutal, clever defense of this small, terrible patch of ground. She had endured, not with instinctual genius, but with stubborn, relentless will. Just for him, and it had been enough. For now, pushing herself up with a groan, she turned back to the hollow, to her patient, and to the endless vigil, the ember of her resolve still burning stubbornly against the gathering dark. The gray, mist-choked dawn of the next morning found Sakura in a state of near collapse. She was propped against the inside of the hollow tree, her body a symphony of agonizing aches. The cracked ribs screamed with every shallow breath. Her chakra reserves, which had been almost completely emptied in yesterday's desperate defense, had recovered only to a feeble, flickering trickle, enough for basic senses, not for combat. Exhaustion hung on her like a lead cloak. Naruto still lay unconscious beside her, the mark on his neck a dull, ominous bronze in the weak light. She had just finished a trembling, inefficient scan with the mystical palm, confirming the chaotic storm still raged within him, when her ears, trained to a hair-trigger sensitivity, caught the unmistakable sound of careless movement in the undergrowth just beyond her compromised perimeter. Every nerve, already frayed to breaking, snapped taut. Adrenaline, a bitter, depleted resource, forced her fully awake. The rustling resolved into 3 figures emerging from the foliage. Not the cloaked team from before. These were different, the stark gray and blue of Odogakur, the hidden sound. The one with the sound-dampening headwrap and gauntlet Dosu, the kunoichi with the senbon ready posture Kin, and the boy with the hollow palm tubes Zaku. Their expressions were not curious or tactical, they were bored, predatory, seeing a wounded animal backed into a corner. Dosu's single visible eye fixed on the hollow tree. His voice was a flat, metallic monotone, devoid of even the mocking playfulness of the previous attackers. Come out, I know you're in there. Sakura closed her eyes for a fraction of a second. This seems to be the line of every team that encounters me. A weary, grim amusement flickered and died. With a final, pained sigh that seemed to draw from the very bottom of her spirit, she pushed herself up and stepped out into the misty clearing, her posture straight despite the agony, her green eyes meeting theirs with defiant exhaustion. Dosu didn't bother with scrolls or threats of flooding. His demand was chillingly direct. Give us the boy, he stated, pointing a gauntleted finger towards the hollow, and we leave you alone. Sakura's delicate eyebrow arched, the gesture carrying a world of contempt even in her battered state. TCH. And why would I do that? Her voice was hoarse but clear. Kin smirked, twirling a senbon. So you won't give up your boyfriend, What a dumb bitch. Her eyes raked over Sakura's disheveled appearance, the dirt, the bruises, the profound weariness. You look tired. Really tired. Zaku cracked his knuckles, the tubes in his palms glinting. Let's finish her, Dosu. She's spent. They didn't wait for agreement. The three-sound ninja lunged as one. What followed was a tragic, slow-motion defeat. Sakura had no chakra for earth clones, no reserves for poison fog, no strength for reinforced strikes. Her only remaining weapon was her mind, and the most basic tool it could wield with her meager energy, genjutsu. As Zaku led the charge with a brutal punch, Sakura's hands formed the subtlest of seals. A low-level false perception genjutsu washed over him. To his eyes, her dodge was a half-beat slower than it was, and her counter-strike came from an angle that seemed wrong. He took a solid hit to the shoulder, grunting in surprise. He swung again, and again her position seemed to subtly misalign, allowing her to deflect and land a stinging jab to his ribs. Kin observed, her eyes sharp. She recognized the shimmer of disturbed chakra. Zaku, you imbecile. She's using genjutsu on you. Shut up. I knew. Zaku snarled, his pride wounded more than his body. No, you didn't, Dosu stated flatly from the sidelines, analyzing the exchange. Enraged and embarrassed, Zaku forced a surge of chakra to his head, violently dispelling the weak illusion. The world snapped back into painful, clear focus for him, just in time to see Sakura, her ruse discovered, attempting to create distance. Pure fury took over. You little. He thrust both palms forward. Zenkaha. Decapitating air waves, twin, scything blades of compressed air shot from the tubes, howling as they cut through the mist towards her, wide enough to bisect her completely. There was no time for intricate strategy. Instinct and survival screamed. Sakura threw her hands down, pouring the absolute last dregs of her chakra into the earth. A small, thick mud wall, barely 2 feet high and 3 wide, erupted from the ground directly in front of her. Whoosh crack. The air waves struck. The top of the wall sheared away, exploding into wet clods of dirt. The force of the impact that made it through slammed into Sakura like a giant's fist. The breath was blasted from her lungs. The world went white with pain from her cracked rib. She was thrown backwards, skidding across the forest floor to collapse in a heap against the base of a tree, utterly spent. The mud wall, her final defense, slumped into a pathetic pile of earth. She tried to push herself up, a guttural sound of pure effort escaping her lips. Her arms trembled violently, refusing to hold her weight. Before she could try again, a shadow fell over her. Zaku stood there, his face twisted in vindictive glee. Not so clever now, are you? His foot lashed out in a vicious kick to her already injured side. A scream, raw and torn, was ripped from Sakura's throat. The world dissolved into nauseating, spinning agony. The precise, severe bun at the back of her head came completely undone, a cascade of pink hair spilling around her shoulders and across the dirt, a final, visible symbol of her utter defeat. Before the black spots fully consumed her vision, Kin was there. She planted a knee on Sakura's chest, pinning her down, adding a new layer of torment to the shattered rib. Kin's hand snaked into the spilled pink hair, fisting a thick handful, and yanked Sakura's head up from the ground with brutal force. Tears of pure, helpless pain welled in Sakura's eyes, blurring the sneering face above her. The analytical mind was gone. The medical knowledge was useless. The fierce resolve was buried under an avalanche of physical suffering and depleted chakra. Kin leaned in close, her breath hot on Sakura's face, her voice a venomous whisper of triumph. Now what, you dumb bitch? Sakura could only stare up, gasping, broken, pinned in the dirt, her hair a trophy in her enemy's grip. The hollow tree, and the unconscious boy within, were now utterly undefended. The last line had been breached. The protector had fallen. End. Author's notes. Hello, wonderful readers. First and foremost, thank you for taking the time to read Naruto, Combined Legacies. This story has been a labor of passion, and knowing that there are people out there enjoying the journey of Naruto, Sakura, Sai, and the rest of this reimagined world means more than I can properly express. Support the story. If you are enjoying Naruto, Combined Legacies so far, you can always check out the latest updates and chapters over on my P4 or if you want to catch up, the story is 8+ chapters ahead. Your support, whether financial or simply by being a presence in the community, gives me the strength and motivation to keep producing this story. Writing is a solitary craft, but knowing that others are sharing in the adventure makes every word worth it. Connect with me. By joining the, again, completely free, no pressure, no obligations, you can help me connect with you, my readers, on a deeper level. I want to know what you're enjoying, what you'd like to see more of, and where you think the story should go. Your feedback shapes the narrative, and your needs are my priority. Six Paths Theorist. https://6 paths theorist cared co. You can find me on P4treon under the name 6 Paths Theorist or use the highlighted link above for even faster access for direct access. Chapter 11 Chunin v the Sharingan User. Chunin Exams v. Naruto swam up from the depths of a feverish, chakra-choked unconsciousness, dragged to the surface by a sound that bypassed all barriers, a muffled, agonized scream that was unmistakably Sakura's. Inside him, the unstable fusion reacted. The cursed seal on his neck, that writhing circle of 9 orange-red lines, pulsed. One of the 9 lines, as if responding to his spike of protective fury, detached from the circle. It unspooled like a burning fuse, coiling down the length of his left arm in a spiral of searing heat until it terminated in the center of his palm, a single, angry point of connection. The other 8 lines remained in their chaotic circle, thrumming. His chakra, which had been a turbulent storm, exploded, but not outward. It imploded, condensing with terrifying density around his core before erupting through his system in a controlled, violent surge. A faint, flickering aura of deep, murky orange, dense and dark like polluted fire, briefly surrounded him before being violently sucked back into his skin, contained with a will that was both his and something other. His eyes snapped open. The left eye was no longer human. The sclera was bloodshot, the iris a blazing, predatory crimson, the pupil a vertical, animalistic slit. The right eye was its familiar onyx, but burning with an intensity that was pure, undiluted Uzumaki Naruto wrath. He didn't stand up. He ceased to be where he was. With a sound like tearing cloth and splintering wood, he vanished from the hollow, the raw force of his movement cracking the tree's entrance. He rematerialized not with a shunshin's puff of smoke, but as if he had simply deleted the space between himself and the threat. Kin was still leaning in, gloating over Sakura, her fist tight in pink hair. She had no warning, no displacement of air. One moment she was triumphant, the next, a foot clad in a blue sandal filled her vision before connecting with her solar plexus with the force of a cannon shot. Oomph, crack. The kick didn't just knock the wind out of her, it lifted her clean off the ground. She sailed through the air, a ragdoll of sudden, profound shock, before slamming back first into the trunk of a thick oak with a sickening crunch of armor and bone. She slid down, leaving a smear on the bark, her world reduced to white-hot pain in the single, baffled thought, what happened? Dosu, who had been calmly observing, jerked back as if electrocuted. His analytical mind scrambled. Speed beyond perception. No hand seals. Chakra's signature, dense, wild, corrupted. This was not the exhausted target they'd been sent to acquire. Zaku, ever the blunt instrument, ignored the sudden shift in reality. Enraged by Kin's flight and his own injured pride, he lunged at Naruto's back with a roared punch. Naruto didn't turn, but his eyes did. The Sharingan blazed to life in both sockets, the two tomo spinning violently in the crimson left eye, overriding the bestial slit, and manifesting with equal ferocity in the now blood-red right eye. He saw the attack in the air molecules Zaku displaced. His left hand shot up behind him, not to block, but to catch the fist mid-swing. His grip was not human. It was the grip of something that could shatter stone. Bones in Zaku's hand creaked ominously. With a contemptuous flick of his wrist, Naruto didn't just push him back, he hurled him. Zaku yelped, flying several feet before crashing to the ground, clutching his already crushed hand, his confidence shattered along with the bones. Naruto took a deep, shuddering breath, and the oppressive, murky orange aura that had been bleeding from his pores winked out, forcibly drawn back and contained within the new, cursed pathways now etched into his body. The raw, animalistic edge receded slightly, leaving behind a cold, hyper-focused clarity. He turned his back on the sound ninja as if they were already irrelevant. In 2 strides, he was at Sakura's side. With a gentleness that contrasted horrifically with his previous violence, he lifted her into his arms, cradling her against his chest. With his thumb, he carefully brushed away the dirt and tears streaking her bruised cheek. His voice, when it came, was a low, vibrating rumble that held a terrifying calm. Sakura-chan, he murmured, his dual-colored eyes scanning her injuries with a medic's precision and a brother's fury. Who hurt you like this? Dosu, his brain finally catching up, opened his mouth to issue a strategic retreat order. Wait, Zaku, don't say anything. But Zaku, swimming in pain and humiliation, his judgment obliterated, blurted out through gritted teeth, it was us. So what? What are you going to do about it, you arrogant bastard? Naruto's head turned. Slowly. The Sharingan's tomo seemed to spin faster, drinking in Zaku's defiant posture, the tremble of fear underneath. Naruto didn't speak. TCH. Take this. Zaku screamed, shoving his pain aside, thrusting both functional and injured palms forward. Zenkaha. The twin air blades screamed forth, cutting a lethal path through the clearing. Naruto didn't dodge sideways. He simply wasn't there. He moved in a straight, blurred line perpendicular to the attack, appearing instantly on the far side of the clearing, Sakura still held securely, unharmed, in his arms. He knelt, laying her down gently against a mossy log with exquisite care. As he arranged her, Sakura's pain-hazed mind flashed back to a different time, a different confession. Flashback. A quiet evening, after a particularly harsh training session. Naruto, uncharacteristically somber, had explained the red chakra, the tales, the rage that had consumed Haku. He'd told her about the fox. Sakura had listened, her heart pounding. Not with fear of him, but with fear for him. When he finished, waiting for rejection, she had met his anxious gaze squarely. Her voice was firm, leaving no room for doubt. It doesn't matter, she'd said. It doesn't matter if you have the Kyuubi or not. You'd still be Naruto. You'd still be my teammate. End flashback. The memory, surfacing through the pain, was a lifeline. The boy with the slit eye and the cursed arm was still, at his core, that teammate. And he was here. Naruto rose from her side and turned fully to face the sound trio. The temporary, gentle caretaker was gone. In his place stood an Avenger, his form etched with stolen power and inherited will, his dual-colored eyes promising a reckoning that had nothing to do with scrolls and everything to do with the broken girl behind him. The air grew heavy, charged with a promise of violence far beyond the scope of any Chunin exam. Naruto's declaration was a simple, chilling verdict. I'll beat you up for hurting her. Dosu's mind, a machine of tactical assessment, tried to rally. You fool, Zaku. This guy has a curse mark, he's not just some genin, he's... His analysis was severed as Naruto moved. It wasn't the raw body flicker of before, but a burst of speed so fast it seemed to bend the light around him. He didn't attack the group. He dismantled their formation. He was a phantom weaving between them, a presence felt as a pressure change and a blur of orange and black before he was gone again, leaving them disoriented and facing the wrong way. Kin, her ribs screaming from the earlier kick, reacted on trained instinct. Her hands flashed to her pouch and came up flinging a fan of glistening senbon in a wide arc meant to pin him down. Naruto, already repositioning behind Zaku, didn't even look at them. His left hand, the one branded by the single, spiraling curse line, casually swept sideways as if swatting a bothersome insect. There was no visible jutsu, just a concussive whoosh of air, a gale palm executed without seals, powered by the dense, volatile energy now coursing through him. The senbon were plucked from the air and scattered uselessly into the bushes. The sound trio scattered, but Zaku found himself isolated, Naruto materializing directly in front of him. A hook punch aimed for his jaw. Zaku desperately raised his other, uninjured arm to block. The impact wasn't just strong, it carried a shocking, numbing force that deadened his arm to the shoulder. Before he could recover, Naruto feinted high with his other fist. Zaku's hands shot up to guard his face, leaving his torso exposed. Naruto's initial fist dropped, becoming a devastating gut punch that drove the air and spirit from Zaku in a pained grunt, bending him double. Naruto's knee rose to meet his descending face with a sickening crunch, launching him backwards to skid across the forest floor. Some deep, stupid well of pride forced Zaku to ignore the blossoming agony in his face and gut. He scrambled to his feet, putting precious distance between himself and the monster. Seeing their brawler battered, the sound trio fell into a practiced, lethal synergy. They triangulated around Naruto, cutting off obvious escape routes. Kin acted first. Instead of aiming at Naruto, she hurled a cluster of kunai and senbon high into the air above him, a glittering rain of steel destined to fall where he stood. As the projectiles reached their apex, Zaku, his vision swimming, used the last of his functional chakra. He jumped, not at Naruto, but into the air above the clearing, aligning himself with the falling weapons. He thrust his good palm downward. Zenkakyoku. Decapitating air drill, a single, focused cylinder of compressed air shot from his tube, not at Naruto, but into the cluster of falling metal. The air blast didn't scatter them, it supercharged their descent, turning a rain into a screaming, focused hailstorm of accelerated death aimed directly at Naruto's position. Simultaneously, Dosu, having predicted the maneuver, unleashed his own distraction. A volley of standard kunai sliced horizontally at Naruto from the front, forcing his attention and his defending hands. For a split second, Naruto was pinned, deflecting Dosu's frontal assault while the enhanced, vertical death storm descended from above. Sakura, watching from the log, her breath caught in her throat, felt her heart stop. Naruto. He didn't look up. A shadow clone, not poofing into existence, but separating from him in a ripple of chakra, appeared at his side. In the same motion, the clone braced and shoved the real Naruto laterally with tremendous force, propelling him out of the kill zone in a blur. The clone looked up at the descending storm and offered a faint, familiar smirk before it was obliterated, popped in a cloud of smoke as kunai and senbon shredded through it and thudded deep into the earth where Naruto had stood, kicking up a thick plume of dust and debris. Naruto landed, sticking sideways to the trunk of a massive tree. His eyes, cold and analytical, peered through the settling dust. He saw the three sound ninja regrouping, breathing heavily but with the grim satisfaction of a plan perfectly executed. They had pushed him. They had forced him to use a clone as a sacrificial shield. They had worked as a team. A slow, deliberate breath filled Naruto's lungs. His hands came together, forming three precise, familiar seals: tiger, dog, rabbit, seals burned into his muscle memory by another's legacy. Kaden, Hosenka no Jutsu. Fire release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. He didn't exhale one fireball. He exhaled a dozen. Small, condensed orbs of brilliant white-orange flame, each no larger than a fist, erupted from his mouth and shot towards the trio, not in a stream, but in a spreading, unpredictable pattern, a fiery shrapnel blast. The clearing became a hellscape of dodging and panic. Dosu threw himself into a roll behind a rock as two fireballs impacted where he'd been, scorching the earth black. Kin yelped, leaping straight up to avoid one that streaked beneath her, only to have to contort midair as another curved unnaturally towards her. Zaku, slowest and most injured, could only backpedal desperately, batting aside one fireball with his gauntlet only to have the searing heat blister his skin. It was not an attack meant to kill instantly. It was area denial. It was punishment. It was a statement of overwhelming, controlled superiority. When the last fireball fizzled out against a tree trunk, leaving the air acrid with smoke and ozone, the three sound ninja found themselves on opposite sides of the clearing, clothes singed, breathing ragged, their coordinated confidence shattered. They looked at each other, then at the figure still clinging impassively to the tree, his eyes gleaming in the smoky gloom. The hunter had become the hunted, and the forest itself seemed to hold its breath for his next move. The trio of sound genin, bruised, scorched, and breathing raggedly, managed to stumble back into a loose defensive formation. The air still crackled with residual heat from the Phoenix Flower assault. Dosu, his analytical mind frantically recalibrating, tried to impose order on the chaos. He kept his eyes locked on Naruto, who hadn't moved from the tree, his silhouette a dark cutout against the smoke. "Be careful, guys," Dosu hissed, his voice strained. "This guy is on a whole different level. He's not just using the curse mark, he's assimilating it. His control over it is." His tactical briefing was cut off by a sensation of displacement, then a universe of pain. Naruto was no longer on the tree. He was in front of Dosu, having covered the distance in the time it took to blink. There was no wind-up, no dramatic charge. A palm, fingers slightly curled, connected with terrifying precision to the center of Dosu's torso, just below the sternum. The impact wasn't a punch, it was a transference of force. Oof. The sound was a wet, explosive gasp as every molecule of air was violently expelled from Dosu's lungs. His eyes bulged behind his head wrap. He didn't fly back, he folded in half around Naruto's hand before collapsing to his knees, clutching his stomach, utterly incapacitated. Kin's mind, trained for senbon throwing precision, could barely track it. What? How? She gasped, her hands instinctively going for her pouches. She was too slow. Naruto's movement was a continuous, flowing equation of violence. As Dosu crumpled, Naruto's other hand shot out, his fingers closing around Kin's wrist as she reached for a weapon. The grip was like a steel manacle, freezing her in place. At the exact same moment, Zaku, driven by a desperate, last-ditch bravery, lunged from the side, kunai swiping in a wide arc for Naruto's neck. Naruto didn't turn his head. His Sharingan, still active, had mapped Zaku's desperate charge from the moment his toe left the ground. Naruto's foot came up in a blur, intercepting Zaku's charge with a brutal front kick to the ribs. The sound of impact was a sickening crack. Zaku's charge reversed into a choked cry as he was launched sideways. But Naruto wasn't done with Kin. Using the grip on her wrist as a pivot, he spun, using his own body as a fulcrum. In one fluid, terrifying motion, he swung her off her feet, using her body like a flail. She had a single, dizzying view of the clearing upside down before she was hurled through the air directly into the path of the still-flying Zaku. Thud crunch. Their bodies collided in midair with the sound of a car wreck, limbs tangling, a shared grunt of agony torn from both before they hit the ground in a tangled, groaning heap. Dosu, forcing air back into his burning lungs, pushed himself up onto one elbow. He saw Naruto's back turned, an opening. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he pushed off, moving with the last of his stealth, kunai aimed for a kidney strike. It was a move that had ended many practice spars. Naruto didn't turn. He didn't need to. The enhanced sensory field granted by his new state, painted Dosu's approach in vivid detail against the backdrop of the forest's energy. The shift in air pressure, the muffled footfall, the faint killing intent, it was all a screaming siren. As Dosu's knife hand thrust forward, Naruto's leg shot out in a perfectly timed, backward roundhouse kick. His heel connected squarely with Dosu's chin. Dosu's head snapped back with an audible click. His eyes rolled up, and he was unconscious before he hit the ground, skidding to a stop several feet away. Naruto finally turned, his gaze sweeping over the three broken forms. Kin and Zaku were struggling to untangle themselves, dazed and beaten. A cold, experimental focus settled over him. He'd been working on this, refining the concept of the Gale Palm into something more impactful. His hands formed a series of quick, sharp seals: bird, ram, snake, tiger. Unlike the wide area Great Breakthrough, these seals focused on compression, on contained force. Futon, Kyoshu Kukuden, wind release, concussive air ball. He didn't exhale a gust. He exhaled a sphere, a perfectly condensed, visible orb of distorted air, about the size of a melon, shot from his lips. It didn't whistle, it hummed with pent-up energy. It crossed the distance to Kin and Zaku in an instant and detonated not on impact, but just before. Boom. The explosion of pure concussive force was deafening in the forest quiet. It wasn't fiery, it was a shockwave of solidified air. Kin and Zaku were lifted off the ground as if by a giant slap, their bodies ragdolling before crashing down again. A visible ring of pressure ruffled every leaf and branch in the clearing, shaking the trees and sending a shower of dew and dead leaves pattering down. Even Sakura, yards away, felt the wind whip through her hair. Naruto watched the aftermath, a flicker of surprise in his spinning eyes. This jutsu wasn't meant to be this powerful. He looked down at his hands, clenching and unclenching his fists. He felt the energy humming within him, a river of dense, readily available power where there had once been a turbulent sea. What is this power? I'm twice as fast, twice as strong. The chakra, it's so easy to shape. Within the seal, the Kyuubi watched, a continent of simmering contempt. Its single, massive eye was narrowed to a hateful slit. Its power, the corrosive, world-ending chakra of the Nine Tails, was being siphoned, used, without the boy's body rejecting it, without the mind fracturing. The red curse mark, now a hybrid abomination, acted as a regulator and a filter. When activated, it didn't draw on Naruto's own stamina or the curse mark's original corruptive energy. Instead, it tapped directly into the leaks of the Kyuubi's chakra already seeping through the fourth seal. It filtered out the mind-breaking hatred and the physical corruption into adrenaline, leaving behind pure, raw, overwhelming energy. It then channeled this filtered chakra into Naruto's system, boosting his physical abilities, sharpening his senses to supernatural levels, and granting him effortless chakra shaping, all the benefits of the initial Jinchuriki transformation, but without the visible fox-like features or the loss of control. The only outward sign was that single, tail-like curse line spiraling down his arm, and since chakra connected all things, the brat instinctively had the sum of his battle instincts, small they may be. The fox was being used as a battery, its wrath sanitized into fuel for the vessel it despised. The insult was profound. In the clearing, a weak, hacking cough drew Naruto's attention. Dosu was pushing himself up again, one hand to his likely broken jaw. His two teammates were conscious but broken, unable to rise. Defeat wasn't just in their posture, it was in the air around them. Cough, cough, we give up, Dosu managed, the words slurred and painful. He fumbled at his pouch, withdrawing two scrolls, one heaven, one earth, and tossed them into the space between them. Take them, just, let us leave in peace. Naruto's gaze, which had been thoughtful as he examined his power, turned arctic. He looked from the scrolls to Dosu, then to the groaning Kin and Zaku. The memory of Sakura's hair being fisted, her pained scream, flashed behind his eyes. You think, Naruto said, his voice dangerously low, I'll let you go. After what you did to Sakura. The killing intent that radiated from him now was different, not the bestial rage of the fox, but the cold, deliberate promise of retribution from a brother avenging his family. From her place by the log, Sakura stirred. The violent concussive boom had jolted her further awake. She saw Naruto's back, tense with murderous intent. She saw the three-sound ninja, utterly defeated, no longer a threat. The medic in her, the teammate who understood the cost of crossing that final line, spoke through her pain. Cough. Naruto, she called, her voice a ragged whisper but clear. Let them go. Just this once. Naruto's shoulders tensed. He didn't look back at her, but his head tilted slightly, listening. The cold fury warred with the respect for her judgment, for the person who had defended him unconscious. After a long, heavy moment, the tension bled from his posture. He grunted, the sound full of reluctant contempt. I'll let you fools leave. Get out of my sight. Dosu didn't need to be told twice. Moving with pained, deliberate slowness, he gathered his two barely conscious teammates, draping one arm over each shoulder. Without a backward glance, without attempting to retrieve their scrolls, he limped into the thick undergrowth, the trio swallowed by the hungry green silence of the forest of death, leaving behind only the scent of ozone, scorched earth, and the heavy price of their arrogance. The crimson light in Naruto's eyes flickered and died, the Sharingan receding to leave behind their natural onyx darkness. The transformation was over. The power receded, folding back into the curse mark in the seal, leaving behind a boy who looked suddenly tired, the adrenaline crash beginning to set in. Naruto crossed the clearing in quick strides, kneeling beside Sakura with a gentleness that seemed almost impossible given the violence he'd just dispensed. His hands hovered over her, uncertain, wanting to help but not knowing how. "Are you okay, Sakura-chan?" His voice was raw, stripped of the cold fury from moments ago, replaced by a desperate concern. Sakura pressed a gloved hand to her side, wincing as her fingers found the cracked rib. Her breathing was shallow, controlled, medic's discipline overriding the agony. "I think I'll be okay," she managed, the words a whisper of air. "Nothing permanent. Just need rest. And time." She looked up at him, at the faint, fading marks of the curse on his neck, at the slit pupil in his left eye that hadn't quite returned to normal. "What about you? That thing on your neck?" Naruto touched the curse mark absently. It was warm, pulsing faintly with a rhythm that wasn't quite his own heartbeat. "I don't know what it is," he admitted. "But I can feel it. Waiting. Like." He trailed off, unwilling to finish the thought. "Like a key in a lock." He straightened, moving to where the sound ninja had dropped their scrolls. He scooped them up, tucking one into each of his pouches with mechanical efficiency. The mission objective, both scrolls, was complete. They could head for the tower now. But the mission felt secondary, almost irrelevant, against the weight of what had just happened. He turned back to Sakura, then scanned the tree line, a new edge entering his voice. "Now where is that bastard Sai?" Sakura's expression flickered, pain, uncertainty, and a dark suspicion she didn't want to voice. She looked away, towards the direction where the snake had taken him. "I don't know," she said quietly. "Maybe he's..." The word hung in the air, unspoken but deafening. "Dead." The snake summoned, the sheer scale of Orochimaru's power, what chance did a single, isolated genin have? Naruto's jaw tightened. Whatever his feelings about Sai, the cold provocations, the empty smile, the constant friction, he was still, technically, a teammate. And in the forest of death, a missing teammate was usually a dead one. "We wait," Naruto decided, his voice leaving no room for argument. "We wait here until nightfall. If he's not back by then..." He looked at Sakura's injuries, at his own trembling exhaustion. "We go to the tower. Together. That's what he'd want. That's what the mission requires." Sakura nodded slowly, too tired to argue, too relieved to have him alive and lucid to care about protocol. She leaned back against the log, closing her eyes, trusting him to keep watch. Naruto settled beside her, his back to the hollow tree, his mismatched eyes scanning the darkening forest. The temporary truce with Sai might have been cold and tactical, but abandonment wasn't in his nature. Not for teammates. Not ever again. Chapter 12. Chunin Exams v. Road to the Tower. The forest of death had a way of swallowing sound, of absorbing violence into its ancient, indifferent green maw. But certain scars remained, scorched earth, shattered trees, the lingering scent of ozone and blood. It was into such a scar that Sai led Team 8, his pale features unreadable as he surveyed the devastation. Kiba Inuzuka let out a low whistle, Akamaru on his head whining softly at the overwhelming sensory input. The clearing where Naruto had fought Orochimaru was a nightmare of chakra residue, clashing energies so violent they had left visible marks on the very air. What the hell? What could possibly have happened here? Kiba's nose twitched, overwhelmed by the chaotic signatures. It's like a hurricane and a volcano had a fight. Sai stood at the edge of the clearing, his empty eyes sweeping across the destruction. His voice, when it came, was clinical, detached. "This is where I last left them. Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura. They were engaged with an enemy when I was separated." Kiba's head snapped towards him, anger flaring. "You left them. You bastard. They're your teammates." Sai's expression didn't change, but his head tilted slightly, genuine confusion at the emotional outburst. "My opponent separated us, dog breath. A large summoning snake. I eliminated it and returned as quickly as possible. The logic of your accusation is flawed." "Why you?" Kiba stepped forward, fists clenched, but a soft, trembling hand on his arm stopped him. Hinata Hyuga stood there, her pale lavender eyes wide but her voice steady despite the tremor in her fingers. "Kiba, please, not now." Her Byakugan was active, the veins at her temples bulging as she scanned the area. What she saw made her breath catch, traces of chakra so dense they left afterimages in her vision. This place, Naruto-kun's chakra was here. It's so strong. But there's something else. Something dark and cold. Shino Aburame stepped forward, his sunglasses glinting in the filtered light. The kikaichu beneath his collar shifted restlessly. It is illogical to fight amongst ourselves when our objective is locating the missing team. Emotional responses compromise efficiency. Sai's data, however delivered, is information. We should use it. Kiba grumbled but stepped back, giving Sai a glare that promised future confrontation. Fine, but you're explaining this to Kurenai-sensei later. Akamaru, can you track them? The small dog hopped down from Kiba's head, sniffing the ground with intense focus. After a moment, he yipped and began moving in a specific direction, away from the clearing and deeper into the forest. Sai fell into step behind them, his presence a silent, pale ghost amidst the vibrant, prickly personalities of Team 8. The unlikely alliance moved forward, following the invisible thread of chakra and sent through the lethal forest, towards a hollow tree where a battered kunoichi rested against a boy with a cursed mark and mismatched eyes, the clock ticking towards an uncertain reunion. The hours crawled by in the hollow tree's shadow. Naruto maintained his vigil, his eyes scanning the tree line with unwavering focus. Sakura dozed fitfully, her body demanding rest even as her mind fought to stay alert. The pain in her side had settled into a dull, throbbing ache, manageable for now. It was Akamaru who announced them first, a soft, questioning whine from the undergrowth that made Naruto's hand drift towards his staff. Then came the sounds of careful movement, the rustle of foliage being pushed aside, and finally, voices. This way. Akamaru's got something. Kiba's voice, unmistakable even at a distance. Hinata's softer tones followed. I can see them. 2 chakra signatures. One is very weak, the other is strange, different from before. And then, cutting through both with its flat, emotionless cadence, confirming. Target acquired. Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura are alive. Naruto relaxed his grip on the staff but didn't rise. He watched as the foliage parted to reveal Team 8 in all their peculiar glory, Kiba with Akamaru on his head, both looking relieved, Hinata with her Byakugan deactivating, her pale cheeks flushing as her eyes met Naruto's for a brief, shy moment, Shino, impassive as ever, his kikaichu settling beneath his collar. And bringing up the rear, pale and composed, was Sai. Sai stepped forward, his painted smile absent for once, replaced by something that might have been assessment, relief. It was hard to read on features designed to hide emotion. Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, you are both alive. This outcome falls within acceptable mission parameters. Kiba pushed past him, grinning despite the tension. Man, are we glad to see you too. When Sai showed up babbling about snakes and explosions, we thought you were goners. He looked at Sakura, still pale and holding her side, then at Naruto's disheveled state and those unsettling eyes. Whoa, you guys look like hell. What happened? Hinata moved closer, her concern for Naruto overriding her usual shyness. Naruto-kun, your chakra. It's so different. She trailed off, not wanting to pry but unable to hide her worry. Shino observed silently, his insects feeding him information about the strange energies clinging to both genin. The chakra signatures here are chaotic. Multiple engagements. You have been busy. Sakura pushed herself up slowly, wincing but managing a weak smile. We ran into some trouble. A lot of trouble. She looked at Sai, a complex mix of emotions crossing her face, relief that he was alive, lingering distrust, and grudging acknowledgement that he'd brought help. You made it. Sai nodded once. The snake summon was eliminated. I regrouped with Track Team 8 to locate you. It was the logical course of action. Kiba snorted. Logical. Right. But he was grinning. Come on, let's get you guys to the tower. You've got scrolls, right? You can pass. Naruto finally rose, moving to stand beside Sakura, his posture protective. He looked at the gathered genin, Kiba's brash energy, Hinata's quiet concern, Shino's analytical calm, and Sai's blank efficiency. An unlikely rescue party, but a rescue party nonetheless. We have both scrolls, Naruto confirmed, patching his pouch. We were waiting for, he glanced at Sai, for the team to be whole. Something flickered in Sai's eyes at that, a micro-expression that was gone before anyone could name it. Then the objective is complete. Proceed to the tower. Kiba clapped his hands together. All right, let's move. We'll escort you, safety in numbers and all that. This forest gives me the creeps. Hinata nodded, falling into step beside Sakura, ready to help if the injured kunoichi stumbled. Shino took point, his insects spreading out as an early warning system. Kiba and Akamaru flanked, senses alert. Sai moved to the rear, his position from before the separation, completing the formation. Naruto walked at the center, Sakura leaning slightly on him when the path grew rough. For a moment, surrounded by the unlikely alliance of Konoha Genin, the forest felt less like a death trap and more like home. A fractured, strange, mismatched home, but home nonetheless. As they moved towards the tower, the afternoon sun beginning to pierce the canopy, Sai's voice drifted back, quiet and uncharacteristically soft. For the record, it is acceptable that you are both alive. Kiba snorted. Was that a compliment? From the emotionless guy. Sai's reply was flat. It was a statement of fact. Do not read into it. But Naruto caught the faintest hint of something in Sai's posture, a relaxation of tension he hadn't realized the pale boy carried. In the crucible of the forest of death, something had shifted. Not trust, not yet. But maybe. The possibility of it. The seed of something that could, with time and more shared battles, grow into the things Sasuke had left behind. A bond between people who had no reason to bond except that they were, for better or worse, teammates. The tower loomed ahead, visible now through the thinning trees. The second exam was almost over. But for Team 7, something new was just beginning. The tower rose from the heart of the forest of death like a monolithic sentinel, its weathered stone walls bearing witness to decades of hopeful genin who had entered its gates. For Team 7 and their escorts from Team 8, the sight was nothing short of salvation. Kiba let out a whoop of relief as they broke through the final tree line, Akamaru yipping in agreement. Finally. I thought we'd never make it. Hinata allowed herself a small smile, her Byakugan deactivating as she confirmed they were within the safe zone. We did it. Everyone made it. Shino adjusted his sunglasses, his Kikaichu settling. The probability of successful arrival was high given our combined capabilities. Still, the outcome is satisfactory. Sakura, still leaning on Naruto for support, managed a weak nod. Her face was pale, dark circles under her eyes testament to the ordeal she'd endured, but she was upright and conscious. That alone felt like victory. Naruto's gaze swept the tower's entrance, noting the Chunin guards, the sealed doors, the faint hum of defensive wards. Something felt off, not threatening, exactly, but purposeful. As if they were expected. They crossed the threshold into the tower's cool interior. The relief of being inside, away from the constant threat of the forest, was palpable. A few, less than 5 genin teams were scattered throughout the main hall, some celebrating, others nursing wounds, a few staring into space with the hollow look of those who had lost teammates. Before Naruto could take more than a few steps inside, shadows detached themselves from the walls. Anbu, 4 of them, wearing the distinctive porcelain masks of Konoha's elite operatives, materialized around Team 7 with fluid, silent precision. Their presence was an immediate pressure, a reminder that the tower was not just a refuge but also a place of authority. The lead Anbu, a cat-masked operative, spoke in a flat, professional tone. Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, Sai. You are to accompany us immediately. Hokage-sama's orders. Kiba stepped forward instinctively, his protective instincts flaring. Hey, what's this about? They just got here. Sakura's injured. The cat-masked Anbu didn't even glance at him. This is not a request. Hinata's eyes widened, her hands clasping together anxiously. But they need rest. Sakura-san is hurt. Shino placed a hand on Kiba's shoulder, a rare gesture of physical contact. Interfering with Anbu operations is inadvisable. The Hokage's authority supersedes our concerns. Naruto's onyx eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. He didn't speak, didn't protest. His gaze swept over the Anbu, cataloging their positions, their readiness, the subtle gaps in their formation. Old instincts, honed by Kakashi's training and the brutal lessons of the forest, assessed and filed. But he said nothing. Sakura straightened slightly, pain momentarily forgotten as her analytical mind kicked in. The Hokage. Immediately upon arrival. This wasn't standard procedure. Something had happened, or someone had reported something. The curse mark. Orochimaru. The fight. Information traveled fast in the hidden village, especially when it involved a Sannin. Sai's expression remained perfectly blank, but his eyes moved with the same calculating assessment as Naruto's. He had his own reasons for concern, his own mission parameters to consider. Anbu intervention at this stage was inefficient, and inefficiency in route-trained operatives triggered deep protocols. Naruto finally spoke, his voice low and controlled. Sakura needs a medic, now. The cat-masked Anbu inclined their head slightly. Medical attention will be provided. This is part of why you're being summoned. The Hokage has assembled a team of specialists. That changed things. Not punishment, at least, not immediately. Assessment, perhaps. Debriefing. Medical examination. Naruto looked at Sakura, at the pain she was trying so hard to hide, and made his decision. Let's go, he said quietly. He looked back at Team 8, at Kiba's worried scowl, Hinata's anxious eyes, Shino's inscrutable mask. Thanks. For everything. Kiba opened his mouth to say something, but Shino's hand on his shoulder tightened fractionally. Go. The Anbu formed a perimeter around Team 7, not quite escort, not quite capture. Naruto walked at the center, Sakura close beside him, Sai a pale shadow at their flank. As they were led away from the main hall, down a corridor lit by flickering torchlight, Naruto's mind raced. The Hokage knows. About Orochimaru. About the mark. About the fight. About all of it. He glanced at Sakura, saw her jaw set with determination despite her exhaustion. He glanced at Sai, saw nothing but that perfect, unreadable mask. Whatever waited for them in that room, they would face it together. Not as friends, that word still didn't fit. But as something forged in the fires of the forest of death. As survivors. As Team 7. The corridor stretched ahead, leading deeper into the tower's ancient heart, and with it, the next phase of the Chunin exams, one that no amount of combat training could prepare them for. The political arena. The judgment of elders. The weighing of souls. And in the shadows of Naruto's neck, the curse mark pulsed faintly, a secret that could not remain hidden for much longer. The room deep within the tower was Spartan but secure, windowless, with reinforced walls and seals placed at every entrance. Anbu guarded the single door. Inside, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind a simple wooden desk, his aged face carved from granite, his eyes betraying nothing of the turmoil behind them. Two medic nin waited in the corners, prepared to attend to Sakura's injuries. A third, older specialist stood by, his expertise clearly in the darker arts, seals, curses, the kind of medicine that dealt with corrupted chakra. Naruto, Sakura, and Sai stood before the Hokage like genin before a tribunal. The silence was heavy, expectant. Hiruzen's pipe sat unlit on the desk. He didn't reach for it. His eyes, ancient and all-seeing, moved slowly over each of them, lingering on Naruto's neck where the edge of the curse mark was visible above his collar. Report, he said simply. No preamble, no comfort, just the weight of authority demanding truth. Sakura spoke first, her voice hoarse but steady. She detailed everything, the encounter with the disguised Orochimaru, the fight, the curse mark's implantation, her own desperate defense of Naruto while he was unconscious, the battle with the sound ninja. She left nothing out, her medical training providing precise observations of Naruto's condition, his changed chakra, the moments of transformation. When she finished, Hiruzen's gaze shifted to Naruto. And you, what do you have to add? Naruto met the Hokage's eyes squarely. He spoke of waking to Sakura's scream, of the power that flooded through him, of the fight that followed. He described the boost in speed and strength, the enhanced senses, the ease with which chakra responded. But he stopped short of revealing the full truth, the connection to the Kyuubi's chakra, the curse mark's transformation, the way it now functioned as a filter rather than a corruptive agent. Some things, instinct told him, were too dangerous to share. Not with the Hokage's kind eyes watching. Not with Anbu listening at the door. It boosted my power, Naruto concluded, his voice flat. Made me faster, stronger, and it's tempting. I can feel it there. Waiting, wanting me to use it. Hiruzen closed his eyes for a long moment. When he opened them, they held a depth of sorrow that made Sakura's chest ache. The cursed seal of heaven, he murmured. Orochimaru's mark, a tool to corrupt and control. He looked directly at Naruto. I have seen what that mark does to shinobi. It offers power, yes. It tempts, but it also erodes. It changes you, whispers in your mind until you cannot tell where you end and the curse begins. He leaned forward, his voice dropping to an intense, grandfatherly plea. Naruto-kun, I advise you, I implore you, do not use that power. Not ever. It is a poison disguised as medicine. A chain disguised as a key. Naruto's expression didn't change. And if I need it to protect my team. Hiruzen's eyes hardened. Then you find another way. You train harder. You grow stronger through your own efforts, not through borrowed corruption. The shinobi who rely on such marks. They do not live long, and they do not die well. He glanced at the curse mark specialist in the corner. We will do what we can to suppress it. To seal it further. But the choice to resist it, that must be yours, every day, for the rest of your life. Sakura reached out, her gloved hand finding Naruto's and squeezing. It was a small gesture, but in that room, under that weight, it was everything. Naruto looked at her, then back at the Hokage. His jaw tightened. I understand. But in the depths of his mind, in the place where the Kyuubi's chakra pulsed and the curse mark waited, a different understanding took root. The power was there. It had saved Sakura. It had protected them. And in a world where enemies like Orochimaru existed, where brothers died and villages schemed, could he really afford to discard any weapon? The Hokage saw the conflict in those young eyes and felt his heart grow heavier. He had failed to protect Naruto from this. Failed to shield him from Orochimaru's interest. The sins of the village, of the past, continued to compound on this boy's shoulders. The medic Nin will examine you both, Hiruzen said finally, weariness creeping into his voice. Sakura-chan, your injuries will be treated. Naruto-kun, they will assess the mark and begin suppression protocols. Sigh. He looked at the pale boy who had stood silent throughout. You will remain for separate debriefing. Sai nodded once, his expression unchanged. As the medic Nin stepped forward to lead them away, Naruto paused at the door. He looked back at the Hokage, the old man who had watched over him from afar, who had allowed him to be hated, who had sanctioned the mission that cost Sasuke his life. I won't let it control me, Naruto said quietly. But I won't forget what it felt like. Being strong enough to protect her. He glanced at Sakura. That's not something to throw away. He left before Hiruzen could respond, Sakura at his side, Sai following like a pale ghost. The Hokage watched them go, the weight of his years pressing down like a mountain. Orochimaru, he whispered to the empty room. What have you done to my boy? The curse mark specialist paused at the door. Hokage-sama, the suppression seals. They may not hold. The mark is unusual. It's reacting to something within him. Hiruzen nodded slowly. I know. Do what you can. And prepare a message for Jiraiya. It's time he came home. The door closed, leaving the third Hokage alone with his regrets and the faint, lingering scent of smoke from an unlit pipe. The Chunin exams continued, but for Team 7, a new and far more dangerous exam had already begun. The morning of the final day dawned gray and muted, light filtering weakly through the tower's high windows as Team 7 was escorted back into the main hall. The past day and night had been a blur of medical examinations, suppression seals applied to Naruto's curse mark, and fitful sleep in guarded quarters. Sakura walked with a slight limp but stood straighter, her injuries treated and bandaged beneath her clothes. Naruto moved with his usual quiet intensity, the fresh seals on his neck hidden beneath a high collar. Sai was, as always, an unreadable presence at their flank. The hall was far emptier than when they'd first entered the tower. Teams that had entered the forest of death with confidence and numbers now stood in sparse clusters, the weight of survival evident in every posture. Naruto's sharp eyes swept the room, cataloging who remained. Team 10 was there, Shikamaru leaning against a wall with his usual expression of profound boredom, Ino animatedly talking to someone, Choji munching on chips as if he hadn't just spent 5 days in a lethal forest. Team 8 stood together nearby, Kiba grinning and roughhousing with Akamaru, Hinata offering shy smiles to passing genin, Shino observing silently from the shadows. The Suna siblings occupied a corner, a visible void around them that other genin instinctively avoided. Gaara sat with his eyes closed, utterly still, his gourd resting beside him. Tamari and Kankuro flanked him, their postures alert, scanning the room with the wariness of desert predators. And there, huddled together with matching expressions of bruised defeat, were the sound trio, Dosu, Kin, and Zaku. They flinched visibly when Naruto's gaze passed over them, quickly looking away. Whatever bravado they'd possessed in the forest had been thoroughly shattered. Whispers followed Team 7 as they walked through the hall. Naruto's sharp ears caught fragments. That's them, the ones who soloed a whole team. I heard the pink-haired one took out 3 by herself. No, it was the blonde, he wiped them out in minutes. The rumors had already spread, distorted and magnified by the shinobi grapevine. Sakura's lips pressed into a thin line at the whispers, but she said nothing. Let them talk. The truth was complicated enough without adding speculation. Naruto's expression remained impassive, but his eyes continued their constant, habitual scan, assessing threats, noting exits, cataloging the competition. The sound trio were broken, irrelevant. The Suna siblings were the real threat, Gaara especially. That red-haired killer radiated a killing intent that even now made Naruto's instinct scream. Sai walked slightly behind them, his painted smile back in place, but his mind was elsewhere. In his mind, the elimination mission proceeded according to parameters. 37 teams entered. Only these remain. Acceptable attrition. Flashback, 3 nights before the exams. Sai sat alone in his sparse root apartment, the walls bare, the furniture functional. He had no possessions, no mementos, nothing that spoke of a life before the foundation. He was meditating, or rather, he was in a state of efficient rest, minimizing the need for sleep. The Anbu appeared without sound, without warning. Not the standard masked operatives of the Hokage's guard, but a figure in darker robes, the mask a stylized hound. Root, still operational in the shadows. The figure placed a scroll on Sai's small table and vanished as silently as they had come. Sai unrolled it, reading the mission parameters with the cold detachment of a tool being calibrated. The instructions were clear, concise, and utterly ruthless. eliminate as much of the competition as possible during the second exam. Assassinations were to be discreet, untraceable back to Konoha. The goal was to reduce the number of passing teams to a manageable few, ensuring that only the most suitable candidates advanced. Danzo's hand was evident in every stroke of the brush. Root's mission, always, was to shape the future of the village from the shadows. Sai memorized the contents, then burned the scroll with a small flame from his palm. The ashes he scattered. No trace. End flashback. Sai, if not for that snake summoning that separated me from Uzumaki and Haruno, I would have lacked a credible excuse for my absence during the night operations. The snake's timing was fortunate. It provided cover. Sai's empty eyes flickered towards Naruto and Sakura, watching them interact with the quiet ease of people who had fought and bled together. They were anomalies in his mission parameters, unpredictable variables that Root's calculations hadn't fully accounted for. The Jinchuriki with the Uchiha's eyes. The civilian-born Kunoichi with the mind of a strategist and the heart of a guardian. Sai. The ink birds performed optimally. Covering the forest at night, identifying isolated teams, executing eliminations with precision. By dawn, 9 teams had been reduced. The chaos of the forest will mask the pattern. No one will connect the deaths to a single operative. He had been thorough, methodical. When he found teams sleeping, he used silent ink constructs, snakes that delivered a single, fatal bite, then dissolved into black puddles. When he found teams already weakened by combat, he waited for the survivors to let down their guard, then struck from the shadows with his tanto. He left no witnesses, no evidence that pointed to Konoha. Just bodies, and the forest's hungry silence to consume them. The Sound Trio's survival was unexpected, but they were broken now, their spirits crushed by Naruto's overwhelming retaliation. They posed no threat to Root's objectives. Sai's smile remained fixed as the Hokage's assistant called for attention, announcing the start of the final stage preparations. The second exam was over. The survivors, the acceptable survivors, would now move forward to the tournament. In his mind, mission parameters for the elimination phase, complete. Now, the observation phase begins. Uzumaki Naruto's combat data, Haruno Sakura's tactical development, and the Suna Jinchuriki, a variable of significant interest. He glanced at Gaara, sensing the immense, murderous weight of the redhead's chakra even from across the room. Another monster. Another weapon. In his mind, the finals will be informative. Naruto, oblivious to the true scope of Sai's activities, felt a faint prickle at the back of his neck. He glanced at Sai, but the pale boy's smile revealed nothing. Shaking off the feeling, he turned his attention forward, towards the next challenge. The curse mark pulsed faintly beneath its seals, a reminder that the forest's horrors weren't over, they had merely changed form. The preliminaries continued with the inexorable rhythm of fate, each match peeling away another layer of the Genin's capabilities, their fears, their limits. The tower's main hall had transformed from a gathering place into a crucible, the torchlight casting long shadows that danced like spectators hungry for blood. Kiba Inuzuka vs Nara Shikamaru. Kiba entered the makeshift arena with Akamaru perched on his head, both wearing matching grins of confidence. His record in the Forest of Death had been solid, Team 8 had navigated the horrors with minimal casualties, thanks to Hinata's Byakugan and Shino's insects. Kiba was eager to prove that his strength wasn't just about tracking and survival, but about pure combat capability. Shikamaru slouched in, hands in his pockets, expression radiating a profound sense of inconvenience. "What a drag," he muttered, loud enough for the front rows to hear. "I have to fight a guy with a dog." Kiba's grin faltered. "Akamaru's not just a dog, you lazy bastard. He's my partner." The match began. Kiba exploded forward with the aggressive, full-frontal assault that was his trademark. Enhanced senses, claws extended, Akamaru maneuvering to flank. It was a textbook Inuzuka opening, designed to overwhelm and disorient. Shikamaru sighed and caught Kiba mid-charge. The audience blinked. One moment Kiba was a blur of motion, the next, he was frozen, his body mirroring Shikamaru's relaxed posture despite every instinct screaming to move. Akamaru skidded to a halt, whining in confusion. "How?" Kiba strained against the invisible bonds. "When did you?" Shikamaru yawned. "You're predictable, Kiba. You always charge straight in. I just had to time it right." He took a lazy step forward, Kiba's body jerked to match. "Now, let's make this interesting. Walk yourself over to that wall." Kiba's legs, no longer under his control, began moving towards the arena's edge. He fought it, his face contorted with effort, but the shadow possession jutsu held firm. Akamaru barked desperately, unsure how to help without harming his partner. "This is so troublesome," Shikamaru muttered. "Just give up already. You can't break it." "I won't give up." Kiba snarled, veins bulging in his forehead. Akamaru. Now. The small dog, responding to years of partnership, launched himself at Shikamaru, not to attack, but to disrupt. But Shikamaru had anticipated this. His shadow split, one thread maintaining control of Kiba while another lashed out to catch Akamaru mid-leap. The little dog froze, suspended in air, joining his partner in immobility. Kiba's face fell. No. Shikamaru released the jutsu with a sigh. Both Kiba and Akamaru collapsed, exhausted and defeated. Match to Nara Shikamaru, Hayate announced between coughs. Mid-difficulty. Kiba lay on the ground, staring at the ceiling. I didn't even get to hit him. Akamaru licked his face sympathetically. Hinata Hyuga vs Hyuga Neji. The atmosphere shifted the moment the next match was announced. Whispers rippled through the crowd, not of excitement, but of anticipation tinged with discomfort. Everyone knew the history. The Hyuga clan's internal politics, the branch house and the main house, the genius and the failure. Hinata walked to the center of the arena with her characteristic hesitant steps, her pale eyes fixed on the ground. Her fingers twisted together in front of her, the old nervous habit that no amount of training had completely erased. Neji glided to his position with the fluid grace of a predator, his expression carved from marble, cold, superior, utterly assured. His pale eyes, so similar to Hinata's yet so different in their gaze, swept over her with dismissive contempt. The failure steps forward, Neji observed, his voice carrying clearly in the hushed hall. How predictable. Did you really think you could avoid this moment forever? Hinata flinched but didn't retreat. Neji-Nisan, I've been training. I've gotten stronger. Stronger. Neji's lip curled. You were born weak. Your chakra coils are insufficient. Your techniques are half-learned. Your spirit is broken. He assumed a gentle fist stance, his palms open and ready. I will prove it. Again. As I always have. In the crowd, Naruto's jaw tightened. He didn't know the full history, the Hyuga clan's secrets were well guarded, but he recognized cruelty when he saw it. His hand clenched on his staff. Kakashi's voice drifted over. Watch carefully. This is more than a fight. It's an execution of fate. Kurenai, standing nearby, looked torn between her role as sensei and her desire to protect her student from this humiliation. But Hinata had insisted. She had chosen to face this. The match began. Neji moved first, as expected. His gentle fist was a thing of terrible beauty, each strike precise, each step economical, each breath synchronized with the flow of chakra through his tenketsu. He was a machine designed for one purpose, to shut down opponents. Hinata's response was surprising. She didn't crumble. She moved into a defensive stance, her own gentle fist form imperfect but present. She blocked, dodged, redirected, not with Neji's effortless grace, but with desperate, stubborn will. Neji's eyes narrowed. You've been training. Good. It makes this more satisfying. He accelerated. His strikes came faster, more complex, targeting tenketsu with surgical precision. Hinata's defenses began to crack. A hit to her shoulder. A strike to her hip. Each impact sent numbing pain through her chakra pathways, her techniques growing weaker as her energy was systematically shut down. But she didn't fall. She didn't surrender. She kept fighting, kept moving, kept trying. Give up, Neji commanded, his voice cold. You cannot win. You were never meant to win. Your fate is to be weak, to be protected, to be nothing. Hinata's eyes, blurred with tears of pain and frustration, suddenly cleared. She looked at Neji, really looked, and saw not just her tormentor, but someone as trapped as she was. Trapped by destiny, by clan law, by his own hatred. Fate isn't everything, she gasped, dodging another strike by millimeters. Naruto-kun taught me that. You can change. You can grow. You can be more than what others decide. Neji paused, a flicker of something, surprise, doubt, crossing his features. Then his expression hardened. Foolish. Fate is absolute. His final attack was devastating, a 16-palm strike that targeted every major tenketsu in Hinata's torso. She tried to block, to deflect, but she was too slow, too weak, too Hinata. The strikes connected. Her chakra system spasmed and shut down. She collapsed, unconscious, before she hit the ground. Silence. Hayate coughed. Match 2. Hyuga Neji. Neji stood over Hinata's fallen form, his expression unreadable. For a moment, something wavered behind his pale eyes, regret. Recognition, before it was ruthlessly suppressed. He turned and walked away without a backward glance. Naruto was on his feet, held back only by Sakura's firm grip on his arm. Let me go. That bastard. Sit down, Naruto, Sakura hissed, her voice sharp. It's over. She's alive. Starting a fight now won't help her. In the arena, Kurenai and a medic nin rushed to Hinata's side. The young Hyuga was carried out, her face peaceful despite the violence she'd endured. She had lost, but something in the way she'd fought, the refusal to surrender, the defiant words, had shifted something in the air. Naruto watched her go, his fists clenched, his mismatched eyes burning. "Hinata." Sai observed silently, his painted smile fixed in place. Shino Aburame vs Zaku Abumi. Zaku entered the arena with the swagger of someone trying to rebuild a shattered reputation. His hands, still bandaged from Naruto's crushing grip, throbbed with every heartbeat, but he forced himself to ignore the pain. The sound must prove itself. Dosu was dead, Kin was useless now, her spirit broken. He was all that remained. Shino walked to his position with the unhurried, inevitable pace of a natural force. His high collar obscured most of his face, leaving only his dark sunglasses visible, lenses that reflected the torchlight without revealing what lay behind them. The Kikaichu beneath his clothing stirred restlessly, sensing the coming conflict. "You," Zaku sneered, thrusting a bandaged hand towards Shino, "are going to be my comeback match. After I destroy you, everyone will forget about what happened in the forest." Shino tilted his head slightly. "Your logic is flawed. Emotional declarations do not alter combat outcomes." "Shut up." Zaku's tubes glowed with built-up pressure. "Just die." The match began. Zaku opened with what he knew, the decapitating air waves, twin crescents of compressed death that had shredded trees and broken bones. He fired them wildly, not caring about precision, just wanting to overwhelm, to destroy, to feel powerful again. The air waves tore through the space where Shino had stood. But Shino was no longer there. He had moved, not with flashy speed, but with the economical precision of someone who had anticipated the attack before it was launched. The Kikaichu, connected to his consciousness, had sensed the pressure build up in Zaku's tubes microseconds before release, giving Shino all the warning he needed. "Missed." Zaku snarled, pivoting to track his target. "You can't hide forever." Shino didn't respond. He simply raised one hand, and from his sleeve, a dark cloud erupted, thousands of Kikaichu, their wings humming with a sound that was somehow both delicate and terrifying. They didn't swarm Zaku directly, instead, they spread through the arena, coating walls, ceiling, floor, creating a living net of awareness. Zaku fired again, and again. Each attack was dodged, Shino moving with the unhurried precision of someone who could see every attack coming. The Kikaichu fed him information, air pressure, muscle tension, chakra buildup, and he responded accordingly. "Stand still." Zaku screamed, his breathing ragged, his bandaged hands leaving dark stains on the floor. "Fight me." "I am fighting," Shino replied calmly. "You simply cannot perceive it." A single Kikaichu landed on Zaku's neck. He swatted at it automatically, too focused on Shino to register the significance. But more followed, one on his arm, two on his back, a cluster on his legs. Each landed, deposited a microscopic egg, and moved on. Zaku didn't notice. He was too busy firing, missing, firing again. Then Shino stopped moving. He stood in the center of the arena, arms at his sides, completely still. Zaku grinned through his exhaustion. Finally giving up. "Good. Take this." He fired his strongest attack, both tubes at maximum output, a double airwave that would tear through anything in its path. The attack passed through Shino like smoke. An afterimage. A trick of light and insect chakra. Behind Zaku, Shino's voice came soft and cold. "The eggs have hatched." Zaku froze. Suddenly, his body was alive with sensation, thousands of tiny pinpricks, each one a newborn Kikaichu burrowing into his skin, drinking his chakra, multiplying, spreading. He tried to scream, but his throat was already dry, his chakra reserves plummeting, his limbs growing heavy. He collapsed to his knees, then to his face, twitching as the microscopic insects continued their work. He was alive, Shino had ensured that, but he was utterly, completely incapacitated. Hayate coughed, eyeing the twitching form with professional detachment. "Match 2. Aburame Shino. Medic Nin, please remove. Whatever that is." Shino watched as the medics carefully extracted the infant Kikaichu, his expression unchanged behind his glasses. He had won. Efficiently. Completely. Without a single wasted motion. Choji Akamichi vs Sai. The announcement sent a ripple through Team 10. Choji, mid-chew on a chip, froze with his hand halfway to his mouth. Ino's eyes widened. Shikamaru's lazy posture actually straightened slightly. "You've got this, Choji," Ino said, her voice carrying more confidence than she felt. Shikamaru simply nodded. "Don't let him get inside your head. He's good at that." Choji swallowed, stood, and walked to the arena with the heavy, deliberate steps of someone carrying more than just his own weight. His family's honor. His team's pride. His own quiet determination to prove that the Akamichi were more than just calories and expansion. Sai glided to his position, his painted smile fixed in place, his brush already in hand. He studied Choji with the clinical interest of a scientist examining a specimen, not hostile, not aggressive, simply assessing. Akamichi Choji, Sai observed. Your clan specializes in calorie control and body expansion techniques. Your preferred tactics involve overwhelming force and area denial. He tilted his head. I have studied your file. Choji's eyes narrowed. You studied my file. That's creepy, man. Knowledge is efficiency, Sai replied. I am efficient. The match began. Choji moved first, not with the expected charge, but with a handful of thrown chips, each one hardened with chakra into a projectile. It was a feint, a distraction, and it worked. Sai's brush danced, creating a quick ink shield that absorbed the chip storm. While Sai was focused on defense, Choji expanded. His body swelled, his limbs thickening, his mass increasing. He became a human battering ram, charging directly at Sai with the force of a runaway cart. Sai's response was immediate. He didn't try to block, he painted a wall of ink spikes between them, forcing Choji to abort his charge or impale himself. Choji skidded to a halt, his momentum wasted. You were predictable, Sai observed, already painting something new. Direct assault. Overwhelming force. It is effective against conventional opponents, but I am not conventional. Choji swung wildly, his enlarged fists passing through ink birds that dissolved on contact and reformed behind him. He was fighting a ghost, and ghosts couldn't be punched. Show yourself. Choji roared, frustration mounting. As you wish. Sai appeared directly behind him, tanto drawn, the blade aimed for a kidney strike. Choji's bulk saved him, the blade penetrated, but shallowly, stopped by layers of chakra-enhanced fat and muscle. Choji spun, backhand swinging, but Sai was already gone, retreating to a safe distance. Choji touched his side, his hand coming away red. Not a serious wound, but a wound nonetheless. The first blood of the match. You are angry now, Sai observed. Anger impairs judgment. Your techniques require precision, timing your calorie release, controlling your expansion. Anger disrupts both. Shut up. Choji charged again, but this time he was sloppier, less controlled. His expansion was uneven, his movements jerky. Sai danced around him, ink constructs harassing from every angle, wearing him down, bleeding him slowly. In the crowd, Shikamaru watched with narrowed eyes. He's not trying to win quickly. He's dissecting Choji, breaking him down piece by piece. Ino gripped the railing. Choji, come on. The match continued. Choji landed exactly 0 hits. Sai landed dozens, small cuts, shallow punctures, bruises from inked constructs that hit just hard enough to hurt but not hard enough to end the fight. It was a masterclass in psychological warfare disguised as combat. Finally, Choji collapsed to his knees, not from any single devastating blow, but from accumulated exhaustion, blood loss, and the crushing weight of utter frustration. He was covered in small wounds, each one insignificant alone, devastating in aggregate. Sai stood over him, tanto still drawn, his painted smile never wavering. You fought well, within your limitations. But limitations define us. He glanced at the proctor. The match is concluded. Hayate coughed. Match 2. Sai. The hall was silent. It wasn't the stunned silence that followed Gaara's brutality, or the respectful silence that followed Hinata's defeat. This was something else, a cold, uncomfortable recognition that they had just watched something fundamentally inhuman. A boy who fought like a machine, who analyzed like a computer, who smiled like a doll. Choji was helped from the arena by Ino and Shikamaru, his head hanging low. He hadn't lost because he was weak. He'd lost because Sai was wrong in ways that didn't fit the normal patterns of shinobi combat. Naruto watched Sai return to their group, his expression unreadable. Sakura's jaw was tight. They had fought beside this boy. They had trusted him, however reluctantly, to watch their backs. And now they saw what he truly was. Sai settled into position beside them, his smile intact, as if he'd just completed a routine training exercise rather than systematically dismantled a fellow Konoha genin. Your teammate performed adequately, Sai observed to no one in particular. Naruto's response was a low, dangerous growl. He's not our teammate. He's theirs. Sai's smile didn't waver, but something flickered in his eyes, too fast to identify, too brief to analyze. Then it was gone, replaced by the familiar, comfortable emptiness. The preliminaries continued, but the fracture lines within Team 7 had just grown a little wider, a little deeper, a little more impossible to bridge. Chapter 13. Chapter 5, The Chunin Exams, The Last Draw. The arena had grown accustomed to violence by now, to blood, to defeat, to the cold mathematics of advancement. But as Tenten walked to the center of the floor, her twin buns bouncing with each determined step, there was something different in the air. Hope, perhaps. The hope that skill and preparation could triumph over the brutal unpredictability that had characterized so many matches. Tenten was a weapon specialist. Not a clan heir, not a Jinchuriki, not a product of dark experiments. Just a girl who had trained harder than anyone, who could wield any blade, throw any projectile, master any tool. She was, in many ways, the embodiment of what hard work could achieve. Her opponent was Temari of the Sand. The blonde kunoichi strode forward with the confidence of a desert predator, her massive iron fan folded against her back, her expression a mask of bored superiority. She had watched the previous matches, Gaara's slaughter, the displays of Konoha's varied talents, and found most of them unimpressive. This girl with her childish buns and her obvious reliance on tools would be no different. Tenten of the Leaf, Hayate announced between coughs, versus Temari of the Sand. Begin. Tenten moved first, as she always did. Her hands flew to the scroll at her back, unfurling it with a practiced snap. In a blur of motion, weapons materialized: kunai, shuriken, senbon, a chain sickle, three-bladed discs. They hung in the air around her for a split second, a halo of gleaming death, before launching at Temari in a coordinated storm. It was beautiful. It was devastating. It was useless. Temari's fan snapped open with a thunderous FWOOMP, and a single sweep sent a gale force wind screaming across the arena. Tenten's beautiful weapon storm scattered like leaves in a hurricane, clattering uselessly against walls and pillars. The wind itself slammed into Tenten, lifting her off her feet and hurling her against the far wall. She hit hard, the breath driven from her lungs, but she was already moving, already reaching for another scroll. This one was larger, more complex, her ultimate technique, the rising twin dragons, a cascade of weapons that would overwhelm any defense through sheer volume. Temari watched her scramble, a smirk playing at her lips. You're really going to try that again? Different scroll, same result. Tenten ignored her, unsealing the scroll with desperate speed. Weapons began to emerge, hundreds of them, a tidal wave of steel that filled the air with glinting death. This time will be different. I won't lose. The rising twin dragons roared to life, two spiraling columns of weapons that converged on Temari from opposite angles. It was Tenten's masterpiece, the technique she had poured years of her life into perfecting. Nothing could survive it. Nothing. Temari's smirk widened. She spun her fan in a full circle, channeling chakra through its intricate surface, and unleashed Kameidachi no Jutsu. Cutting whirlwind technique. The resulting tornado was not just wind, it was wind imbued with cutting force, a whirling dervish of razor-sharp air that met Tenten's weapon storm and simply unmade it. Kunai were deflected, shuriken scattered, chains snapped. The tornado roared through Tenten's masterpiece and kept going, slamming into her with the force of a collapsing mountain. She flew again, higher this time, crashing into the same wall with a sickening crack. Her scrolls scattered around her, pages fluttering like wounded birds. She tried to rise, tried to reach for another weapon, another chance, but her body refused. Her arm hung at a wrong angle. Her vision swam with stars. Temari folded her fan with a contemptuous snap and walked away without a backward glance. Tools are only as good as the hand that wields them. And your hand is weak. Hayate coughed, his expression unchanged by the brutal display. Match 2. Temari of the Sand. The hall was silent. Not the horrified silence that followed Gaara's kill, but something more complex, a recognition that they had just watched two very different philosophies of combat collide, and one had been utterly, devastatingly annihilated. In the crowd, Rock Lee stood rigid, his fists clenched so tight his nails drew blood from his palms. His eyes, usually bright with youthful determination, were dark with something else: fury, grief, the helpless agony of watching a comrade fall and being unable to intervene. Tenten, he whispered, his voice cracking. Neji stood beside him, his expression carved from stone, but his pale eyes tracked the medics as they lifted Tenten onto a stretcher. She was alive, barely, but the look on her face was worse than death. It was the look of someone who had just learned that years of dedication meant nothing against natural talent and superior technique. Guy appeared behind his students, his usual blazing enthusiasm dimmed to a somber glow. She fought well, he said quietly. She honored the path of hard work. Today, the storm was stronger. Tomorrow, he placed a hand on Lee's shoulder. Tomorrow, we continue. Lee nodded, but his eyes never left Tenten's still form as she was carried away. I understand, Guy-sensei. I understand perfectly. In another section of the crowd, Naruto watched the aftermath with narrowed eyes. He didn't know Tenten well, she was just another face in the endless sea of Konoha genin. But he recognized something in the way she fought, the way she refused to give up even when outmatched. It reminded him of someone. Of himself, before everything. Sakura's voice was quiet beside him. That could have been me. If I hadn't chosen a different path. She looked at her gloved hands. The medics carried Tenten past the gathered genin. Her eyes were open, staring at the ceiling with an emptiness that was somehow worse than tears. She had given everything. It hadn't been enough. And in the shadows at the edge of the hall, a figure with round glasses and silver hair observed it all, a faint smile playing at his lips. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, filing away every detail, Tenten's techniques, Temari's power, the reactions of the crowd. Information was power, and power was the only thing that mattered. The arena had settled into a rhythm of anticipation and release, each match stripping away another layer of pretense, revealing the raw essence of those who would dare to call themselves Chunin. But as Rock Lee stepped forward, the energy shifted. This was different. This was personal. Lee moved with the deliberate grace of someone who had spent every waking moment perfecting his body into a weapon. His green jumpsuit was a flag of defiance against a world that had declared him worthless without ninjutsu or genjutsu. His eyes, bright with unquenchable fire, fixed on his opponent with absolute focus. Naruto Uzumaki walked to meet him, staff in hand, his expression calm but his eyes, those onyx eyes, betraying a flicker of something unexpected, respect. He had heard of Lee from Sakura, from the rumors that circulated through the training grounds. The boy who could not use jutsu. The boy who had chosen the hardest path. I am sorry, Naruto-kun, Lee said, his voice carrying the weight of genuine regret, but you will not be able to beat me. I have trained my entire life for this moment. In the spectator area, Guy's teeth flashed in his signature pose, thumbs up, tears streaming dramatically down his face. Kakashi, you should just forget about your student making it to the finals. My beautiful Lee will demonstrate the power of youth. Kakashi's visible eye crinkled with what might have been amusement. Is that so? His voice was calm, almost bored, but those who knew him recognized the subtle tension in his shoulders. He was watching, assessing, waiting. The match began. Naruto opened with the familiar, a great fireball, roaring across the arena with enough heat to blister stone. It was a statement, a declaration that he was not the same genin who had entered these exams. The fireball consumed the space where Lee had stood. But Lee was no longer there. He appeared at Naruto's side in a blur of green, his leg already spinning in a devastating roundhouse kick. Naruto's Sharingan, not yet activated, but his natural instincts, screamed warning. He brought his staff up barely in time, the impact shuddering through the wood and into his arms. Fast, faster than anyone I've fought, thought Naruto. Lee pressed the advantage, a backfist, lightning quick. An uppercut, powered by every muscle in his compact frame. Naruto blocked, dodged, retreated, each move reactive rather than proactive. Lee was on him like water, flowing around his defenses, finding gaps that shouldn't exist. Sakura's eyes widened in the crowd. What? How is he keeping up with Naruto's taijutsu? Guy's grin widened. Kakashi. Just watch Lee. Watch the pure, unadulterated power of hard work. Naruto was being challenged, truly challenged, not by jutsu, not by tricks, but by pure, overwhelming physical prowess. Lee's blows landed with the force of a hammer, each one shaking Naruto's guard. When Naruto managed to land his own strikes, they met flesh as hard as oak, muscle conditioned beyond normal limits. A punch slipped through, ribs creaked, pain flared. Naruto's eyes blazed crimson. Sharingan. The world snapped into crystalline focus. Lee's movements, once a blur, now resolved into individual frames, the tension of a muscle, the shift of weight, the trajectory of a limb. Naruto's body, pushed by the enhanced perception, began to respond. He landed 2 blows in rapid succession. Solid, clean, the first time Lee had been hit in this match. Lee stepped back, surprise flickering across his features. Then he looked at Guy. A silent conversation passed between them, teacher and student, bound by years of impossible training. Lee reached down and unstrapped the weights from his legs. The impact when they hit the ground was not a thud. It was a crater. Stone shattered. Dust billowed. The entire arena seemed to shake. When the dust cleared, Lee was already moving. And he was faster. Impossibly, terrifyingly faster. He was a green blur, a smear of motion that the Sharingan struggled to track. Naruto's predictions became guesses, his blocks became prayers. Naruto made a decision. His staff spun, lightning chakra crackling along its length. He hurled it like a horizontal fan, the spinning blade of oaken steel forcing Lee to slide underneath. In the same motion, Naruto's hand flicked. A dozen kunai followed the staff, a curtain of steel meant to buy time. Lee slid under the staff, twisted like a cat, and vaulted over the kunai storm. They embedded themselves in the wall behind him with a series of dull thuds. But the staff had flown in an arc. It was returning. Lee sensed it, heard the whistle of displaced air. He jumped, the staff passing beneath his feet. For a single, frozen moment, he was airborne, vulnerable. It was exactly what Naruto needed. His hands, which had never stopped moving since the staff left his grip, completed their seals. Kaden, Hosenka no Jutsu. Fire release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. A dozen small fireballs erupted from his lips, spreading in an unpredictable pattern that boxed Lee in midair. There was nowhere to go, nowhere to dodge. In the crowd, Baki's eyes widened. The Sand Jonin, who had watched countless battles, recognized the tactical brilliance, the setup, the timing, the execution. This boy thought like a veteran. Asuma whistled, low and appreciative. Whoa, Kakashi, was your kid in the Third Shinobi War or something? Kakashi chuckled, a rare sound of genuine pride. Something like that. Hiruzen observed from his position, his aged eyes missing nothing. Quite the precision, Naruto-kun. Lee danced through the fireballs. It was impossible, a violation of physics, but he did it. Twisting, spinning, contorting his body in ways that should have dislocated joints, he avoided every single projectile. When he landed, he was breathing hard, but he was unharmed. Your jutsu are ineffective against this speed, Lee declared, a fierce grin on his face. Guy's tears flowed freely. So he pushed Lee this far. Oh, the youth. The burning youth. I've added the internal moment after Naruto resists the curse mark. Here is the revised section of the Rock Lee verses. Uzumaki Naruto fight. Naruto's jaw tightened. The red curse mark pulsed on his neck, a seductive whisper of power. Use me. End this. Take what you need. He crushed the thought, forced it down, refused to give in. No. At this rate, I will lose. I cannot lose like this. No, I won't. If only I could. Naruto had no idea if he could. The thought trailed into nothing, an unfinished prayer to a god he didn't believe in. His body was screaming, his chakra turbulent, Lee's impossible speed pressing him toward a cliff's edge. The curse mark pulsed again, warmer this time, almost inviting. If only I could. What? He didn't have an answer. He only had the refusal to fall. And then something happened. The Sharingan in his eyes changed. A third tomo spiraled into existence in each crimson iris, completing the trinity. The world sharpened further, details emerging that he hadn't known existed. Lee's movements, previously a blur, now resolved into crisp, perfect motion. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Most had never seen a Sharingan evolve. The sight of the tomo multiplying was almost mythical, a thing of legend. Hiruzen watched with knowing eyes. Kakashi's visible eye widened slightly. Guy's grin flickered, just for a moment. And in the shadows, disguised as the sound team's sensei, Orochimaru's slitted eyes gleamed with hunger. His tongue flickered out, tasting the air. Yes, the eyes are awakening. What a vessel, what a magnificent vessel. Lee saw the change, recognized the threat. He made a decision, a desperate one. First gate of opening. Release. His skin flushed red, his chakra spiked, he moved. The next exchange was beyond anything the arena had witnessed. Lee's speed was supernatural, his strikes carrying the force of a battering ram. Naruto's newly evolved Sharingan tracked him, predicted him, but his body still struggled to respond. A blow slipped through. Another. He was being overwhelmed. Naruto's staff became a blur. Wind chakra infused the wood, not for cutting, but for force. Each strike carried concussive power, a gale palm applied through the weapon. When his staff met Lee's fist, the shockwave rattled the walls. Lee's eyes widened. He hadn't expected this, the application of elemental chakra through a weapon, turning defense into offense, matching power with power. They clashed again, and again. Each exchange shook the arena. Lee's gates burned through his stamina at a terrifying rate. Naruto's chakra, vast and deep, showed no sign of depletion. The audience watched in stunned silence as two boys, both considered failures by different measures, pushed each other to the absolute limit. Then Lee's movements faltered. Just a fraction. A microsecond of hesitation. Naruto saw it. The Sharingan showed him everything. He didn't press the advantage, he simply waited, blocking, defending, outlasting. Lee's gate released. His body, pushed beyond its limits, gave out. He collapsed to his knees, then to his face, completely unconscious, his chakra exhausted, his muscles screaming in protest. Silence. Naruto stood over him, breathing hard, his staff lowered. The third tomo still spun in his eyes. He looked down at the fallen boy who had pushed him further than anyone since Sasuke. Match 2. Uzumaki Naruto, Hayate announced, his voice carrying a note of genuine respect. The crowd erupted, not in celebration of victory, but in acknowledgement of what they had witnessed, a battle that transcended the usual brutality of the preliminaries. A battle of wills, of philosophies, of the unquenchable fire that burned in both combatants. Guy was at Lee's side in an instant, cradling his student with tears streaming down his face. Lee, you were magnificent. You burned brighter than anyone. Naruto walked to them slowly. He looked at Lee's unconscious face, at the wounds he had helped inflict, at the sheer, impossible determination that had driven this boy to challenge a Jinchuriki with nothing but his body. He's strong, Naruto said quietly. Stronger than almost anyone I've fought. He looked at Guy. Take care of him. Guy looked up, his tears momentarily forgotten. For a long moment, the two shared a look, the eternal rival student and the eternal rival himself. Then Guy nodded, a grave, respectful motion. Naruto walked back to his team. Sakura was on her feet, her expression a mix of awe and concern. Sai's smile was fixed, but his eyes tracked Naruto with new calculation. The curse mark pulsed once, then subsided, denied its victory. Kakashi appeared beside them, materializing from nowhere. That was. He paused, searching for words. That was something special. You didn't use it. The mark. You resisted. Naruto touched his neck, feeling the faint warmth. It's not mine to use. Not like that. Kakashi nodded slowly. Good. Keep remembering that. In the shadows, Orochimaru's smile widened. The third Tomo. The curse mark. The Jinchuriki's power. All of it was coming together, a perfect storm of potential. He had chosen well. Very, very well. The arena had not yet recovered from the seismic clash between Lee and Naruto. The air still crackled with residual energy, the stone floor still bore the scars of their battle, craters from Lee's weights, scorch marks from Naruto's fire, the deep grooves where staff and fist had met. Spectators whispered among themselves, replaying moments, analyzing techniques, trying to process what they had witnessed. But the preliminaries continued. There was no time for reflection. Only survival. Kankuro versus Yoroi. Yoroi approached the arena with the confident stride of someone who believed he had found an unassailable strategy. His teammate Misumi had fallen to Sakura's genjutsu, his other teammate Kabuto had withdrawn in cowardice, but Yoroi was different. Yoroi had a plan. Kankuro slouched to his position, the bulky form of Karasu draped across his back like a macabre backpack. His face paint twisted into something approximating a smirk as he assessed his opponent. A Chunin-level fighter from a minor village, relying on absorption techniques and close-quarters grappling. Predictable. Boring. You're the puppet user, Yoroi observed, circling cautiously. I've heard about you. The Sand siblings. The Cage's children. His eyes flickered to where Gaara stood motionless, then back to Kankuro. You're the weakest of the three. Kankuro's smirk didn't waver. Is that supposed to hurt my feelings or something? The match began. Yoroi moved first, closing distance with surprising speed. His hands reached for Kankuro's arms, aiming to establish contact, to begin the chakra absorption that would drain his opponent dry. It was a simple strategy, but simple often worked. Kankuro let him come. He didn't retreat, didn't dodge, didn't even raise his hands in defense. Yoroi's fingers closed around his wrists and sank into wood. The Kankuro that Yoroi held was a puppet. A perfect replica, painted and dressed to match, its wooden joints creaking as Yoroi's absorption technique drained nothing but air. The real Kankuro emerged from the shadows behind him, fingers dancing on invisible strings. Surprise. Karasu unfolded with terrible grace. Its limbs extended, its mechanisms whirred, its hidden blades gleamed. Yoroi tried to turn, tried to release the puppet he still held, but he was too slow, too committed, too dead. The puppet's arm pierced through his torso in a spray of crimson. Yoroi's eyes went wide, his mouth opening in a silent scream that never came. He hung there, impaled, for one terrible moment before the puppet withdrew and he collapsed in a heap. The crowd gasped. Some looked away. Others watched with the cold fascination of predators recognizing another predator. Hayate coughed, his expression unchanged. Match 2. Kankuro of the Sand. Medic Nin, please attend. Kankuro folded Karasu back into its carrying position, his smirk firmly in place. He didn't look at the body being dragged away. He didn't need to. He had made his point. Kintsuchi versus Yamanaka Ino. The atmosphere shifted as the two kunoichi took their positions. Kin, the surviving member of the Sound Trio, still bore the marks of her encounter with Naruto, the fading bruises, the haunted look in her eyes, the trembling hands that tried too hard to appear steady. She had watched Dosu die. She had watched Zaku be carried away by medics, his body riddled with infant Kikaichu. She was alone now, the last of her team, carrying the weight of survival and the terror of what came next. Ino Yamanaka walked with the confidence of clan heritage and the fire of competition. Her blonde ponytail swung with each step, her blue eyes fixed on her opponent with predatory focus. She had trained her whole life for this, the mind transfer jutsu, the clan techniques, the ability to dominate another's consciousness. This was her moment. To Kunoichi, Asuma observed from the sidelines, lighting a cigarette despite the no-smoking rules. This should be interesting. Kurenai nodded, her crimson eyes tracking both fighters. Kin is desperate. Desperate opponents are dangerous. But Ino has something to prove. The match began. Ino opened with standard tactics, kunai thrown to test reactions, feints to gauge speed, movement to control distance. She was methodical, precise, every action calculated to create an opening for her true technique. Kin responded with desperation. Senbon flew in erratic patterns, not aimed to kill but to keep Ino at bay. Her movements were jerky, uncoordinated, the movements of someone fighting panic as much as opponent. She was surviving, not winning. Ino saw her chance. A slight overextension. A moment of imbalance. She formed the seal and launched the mind transfer jutsu. Her consciousness left her body, arcing through the air towards Kin's exposed mind. For a fraction of a second, she was everywhere and nowhere, pure will seeking purchase. Kin's eyes widened. She saw it coming, sensed the foreign chakra, but her body was too slow, her reactions too dulled by fear. Ino's consciousness slammed into her. And for a heartbeat, Ino was inside Kin's mind. She felt the fear, the exhaustion, the desperate clawing for survival. She reached for control, tried to seize the body's motor functions. Kin fought back. Not with skill, not with technique, but with pure, animal desperation. Her mind lashed out, a drowning creature striking at anything that came near. Ino's grip slipped. The connection wavered. Both bodies collapsed simultaneously. The arena held its breath. Two kunoichi lay motionless on the stone floor, their chests barely rising, their eyes staring at nothing. Seconds passed. 10, 20. A medic rushed forward, checking vitals. Another followed. They conferred in hushed tones, then turned to Hayate. Both are unconscious. Chakra exhaustion. No serious injuries, but they're out cold. Hayate coughed, considering. Double knockout. Neither advances. The crowd murmured, disappointment, surprise, grudging respect. Ino had pushed herself to the limit, had nearly succeeded. Kin had survived through sheer desperation, a fitting end for the last of the sound trio. Asuma sighed, running a hand through his hair. She gave it everything. Can't ask for more than that. Ino was carried from the arena on a stretcher, her face peaceful in unconsciousness. Kin followed moments later, her expression twisted even in sleep, still fighting ghosts that no one else could see. Shikamaru watched his teammate go, his lazy eyes sharp for once. Troublesome, he muttered. But there was something in his voice that wasn't annoyance, something softer, more protective. She did good. Choji, still nursing his wounds from the Sai match, nodded silently. His chips lay untouched beside him. The arena had grown quiet, the echoes of battle fading into the silence of anticipation. The preliminaries were over. 8 remained standing, 8 survivors of a crucible that had claimed dozens. They stood in a loose line before the Hokage's platform, a collection of the broken, the triumphant, and the utterly inhuman. Hayate Gecko consulted his clipboard, coughed twice, and began reading the final matchups in his rasping whisper. Each name landed like a stone in still water, ripples of reaction spreading through the crowd. First match, Hyuga Neji vs Uzumaki Naruto. The announcement sent a visible tremor through the assembly. Neji's pale eyes found Naruto instantly, cold and assessing, like a surgeon examining a particularly interesting specimen. Naruto met the gaze without flinching, his mismatched eyes, one onyx, one still carrying that faint crimson potential, steady and unreadable. In the crowd, Hinata's breath caught. Her hand reached out unconsciously, as if to touch something just beyond her grasp. Kurenai placed a steadying hand on her shoulder. He'll be fine, Kurenai murmured. Naruto-kun is stronger than you know. Hinata nodded, but her eyes never left Naruto's back. Second match, Haruno Sakura vs Temari of the Sand. Sakura's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. Temari, the Wind Master. The one who had dismantled Tenten's weapon storm with contemptuous ease. Across the arena, the blonde Sand Kunoichi offered a smirk that promised nothing good. Sakura's gloved hands clenched at her sides. Wind versus earth. Range versus mid-range. Strategy versus overwhelming force. Her mind was already racing through possibilities, counters, escape routes, victory conditions. Beside her, Naruto's voice was low. You've got this. Sakura didn't look at him, but something in her posture eased. I know. Third match, Nara Shikamaru vs Aburame Shino. Shikamaru's response was a long, exaggerated sigh. What a drag. But his eyes, half-lidded with apparent boredom, were sharp as kunai. He had watched Shino's match against Zaku. He had seen the insects, the patience, the absolute control. This would not be easy. Shino adjusted his sunglasses, his expression unchanged. Nara Shikamaru. Intelligence quotient, over 200. Tactical specialty, shadow manipulation and strategic planning. Threat assessment, high. This will be interesting. In the crowd, Asuma chuckled. Well, at least he's not bored anymore. Kurenai shot him a look. Shino doesn't get bored, he gets methodical. Fourth match, Kankuro of the Sand vs Sai. Kankuro's painted face twisted into something between a smirk and a sneer. Another Konoha puppet, should be easy. Sai's painted smile never wavered. I am not a puppet. I am an artist. His brush twirled in his fingers. We shall see whose art is superior. Naruto glanced at Sai, a complex emotion flickering across his features. Whatever else Sai was, whatever cold, root-programmed emptiness lived behind those eyes, he was still technically a teammate. And Kankuro was sand. The lines were drawn. Fifth match, Gaara of the Sand vs. Hayate paused, squinting at his clipboard. He coughed. He flipped a page. He coughed again. The silence stretched. Finally, he looked up, his expression professionally blank. Gaara of the Sand advances automatically. His scheduled opponent is no longer available. No one needed to ask what "no longer available" meant. The whispers that followed were hushed, fearful. Another team eliminated. Another body left in the forest of death. Another notch on Gaara's endless, bloody tally. Gaara himself showed no reaction. His eyes remained half-closed, his posture utterly still. The sand around him shifted restlessly, a living extension of his will, hungry and patient. In Naruto's mind, he killed his opponent before the match even started. Just like in the forest. Just like Dosu. What the hell is he? In Sakura's mind, no opponent. No data. No preparation. He's the biggest unknown in this entire exam. In Sai's mind, Gaara of the Sand. Jinchuriki. One-tail host. Threat assessment. Maximum. Avoid direct engagement. Observe from distance. Report to root. The Hokage rose, his aged voice carrying across the silent hall. The finals will take place in 1 month. Use this time to train, to heal, to prepare. The eyes of the entire shinobi world will be upon you. His gaze swept over the remaining 8, lingering for a moment on Naruto, on Gaara, on the strange, broken remnants of what had once been a hopeful generation. Make Konoha proud. The assembly began to disperse, Genin and Sensei alike moving towards the exits, towards the month of preparation that stretched before them like both a gift and a sentence. Naruto stood rooted in place, watching Neji's retreating back. The Hyuga prodigy hadn't looked at him again after that first cold assessment. He didn't need to. The message was clear: you're nothing. You'll lose. Fate is absolute. Sakura appeared at his side. Naruto. He didn't look at her. That guy, Neji. He's the one who hurt Hinata. Yes. And he's my opponent. Yes. Naruto's hand found his staff, gripping it with quiet intensity. I'm going to break his fate. Sakura smiled, small and fierce. I know. Behind them, Sai observed the exchange, his painted smile fixed in place, his mind already cataloging data for the month ahead. Kankuro. Puppet Master. Wind affiliation. No, that was Temari. Kankuro used poison, deception, mechanical precision. He would need to prepare. He would need to observe. He would need to. His thoughts stopped. Naruto had turned, was looking at him directly. For a moment, just a moment, something passed between them. Not friendship, not trust, but acknowledgement. They were, for better or worse, in this together. Don't lose to the painted guy, Naruto said. Sai's smile flickered, genuine surprise, quickly masked. I had no intention of losing to anyone. Naruto nodded once, then walked away, Sakura falling into step beside him. Sai watched them go, something strange stirring in the empty space where emotions should have been. In Sai's mind, Uzumaki Naruto. Haruno Sakura. Team 7. Mission parameters: observe, report, eliminate if necessary. But, perhaps there are variables even Root cannot predict. The tower emptied. The genin dispersed into the village, into the month of preparation that would determine their futures. And in the shadows, Orochimaru smiled, and Gaara's sand shifted, and the wheels of destiny turned inexorably towards the final act. The Chunin exams were not over. They were merely waiting. Chapter 14. Chapter 6, Before the Reckoning Eye. The arena had emptied, the echoes of the preliminary matches fading into the ancient stone of the tower. Genin dispersed in clusters, some victorious, some defeated, all carrying the weight of what they had witnessed and survived. The final 8 had been announced. The month of preparation had begun. But in the shadows of the upper galleries, one figure remained. Orochimaru watched the retreating form of Uzumaki Naruto with eyes that gleamed like molten gold in the dim light. His disguise, the face and form of the Sound Team's sensei, had served its purpose. He had observed. He had assessed. He had hungered. The boy's performance against the green-clad taijutsu specialist had been illuminating. The fire techniques, inherited from the Uchiha brat's stolen legacy. The Sharingan, evolving before his very eyes, 3 tomo spinning into existence, a testament to the boy's rapid, terrifying growth. The curse mark, his curse mark, pulsing with that strange orange-red light, connected now to something deeper, something older. Uzumaki Naruto, Orochimaru thought, his tongue flickering out to taste the air. You are perfect. More perfect than I could have imagined. The Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. The vessel of a demon's power. The bearer of a transplanted Sharingan, already awakened to its 3rd tomo. The host of a curse mark that had mutated, evolved, adapted in ways that defied even his understanding. The boy was a convergence of powers, a living testament to the potential of genetic and spiritual fusion. His body can handle my power, Orochimaru mused, his smile widening. Only he can. The others, the Uchiha, the Hyuga, all the others, they would crumble. Their bodies would reject me, their minds would shatter. But this one has been designed by fate itself to be my vessel. The thought was intoxicating. A body that could contain his soul without rejection. A chakra system vast enough to accommodate his techniques. A will strong enough to survive the transfer without breaking. And the Sharingan, those precious, precious eyes, would become his. He would see through the Uchiha's legendary dojutsu. He would master the Mangekyo. He would unlock its ultimate secrets. Soon, he promised himself. Soon, the boy will come to me. He will feel the temptation of the curse mark, the whisper of power, the promise of strength beyond his imagining. And when he does, I will be waiting. Orochimaru's form began to dissolve, consumed by swirling tongues of purple flame that licked at his robes, his skin, his very essence. The flames were not hot, they were cold, hungry, the signature of a summoning technique that transported him not through space, but through dimensions. In moments, he was gone. Only the lingering scent of ozone and something darker remained, a ghost of a presence that had never truly been there. That evening, somewhere in Konoha. The sun had set, painting the village in shades of amber and rose. Sai sat in his sparse, featureless apartment, a room that was less a home and more a waypoint between missions. There were no personal effects, no photographs, no mementos of a life before Root. There was only a desk, a chair, a bed, and the tools of his trade. He unrolled a blank scroll and dipped his brush in ink. His strokes were precise, economical, each character carrying layers of encoded meaning that only certain eyes would decipher. He wrote of the preliminaries, of the matches, of the surviving genin. He wrote of Naruto's performance, the fire techniques, the Sharingan's evolution, the curse mark's activation. He wrote of Sakura's genjutsu mastery, of her tactical cunning, of her growth since the Forest of Death. He wrote of the Sand siblings, of Gaara's automatic advancement, of the implied death of his missing opponent. When he finished, he set down his brush and formed a single-hand seal. Ink bubbled from the scroll, coalescing, shaping, living. An ink mouse emerged, small, swift, nearly invisible in the fading light. It sniffed the air, orienting itself, then scurried across the floor and through a crack beneath the door. Sai watched it go, his painted smile firmly in place. The mouse would travel through Konoha's hidden passages, the ones that Root had built decades ago and still maintained in secret. It would navigate tunnels that the Hokage's Anbu did not know existed, pass through seals that had been carefully, quietly disabled by operatives who had never truly disbanded. And eventually, it would reach its destination. Sai turned back to his desk, his expression unchanged. He had done his duty. He had reported as ordered. Whatever happened next was beyond his control. Later, Danzo's compound. The house was dark, as it had been for years. Once, it had been a hub of activity, Root operatives coming and going, intelligence flowing through its corridors like blood through veins. Now, it was a tomb. The windows were shuttered, the doors sealed, the gardens overgrown. Shimura Danzo sat in the deepest chamber, a room that existed off all official records. His right arm, bandaged and immobile, rested on the arm of his chair. His right eye, also bandaged, ached with the familiar thrum of the stolen Sharingan embedded within. He had been under house arrest since the night of the Uchiha massacre, a convenient fiction, a punishment that was no punishment at all. The village's leaders knew what he had done. They suspected what he continued to do. But they could not prove it, and they could not act without proof. The ink mouse materialized from a crack in the wall, scurrying across the floor to leap onto his desk. It dissolved into a puddle of black liquid, and from that puddle, the scroll's contents reformed, written in Sai's precise hand, carrying the day's intelligence. Danzo read slowly, his single eye moving line by line, absorbing every detail. The Jinchuriki's performance, the Sharingan's evolution, the curse mark's strange behavior, the Sand siblings' continued presence, the identities of the final 8. Uzumaki Naruto, he thought, his scarred face expressionless. Improving at a rapid rate. Exceeding all projections. Good. He set down the scroll and stared at the wall, his mind working through implications, possibilities, strategies. The boy was a weapon, the most powerful weapon Konoha had ever produced. A Jinchuriki with Uchiha eyes and Uzumaki vitality, trained by a Hitaki and watched over by the third Hokage himself. If directed properly, he could be the instrument of Konoha's salvation. If directed improperly, he could be its destruction. He will be perfect for that task, Danzo decided. The task I have been preparing for since that day. The elimination of loose ends. The consolidation of power. The purification of the will of fire. It was time to clean up Konoha's loose ends. The third Hokage was old, sentimental, unwilling to make the hard choices. The council was divided, paralyzed by politics and fear. The other villages circled like vultures, sensing weakness, waiting for the moment to strike. Danzo would not wait. He would act. He would use every tool at his disposal, Root, the Jinchuriki, to reshape the shinobi world into something stronger, something purer. Meanwhile, the Hokage's office. The window shattered inward. Not from violence, from the sheer, inconsiderate force of a man who had never learned to use doors. Jiraiya of the Sannin landed on the windowsill, crouched for a moment like a giant toad surveying its territory, then dropped into the office with a heavy thud. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not look up from his paperwork. Jiraiya, use the normal door for once. That's all you have to say, sensei. Jiraiya's voice was a rumble, part amusement, part genuine offense. After all these years. No, how have you been? No, I missed you, my wayward student. He flopped into the chair across from the Hokage's desk, sprawling with the casual confidence of someone who had never quite learned to respect authority, even authority he had once sworn to serve. Hiruzen set down his brush and looked at his former student. Jiraiya had aged, as they all had. His hair was longer, streaked with gray, his face lined with the experiences of a lifetime spent wandering. But his eyes were the same, sharp, observant, hiding depths of wisdom behind layers of deliberate foolishness. You originally did not want to come, Hiruzen observed. So what brought this on? Jiraiya's expression flickered, something serious beneath the bravado. I couldn't stay away. Not when his son is involved. He paused, letting the words settle. Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. I've been watching him from a distance, you know. Keeping tabs. Making sure he was surviving. And now I hear that Orochimaru has taken an interest in him. Jiraiya's voice hardened. That snake bastard attacked him in the Forest of Death. Gave him a curse mark. And Naruto. Naruto used it. I need to know what Orochimaru wants with him. I need to know why him. Hiruzen sighed, the weight of years pressing down on his shoulders. Whatever it is, it cannot be good. Orochimaru does not take interest in anyone without a purpose. And his purposes are never benevolent. Jiraiya leaned forward, his massive hands clasped between his knees. I have to stop him. At all costs. I should have done it years ago, when I had the chance. I let him go. I let him slip away. His voice dropped. I won't make that mistake again. Hiruzen studied his former student, the grief beneath the anger, the guilt beneath the determination. He attacked Anko, the Hokage said quietly. Used her to deliver a message. He said that if I cancel the exams, he will destroy the hidden leaf. Jiraiya's eyes widened. Would he try that? Even for him, that's... I do not know, Hiruzen admitted. But I cannot take the risk. The exams will proceed as planned. I have made sure our shinobi are alert for anything, increased patrols, reinforced barriers, intelligence gathering. If Orochimaru attempts anything, we will be ready. The room fell silent. The weight of the conversation pressed down like a physical force. So, Jiraiya said finally, do you plan on finding him? Orochimaru, I mean, before the finals. Hiruzen shook his head. He will not show himself. He will watch from the shadows, as he always does. He will wait for the right moment to strike. He paused. But you plan to meet the boy, don't you? Naruto. Jiraiya shrugged, attempting to reclaim his earlier nonchalance. I don't know. He's currently training under Kakashi, right? The copy ninja. I wouldn't want to interfere. I believe that is the case, Hiruzen said. Kakashi has been invested. Since the wave mission. Since the boy's teammate's death. He sees something in Naruto. Something worth protecting. Jiraiya nodded slowly. I'll see what I can do. Maybe Kakashi will have his hands full. His team passed to the last stage, after all. The finals are in a month. He'll be busy preparing them. Yes, Hiruzen agreed. And I want Kakashi to keep an eye on the boy Danzo added to his team. The one called Sai. I suspect that Danzo's route is still functioning, though I cannot prove it yet. There have been irregularities. Mission reports that don't quite align. Operatives who should be retired but are still active. And Sai appeared too conveniently, too perfectly timed to fill the gap left by Sasuke's death. Jiraiya's expression darkened. That old coot is still sunk in deep, isn't he? I thought you had him contained. House arrest, limited communication, no authority over active shinobi. Containment is not elimination, Hiruzen said wearily. Danzo is patient. He has waited decades for his vision of Konoha to be realized. He will wait decades more if necessary. All we can do is watch, and prepare, and hope that when the moment comes, we are strong enough to oppose him. The two men sat in silence, each lost in their own thoughts, each carrying burdens that could never be fully shared. Finally, Hiruzen cleared his throat. On the other hand of business. Do you have that document I asked for? Jiraiya's face split into a wide, mischievous grin. Come on, sensei, it's not that document. It's called Make Out. Be silent, Jiraiya. Hiruzen's voice was sharp, but there was a hint of something else beneath, embarrassment, perhaps, or the ghost of long-suppressed amusement. I want to be the first to read it. I cannot afford anyone even hearing of it. The council would never let me live it down. Jiraiya made a mock pout, turning his head away with exaggerated dignity. And what about your Anbu detail? They're probably listening right now. Laughing at their beloved Hokage. Hiruzen's expression didn't change. They are outside, and they know that nothing spoken in this office can be disclosed. They are sworn to secrecy, on pain of death. Jiraiya's grin softened into something almost genuine. You haven't changed, sensei. Still playing the long game. Still thinking 3 moves ahead. He reached into his cloak and withdrew a wrapped package, placing it on the desk with theatrical reverence. Well, here it is. The 4th edition to the volume. I expect a full review by next week. Hirazen's hand drifted towards the package, his aged fingers brushing the wrapping paper. I will. Make time. Jiraiya stood, stretching his massive frame. Well, I'll be going then. To conduct research. Important research. For the good of the village. Hirazen didn't look up from the package. Of course. Jiraiya moved towards the window, then paused. Sensei. One more thing. Yes. Be careful. Orochimaru is not the only threat we face. There are others. Darker things. I've heard whispers during my travels. About an organization. About a plan. He looked back at his former teacher, his eyes uncharacteristically serious. The world is changing, sensei. Faster than any of us realize. We need to be ready. Hirazen nodded slowly. I know. That is why I asked you to come. Jiraiya held his gaze for a moment longer, then leapt through the window, disappearing into the gathering darkness. Hirazen watched him go, then turned his attention to the package on his desk. Make out Paradise Volume 4, the cover read, in florid, embarrassing script. The Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, the 3rd Hokage, the god of shinobi, opened the package and began to read. Outside, the moon rose over Konoha, casting silver light on the rooftops, the training grounds, the hidden places where shadows moved and plans were made. The month of preparation had begun, 30 days before the reckoning. And in the depths of the village, in a chamber that did not officially exist, Danzo Shimura wrote his own plans, his own contingencies, his own vision for the future. The pieces were moving. The game was beginning. And no one, not the Hokage, not the Sannin, not the Jinchuriki, could predict how it would end. The morning sun cast long, golden shadows across the rooftops of Konoha as Sakura Haruno made her way through the winding streets toward the apartment building that housed her teammate. She moved with purpose, her steps light but deliberate, the lingering soreness from the preliminaries a dull ache beneath the surface of her skin. Her uniform was fresh, the red blouse pressed, the black pants clean, her gloves a stark contrast against the pale fabric. Her hair was already secured in its severe bun, not a single strand out of place. She had not slept well. The images of the matches, Neji's cold cruelty, Temuri's devastating wind, Gaara's automatic advancement, Naruto's desperate battle against Lee, had played on a loop behind her eyelids. But she had risen anyway, as she always did, because there was work to be done and no time for the luxury of rest. The stairs to Naruto's apartment creaked under her weight. She knocked, 3 sharp raps, the code they had developed during the months of training. No response. She knocked again, harder. The door swung open, not from the inside, but because it hadn't been fully closed in the first place. Sakura stepped inside, her senses immediately alert. The apartment was sparse, furniture minimal, walls bare, the only decoration a single framed photograph of Team 7 that she had never seen before. The image showed Naruto, Sasuke, and herself, standing awkwardly in front of the Hokage monument, Kakashi's hand making a peace sign behind their heads. It must have been taken during their first week as a team, before everything had gone wrong. And there, in the center of the floor, was Naruto. He was shirtless, sweat glistening on his back and shoulders, his muscles straining with each repetition of the push-ups he was performing with mechanical precision. The curse mark on his neck was visible now, a swirling circle of orange-red lines, pulsing faintly with each heartbeat. One of the lines had detached, spiraling down his left arm to his palm, a permanent reminder of the power that lurked within. He did not stop when she entered. He did not look up. Sakura-chan, he said between breaths, his voice steady despite the exertion. You're early. Sakura blinked, momentarily thrown off balance by the scene before her. She had expected to find him eating instant ramen, or sleeping, or staring at the ceiling with that distant look he sometimes got. She had not expected to find him training, alone, at dawn. You're doing push-ups, she said, stating the obvious because her brain needed a moment to catch up. Naruto completed his set, pushed himself to his feet, and reached for a towel draped over the back of a chair. He wiped his face, his chest, his arms, then pulled on a clean shirt, the dark blue one with the kanji for tem over the heart. Yeah, I didn't have much to do, so I figured I'd get an early start. Sakura's pink eyebrow arched. You didn't have much to do. Naruto, you're in the finals. You're going to be fighting Neji, one of the most dangerous genin in the village. And you didn't have much to do. Naruto shrugged, the movement easy, unconcerned. Kakashi-sensei said he arranged someone to train me. I figured I'd wait to see what that's about before I started anything serious. He pulled on his orange and blue jacket, the black stripes stark against the fabric. Besides, push-ups are never wasted. Sakura shook her head, a small, incredulous smile tugging at her lips. You're strange, you know that. So I've been told. They left the apartment together, falling into the familiar rhythm of walking side by side. The village was waking around them, shopkeepers opening their shutters, children running to the academy, the distant clang of the blacksmith's hammer. It was a normal morning, in a normal village, with two abnormal shinobi moving through its streets. Training ground 7 morning. Kakashi was already there when they arrived, leaning against the same tree he had always favored, a book in his hand. But this was not Ika Paradise, the cover was plain, unmarked, the contents likely mission reports or intelligence briefings. His visible eye tracked their approach, crinkling slightly at the corners. You two sure took your time, he said, his voice carrying its usual lazy cadence. Sakura's eyebrow arched again. We're a few minutes late, sensei. Hardly a crime. Every minute counts in the month before the finals, Kakashi replied, closing his book and tucking it into his vest. You'll learn that soon enough. From the shadows of the trees, Sai emerged, his painted smile fixed in place, his brush already tucked into his belt. He had been waiting, as always, silent and patient. Funny that you two showed up at the same time, Sai observed, his voice carrying that particular inflection that made everything he said sound like an insult wrapped in politeness. Maybe you were doing something naughty on the way here. Something that required coordination. Sakura moved before she thought about it. Her gloved fist shot forward, connecting with Sai's face in a blur of motion. The impact was solid, satisfying, but instead of flesh and bone, her knuckles met the resistance of ink. Sai's form dissolved into a puddle of black liquid, the real Sai stepping out from behind a different tree, completely unharmed. Still predictable, Sai said, his smile unwavering. Sakura seethed, her hands clenching at her sides. You better watch it, Sai, Naruto interrupted, his voice low and dangerous. The Sharingan had not activated, but something in his eyes, the set of his jaw, the stillness of his posture, suggested that he was very close to violence. Sakura-chan doesn't like being mocked. And neither do I. Kakashi chuckled, the sound light, almost amused. Now, children. Play nice. We have business to discuss. The 3 genin, the Jinchuriki, the medic, and the root operative, stood at attention. The shift was immediate, almost mechanical. Whatever personal conflict simmered beneath the surface, they understood the importance of this moment. As you know, Kakashi began, his voice losing its lazy edge and gaining something sharper, more focused, the 3 of you will be competing in the finals. As your sensei, I have the responsibility to make sure you are ready. The month ahead will determine not only whether you advance to Chunin, but whether you survive. Sai raised his hand, the gesture precise, almost military. Kakashi nodded. Sai. I will be training under Lord Danzo, Sai said, his voice flat, devoid of the usual provocative edge. My schedule has already been arranged. I will attend morning briefings with you, as requested, but the majority of my preparation will be elsewhere. Sakura's brows rose. She knew the name, of course, everyone in Konoha knew the name. Shimura Danzo, one of the village's 3 elders, a figure of immense political power and shadowy reputation. She had never met him, had never even seen him in person, but she had heard the whispers. The man who had founded Root. The man who operated in the darkness that the Hokage's light could not reach. The man who had been under house arrest for years, yet whose influence still permeated every corner of Konoha's intelligence network. And Sai is close to him, Sakura thought, filing the information away for later analysis. That explains so much. Kakashi nodded, unsurprised. I already know that. Danzo-sama informed me last night. He turned his attention to the remaining two. As I was saying, as your sensei, I will be responsible for your growth, whether directly or indirectly. His gaze settled on Naruto. Naruto, I've arranged for someone to train you. Or, at the very least, to oversee your training. He is unconventional, but his skills are beyond anything I could teach you. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Who is it? Maybe you could have taught me the. Now, Kakashi interrupted, holding up a hand. You'll meet him soon enough. Patience. He turned to Sakura. You, on the other hand, will be under my direct tutelage. There are things I didn't get to cover with you last time, things that will be essential for your match against Temari. Sakura nodded, her expression serious. Understood, sensei. Naruto shifted impatiently. So who is this person? The one who's supposed to train me. Kakashi's visible eye crinkled in what might have been amusement. He will meet you at the hot springs. The one on the outskirts of the village, near the forest. Go there this afternoon. He'll find you. Naruto stared at his sensei, clearly unsatisfied with the vague answer. But he didn't argue. He had learned, over the months, that Kakashi's cryptic statements usually resolve themselves in time. Sai inclined his head. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. Lord Danzo expects me within the hour. Kakashi waved a hand. Go. But remember, every morning, you meet with me. No excuses. Sai nodded once, then turned and walked into the trees, his pale figure dissolving into the shadows as if he had never been there at all. Sakura watched him go, her expression troubled. Sensei. What exactly is Sai's relationship with Elder Danzo? Kakashi's eye met hers, and for a moment, she saw something there, weariness, perhaps, or the weight of knowledge he could not share. Naruto was not listening. He was staring at the trees where Sai had vanished, his jaw tight, his hands clenched at his sides. I don't like him, he said quietly. I don't like any of this. Kakashi sighed. You don't have to like him, Naruto. You just have to work with him. For now, that's enough. The Jinchuriki did not respond. He simply turned and walked away, his staff bouncing against his back, his shadow stretching long behind him. Sakura watched him go, then looked at Kakashi. The hot springs. Really? Kakashi shrugged. He'll understand when he gets there. And me? What's our first lesson? Kakashi pulled out his book, the plain, unmarked one, and flipped it open. Patience, Sakura. All in good time. Sakura sighed, the sound carrying the weight of months of frustration. You're impossible, sensei. So I've been told. The morning sun rose higher, burning away the last of the shadows. The month of preparation had begun in earnest, and somewhere in the village, a man with white hair and toad-like features was making his way toward the hot springs, a stack of scrolls tucked under his arm and a purpose burning in his chest. The hot springs, afternoon. The afternoon sun had begun its lazy descent toward the horizon, painting the sky in shades of amber and gold. Steam rose from the natural hot springs on the outskirts of Konoha, curling into the air like ghostly fingers reaching for the clouds. The establishment was modest, a wooden fence surrounding a series of thermal pools, changing rooms tucked discreetly to one side, a small garden of moss-covered stones and carefully pruned bonsai trees. Uzumaki Naruto sat on a weathered bench outside the entrance, his staff leaning against his shoulder, his onyx eyes, both of them, fixed on the path that led back to the village. His jaw was tight, his posture rigid, his fingers drumming an impatient rhythm on his knee. Where is he? Kakashi had been vague, annoyingly, infuriatingly vague. He'll meet you at the hot springs, the copy ninja had said, his visible eye crinkling with that particular brand of amusement that Naruto had come to associate with being set up for something unpleasant. You'll know him when you see him. That had been hours ago. Naruto had arrived promptly, as he always did when training was involved. The month before the finals was precious, every day, every hour, every minute counted. Neji Hyuga was not an opponent to be taken lightly. The man who had dismantled Hinata with cold, surgical precision, who had spoken of fate and destiny as if they were absolute truths, who had looked at Naruto with those pale, knowing eyes and seen nothing but a future corpse. Naruto needed to be ready. He needed to be stronger, faster, smarter. He needed to close the gap between where he was and where he needed to be. And instead of training, he was sitting on a bench, waiting for a ghost. The steam from the hot springs drifted over the fence, carrying with it the sounds of laughter and splashing, women's laughter, high and carefree, the kind of sound that belonged to a world Naruto had never quite been able to access. He had noticed, hours ago, that there was a section of the springs reserved for female guests. He had noticed, hours ago, that there was a man lurking in the bushes near that section. Naruto had ignored him at first. Old perverts were hardly a rarity in Konoha. The village had its share of men who had outlived their dignity and were content to spend their remaining years leering at women half their age. Naruto had more important things to worry about than an ancient lech with a staring problem. But 3 hours had passed. 3 hours of waiting, of watching the path, of wondering if Kakashi had sent him on a fool's errand. 3 hours of watching that old man peep through the gaps in the fence, his eyes wide, his tongue practically hanging out of his mouth. Naruto's annoyance had been simmering, building, threatening to boil over. When he had arrived, he had been frustrated. Now, he was furious. He stood up, the movement sharp and sudden. His staff settled against his back, held in place by the subconscious thread of chakra that had become second nature over months of practice. He strode toward the fence, his sandals crunching on the gravel path, his shadow stretching long before him. "Hey!" Naruto's voice was sharp, cutting through the peaceful afternoon air like a kunai. The old man didn't turn around. He didn't acknowledge Naruto's presence at all. He simply raised a hand, a gnarled, calloused hand, stained with ink and age, and waved it dismissively, as if shooing away an annoying insect. "Go away," the man grunted, his voice a low rumble. "You're ruining my fun." Naruto's eye twitched. His hands clenched at his sides. He took a deep breath, trying to summon the patience that Sakura was always telling him he lacked even though herself wasn't much better. "Listen, old man, I'm waiting for someone, and your activities are distracting. So if you could just—" I said go away. The man still hadn't turned around. His eye, the one Naruto could see, at least, was fixed on a gap in the fence, where the silhouette of a woman could be glimpsed through the steam. Naruto's patience, already stretched thin, snapped. "Stop peeping," he shouted, reaching out to grab the man's shoulder. And then the world exploded in a blur of pink and pain. A toad, massive, easily the size of a small dog, with mottled green skin and bulbous yellow eyes, materialized on the fence post. Its tongue shot out faster than Naruto could track, wrapping around his torso and yanking. He was airborne for a single, disorienting moment before the tongue released him, sending him flying backwards to crash into the gravel path, skidding to a stop against the base of the bench. "HN." The old man grunted, finally turning to glance at the toad with something that might have been approval. Kid needed to learn his manners. Naruto pushed himself up, gravel embedded in his palms, his pride stinging worse than the scrapes on his skin. His onyx eyes blazed with cold indignation, the same look that had made hardened Chunin flinch, that had sent the Sound Trio scrambling for their lives. "That's it," Naruto roared. He rushed the old man, his staff already in his hands, lightning chakra crackling along its length. The toad moved to intercept, its tongue already unfurling for another strike, but Naruto was faster this time. He hurled the staff like a javelin, the lightning-infused wood spinning in a fan-like motion, a blur of deadly precision aimed directly at the amphibian. The toad's eyes widened, or as much as a toad's eyes could widen, and it vanished in a puff of smoke before the staff could connect. It had its limits, and being used as a shield for Jiraiya's perversions was apparently one of them. It had self-respect, after all. The staff, deprived of its target, continued its arc. It struck the old man square in the back. "I thought Gamma Gamma was going to cover me," thought Jiraiya. Electricity crackled through the man's body, his white hair standing on end, his muscles seizing in involuntary spasms. He let out a strangled yelp, part surprise, part pain, part something that might have been embarrassment. Naruto's hand shot up, catching the staff as it completed its arc and spun back toward him. He didn't pause, didn't hesitate. He closed the distance in 2 long strides, spun the staff in a tight circle, and brought it down across the man's shoulders with a force that would have shattered bone on a lesser opponent. The old man flew through the air, crashing through the wooden fence and splashing into the hot springs with a tremendous spray of water and steam. For a moment, there was silence. Then the screaming started. "Hey! Pervert! Get him!" Women's voices, sharp and indignant, rose from the spring. Naruto heard the sound of fists meeting flesh, of bodies hitting water, of the old man's pained yelps and desperate pleas. "Wait, wait, I got lost. I didn't mean to." "Then our fists are lost on your face." Smack. "And my heel is lost on your back." Whump. Naruto watched, arms crossed, as the women of the hot springs exacted their vengeance. The old man's head appeared above the fence for a moment, eyes wide, mouth open in a silent scream, before he was yanked back down by a pair of very angry hands. Serves him right, Naruto thought, a small, vindicated smile tugging at his lips. Smack. Ah. The old man was launched over the fence, arcing through the air like a comet of wet robes and wild hair. He crashed into a bush on the far side of the path, branches snapping, leaves exploding outward in a green cloud. "Tisk. Talk about a pervert," one of the women muttered, her voice carrying clearly in the sudden quiet. "Yeah, let's get out of here. The water's probably contaminated now." The sounds of splashing faded as the women gathered their things and departed, shooting dirty looks at the bush where the old man lay groaning. Naruto walked over to the bush, his staff resting on his shoulder, his expression one of grim satisfaction. He looked down at the crumpled figure, robe soaked, hair plastered to his face, bruises already forming on his cheeks and jaw. "Serves you right, pervert," Naruto said, his voice flat. The old man groaned, pushing himself up onto his elbows. He spat out a leaf, then another, then fixed Naruto with a glare that should have been intimidating but was somewhat undermined by the twig sticking out of his hair. "You," Jiraiya growled, "have no respect for your elders." Naruto shrugged. "You have no respect for women. I think we're even." Jiraiya opened his mouth to respond, then closed it. A strange expression crossed his face, something between amusement and grudging respect. He pushed himself to his feet, brushing leaves and twigs from his ruined robes, and looked at Naruto with new eyes. "You're Uzumaki Naruto," he said. It wasn't a question. Naruto's eyes narrowed. "And you're the old pervert who's been peeping for 3 hours. Congratulations. We've established the obvious." Jiraiya's lips twitched. "Kakashi sent you. You're supposed to be my teacher for the month." "I am." Naruto stared at him. "You were peeping." "I was researching," Jiraiya corrected, with as much dignity as a man covered in leaves and bruises could muster. "For my novels. My art. My." "You were peeping." Jiraiya sighed, the sound carrying the weight of decades of similar accusations. "Fine. I was peeping. But in my defense, the view was exceptional." Naruto's eye twitched again. "I'm going to hit you again." "You could try." Jiraiya's grin was sudden, sharp, and utterly unlike the lecherous old man who had been hiding in the bushes. "But I wouldn't recommend it." Something shifted in the air between them, attention, and awareness. Naruto's hand tightened on his staff. Jiraiya's posture, previously slumped and pathetic, straightened with a fluid grace that spoke of decades of combat experience. "You're fast," Jiraiya observed. "I am." Naruto blinked, thrown off balance by the unexpected praise. Jiraiya didn't answer directly. He simply turned and began walking toward the path that led back to the village, his wet robes squelching with each step. "Come," he said over his shoulder. "We have a month. And you have a lot to learn." Naruto watched him go, his mind racing. His parents. This man knew his parents. And he was supposed to be Naruto's teacher for the month. He shouldered his staff and followed, the afternoon sun warm on his back, the steam from the hot springs fading behind him. The month of training had begun. And somehow, Naruto suspected that this strange, perverted, impossibly powerful old man was going to change everything. The clearing, first training session. The clearing behind the hot springs was a modest expanse of packed earth and scattered stones, ringed by ancient trees whose branches formed a natural canopy overhead. The afternoon light filtered through the leaves in dappled patterns, casting the training ground in a shifting mosaic of golden shadow. It was here, far from the curious eyes of the village, that Jiraiya had chosen to begin Naruto's instruction. Not that it looked like instruction. From the outside, it looked like a beating. Naruto's staff lay in the grass several yards away, knocked from his grip by a casual flick of Jiraiya's wrist. The old man moved with a deceptive languor that belied the explosive power coiled within his frame. Each dodge was economical, each counter precise, each taunt delivered with the infuriating grin of someone who had been fighting since before Naruto's parents had been born. Jiraiya ducked under another kick, this one aimed at his temple, fast enough to crack stone, and spun on his heel, his back fist arcing toward Naruto's ribs. The blow, had it landed, would have sent the younger shinobi flying. But Naruto was already moving, launching himself forward in a twisting leap that carried him over the counterattack and brought him face to face with his opponent. His crimson eyes, the Sharingan active, 3 tomo spinning in each iris, tracked Jiraiya's every micro-movement. The muscle twitch in his shoulder, the shift of weight to his back foot, the subtle intake of breath that preceded a strike. Naruto saw it all, processed it all, and found himself still a half-step behind. Jiraiya's hand shot out, fingers closing around empty air where Naruto's collar had been a moment before. The boy had already dropped, sweeping his leg in a low arc aimed at Jiraiya's ankles. The old man jumped. Naruto rolled. They reset, facing each other across the clearing, neither having landed a decisive blow. "You're going to have to do better than that," Jiraiya said, his voice carrying that particular tone of amused condescension that made Naruto's blood boil. Naruto didn't respond. His hand dove into his pouch and emerged with 5 kunai, 3 in his left hand, 2 in his right. He threw them in a single, fluid motion, the blades fanning out in a pattern that would have been impossible to track without the Sharingan's enhanced perception. 2 flew straight, aimed at Jiraiya's chest and throat. 1 curved left, 1 curved right, and the 5th arced high, intended to come down on the old man's head from above. Jiraiya's smirk widened. His mane of white hair seemed to move of its own accord, sweeping across his face and batting the kunai away with casual ease. The blades clattered to the ground, deflected, harmless. Naruto's hands were already moving, forming seals with the speed that came from months of practice and the borrowed muscle memory of a dead Uchiha. Ram, snake, boar, tiger. He brought his hands to his lips, drew in a deep breath, and Kaden, glluurr. The sound that came out of him was not a fireball. It was a wet, choked gurgle, the death rattle of a technique interrupted before it could be born. Another Jiraiya, a second Jiraiya, a shadow clone that Naruto had not sensed, had not seen, had not even considered, materialized behind him. The old man's foot connected with Naruto's lower back, a kick that was more shove than strike, but carried enough force to send the boy stumbling forward. His face met the packed earth with a gritty thud, and he exhaled a small, pathetic cloud of flames that sputtered and died in the dirt. Naruto coughed, pushing himself up onto his elbows, his cheek scraped, his pride bruised. "It's no use fighting if you can't maintain situational awareness," Jiraiya's shadow clone said, its voice identical to the original's, its expression one of mild disappointment. Then it dissolved into a puff of smoke, leaving the real Jiraiya standing across the clearing, arms crossed, that infuriating grin still firmly in place. Naruto pushed himself to his feet, brushing dirt from his jacket. But nothing," Jiraiya interrupted, his voice sharp. He strode forward, closing the distance between them in a few easy strides. Up close, he was even more imposing, taller than Naruto had realized, broader in the shoulders, with hands that looked capable of crushing stone. "You have talent, kid. Real talent. But talent without awareness is just a fancy way of getting yourself killed." Naruto's jaw tightened, but he said nothing. The Sharingan deactivated, his eyes fading from crimson to their natural onyx, though the left still carried that faint, unsettling slit. Jiraiya studied him for a long moment, his expression shifting from critical to contemplative. "Anyway," he said, his voice losing some of its edge, "I don't have much to teach you right now. Not in terms of new techniques, anyway. You've got quite the arsenal already, more than most Chunin, if I'm being honest." Naruto blinked, surprised by the admission. Jiraiya continued, ticking off points on his fingers. "You can muscle your way out of most situations. Your taijutsu is solid, not elegant, but effective. Your ninjutsu repertoire is growing, fire, wind, lightning, you've got the foundations of all 3. And you've even managed to unlock visual genjutsu, which is impressive for someone with your..." He paused, searching for the right word. Your background. Naruto's eyes narrowed. What's that supposed to mean? Jiraiya waved a hand dismissively. Nothing. Just an observation. He crossed his arms again, studying Naruto with those sharp, knowing eyes. The point is, you're not lacking in power. You're lacking in control, and precision, and the ability to think 3 moves ahead instead of just reacting. Naruto was silent for a moment, processing the criticism. Then he spoke, his voice quieter than before. I'm not trying to be a big muscle. Not anymore. I want power and precision, both. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Oh. Naruto's hand drifted to his staff, still lying in the grass where Jiraiya had knocked it. He didn't retrieve it. I realized that overwhelming power isn't really the solution to everything. It can't save everyone. It can't. He trailed off, the memory of the bridge, of Sasuke's body, of his own helpless rage flickering behind his eyes. It can't bring people back. Jiraiya's expression softened, just slightly. I can see that from your fighting style. From the information I gathered, you used to rely heavily on overwhelming numbers, shadow clones, mass attacks, brute force. Today, you didn't use a single clone. Not once. Naruto nodded. I've been trying to fight smarter. More efficiently. The Sharingan helps with that. It does, Jiraiya agreed. But it's not a crutch. It's a tool. And tools are only as good as the hand that wields them. Naruto met his gaze. I know. Jiraiya was silent for a long moment, his eyes searching Naruto's face for something, sincerity, perhaps, or the ghost of someone he had known long ago. Finally, he nodded, a slow, approving gesture. That's a good start, he said. I don't really fight that way, overwhelming power is more my style, if I'm being honest. But I taught a student who was similar to you. Similar fighting style. Similar intensity. Naruto's eyes widened. Really? Who? Jiraiya's expression flickered, pain, pride, loss, all passing across his weathered features in the span of a heartbeat. That's not the focus right now, he said, his voice gruff. The focus is you, and the month we have to get you ready for the finals. He clapped his hands together, the sound sharp and final. From now on, we train every day. Sunrise to sunset. No excuses. No complaints. And no more peeping, at least, not while you're with me. Naruto's lips twitched. I wasn't the one peeping. Jiraiya's grin returned, sheepish and unrepentant. Details, details. He turned and began walking toward the edge of the clearing, gesturing for Naruto to follow. Come on. We've wasted enough daylight. Time to see what else you can do. Naruto retrieved his staff, settled it against his back, and followed the old man into the trees. The afternoon sun filtered through the leaves, casting long shadows on the path ahead. The month of training had truly begun. And somehow, despite the bruises and the frustration and the infuriating smirk of his new teacher, Naruto felt something he hadn't felt in a long time. Hope. Chapter 15. Chapter 6, Before the Reckoning E. The afternoon light had shifted, growing longer, more golden, as the sun began its slow descent toward the horizon. The clearing where Jiraiya had chosen to conduct this more private lesson was deeper in the forest, far from the hot springs and the curious eyes of any villagers who might wander too close. Ancient trees formed a natural canopy around them, their roots twisting through the earth like the veins of some great, slumbering beast. Jiraiya had settled onto a flat-topped boulder, his massive frame somehow fitting on the stone as if it had been carved specifically for him. His expression, usually so carefree and lecherous, had shifted into something more serious, more clinical. He was no longer the perverted old man peeping at the hot springs. He was a master, assessing a student, diagnosing a problem that needed solving. Now, he said, his voice low and measured, let me take a look at your new seal. Naruto looked away, his jaw tightening. The curse mark on his neck pulsed faintly, as if it knew it was being discussed. He had spent weeks trying to ignore it, to pretend it wasn't there, to convince himself that the suppression seals the Hokage's medic nin had applied would be enough. But Jiraiya was not fooled. And Naruto, despite his reluctance, knew that hiding from the truth would not make it disappear. Why? Naruto asked, his voice guarded. Jiraiya's eyes didn't waver. I want to know how it works. How it's changed. The original curse seal of heaven is something I've studied extensively. I've seen what it does to people, how it corrupts them, how it eats away at their minds until there's nothing left but Orochimaru's will. He paused, his expression darkening. But yours is different. I can sense it from here. The chakra signature is wrong. Not wrong in a bad way, just different. I need to understand it if I'm going to help you control it. Naruto was silent for a long moment. Then, with a heavy sigh, he reached up and pulled down the collar of his jacket, exposing the curse mark to the fading light. The seal sat at the base of his neck, just above the collarbone, a perfect circle of 9 swirling orange-red lines, each one curling inward toward the center like the petals of some alien flower. The lines pulsed faintly, in time with his heartbeat, and as Jiraiya leaned closer to inspect them, Naruto could feel the warmth radiating from the mark, a constant, low-grade fever that had become as familiar as his own breath. Jiraiya's brow furrowed. He reached out, not quite touching, his fingers hovering over the seal. I've never seen anything like this, he admitted. 9 lines. 9. That's not a number Orochimaru uses, his seals are always based on 3s. Heaven, earth, the cursed seal's natural state. He trailed off, his eyes narrowing. And the color. Orange-red. That's not the mark's natural coloration. It's been infected, changed, by something else. Naruto said nothing. He didn't need to. They both knew what that something else was. Jiraiya leaned back, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Anyway, he said, his tone shifting to something more practical, I want you to access the chakra of the Kyuubi. We will deal with the curse mark later. I assume you already know that you're a Jinchuriki. Naruto's voice was low, almost a whisper. Yes. He had known for months now, since Mizuki, since the bridge, since Haku, since the red chakra had exploded from him in a fury that had shattered ice and destroyed everything in its path. Kakashi had explained it to him afterward, in the sterile quiet of the hospital room, his voice careful and measured, as if he were defusing a bomb. The 9-tailed fox, sealed inside you since the day you were born. A weapon, a burden, a part of you that will never go away. Naruto had accepted it, the way he accepted everything else about his miserable existence. He was the demon brat. The village pariah. The container of the monster that had destroyed Konoha and killed the 4th Hokage. It was just another label, another chain, another reason for the villagers to look at him with fear and disgust. But knowing and accepting were two different things. And Naruto had never quite managed to accept the fox. He had used its power, once, on the bridge, when Sasuke's body was still warm in his arms. He had felt its fury, its hatred, its overwhelming hunger. And he had sworn never to touch it again. Jiraiya must have seen something in his expression, because his voice softened. Hey, kid, I'm just trying to help you out. I'm not here to judge you or lock you up or treat you like a monster. I'm here because I knew your pee. He stopped, shook his head. That's a conversation for another day. For now, just trust me. Okay. Naruto looked at him, really looked, and saw something beneath the perverted exterior. Something genuine, something almost kind. He nodded slowly. Okay. Flashback, the bridge, months ago. The ice was everywhere. Crystalline mirrors surrounded him, each one reflecting a different angle of his own terrified face. Sasuke lay on the cold cement, blood pooling beneath him, his breathing shallow, his eyes already beginning to glaze. And inside Naruto, something broke. The chakra came not as a flood, but as an explosion, a detonation of pure, primal fury that turned the world red and hot and hungry. His skin burned, his bones ached, his mind, the part of him that was still Naruto, screamed and clawed and tried to hold on. But the fox was stronger. He felt its consciousness brush against his, vast and ancient and utterly malevolent. It didn't speak, not in words, but he understood its intent. Destroy, kill, feast. And Naruto, drowning in grief and rage and the unbearable weight of Sasuke's death, had let it happen. End flashback. Naruto shook the memories from his mind, forcing himself back to the present. The clearing, the old man, the curse mark pulsing on his neck. So what do you want me to do? He asked, his voice steadier than he felt. Jiraiya held his chin, his brow furrowed in concentration. How do I go about this? He thought for a moment, then snapped his fingers. Okay. You know the concentration seal, the Ram seal. Use it to channel your chakra as usual. But instead of just pulling from your own reserves, try to distinguish. Separate your chakra from the foxes. I assume that's the basis of control for every Jinchuriki, learning to tell where you end and the beast begins. Naruto hesitated. The Ram seal was second nature, one of the first things he had learned at the academy, drilled into him until his fingers could form it in his sleep. But using it to separate his chakra from the foxes. That was new. That was dangerous. What if I lose control again? What if the fox takes over? You won't, a voice whispered in the back of his mind. It sounded like Sasuke. Or maybe it sounded like himself. You're stronger now. You have to be. Naruto took a deep breath, raised his hands, and formed the Ram seal. The effect was immediate, and nothing like what either of them expected. Before Naruto could even complete the seal, before he could consciously begin the process of distinguishing his chakra from the foxes, one of the 9 lines on his curse mark moved. It detached from the circle, spiraling down his neck, across his shoulder, along his arm, until it terminated in the center of his palm. The line, which had been orange-red moments before, darkened as it traveled, shifting through shades of crimson and burgundy until it settled into a deep, inky black. Jiraiya's eyes widened. Whoa, what's going on here? He leaned forward, his expression a mixture of fascination and concern. How do you feel? Naruto looked at his hand, at the black line that now terminated in his palm, at the faint shimmer of chakra that seemed to emanate from the mark. He felt energized, alert, as if he had just drunk 3 cups of strong coffee and slept for 12 hours. Just a little energized, he said, his voice tinged with wonder. And alert. I can feel everything. The trees, the animals, the chakra in the air. It's like. He trailed off, searching for words that didn't exist. Jiraiya leaned back, stroking his chin again. I think I see what's going on. Orochimaru's original seal must have been altered somehow. When he tried to implant the curse seal of heaven, something in your system, probably the fox, resisted. Fought back. And instead of the seal taking hold the way it was supposed to, it adapted, mutated, became something new. Naruto clenched his fist, watching the black line pulse with each heartbeat. That creep, he muttered. I didn't ask for any of this. Jiraiya's expression softened. No, you didn't. But you're stuck with it now, so we might as well figure out how to use it. He studied Naruto's face, looking for signs of distress, of mental invasion, of the creeping corruption that plagued other curse mark bearers. It seems like it doesn't affect your mind at all. That's remarkable and unprecedented. Naruto's brow furrowed. Now that I think about it, it's different from that time on the bridge. Back then, when I used the fox's chakra, I could feel it trying to take over. Trying to drown me in rage and hatred. But this, he looked at his hand again. This just feels like me, just more. Jiraiya nodded slowly. So what can you do with it? Naruto thought for a moment. His mind raced through possibilities, applications, the countless ways this new power could be used. For starters, if I focus hard enough I can sense chakra. Jiraiya's eyes gleamed with interest. That's a rare ability. And you just have it, because of a mutated curse mark. Naruto shrugged. Lucky me. Jiraiya chuckled. Lucky is one word for it. I can think of a few others. The training continues. They spent the rest of the afternoon exploring the limits of Naruto's new ability. Jiraiya had him close his eyes and sense the chakra of distant animals, track the movement of birds through the canopy, identify the locations of hidden objects without looking. Each test pushed Naruto further, demanded more from his concentration, and each time, he rose to meet the challenge. The black line on his arm pulsed with each use, but it didn't spread further. It didn't darken. It simply existed, a conduit for power that was neither his nor the fox's, but something in between. By the time the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple, Naruto was exhausted but exhilarated. He had learned more in one afternoon than he had in weeks of solo training. And despite his initial reluctance, he found himself beginning to trust the old man. Not bad, Jiraiya said, as they packed up their supplies. Not bad at all. You've got potential, kid. More than you know. Naruto shouldered his staff, the black line on his arm fading back to orange-red as the curse mark settled into its dormant state. "Thanks," he said, and meant it. Jiraiya clapped him on the shoulder, nearly sending him sprawling. "Same time tomorrow. And try not to be late, I won't be as forgiving if I have to wait." Naruto snorted. "You were the one peeping at the hot springs." Jiraiya's grin was unrepentant. "Research, kid. It's called research." They walked back toward the village together, the last light of day fading behind them, the first stars beginning to appear in the darkening sky. The month of training stretched ahead, full of possibility and promise. And for the first time in a long time, Naruto allowed himself to believe that maybe, just maybe, he was ready for what was to come. The door to Naruto's apartment clicked shut behind him, the sound hollow and final in the small, cluttered space. He stood for a moment in the darkness, his chest heaving, his muscles screaming in protest from the day's exertions. Every part of him ached, his shoulders, his back, his legs, even his fingers, which had formed seals so many times that the joints felt like they had been filed down to nubs. He had never been pushed like this. Not by Kakashi, whose training had been brutal but measured, each exercise designed to build upon the last. Not by the months of solo conditioning, where he had been both the hammer and the anvil. Jiraiya was different. Jiraiya was relentless, merciless, seemingly incapable of understanding the concept of enough. What is his deal? Naruto thought, kicking off his sandals and stumbling toward the small kitchenette. I know I want to be strong. I know I'm willing to do anything to get stronger. But this perv of a sensei is really pushing me. I haven't even seen Sakura-chan since. He trailed off, unable to finish the thought. Since when? Since the preliminaries. Since the meeting at Training Ground 7. The days were blurring together, each one bleeding into the next in a haze of exhaustion and determination. He had seen her that morning, walking with him to meet Kakashi. He had seen her at the hospital, through the window, her pink hair a bright spot in the sterile white hallway. But he hadn't talked to her. Not really. Not about anything that mattered. He sighed, the sound heavy with a weariness that went beyond the physical. The instant ramen cup was a comfort, at least, a small, unchanging constant in a world that seemed determined to remake itself every day. He poured hot water from the kettle, watched the steam rise, and waited the obligatory 3 minutes. When he lifted the chopsticks, the familiar smell of broth and noodles filled the tiny apartment, and for a moment, he could pretend that nothing had changed. That Sasuke was still alive. That the curse mark didn't exist. That the month ahead was just another month, not a countdown to something he couldn't quite name. But the pretense didn't last. His thoughts drifted, as they always did in the quiet moments, to the finals. To his opponent. To Hyuga Neji. A dojutsu user. Like him. The irony was not lost on Naruto. He, who had been born with nothing, no clan, no bloodline, no inherited techniques, now possessed eyes that were among the most feared in the shinobi world. The Sharingan, the Uchiha's legacy, transplanted into his sockets by a dying boy who had called him brother. And Neji, who had been born into one of Konoha's most prestigious clans, who had inherited the Byakugan and all the power that came with it, who had been groomed for greatness since the moment he could walk, Neji used that power to hurt his own family. Naruto's chopsticks paused halfway to his mouth. Hinata. He had almost forgotten. In the chaos of the preliminaries, in the desperate struggle against Lee, in the aftermath of the curse mark's activation and the revelation of the Sharingan's evolution, he had pushed the memory aside. But now, in the quiet of his apartment, with nothing but the steam from his ramen and the weight of his own thoughts, it came rushing back. Neji's cold voice, his dismissive cruelty, the way he had spoken of fate as if it were an unbreakable chain, and Hinata as if she were a broken link, destined for nothing but failure. And Hinata herself, gentle, kind, painfully shy Hinata, standing in the arena with tears in her eyes, refusing to give up, refusing to surrender, even as Neji's gentle fist shut down her chakra system one tenketsu at a time. She had fought with everything she had. She had lost. But she had not broken. Fate isn't everything, she had said. Naruto-kun taught me that. Naruto set down his chopsticks, the ramen forgotten. This Neji guy needs to be taught a lesson. He had been so focused on his own training, on controlling the curse mark, on mastering the Sharingan, on preparing for the fight ahead, that he had almost lost sight of why the fight mattered. It wasn't just about becoming Chunin. It wasn't just about proving himself to the village or honoring Sasuke's memory. It was about showing Neji that he was wrong. About fate. About destiny. About the idea that some people were born to be great and others were born to be nothing. Naruto knew, perhaps better than anyone, the weight of being labeled before you had a chance to prove yourself. He had been the demon brat since before he could walk. The failure since his first day at the academy. The dead last since the first time he had failed the graduation exam. People had looked at him and seen a future of nothing, a waste of space, a burden on the village, a monster waiting to break free. And now, here he was. A finalist in the Chunin exams. The bearer of a legendary dojutsu. The container of the most powerful tailed beast in existence. The student of a Sannin. If destiny was real, if the future was already written, then how had he ended up here? I know that if I had a family, I wouldn't treat them the way Neji treats his. Family is supposed to protect each other. Support each other, not tear each other down. He thought of Sasuke, his brother in all but blood, who had given his eyes so that Naruto could see. He thought of Sakura, his teammate, his friend, his shield. He thought of Iruka-sensei, who had seen him when no one else would. Of Kakashi-sensei, who had pushed him to be better. Of Jiraiya, who was pushing him still. That was family. Not blood, but bonds. Choices. The decision to stand beside someone, to fight for them, to believe in them even when the world said they weren't worth believing in. Neji didn't understand that. Maybe he never had. And also, destiny. Naruto leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling. The cracks in the plaster seemed to form patterns, shapes that shifted and reformed as he watched. He thought about the word, turned it over in his mind like a stone, trying to find its weight. Destiny. He couldn't claim that it didn't exist. He had seen too much, experienced too much, to believe that everything was random. Some things felt inevitable. The way he had met Sasuke. The way they had become rivals, then friends, then brothers. The way Sasuke had died, pushing him out of the way, taking the senbon that had been meant for him. Some things were written. He could accept that. But there was room. Room to alter the path. Room to take a different turn, to make a different choice, to change the ending even if the beginning was already set. Even if destiny is real, there's always room for altering it. Even slightly. Naruto reached for his ramen again. It had gone cold, the noodles swollen and soft. He ate it anyway, because he was hungry, and because wasting food felt like a betrayal of the boy he used to be, the boy who had gone to bed hungry more times than he could count. The night stretched on, quiet and dark. Outside his window, the lights of Konoha flickered like earthbound stars, each one a home, a family, a life being lived. Naruto finished his ramen, washed the cup, and prepared for sleep. Tomorrow would bring more training, more exhaustion, more of Jiraiya's relentless pushing. And the day after that. And the day after that. 29 days remained until the finals. 29 days until he faced Neji Hyuga in the arena. 29 days to prepare, to grow, to become strong enough to prove that destiny was not a chain, it was a door. And doors could be opened. End. Rate this chapter please. Chapter 16. Chapter 6x, Itachi Uchiha, the Negotiator. The land of rice paddies stretched across the eastern border of the fire country like a patchwork quilt of shallow water and struggling vegetation. The air was thick with humidity, heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying plant matter. Mist clung to the ground in the early morning hours, swirling around the ankles of travelers who had business in these borderlands, smugglers, missing nin, and those who wished to disappear into the anonymous haze. Tsunade had been walking for 3 days. Her sandals were caked with mud, her traveling cloak was damp with condensation, and her patience was worn thinner than the soles of her feet. The blonde hair that marked her as one of the unique people was plastered to her forehead, and her honey-colored eyes, usually sharp with intelligence and weariness, had taken on a dangerous glint. Shizune followed a half-step behind, her faithful companion Taunton cradled in her arms. The young woman's dark hair was also damp, her expression a mixture of concern and exasperation. They had been wandering in circles for hours, passing the same crooked tree, the same moss-covered stone, the same stagnant pool of water. "Shizune," Tsunade said, her voice low and tight, "didn't we pass this area for the third time?" Shizune looked around, her brow furrowing. The landscape was disorienting, every direction looked the same, a maze of shallow water and twisted trees. But there was something else, something she couldn't quite identify. A pressure in the air. A wrongness that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. "Now that I notice," Shizune began, "we seem to be." "You are quite correct, Sanin no Tsunade." The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, smooth as silk, cold as winter. Shizune's head snapped toward the tree line, her hand instinctively reaching for the senbon concealed in her sleeve. Taunton squealed in alarm, burying her snout in Shizune's elbow. From the shadows of a gnarled oak, a figure emerged. Black cloak with red clouds. Sandals that made no sound on the wet ground. Long dark hair tied at the nape of his neck. And eyes, crimson eyes, spinning with the 3 tomo of the Sharingan. Shizune gasped. She had heard the stories, of course. Everyone had heard the stories. The Uchiha prodigy. The Anbu captain at 13. The boy who had slaughtered his entire clan in a single night and vanished into the night. His face was known to every intelligence network in the shinobi world, his name spoken in whispers, his eyes feared as much as the 9 tails itself. Tsunade's reaction was different. Her honey-colored eyes narrowed, her posture shifting from weary traveler to coiled predator. The markings on her forehead, the diamond of the Byakugo no in strength of 100 seal, seemed to darken, as if responding to her rising chakra. "Itachi," she said, his name a growl in her throat. Itachi stepped fully from the tree, his movements unhurried, unconcerned. His cloak was immaculate despite the swamp, his hair perfectly in place. He looked at Tsunade with those crimson eyes, and there was something in his gaze, not hostility, not curiosity, but something that might have been assessment. Evaluation. The weighing of a potential asset. "What do you want, rogue?" Tsunade's voice was ice. "I have no business with missing Nin." Itachi's head tilted slightly, a gesture that might have been amusement. "If I am not mistaken, you are a rogue as well, Tsunade-sama. You abandoned your village. You abandoned your title. You wander the countryside, drowning your grief in sake and gambling away what remains of your family's fortune." His voice was flat, clinical, each word a scalpel. "We are not so different, you and I." Tsunade's teeth ground together, the sound audible in the damp silence. Her hands clenched at her sides, the chakra building beneath her skin. The ground beneath her feet began to crack, fissures spreading outward like spiderwebs. "Maybe you didn't hear me," she said, her voice dangerously quiet. "What reason do I have not to turn you into paste right now? I could crush you before your Sharingan even activates. I could." "That is if you can close in on me," Itachi interrupted, his tone unchanged. "Your physical strength is legendary, Tsunade-sama. But speed has never been your primary attribute. And I am not slow. Is that arrogance I sense from you, boy?" Tsunade's lips curled into a snarl. "I've crushed stronger men than you. Men who thought their eyes made them invincible. Men who—" "That is merely the truth," Itachi said, cutting her off again. "I do not deal in arrogance. I deal in facts. And the fact is that you are not at your best. You have been traveling for days. You are tired. You are hungry. Your chakra reserves are depleted from the healing you performed on that child in the last village." His eyes flicked to Shizune, then back to Tsunade. "I, on the other hand, am at full capacity. The outcome of a physical confrontation would be uncertain. For both of us." Shizune's voice was small, trembling. "Lady Tsunade." Tsunade held up a hand, silencing her. She studied Itachi with new eyes, not just as an enemy, but as a puzzle. He was not attacking. He was not threatening. He was negotiating. "What do you want?" she asked, her voice flat. Itachi's Sharingan spun slowly, the tomo tracking her movements, her breathing, her heartbeat. "I need certain knowledge from you. Information that only you possess. A technique that only you have mastered." Tsunade snarled, the sound primal. "And what makes you think I will give it to you? Whatever it is. I don't negotiate with murderers. I don't bargain with traitors. I don't." The world shifted. Tsunade felt it before she saw it, a subtle wrongness, a twisting of reality that made her stomach lurch. The swamp around her dissolved, replaced by something else. A void. A canvas. A world of red and black, of spinning pinwheels and watching eyes. Because, Itachi said, his voice echoing from everywhere and nowhere, I have approximately 3 days with you in here. Tsunade looked around, her heart pounding despite her will. This was genjutsu, it had to be genjutsu. But it felt real. The ground beneath her feet was solid. The air in her lungs was warm. The weight of her own body, the thrum of her chakra, the pulse of blood in her veins, all of it was real. Genjutsu won't work on me, she said, her voice steady despite the tremor in her hands. I am a Sannin. I have broken stronger illusions than. We will see about that, Itachi said. Sannin no Tsunade. The world twisted again. In the real world, 2 seconds passed. Shizune watched, helpless, as Tsunade's eyes glazed over, as her body went rigid, as her breathing stopped entirely. She reached for her mentor, her hand hovering uselessly over Tsunade's shoulder, afraid to touch, afraid to interrupt whatever nightmare was playing out behind those honey-colored eyes. 2 seconds. Then Itachi's eye bled. A thin trickle of crimson ran down his cheek, tracing a path from his left eye to his jaw. The pinwheel pattern of the unrecognized form of the dojutsu spun wildly for a moment, then receded, collapsing back into the 3 tomo of the ordinary Sharingan. His expression did not change, his will was iron, his control absolute, but the blood on his face told a story that his stoic mask could not hide. Tsunade collapsed to her knees. The sound of her knees hitting the mud was wet, final. Her breathing came in ragged gasps, her chest heaving as if she had just run a marathon. Sweat dripped from her forehead, mingling with the dampness of the swamp. Her hands trembled against the ground, fingers clawing at the mud. Lady Tsunade. Shizune rushed to her side, dropping to her knees, her hands hovering over Tsunade's back, afraid to touch, afraid to do anything that might make this worse. Lady Tsunade, what happened? What did he do to you? Shizune's gaze snapped to Itachi, her eyes wide with horror and fury. She had seen the Sharingan before, in battle, in training, in the eyes of Konoha's elite. But this was different. This was something else entirely. The pattern she had glimpsed, the pinwheel that had spun behind the tomo. It was not natural. It was not normal. It was wrong. Those eyes, Shizune breathed. What are they? Itachi did not answer. He stood in the shadows of the tree line, his cloak billowing gently in the damp breeze, his crimson eyes fixed on Tsunade's kneeling form. The blood on his cheek had stopped flowing, but the stain remained, a crimson tear on a face that had forgotten how to cry. Pleasure doing discussions with you, Itachi said, his voice soft, almost gentle. Lady Tsunade. And then he was gone. Not in a flash of light or a puff of smoke, but in a murder of crows, black wings and black feathers, rising from his form like a living shadow. The crows scattered into the swamp, dissolving into the mist, leaving behind nothing but the echo of his voice and the weight of his presence. Tsunade remained on her knees, her breathing slowly returning to normal. Her hands were still trembling, her face pale beneath the dirt and sweat. Shizune knelt beside her, one hand on her back, the other clutching Taunton to her chest. That bastard, Tsunade finally managed, her voice hoarse. He. She did not finish the sentence. Could not finish the sentence. The words caught in her throat, choked by a truth she did not want to speak aloud. Shizune looked at her mentor, confusion and fear warring on her face. Lady Tsunade. What just happened? What did he show you? What did he? It doesn't matter. Tsunade pushed herself to her feet, swaying slightly, her jaw set in a grim line. What matters is that he got what he wanted. And now we have to decide what to do about it. Shizune rose as well, her arm still hovering near Tsunade's elbow in case she stumbled. But what did he want? Why did he? I said it doesn't matter. Tsunade's voice was sharp, final. She began walking, not back toward the village, but deeper into the swamp. Away from Konoha. Away from the past. Away from everything she had spent 2 decades running from. Shizune followed, her questions unasked, her confusion unresolved. Taunton whimpered softly, sensing the tension in her mistress's arms. Behind them, the mist swallowed the clearing, the tree, the evidence of what had transpired. The crows had long since vanished, carrying their secrets into the gray sky. And somewhere in the darkness between worlds, Itachi Uchiha walked alone, his bleeding eye a reminder of the price of power, his iron will the only thing keeping him upright. The negotiation was over. But the consequences had only just begun. Author's notes. Hello, wonderful readers. First and foremost, thank you for taking the time to read Naruto, Combined Legacies. This story has been a labor of passion, and knowing that there are people out there enjoying the journey of Naruto, Sakura, Sai, and the rest of this reimagined world means more than I can properly express. Support the story. If you are enjoying Naruto, Combined Legacies so far, you can always check out the latest updates and chapters over on my P4 or if you want to catch up, the story is 8+ chapters ahead. Your support, whether financial or simply by being a presence in the community, gives me the strength and motivation to keep producing this story. Writing is a solitary craft, but knowing that others are sharing in the adventure makes every word worth it. Connect with me by joining the, again, completely free, no pressure, no obligations. You can help me connect with you, my readers, on a deeper level. I want to know what you're enjoying, what you'd like to see more of, and where you think the story should go. Your feedback shapes the narrative, and your needs are my priority. 6 Paths Theorist. https://6 Paths Theorist. Cared. Co. You can find me on P4 under the name 6 Paths Theorist or copy the link above for direct access. The membership is free, so feel free to drop in, say hello, and join the conversation. Chapter 17. Chapter 6, Before the Reckoning E. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the streets of Konoha as Naruto trudged toward the familiar red curtains of Ichiraku Ramen. His body felt like it had been put through a meat grinder, then reassembled, then put through again. Every muscle screamed, every joint ached, even his teeth seemed to hurt, though he couldn't quite explain why. Jiraiya had been relentless, brutal, creative in his methods of torture disguised as training. For 2 weeks, Naruto had endured. Sunrise to sunset, with barely a break for food or water, the old pervert had pushed him beyond every limit he thought he had. And the worst part, the most infuriating part, was that Jiraiya had forbidden him from using the Sharingan. You rely on those eyes too much, Jiraiya had said, his voice uncharacteristically serious. What happens when someone blinds you? What happens when you're facing an opponent who knows how to counter the Sharingan? You need to learn to fight with your own senses. Your own instincts. Your own chakra. So Naruto had fought blind, not literally, but close enough. Without the crimson eyes that tracked every muscle twitch and predicted every movement, he was forced to rely on feel, on sound, on the hair trigger reflexes that months of brutal conditioning had honed. And he had failed. Repeatedly. Spectacularly. Jiraiya had knocked him down more times than he could count. Had sent him flying into trees, into rocks, into the muddy ground of their training clearing. Had laughed at his frustrations and called him a talentless brat, with the same affection that Iruka might use to scold a troublesome student. And yet, somehow, Naruto was getting better, or he thought so. He could feel it in the way he moved, the economy of motion, the precision of his strikes, the way his body responded to threats before his conscious mind had fully registered them. The Sharingan was a crutch, Jiraiya had said. And for the first time, Naruto was learning to walk without it. The familiar scent of pork broth and noodles drifted toward him as he approached the ramen stand, and his stomach growled in appreciation. At least some things remained unchanged. At least Ichiraku would never betray him. Naruto. The voice was familiar, warm, concerned, carrying that particular edge of sharpness that Sakura had developed over the past months. Naruto turned, his tired eyes meeting hers. Sakura stood a few feet away, dressed in her training clothes, the red blouse, the black pants, the gloves that had become her signature. Her pink hair was pulled back in its severe bun, and there was a sheen of sweat on her forehead that suggested she had just finished her own session with Kakashi. Her green eyes, sharp as ever, swept over him with clinical assessment. Sakura-chan, Naruto managed, his voice hoarse from shouting Kaiden techniques at invisible targets. Sakura's brow furrowed. You look beat up. Worse than usual. Naruto sighed, the sound heavy with exhaustion. Yeah, That Sannin pervert is pushing me hard. Harder than Kakashi-sensei ever did. Sakura raised a delicate eyebrow, a gesture that had become her trademark over the months. I've never heard you complain about training. Not since. She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. Not since Sasuke died. Not since you started carrying his eyes. Not since you made that vow on the bridge. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck, feeling the curse mark pulse faintly beneath his collar. Yeah, well, this is getting to me. It's not even the fighting part, it's the control part. I've been practicing chakra control for about 3 hours every day for the last 2 weeks. Just sitting there, meditating, trying to use the bare minimum amount of chakra. It's boring. And exhausting. And, he trailed off, shaking his head. Sakura's expression softened, just slightly. But it's working, isn't it? Naruto was silent for a moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Yeah, it's working. I can feel the difference. My chakra is smoother, easier to shape. I don't have to fight it as much. Sakura smiled, a small, proud smile that made something warm flicker in Naruto's chest. That's good. That's really good. Naruto's expression shifted, becoming something more sheepish. And during that time, he would be peeping at the women's side of the hot springs. While I was meditating. Sakura's forehead vein pulsed, a visible throbbing that Naruto had learned to recognize as a precursor to violence. What? Not me, Naruto said quickly, his hands raised in a placating gesture. Him, the pervert. I was just sitting there, trying to focus, and he made a vague gesture toward the trees. You know, researching. Sakura held her look for a moment longer, her green eyes boring into his with an intensity that made him want to squirm. Then, slowly, she exhaled, the tension draining from her shoulders. You better be right, she said, her voice flat. Because if I find out you've been peeping with him, all. You won't, Naruto interrupted. Because I haven't. Because I'm not a pervert. Because I have standards. Sakura snorted, but there was no real anger in it. Standards. Right. They began walking together, falling into the familiar rhythm of side-by-side strides. The streets of Konoha were busy with evening activity, shopkeepers closing their shutters, children running home for dinner, the distant clang of the blacksmith's hammer. Normal life, continuing as if nothing had changed. Naruto glanced at Sakura, taking in her profile, the set of her jaw, the focus in her eyes, the way she held herself like someone who had learned to expect danger around every corner. So what have you been doing with Kakashi-sensei? Sakura's expression shifted, becoming more animated. Mostly physical training and genjutsu breakdown. Kakashi-sensei has been drilling me on recognition and release, how to tell when you're in a genjutsu, how to break out without wasting chakra, how to layer your own illusions so that they're harder to dispel. Naruto nodded, genuinely interested. That sounds useful. It is. But the best part is that Kurenai-sensei has been helping out too. She's been teaching me some of her techniques, subtle stuff, misdirection, perception tricks. Things that can turn the tide of a fight without either side realizing what's happening. Naruto's eyebrows rose. Kurenai-sensei. The genjutsu master. Why would she? Sakura's expression flickered, something like sadness, or perhaps sympathy. Apparently, she has no one else to impart her knowledge to. Her team is great, but Kiba is more focused on taijutsu and tracking. Hinata is all about the gentle fist and the Byakugan, and Shino. She shrugged. Shino is Shino. His insects don't really lend themselves to genjutsu. Naruto processed this as they walked, the implications settling into his mind. Kurenai was passing on her legacy to Sakura, not because Sakura was her student, but because there was no one else. The thought was sobering. She must think you're talented, Naruto said finally. Sakura's cheeks flushed, just slightly. I'm adequate. My chakra control helps. And my knowledge of the nervous system from medical training makes it easier to understand how genjutsu affects the brain. She paused, then added, but I'm nowhere near her level. Not yet. Naruto bumped his shoulder against hers, a clumsy gesture of reassurance. You will be. Give it time. Sakura looked at him, her green eyes soft. Yeah, maybe. They walked in comfortable silence for a while, the weight of the past weeks settling between them like a shared secret. The month of training was half over. 15 days remained until the finals. 15 days until Naruto faced Neji, and Sakura faced Temari, and everything they had worked for would be put to the test. 15 days. On top of Kakashi's apartment, the same evening. The roof of Kakashi's apartment building was a modest space, flat, unadorned, offering a clear view of the village below. The setting sun painted the sky in shades of orange and purple, casting long shadows across the rooftops. A gentle breeze carried the sounds of evening, laughter, conversation, the distant bark of a dog. Kakashi Hatake stood at the edge of the roof, his hands in his pockets, his visible eye fixed on the horizon. He had removed his forehead protector, revealing the Sharingan that had earned him his nickname. The eye was closed now, dormant, but its presence was a reminder of everything he had lost and everything he had gained. Behind him, Jiraiya leaned against the roof's low wall, his massive arms crossed over his chest. His white mane caught the evening light, turning it gold at the edges. His expression was thoughtful, almost somber, a stark contrast to the lecherous persona he wore like armor. "You're really pushing him," Kakashi said, his voice quiet. "Jiraiya-sama." Jiraiya grunted, not looking at him. "I have too. If it were up to me, I would even teach him senjutsu. But we don't have time for that. We don't have time for half the things I want to teach him." Kakashi turned slightly, his visible eye studying the Sanin's profile. Is this all about Orochimaru's interest in him? Or is there something else? Jiraiya was silent for a long moment. The wind picked up, rustling his hair, carrying the scent of the forest from beyond the village walls. "Partially," he said finally. "Orochimaru doesn't take an interest in anyone without a reason. And his reasons are never good. If he sees something in Naruto, something worth pursuing, then we need to make sure Naruto is strong enough to resist him." He paused, his jaw tightening. But a month's worth of training can't make him powerful enough to protect himself. Not against Orochimaru. Not against what's coming. Kakashi nodded slowly. Yes, sadly, that's the truth. No amount of training can close the gap between a genin and a sanin. Not in a month. Not in a year. Although, Jiraiya said, his voice shifting, becoming almost thoughtful, I can see what Orochimaru sees in him. Naruto is simply an anomaly. His growth rate is greater than anyone I have ever met. And I've trained prodigies. I've fought legends. I've seen the rise and fall of more shinobi than I can count. He shook his head. But this kid, he's different. He learns faster than he should. Adapts quicker than is natural. It's like his body was designed to absorb combat experience and turn it into skill. Kakashi's eye narrowed. It's somehow linked to his former teammate. When he died, he gave Naruto his eyes and somehow Naruto gained his growth rate. Combine that with Naruto's now work ethic, the potential is off the charts. It's like a chakra imprint of something similar to that. Jiraiya's eyebrows rose. Is that so? I've heard of chakra imprints before, but nothing on this scale. Nothing that could affect someone's learning curve so dramatically. Kakashi shrugged. It's a topic for another time. For now, we just have to work with what we have. Jiraiya nodded, accepting this. I haven't taught him anything new, ninjutsu-wise. No new techniques, no new elements. It would simply obstruct him, clutter his mind with options he doesn't need. Right now, he needs to refine what he already has. To make his existing techniques faster, stronger, more efficient. He glanced at Kakashi. I hope when you train him next, you'll cover that. The new techniques. The advanced applications. I know you will. He's your student first, before becoming mine. Kakashi inclined his head. I'll do what I can. He's receptive. More than he used to be. More focused. Jiraiya pushed himself off the wall, stretching his massive frame. The evening light caught the lines on his face, the gray in his hair, the weight of years that no amount of training could erase. Be seeing you around, Kakashi, he said, and then he jumped, a single, powerful leap that carried him across the rooftops, toward the forest, toward whatever research he had planned for the night. Kakashi watched him go, his visible eye tracking the Sanin's form until it disappeared into the gathering darkness. Then he turned back to the village, to the lights flickering on in windows, to the lives being lived below. 15 days, he thought. 15 days until the finals. He pulled down his forehead protector, covering the Sharingan, and disappeared into his apartment, the door clicking shut behind him. The night settled over Konoha, quiet and patient, waiting for whatever was to come. The Forest of Death, the same night. As the moon hung low over the Forest of Death, its pale light filtering through the dense canopy in silver fragments. The tower that had hosted the second stage of the Chunin exams loomed in the distance, its stone walls dark and silent. Most of the village was asleep, wrapped in the comfortable ignorance of those who did not know what lurked in the shadows. But in a small clearing at the forest's edge, two figures stood in quiet conference. Their voices were low, barely above a whisper, carried away by the night wind before they could reach any unintended ears. Kabuto pushed his glasses up his nose, the lenses catching the moonlight and glinting with an opaque, almost menacing sheen. His silver hair was neat as always, his posture relaxed, his expression the same pleasant mask he wore in the hospital corridors. But there was something different about him now, a hardness behind the eyes, a tension in his shoulders that spoke of coiled purpose. "Is the plan ready?" he asked, his voice smooth, unhurried. Across from him, Baki crossed his arms over his chest. The Suna Jonin was a study in contrasts, his turban wrapped tight around his head, his face paint stark against his weathered skin, his expression unreadable. He had been in Konoha for weeks now, observing, reporting, waiting for this moment. "Yes," Baki said, his voice a low rumble. "The cage has given his go-ahead. The forces are in position. When the signal is given, we will strike." Kabuto's smile widened, just slightly. "Good. The sound will coordinate with you. Orochimaru-sama has made the necessary arrangements." He paused, tilting his head as if listening to something in the distance. "There is, however, one loose end that needs to be addressed." Baki's eyes narrowed. "What loose end?" "Our little spy friend," Kabuto said, his tone almost cheerful. "The one who has been watching. Listening. Ready to report to the Hokage." He adjusted his glasses again, the gesture so familiar, so normal, that it was almost unsettling in this context. "I will take care of him." Baki studied him for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then, slowly, he nodded. "See that you do. We cannot afford any complications." "Complications are my specialty," Kabuto replied, and there was something in his voice, a coldness, a certainty, that made even the seasoned Suna Jonin shiver. "By tomorrow morning, the Hokage will be blind. And by the time the finals begin." He let the sentence hang, unfinished. Baki turned and vanished into the trees, his form swallowed by the darkness. Kabuto watched him go, his smile fading into something more contemplative. Then he turned and walked deeper into the forest, toward the shadows where a lone figure had been watching for days, unaware that the hunter had become the hunted. The clearing, minutes later. Hayate Gecko crouched behind a thick tangle of roots, his hand pressed against his mouth to stifle another cough. His dark eyes, sharp despite the weariness that clung to him like a second skin, tracked the movements of the two figures in the clearing below. He had been following them for hours, the Suna Jonin and the Konoha medic, sensing that something was wrong, that something was off. His instincts had been screaming at him since the preliminaries. The way Kabuto had withdrawn from the exams, the way he had watched the matches with those calculating eyes, the way he had lingered in the shadows when he thought no one was looking. Hayate had been a shinobi long enough to trust his instincts. They had saved his life more times than he could count. But tonight, they might not be enough. He had heard enough, the mention of the cage, the coordination with the sound, the plan to strike during the finals. It was bigger than he had feared. Bigger than anyone had feared. An invasion. A coordinated attack on Konoha itself. He needed to report to the Hokage. Needed to warn him. Needed to. "Eavesdropping is rude, Hayate-san." The voice came from behind him, soft and pleasant, and Hayate's blood ran cold. He spun, his hand going to the sword at his back, but Kabuto was already there, closer than he should have been, faster than he should have moved. The medic's glasses glinted in the darkness, obscuring his eyes, making him look like something other than human. "Kabuto," Hayate rasped, his voice tight with the effort of suppressing another cough. "You're a traitor." Kabuto's smile was gentle, almost apologetic. "I prefer the term, operative. Traitor has such negative connotations." Hayate's sword was in his hand now, the blade gleaming in the moonlight. He moved to strike, his form perfect despite his illness, his speed surprising for a man whose lungs were slowly betraying him. The sword arced toward Kabuto's neck. And stopped. Kabuto had caught his wrist. Not with a block, not with a parry, but with a casual, almost lazy grip that spoke of strength far beyond what his slender frame suggested. Hayate's eyes widened. He tried to pull back, to break free, but Kabuto's fingers were like iron bands around his arm. "I've been watching you for weeks, Hayate-san," Kabuto said, his voice still soft, still pleasant. "Your coughing fits. Your weakened lungs. The way your chakra fluctuates when you're about to have an episode." He tilted his head, studying the proctor with clinical detachment. "You're dying, you know. Not today, perhaps, but soon. The disease is progressing faster than your body can fight it." Hayate's jaw tightened. "I've known. Then you should also know that this was inevitable. You were never going to survive the month, regardless of what happened tonight." Kabuto's grip tightened, and Hayate felt bones creak beneath his skin. "I'm simply accelerating the inevitable." The chakra scalpel materialized in Kabuto's free hand, a blade of pure, focused energy, humming with lethal intent. Hayate's eyes tracked it, his mind racing, his body already knowing what was coming but unable to stop it. "Any last words?" Kabuto asked, almost politely. Hayate coughed, a wet, rattling sound that sprayed blood across his lips. He looked at Kabuto, at the monster behind the glasses, at the enemy who had been hiding in plain sight for months. "The Hokage will know," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "He'll stop you. He'll." "The Hokage is old," Kabuto interrupted. "Blind. Sentimental. He sees what he wants to see, not what's in front of him." The chakra scalpel moved closer, hovering over Hayate's chest. "He won't know anything until it's too late. And by then." The blade plunged forward. Hayate's body convulsed once, twice, then went still. His sword clattered to the ground, the sound muffled by the forest floor. His eyes remained open, staring at the moon, seeing nothing. Kabuto released his wrist and stepped back, examining his work with a critical eye. The chakra scalpel had severed the major chakra pathways, stopping Hayate's heart before he could even cry out. It was clean, efficient, medical. He knelt beside the body, closing Hayate's eyes with a gentle, almost tender gesture. "Rest now," Kabuto murmured. "You've earned it." Then he stood, adjusted his glasses, and walked away, his footsteps silent on the fallen leaves. Behind him, the forest swallowed the evidence, patient and hungry, waiting for the dawn. The Hokage's office, the next morning. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at his desk, his pipe cold in his hand, his eyes fixed on the window. The sun was rising over Konoha, painting the village in shades of golden rose. It was beautiful, the kind of morning that made him remember why he had dedicated his life to protecting this place. But there was a weight on his heart that he could not shake. A premonition, a sense of something wrong. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. "Enter," he called. A Chunin stepped inside, his face pale, his expression grim. He held a scroll in his trembling hands, and when he spoke, his voice cracked. "Hokage-sama, we found something. In the forest of death." Hiruzen's eyes narrowed. "What?" The Chunin swallowed hard. "Hayate Gecko, sir. He's dead." The pipe slipped from Hiruzen's fingers, clattering against the desk. For a long moment, he did not speak. Did not move. Did not breathe. Then, slowly, he reached for the scroll, his aged hands steady despite the storm raging in his chest. "Show me," he said. The Chunin nodded and led the way, and the Hokage followed, his shadow stretching long behind him. Hiruzen was not liking any of this. Chapter 18. Chapter 6, Before the Reckoning v. The afternoon sun cast a warm, golden light through the windows of Konoha Hospital, illuminating the polished floors and sterile white walls. The usual bustle of medics and patients filled the corridors, but in a small supply room off the main ward, two figures stood in quiet conversation. Sakura Haruno held a roll of bandages in her gloved hands, her green eyes fixed on the silver-haired medic before her. She had sought him out deliberately, hoping to pick his brain about a technique she had been struggling with. The mystic palm jutsu was second nature to her now, she could perform it in her sleep, but there were nuances, subtleties that she wanted to master. And Kabuto, despite his self-deprecation, had always been willing to help. "Kabuto-senpai," Sakura began, her voice hesitant, about the mystic palm jutsu. I've been trying to refine the chakra output to be more efficient, but I keep overshooting and wasting energy. Do you have any advice on? Kabuto smiled, the expression warm and reassuring. He pushed his glasses up his nose, the gesture so familiar, so trustworthy, that Sakura felt her tension ease. Sakura, he interrupted gently, you are already on the same level as me. Probably better, if I'm being honest. He shook his head, a self-deprecating chuckle escaping his lips. And also, I told you not to call me senpai. We're colleagues now, equals. Sakura's brow furrowed. But. No buts, Kabuto said, his voice firm but kind. It seems that you are gifted with inherent medical ninjutsu talent. The way you've progressed in just a few months is remarkable. I've been studying this field for years, and you've already caught up to me. He spread his hands, a gesture of surrender. I am mediocre at best. You, on the other hand, have the potential to be one of the greats. Sakura's cheeks flushed with a mixture of pride and embarrassment. She had always known that her chakra control was exceptional, but hearing it from someone she respected, someone who had taught her so much, was validation she hadn't realized she needed. Thank you, Kabuto, she said softly. That means a lot. Kabuto's smile widened, but behind his glasses, his eyes were calculating, measuring, assessing. He was lying, of course, lying through his teeth with the ease of long practice. His skill in medical ninjutsu was far beyond anything he had ever demonstrated in the hospital. He had studied under Orochimaru himself, had learned techniques that would make even Tsunade pause for a second. But Sakura didn't need to know that. No one needed to know that. Keep training, Kabuto said, clapping her on the shoulder with a paternal affection that made her heart warm. You're going to do great things, Sakura. I believe that. She nodded, tucking the bandages under her arm. I will. Thank you again. She turned and walked away, her footsteps echoing on the polished floor. Kabuto watched her go, his smile fading into something colder, more analytical. He had played his part well. The doting senpai. The helpful mentor. The harmless medic who couldn't quite make the cut. And Sakura, bright, talented, trusting Sakura, had believed every word. He adjusted his glasses and walked in the opposite direction, toward the morgue, toward the body of Hayate Gecko, toward the next phase of the plan. The pieces were moving, and soon, the board would be set. The training grounds, the same afternoon. The clearing where Naruto had spent the past 20 days training with Jiraiya was a testament to their efforts. The ground was churned and scarred, trees bore the marks of fire and wind techniques, and the boulder that had once stood at the edge was now a pile of rubble. Steam rose from the earth where water had been flash-boiled by lightning-infused strikes. Naruto lunged, his staff spinning in a tight arc aimed at Jiraiya's midsection. The old man sidestepped with an ease that was almost insulting, his white mane flowing behind him like a banner. Stop, Jiraiya said, his voice sharp. Naruto froze mid-lunge, his staff inches from Jiraiya's ribs. His breathing was heavy, sweat dripping from his chin, his muscles screaming in protest. He held the position for a moment, then straightened, lowering his weapon. Jiraiya studied him with those sharp, knowing eyes, his expression unreadable. Then, slowly, he nodded. Well, he said, crossing his massive arms over his chest. You've progressed a little this past 20 days. Your blows are even heavier than when we started, I can feel it in my blocks. And you've progressed in focused power over scattered power. You're not just swinging wildly anymore. You're aiming. Naruto wiped his forehead with the back of his hand, his chest heaving. He looked at his staff, then at his hands, then at the destruction surrounding them. 20 days. 20 days of relentless training, of pushing his body to its limits and beyond, of learning to fight without the Sharingan and to control the curse mark that pulsed at his neck by keeping it in check. But despite Jiraiya's words, he didn't feel any different. I don't feel all too different from when we started training, Naruto admitted, his voice tinged with frustration. Jiraiya snorted. Of course you won't. You're measuring yourself against me and other elite personnel in the village, Kakashi, the Anbu, the other Jonin. You're comparing yourself to people who have been training for decades. You won't notice your progress that way. He gestured at the clearing. But look around you. Look at what you've done. A month ago, you couldn't have created this kind of destruction without the fox's chakra. Now, this is all you. Naruto looked at his hand, turning it over, studying the calluses and scars that months of training had etched into his skin. But. No buts, Jiraiya interrupted, his voice brooking no argument. Our training ends here. You've got the basics down, the control, the precision, the awareness. Now you need to integrate it, to make it second nature. He paused, stroking his chin. You may train by yourself for the next 5 days. Work on whatever you feel needs improvement. But after that, I expect you to take 5 days of complete rest. No training, no sparring, no chakra exercises. Just rest. Naruto's eyes widened. 5 days. But the finals are in. I know when the finals are, Jiraiya said, his voice sharp. And I know that if you don't rest, your body will betray you. You've been pushing yourself harder than anyone I've ever trained, harder than is healthy, if I'm being honest. If you don't give yourself time to recover, you'll collapse in the middle of your match. And then all this training will have been for nothing. Naruto opened his mouth to argue, then closed it. Jiraiya was right. He could feel it in his bones, the exhaustion, the weariness, the slow accumulation of fatigue that no amount of determination could overcome. He needed rest. He needed sleep. He needed to stop. Where are you going? Naruto asked, the question slipping out before he could stop it. After the training, I mean. You're not sticking around for the finals. Jiraiya's expression flickered, something complicated, something guarded, before settling back into its usual gruff mask. Official business, Gaki. Things have been putting off while I've been training you. He turned away, his cloak billowing in the afternoon breeze. I'll be back. Naruto watched him go, a strange mix of emotions churning in his chest. Gratitude, for everything the old man had taught him. Frustration, for all the questions left unanswered. And something else, something that might have been loneliness, or maybe just the hollow ache of watching another person walk away. Thanks, Naruto called out, his voice rough. For everything. Jiraiya paused, his back still turned. For a moment, he didn't move. Then, slowly, he raised a hand in a casual wave. Don't thank me yet, kid, he said, his voice carrying across the clearing. Thank me when you win. And then he was gone, disappearing into the trees with a speed that belied his size, leaving Naruto alone in the scarred clearing with nothing but his thoughts and the echo of 20 days of brutal, transformative training. Naruto stood there for a long moment, his staff resting on his shoulder, his eyes fixed on the spot where Jiraiya had vanished. 5 days of rest, he thought. What am I supposed to do with 5 days of rest? He sighed, turned, and began the long walk back to the village, his shadow stretching long behind him. The finals were coming, and for the first time in weeks, Naruto allowed himself to believe that he might actually be ready. The path to the training grounds, morning. The morning sun was still low in the sky, casting long shadows across the village as Naruto made his way toward the training grounds. His meeting with Kakashi and Sai had been brief, efficient, as most things were these days. Kakashi had reviewed his progress, offered a few pointers on chakra conservation, and reminded him of the importance of rest. Sai had said nothing, his painted smile fixed in place, his eyes betraying nothing. Naruto had left feeling strangely hollow. The past 20 days had been consumed by Jiraiya's brutal training, every moment filled with purpose and direction. Now, with 5 days of rest mandated and nothing to do but wait, he felt adrift. Unmoored. His feet carried him toward the clearing where he had trained with the old pervert, not because he intended to train, he had promised to rest, but because he didn't know where else to go. The apartment was too quiet. The village was too loud. The training ground, at least, was familiar. He was so lost in thought that he almost didn't hear the shout. Naruto. The voice was familiar, boisterous, enthusiastic, carrying that particular tone of competitive fervor that could only belong to one person. Naruto turned, his onyx eyes scanning the path behind him. Rock Lee stood at the edge of the tree line, his green jumpsuit as vibrant as ever, his bowl-cut hair swaying in the morning breeze. His arms were crossed over his chest, his stance wide, his expression one of fierce determination. Behind him, Tenten hovered with the resigned exasperation of someone who had dealt with Lee's antics for far too long. I challenge you to a rematch. Lee declared, pointing dramatically at Naruto. Our battle in the preliminaries was inconclusive. I was not at my full strength, and neither, I suspect, were you. This time, we shall fight with everything we have in. Lee. Tenten's voice was flat, unimpressed. She had her hand on his shoulder, her grip tightening. Gai-sensei said you shouldn't bother Naruto until after the exams. And also, you should be resting. Your body has still not recovered from using that power you used recklessly. Lee's expression faltered, just slightly. But the finals are. In 8 days, Tenten interrupted, her tone brooking no argument. 8 days, Lee. Not today. Not tomorrow. 8 days from now. You have plenty of time to challenge him after the exams are over. Lee's shoulders slumped, the competitive fire dimming in his eyes. But I was in the middle of. Let's go. Tenten's hand moved from his shoulder to his ear, her fingers closing around the cartilage with practiced precision. She tugged, and Lee yelped, stumbling after her. Ow, ow, Tenten, that hurts. Good. Maybe it'll teach you to listen. But Gai-sensei said. Gai-sensei also said you have the spirit of a true warrior, but that doesn't mean you should ignore medical advice. Lee's protests continued as Tenten dragged him down the path, his sandals scuffing against the dirt, his voice fading into the distance. I just wanted a rematch. A friendly spar. Nothing too serious. 8 days, Lee. 8 days. But. No. Naruto watched them go, his hand half raised in a wave that he never got to complete. He hadn't said a single word. Hadn't had the chance. Lee had appeared, declared his challenge, and been dragged away before Naruto could even process what was happening. He lowered his hand, a small, bemused smile tugging at his lips. Lee, he thought. That guy. He really doesn't give up, does he? He thought back to their match in the preliminaries, the speed, the power, the gates. Lee had pushed him further than anyone had since Sasuke. Had forced him to evolve, to adapt, to reach for a level of power he hadn't known he possessed. If not for the Sharingan's evolution, if not for the curse mark's strange blessing, Naruto wasn't sure he would have won. And now Lee wanted a rematch. Wanted to prove himself. Wanted to show that hard work could triumph over natural talent. Naruto understood that, better than most. Maybe after the exams, he said to the empty path, though Lee was long gone. We'll see who's stronger then. He turned and continued toward the training ground, his steps lighter than before. The encounter had reminded him of something important. Something he had almost forgotten in the chaos of the past weeks. He wasn't alone. He wasn't the only one fighting, struggling, pushing against the limits of what was possible. Lee was out there, training just as hard, sacrificing just as much, dreaming just as fiercely. And when the finals were over, win or lose, Naruto would be ready to face him again. But for now, there was rest to be had. And perhaps, if he was lucky, a bowl of ramen at Ichiraku. The sun rose higher, burning away the morning mist, and Naruto walked on, his shadow stretching long behind him. The finals were coming, and he would be ready. The training ground, evening. The evening sun painted the rooftops of Konoha in shades of amber and rose, casting long shadows across the training ground where Team 7 had gathered for their final briefing before the finals. The air was warm, carrying the scent of blooming flowers from the nearby gardens and the distant sound of children playing in the streets. Kakashi stood before his 3 students, his posture relaxed but his visible eye sharp and assessing. He had reviewed their progress over the past month, had pushed them when they needed pushing, had stepped back when they needed space. Now, with 1 day remaining before the Chunin exam finals, there was nothing left to do but wait. Your 1-month preparation for the finals is 1 day away from being over, Kakashi said, his voice carrying that familiar lazy cadence that belied the seriousness of his words. I assume you are as prepared as you can be. Naruto nodded, his onyx eyes steady. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. Sakura echoed him, her voice firm. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. Sai nodded as well, his painted smile fixed in place, though something in his expression seemed almost genuine. Almost. Kakashi studied them for a long moment, his gaze moving from Naruto's scarred hands to Sakura's determined eyes to Sai's carefully neutral face. Then, slowly, he nodded. Well, he said, turning away. See you all tomorrow. Don't be late. He raised his hand in a casual wave and vanished in a swirl of leaves, leaving the three genin alone in the fading light. For a moment, no one spoke. The silence was heavy, weighted with the knowledge that tomorrow would change everything, that some of them would advance, some would fail, and some might not walk away at all. Then Naruto spoke, his voice cutting through the tension like a kunai through silk. "Hey," he said, a neutral smile tugging at his lips. "How about ramen?" Sakura turned to him, one eyebrow raised. "You and your ramen, Naruto. Is that all you ever think about?" Naruto's smile widened, just slightly. "Ramen is perfectly fine. It's the food of champions. And besides," he glanced at Sai, who had been standing slightly apart from them, his expression unreadable. "That means you too, Sai." Sai blinked, clearly caught off guard. His painted smile faltered for just a moment, replaced by something that might have been confusion, or perhaps surprise. "Me?" Naruto nodded, his voice steady. "You're a part of Team 7. Whether you like it or not, you're stuck with us. And teammates eat together." Sakura's expression softened. She looked at Sai, really looked, and saw past the painted smile, past the cold demeanor, past the root training that had tried to strip him of everything human. She saw a boy who had never been invited to share a meal with anyone. A boy who had never been told that he belonged. "Even though you're an," she stopped, her cheeks flushing. She couldn't say the word. A lady shouldn't curse, after all. But her meaning was clear. Sai studied them both, his dark eyes moving from Naruto's face to Sakura's. He had been trained to read people, to anticipate their movements, to predict their intentions. But this simple invitation, this offer of companionship, was not something his training had prepared him for. "Ramen," he repeated, as if tasting the word for the first time. "I have never shared a meal with teammates before." Naruto shrugged, his smile easy. "There's a first time for everything. Come on." He turned and began walking toward the village, toward Ichiraku, toward the familiar red curtains that had been a constant in his life since childhood. Sakura fell into step beside him, her shoulder brushing his, her presence a comfort he hadn't realized he needed. Sai hesitated for just a moment longer. Then, slowly, he followed. Ichiraku Ramen, dusk. The ramen stand was warm and welcoming, the scent of pork broth and noodles wrapping around them like a familiar embrace. Tyuki greeted them with a wide smile, his eyes crinkling at the corners as he took in the three genin. "The usual, Naruto?" he asked, already reaching for a bowl. Naruto nodded. "Double chashu, extra egg. And whatever they want." He gestured at Sakura and Sai. Sakura ordered a modest bowl, vegetable broth, light on the noodles. Sai stared at the menu for a long moment, his brow furrowed, before finally asking for whatever Naruto is having. Tyuki chuckled and set to work, his hands moving with the practiced efficiency of decades behind the counter. They sat in a row, Naruto in the middle, Sakura on his left, Sai on his right, the silence between them no longer heavy, but comfortable. The kind of silence that came from shared experience, from battles fought and survived, from the slow, grudging process of becoming something more than strangers. Naruto found himself smiling, not the forced smile he wore in public, not the determined grimace he wore in battle, but a real smile, small, genuine, warm. It had been a long time since he had smiled like this. He thought of Sasuke, of the meals they had shared in this very stand, of the bickering and the insults and the unspoken bond that had grown between them. He thought of the bridge, of the blood, of the eyes that now saw the world through a different lens. And he thought of Sai, the pale boy with the painted smile, who was still an enigma. "You're a part of Team 7, Naruto had said. And he had meant it. The ramen arrived, steam rising from the bowls, and they ate in companionable silence. The world outside continued to turn, the village preparing for the finals, the enemies gathering in the shadows, the future uncertain and terrifying. But for this one moment, in this small ramen stand, Team 7 was simply a team. And that, Naruto thought, was enough. Later, the rooftops. Sai stood alone on the roof of his apartment building, staring at the stars. The ramen had been pleasant, unexpectedly so. He had never shared a meal with anyone before, not a real meal, not one that wasn't part of a mission or a debriefing. The warmth of the broth, the laughter of the ramen chef, the easy camaraderie between Naruto and Sakura. It had stirred something in him. Something he couldn't name. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small scroll, his mission report for Danzo. He had written it earlier, detailing the past month, the training, the progress of the Jinchuriki and the medic. It was thorough, clinical, efficient. He looked at it for a long moment. Then, slowly, he rolled it back up and tucked it away, unsent. Not yet, he thought. Not tonight. He turned and walked back inside, the door clicking shut behind him. Somewhere in the darkness, Danzo waited for a report that would not come. And somewhere in the village, Naruto slept, dreaming of ramen and battles and the brother who had given him everything. Tomorrow, the finals would begin. But tonight, there was only this. Only the quiet, and the stars, and the memory of a meal shared between people who were learning, slowly, what it meant to be a team. Chapter 19. Chapter 7. Finals, Part 1. The Konoha Arena loomed against the morning sky, its massive stone walls casting long shadows across the surrounding streets. Built generations ago to host the most important battles in the village's history, it had witnessed the rise and fall of legends, the clash of titans, the birth of heroes. Today, it would host the Chunin exam finals, a spectacle that would draw the eyes of the entire shinobi world. Naruto walked through the tunnel leading into the arena floor, Sakura at his side, her presence a steady anchor in the chaos of his thoughts. The sounds of the crowd grew louder with each step, a low rumble of anticipation, the murmur of thousands of voices, the occasional shout of a vendor hawking souvenirs. The air was thick with tension, charged with the electricity of impending violence. They emerged into the light. The arena was vast, a circular expanse of packed earth surrounded by towering walls lined with tiered seating. The seats were already filled, a sea of faces from every corner of the shinobi world. Daimyo from the Fire Country sat in cushioned boxes, their elaborate robes a stark contrast to the practical uniforms of the shinobi around them. Nobles and merchants, ambassadors and spies, all had come to witness the next generation of warriors. Naruto's eyes swept the arena floor, taking in the other Chunin hopefuls who had already gathered. They stood in a loose cluster near the center, each one radiating a different kind of tension. Shikamaru leaned against the arena wall, his hands in his pockets, his eyes half closed with what looked like boredom. But Naruto knew better, the Nara heir was always thinking, always calculating, even when he looked like he was about to fall asleep. Neji stood with his arms crossed, his pale eyes fixed on some distant point, his posture immaculate. There was no tension in him, only certainty. The certainty of someone who believed he already knew the outcome. Tamari of the Sand tapped her foot impatiently, her massive fan strapped to her back, her blonde hair catching the morning light. She looked like a predator sizing up her prey, her gaze moving from one competitor to the next with cold assessment. Shino Aburame stood in his customary isolation, his high collar hiding the lower half of his face, his dark glasses reflecting the sky. The insects beneath his clothing stirred restlessly, sensing the violence to come. Kankuro slouched near his siblings, his puppet Karasu wrapped in its cloth, his face paint giving him the appearance of a carnival mask. He looked bored, but his eyes were sharp, watching. And there, standing slightly apart from the others, was Gaara. The red-haired Jinchuriki was utterly still, his arms at his sides, his gourd resting against his back. His eyes were half closed, but the killing intent that radiated from him was palpable, a heavy, suffocating pressure that made the air around him feel thick and wrong. Several of the other competitors had given him a wide berth, their instincts screaming at them to stay away. Sai stood at the edge of the group, his tanto secured on his back, his painted smile firmly in place. He was watching Naruto, his dark eyes unreadable, his posture relaxed but ready. Sakura's voice was quiet, almost lost in the noise of the crowd. I wonder who will win this whole thing. Naruto looked at her strangely, his onyx eyes narrowing. Quite a joke, Sakura. You already know the answer. Sakura raised an eyebrow. No, I don't. Naruto's lips twitched, not quite a smile, but close. Yes, you do. I'm going to win. All of it. Sakura shook her head, but there was a fondness in her expression that softened the gesture. You're impossible, you know that. Genma Shiranui was not a happy man. He stood at the center of the arena floor, a senbon balanced between his lips, his arms crossed over his chest. His hair was contained under the bandana-style headband and facing backwards, and his eyes, deeply unimpressed, swept over the assembled genin with weary resignation. He had not asked to be a proctor. He had not volunteered for this assignment. He had been chosen, which in his experience was just another way of saying, voluntold. And now here he was, standing in front of a group of children who looked at him with a mixture of anticipation and barely concealed contempt. Children who thought they were invincible. Children who looked like trouble. Genma's gaze lingered on the red-haired boy with the gourd, Gaara of the sand. He had read the reports, had heard the whispers, had seen the way the other competitors gave him a wide berth. There was something wrong with that one. Something dark and hungry and barely contained. I didn't want anything to do with kids like this, Genma thought, shifting the senbon to the other side of his mouth. Especially not that one. He took a slow breath, steadying himself, and prepared to address the crowd. The Hokage's box. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the elevated box reserved for the cage and their guests, his aged hands resting on the carved armrests of his chair. The view from here was excellent. He could see the entire arena, from the packed stands to the competitors on the floor to the guards stationed at every entrance. He looked old today, older than usual. The weight of the past month, the reports of Hayate's murder, the whispers of conspiracy, the knowledge that Orochimaru was somewhere in the shadows, had etched new lines into his face, deepened the hollows beneath his eyes. But he was still the Hokage. Still the god of shinobi. And he would not let his will crumble, not even a bit. A commotion at the entrance drew his attention. The cage had arrived. Rasa walked with the measured steps of a man who knew his worth, his golden sandals clicking against the stone floor. His robes were elaborate, his turban immaculate, his expression carved from granite. Behind him, two Suna attendants flanked him like shadows. Hokage Dono, Rasa said, his voice carrying the particular coldness of a man who had never quite forgiven Konoha for its prosperity. Hiruzen rose, offering a shallow bow. Ah, Kage Dono. It's nice that you arrived safely. Rasa's eyes narrowed, just slightly. Oh. Were you planning on me not being here? Perhaps you hoped I would miss witnessing my son taking the glory today and bringing it back to Suna. Hiruzen chuckled, the sound dry and humorless. Still spiteful, I see. Rasa's lips behind his face cover curled into something that might have been a smile, if smiles could be weapons. Still aging, I see, Hokage. One might think you would have retired by now. Pass the torch to someone younger. Hiruzen's eyes crinkled at the corners, but there was no warmth in them. One might think many things. One would often be wrong. They settled into their seats, the tension between them palpable. Behind them, attendants and advisors shifted uncomfortably, caught in the crossfire of a war fought with words instead of weapons. The finals were about to begin. And neither cage was willing to show weakness. The spectator stands. The seats around the arena were packed with familiar faces. Rock Lee sat at the edge of his row, his body practically vibrating with suppressed energy. His bowl-cut hair was as immaculate as ever, his green jumpsuit bright against the gray stone. Beside him, Tenten watched the arena floor with sharp eyes, her hands resting on her knees, her expression focused. Lee, she said, not looking at him. Sit still. You're making the bench shake. I cannot help it, Lee whispered, his voice carrying despite his best efforts. The excitement. The anticipation, the youthfulness of it all. Tenten sighed. A few rows away, Kiba Inuzuka was engaged in a heated argument with Ino Yamanaka, who was trying to claim a seat that he had apparently been saving for someone else. This seat is taken, Ino insisted, her hands on her hips. I don't see anyone sitting in it, Kiba shot back, Akamaru barking in agreement from his perch on Kiba's head. Because I was saving it. For who? That's none of your business. While this was happening, Choji sat nearby, munching on a bag of chips with the single-minded focus of someone who had perfected the art of ignoring chaos. His eyes were on the arena floor, watching the competitors, calculating. Hinata Hyuga sat in the row behind them, her pale eyes fixed on the arena, on one competitor in particular. Her fingers were twisted together in her lap, her knuckles white, her expression a mixture of hope and fear and something that might have been longing. Naruto-kun, she thought. Please be safe. She had not spoken to him since the preliminaries. Had barely seen him. But she had watched him train from a distance, had sensed his chakra growing stronger, more focused, more him. He was ready. She believed that. But belief did not stop fear. The Jonin seats. The section reserved for Konoha's Jonin was quieter than the rest of the stands, the excitement of the crowd tempered by the weight of experience. Asuma Sarutobi leaned back in his seat, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his eyes fixed on the arena floor. His team had made it to the finals, Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, and he was proud of them, even if he would never say it aloud. I see all of your squad made it, Asuma said, glancing at Kakashi. How lucky. Kakashi's visible eye curved, the only indication of a smile beneath his mask. And what is luck, Asuma? Asuma snorted, lighting his cigarette with a flick of his thumb. Don't play dumb, Kakashi. You know exactly what I mean. Kurenai reached over and plucked the cigarette from Asuma's lips, stubbing it out on the armrest. Asuma, what did I say about smoking? Asuma sighed, long and suffering. You said it would kill me. And you're probably right. Kurenai nodded, satisfied, and turned her attention back to the arena. Guy, seated on Kakashi's other side, was practically glowing with competitive energy. His teeth flashed in a wide grin, his thumbs up, his eyes shining with tears that had not yet begun to fall. Yosh, Guy declared, his voice carrying across the Jonin section. Kakashi, my student Neji is competing against yours. Surely you realize that my student is going to win. Kakashi didn't look at him. Huh, did you say something, Guy? Guy recoiled as if struck, clutching his chest. Damn you, Kakashi. And your cool, aloof attitude. One day, I will break through that facade. Asuma shook his head, a small smile playing at his lips. The Sharingan versus the Byakugan, huh? Should be interesting. Kakashi's eye curved again. Interesting is one word for it. Guy's tears finally spilled over. The flames of youth burn brightly today. I can feel it in my bones. Kurenai sighed. Someone please make him stop. No one did. The arena floor. Genma stepped forward, his voice cutting through the noise of the crowd with practiced ease. Welcome to the Chunin exam finals, he announced, the senbon in his mouth bobbing with each word. The rules are simple. There are no rules. Victory is achieved by rendering your opponent unable to continue, by knockout, submission, or death. He paused, letting that sink in. The matches will proceed in the order determined by the drawing conducted earlier. He glanced at the assembled genin, his eyes lingering on Gaara for just a moment too long. Any questions? Shikamaru raised his hand. What? Genma said. So does this mean the winner will become Chunin and will be the only one? Shikamaru said. No, Chunin are recognized by how they fight among other things. Winning the whole thing does not mean you will become Chunin. On the other hand, the more you fight, the more you will showcase yourself. Silence. Good. Then let's begin. Genma unrolled a scroll, his eyes scanning the names written there. First match, Hyuga Neji vs Uzumaki Naruto. The crowd erupted. Naruto's heart hammered against his ribs, but his expression did not change. He looked at Neji, who was already walking toward the center of the arena, his pale eyes fixed on some point in the distance. It's time, Naruto thought. He stepped forward, leaving Sakura's side, leaving Sai's painted smile, leaving everything behind. The finals had begun. As everyone cleared the arena, the space fell silent as the two combatants faced each other across the packed earth. The morning sun, which had been warm and gentle moments before, now seemed to beat down with an almost oppressive intensity. Shadows stretched across the arena floor, dividing the space into zones of light and darkness. Naruto stood with his staff peeking over his shoulder, its steel-capped ends gleaming dully in the sunlight. His onyx eyes, both of them, dark and depthless, were locked onto Neji with an intensity that bordered on obsession. Every muscle in his body was coiled, ready, waiting. Neji faced him with equal focus, his pale eyes, the legendary Byakugan, not active yet. His posture was perfect, his hands raised in the gentle fist stance, his breathing slow and controlled. Genma stood between them, his senbon balanced on his lip, his eyes moving from one genin to the other. His blue bandana absorbed the morning light. He had seen many battles in his years as a shinobi even if they were not much. He had seen prodigies clash, legends fall, heroes rise. But there was something different about this one, something in the way these two boys looked at each other, as if they were fighting not just for victory, but for something deeper. They hate each other, Genma realized. This isn't just about the exams. This is personal. You may begin, Genma said, stepping back, his voice carrying across the silent arena. Neji spoke first, his voice cold, measured, devoid of the warmth that should have belonged to a 13-year-old boy. You have a problem with me, Sharingan user. Naruto's jaw tightened. Yes, I do have a problem with you. His voice was low, steady, carrying the weight of weeks of suppressed anger. I don't like the way you treated Hinata. Neji's lips curled into something that might have been a sneer. Oh, another one of Hinata-sama's favoritism enforcers. It seems I have to put you down as well. Don't call me that, Naruto growled. Genma's voice cut through the tension, sharp and impatient. I said begin, not banter around. Gosh, these kids. Naruto's hand shot to his staff, pulling it from his back in a fluid motion. The wood whistled through the air as he spun it once, twice, settling into a combat stance that was equal parts Uchiha precision and Uzumaki aggression. I'm going to take you down, Naruto said, his onyx eyes blazing, and make you see that what you did was wrong. Neji's expression did not change. We'll see. He had no delusions. A Sharingan user was not weak, not by any measure. The Uchiha's legendary eyes had been feared across the shinobi world for generations, and this boy carried them in their awakened state. Neji had trained for the past month as well. He had not been sitting idle, resting on the laurels of his natural talent. He had pushed himself, honed his techniques, prepared for this exact moment. The battle began. Naruto rushed forward, his sandals kicking up dust, his staff held low and ready. Neji moved to meet him, his gentle fist stance unbroken, his pale eyes tracking every micro-movement. The distance closed. Naruto struck first, a powerful thrust aimed at Neji's core, the steel-capped end of his staff seeking the center of mass. It was a move that had broken ribs, shattered training dummies, sent opponents flying. Neji sidestepped, the staff passing within inches of his core. His hand shot out in a backhand strike aimed at Naruto's exposed flank. Naruto's staff was already moving, swinging up to block. The impact sent a small shockwave through the air, and for a moment, the two were locked together. Naruto's staff pressed against Neji's forearm, each pushing against the other with equal force. Their eyes met, onyx meeting pale. And at the same time, three tomo spun into existence in Naruto's eyes while veins bulged appeared near Neji's eyes. Naruto's Sharingan activated, the world snapping into hyper-focused clarity. He could see Neji's chakra now, flowing through his tenketsu in colors, concentrated in his arms and legs. He could see the tension in his muscles, the shift of his weight, the subtle adjustments of his stance. Neji's Byakugan activated at the same time Naruto activated his Sharingan. He saw everything, Naruto's chakra network, the curse mark pulsing at his neck, the dense, swirling energy of the fox deep within his core. He saw the staff's trajectory, the shift of Naruto's grip, the tension in his shoulders. They pushed against each other, neither giving ground, their enhanced eyes locked in a silent battle of perception and prediction. The air between them crackled with competing chakra, and for a moment, it seemed as if the world had narrowed to just the two of them. Then, simultaneously, they jumped back. As Naruto sailed through the air, his hand dove into his pouch. His fingers closed around three kunai, and he threw them in a single, fluid motion, one aimed at Neji's chest, one at his throat, one curving slightly to the right to cut off any escape. Neji's Byakugan had seen everything. He had watched Naruto's fingers close around the kunai, had counted the projectiles, had mapped their trajectories before they even left Naruto's hand. His own hand moved, three kunai appearing from his sleeve as if by magic, and he threw them with equal precision. The kunai met in midair, steel clashing against steel, sparks flying. 6 blades fell to the ground, useless, their trajectories neutralized. The crowd gasped. Naruto and Neji landed at the same time, their feet touching the packed earth in perfect synchronization. They stood facing each other across the arena, neither having gained an inch, neither having lost any ground. The Jonin seats. Asuma whistled, low and appreciative. Whoa. The Sharingan's accuracy, neutralized. I've never seen anyone counter the Uchiha's predictive throwing like that. Kakashi's visible eye narrowed, studying Neji's form with renewed respect. The Byakugan's ability to see through things. He didn't just predict the trajectory. He saw exactly what Naruto's hand was doing when it went into the pouch. The number of kunai, the angle of his wrist, the tension in his fingers. Everything. Guy's tears had stopped. His expression was serious now, analytical. Neji has trained extensively to counter Naruto's Sharingan. He knew that Naruto would rely on the Sharingan's predictive abilities. He prepared for this. Kurenai leaned forward, her crimson eyes fixed on the arena. The question is, what happens now? The first exchange was a draw. Neither gained the advantage. But Neji has been fighting with the Byakugan his entire life. Naruto has only had the Sharingan for a few months. Kakashi's eye curved, just slightly. That's what makes this interesting. The cage's box. The cage's voice was smooth, contemplative. He used his Byakugan to see exactly what his hand was removing from his pouch. Clever. Most shinobi would have relied on prediction, on reading muscle movements. But the Byakugan doesn't need to predict, it sees. Hiruzen nodded slowly, his aged eyes tracking the two boys on the arena floor. The Hyuga clan's techniques are formidable. But the Sharingan is not to be underestimated. Ross's lips curled. The arena floor. Naruto and Neji circled each other, neither willing to make the first move. The dust from their initial clash settled around them, creating a hazy curtain that did nothing to obscure their enhanced vision. Neji's voice was cold, almost bored. You rely too much on those eyes. The Sharingan is a crutch, a borrowed power that does not belong to you. You have not earned it. Naruto's grip on his staff tightened. Maybe, but I've earned everything else. Every technique, every battle, every scar. He shifted his stance, lowering his center of gravity. And I've earned the right to stand here and face you. Neji's expression flickered, something like surprise, quickly suppressed. We shall see. They moved again, faster this time, the real battle finally beginning. For the first time since she had known him, Tenten was not certain that Neji would win. She sat in the spectator stance, her hands clasped tightly in her lap, her dark eyes fixed on the arena floor. Neji had always been invincible, untouchable, unstoppable, a genius among geniuses. She had never doubted him, not once, not in all the years they had trained together. But now, watching the blonde boy with the cursed eyes, she felt a flicker of uncertainty. There was something about Uzumaki Naruto, something that defied logic, that refused to be categorized, that made her question everything she thought she knew about strength and talent. Beside her, Sakura watched with equal intensity, her green eyes tracking every movement, every shift of weight, every subtle adjustment. She had no idea if Naruto would win. She believed in him, believed in his strength, his determination, his refusal to ever give up. But Neji was a different kind of opponent. Cold, calculating, unwavering. Please, she thought, her gloved hands gripping the edge of her seat. Please be careful. Across the seats, Kiba was not burdened by such doubts. He was on his feet, fists pumping, voice raised in encouragement. That's right, Naruto. Get that arrogant bastard. Show him what you're made of. Akamaru barked in agreement, his small body vibrating with excitement. Nearby, Gaara watched in silence. The red-haired Jinchuriki's eyes were fixed on Naruto with an intensity that bordered on obsession. His sand shifted restlessly around him, responding to the bloodlust that pulsed through his veins. The boy who had challenged him. Show me, Gaara thought, his lips curving into something that was not quite a smile. Show me what you are. Naruto rushed at Neji again, this time pushing his speed to its maximum. His sandals barely seemed to touch the ground as he closed the distance, his staff spinning in his hand, lightning chakra crackling along its length. He threw it, not at Neji, but slightly to the side, a calculated miss that sent the weapon spinning through the air like a discus, its trajectory curved, unpredictable. That trick didn't work against Lee, Neji said, his voice calm, almost bored, and it certainly won't work against me. He concentrated chakra in his right hand, the gentle fist signature technique, channeling his energy into his palm with surgical precision. As the spinning staff approached, He smacked it away, the impact sending it flying off course, its lightning flickering and dying as it tumbled through the air. But Naruto was already inside Neji's guard. He stepped into the space the staff had cleared, his body low, his right hand extended in a palm thrust aimed directly at Neji's chest. It was a simple technique, brutal, direct, relying on speed and power rather than finesse. Neji's left hand shot up, blocking the strike with his forearm. The impact was solid, jarring, and Neji's eyes widened slightly as he felt the force behind the blow. Heavy. He's hitting harder than he should be. His Byakugan focused, analyzing Naruto's chakra flow. He could see it now, the way Naruto was channeling chakra through his limbs, boosting his striking power and speed. It was a basic skill, one that most Chunin could perform, but it consumed chakra rapidly. Most shinobi could only maintain it for short bursts before exhaustion set in. But Naruto was not even winded. Neji's expression hardened. He retaliated with a two-finger jab, aimed at Naruto's shoulder, a gentle fist strike designed to close tenketsu, to disrupt chakra flow, to cripple from within. Naruto dodged, his body shifting with minimal movement, the strike passing within millimeters of his skin. Another jab, aimed at his chest. Naruto twisted, avoiding it by a hair's breadth. Neji followed with a knee strike, aiming for Naruto's midsection. Naruto's hand shot down, blocking the knee, pushing it aside with enough force to unbalance a lesser opponent. But Neji did not lose his balance. He absorbed the force, redistributed it, remained rooted to the ground like an ancient tree. The staff, which had been spinning through the air in a wide arc, returned toward them. Neji's hand shot out, smacking it away again, this time with more force, sending it flying across the arena to embed itself in the far wall, its wooden shaft quivering from the impact. Sakura's breath caught in her throat. Whoa! Hinata, sitting in the row behind her, leaned forward, her pale eyes wide. Naruto-kun. Naruto and Neji split apart again, circling each other, both breathing slightly harder than before. Naruto looked down at his right hand. Through the Sharingan, still active, still spinning, he could see the damage. Two of his tenketsu were not allowing chakra to flow, the chakra pathways disrupted, his ability to channel energy through that hand compromised. He could still move it, still feel it, but the fine control was gone. Damn Byakugan, he thought, his jaw tightening. In the Hyuga section, Hiyashi Hyuga sat with perfect posture, his daughter Hanabi beside him. His pale eyes, so similar to Neji's, tracked the battle with clinical detachment. Pay attention, Hanabi, he said, his voice low. There is no Hyuga born with greater visual prowess than Neji. Watch how he uses his Byakugan, not just to see, but to counter, to dismantle. Hanabi nodded, her young face serious, her eyes fixed on her cousin. Neji's voice carried across the arena, cold and certain. As you can see, you are not fighting a failure. Naruto's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? Neji's lips curled into something that might have been a smile, if smiles could be weapons. A failure will always be a failure. Those who are born without talent will never overcome those with talent. He gestured at Naruto, at the Sharingan still spinning in his crimson eyes. And you are the perfect example of that. You were once a failure, dead last, unable to perform even the most basic techniques. But when you received your teammates' eyes that were part of the source of his talent, you fell into the talented class. The crowd went silent. The words hung in the air, poisonous and cruel, stripping away every pretense, every polite fiction. Sakura's hands clenched into fists. Her knuckles were white, her nails digging into her palms. She wanted to scream, to leap into the arena, to defend Naruto with every ounce of strength she possessed. In the Jonin section, Asuma's expression darkened. Low blow. Guy shook his head, his usual exuberance replaced by disappointment. How unyouthful of you, my student. To reduce someone's hard work to mere luck. That is not the way of the true warrior. Kakashi said nothing. His visible eye was fixed on Naruto, watching, waiting. Naruto's teeth ground together, the sound audible in the silence. His hands trembled, not with fear, but with suppressed rage. The curse mark on his neck pulsed, responding to his emotions, whispering promises of power. But he did not activate it. He did not let it take control. He took a breath, then another. Then he spoke, his voice low but steady. I admit that my power growth was aided by my brother's eyes. I won't deny that. But do not misunderstand it for gifted power. He met Neji's gaze, his onyx eyes, the Sharingan still active, still spinning, unwavering. And you were wrong. Sometimes, hard work can stand on the same level as talent. I've seen it. I've fought it. Neji's expression flickered, something like surprise, quickly suppressed. Everyone's destiny is predetermined at birth. No matter how hard you try, you cannot change destiny. You receiving your teammates' eyes was already set in stone. Me fighting you right now was set. My father dying, he paused, his voice dropping, was set in stone. The last words were heavy, weighted with years of grief and resentment and bitter acceptance. Do you understand? Naruto was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he reached up and touched his forehead, not in pain, but in contemplation. I don't agree with you, he said finally. And I will beat you without the Sharingan to prove it. The crimson light in his eyes flickered and died. The tomo receded, the red faded, and his eyes returned to their natural onyx, dark, depthless but no longer enhanced by the Uchiha's legendary power. Kiba slapped his face. What is Naruto thinking? Sakura's heart stopped. Naruto. Hinata's hands flew to her mouth. Naruto-kun, no. Even Gaara's eyes widened slightly, the first genuine emotion he had shown all day. Neji studied Naruto for a long moment, his Byakugan still active, still analyzing. An unwise choice. Maybe, Naruto said, settling into a new stance, one that did not rely on the Sharingan's predictive power, but on something else. Something deeper. But it's my choice, and I'm going to prove you wrong. About destiny. About talent. About everything. The arena held its breath. The real battle was about to begin. Chapter 20. Chapter 7. Finals, Part E. Flashback, 2 weeks ago, training grounds. The sun had been merciless that day, beating down on the scarred clearing where Naruto and Jiraiya conducted their brutal sessions. Steam rose from the earth where water had been flash-boiled, and the air smelled of ozone and scorched wood. Naruto stood panting, his staff in hand, his Sharingan active, 3 tomos spinning lazily in each crimson eye. He had just completed a complex series of attacks, each one perfectly timed, perfectly predicted, perfectly executed. Jiraiya sat on a boulder, his massive arms crossed, his expression unreadable. So, the old Sannin said, his voice carrying that particular tone that meant he was about to say something Naruto didn't want to hear. Since you've had those eyes, have you tried fighting without them? Naruto blinked, caught off guard. Yes. Jiraiya's eyebrow rose. Really? Naruto hesitated. Maybe. A little. Jiraiya snorted. You do know that people can run out of chakra, right? That the Sharingan consumes energy just by being active. That if you rely on it too much, you'll be helpless the moment it's unavailable. Naruto's jaw tightened. I've never run out of chakra. Figures, Jiraiya muttered, shaking his head. Uzumaki stamina. What? Naruto said. Nothing. He stood, stretching his massive frame. Anyway, for this month's training, you're going to try applying all your fighting styles. The taijutsu, the ninjutsu, the weapons work, but you will do it without the Sharingan active. Naruto's eyes widened. But nothing, Jiraiya interrupted, his voice sharp. Do it. I know what I'm doing. You need to learn to fight with your own senses, your own instincts, not just the borrowed power of a dead clan. Naruto grumbled, the sound low and petulant. It was the first time in weeks, months, even, that he had complained about anything training related. But he did it. He deactivated the Sharingan and faced Jiraiya's assault with nothing but his own eyes, his own reflexes, his own hard-won skills. And he got beaten. Repeatedly. Spectacularly. But he also learned. End flashback. The arena floor, present. Naruto's onyx eyes, dark, depthless, no longer enhanced by the Sharingan's crimson light, fixed on Neji with an intensity that had nothing to do with dojutsu. He had trained for this. He had prepared for this. And he would not let Jiraiya's lessons go to waste. He formed a single-hand seal, and a shadow clone materialized beside him in a puff of smoke. It had been weeks since he had used clones in combat. Jiraiya had forbidden it, forcing him to rely on his own body, his own strength. But this was different. This was necessary. The two Narutos rushed at Neji. The real Naruto came in high, his leg arcing in a powerful kick aimed at Neji's head. The clone went low, sweeping its leg in a wide arc designed to unbalance. Neji blocked the high kick with his forearm, the impact solid, jarring. He jumped, clearing the clone's sweeping kick by inches, his body twisting in midair. His fingers jabbed at the clone's chest, 2 strikes, aimed at vital tenketsu. The clone redirected Neji's hand, deflecting the strike with a palm of its own. It was a risky move, one that left the clone exposed, but it bought the real Naruto time. All of this happened in midair. Neji landed, his Byakugan tracking both Narutos simultaneously. He saw the clone breaking away, making a beeline for the staff still embedded in the far wall. He saw the real Naruto circling, looking for an opening. He kicked the clone in front of him, a powerful strike that sent it stumbling back, and in the same motion, his hand shot to his pouch. 2 shuriken flew from his fingers, spinning through the air with deadly precision. The shuriken struck the clone just as its fingers closed around the staff. The clone popped in a puff of smoke, the weapon clattering to the ground. Naruto's jaw tightened. He made 3 more clones. They rushed Neji from different angles, one high, one low, one circling around behind. But Neji was ready. His Byakugan saw every angle, every approach, every feint. He moved through the clones like water through rocks, his hands striking with surgical precision. One clone fell, then another, then the third. It was clear that Neji was not playing around. "What's wrong?" Neji called out, his voice cold, almost bored. "Can't just perk up again, Naruto narrowed his onyx eyes. He made one more clone, just one, and sent it to engage Neji directly. The clone fought desperately, blocking, dodging, sacrificing itself to buy time. Time that Naruto used to complete his hand seals. He jumped back, putting distance between himself and Neji, his hands moving through the familiar patterns: ram, snake, boar, horse, tiger. His lungs expanded, drawing in a deep breath, and he channeled chakra through his chest, his throat, his mouth. Kaden, Gokaku no Jutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. He exhaled, and a massive fireball erupted from his lips, angry, hungry, blazing with orange-red fury. It was not the white-hot sphere he had used in the Forest of Death, but it was still devastating, still capable of reducing flesh and bone to ash. The fireball roared across the arena, casting the stands in flickering shadows. In the stands, Tenten's eyes widened. Whoa! Lee sat rigid, his hands clenched on his knees, his eyes fixed on the arena. The 2 people he wanted to beat the most, the genius and the hard worker, were showing their prowess, their power, their determination. And he was not in the finals. He was watching from the stands, helpless, unable to prove himself. His teeth ground together, but he did not look away. Shikamaru leaned back in his seat, his expression one of profound inconvenience. Troublesome. Naruto, you're so troublesome. Neji saw the fireball coming. His Byakugan tracked its trajectory, its intensity. Dodging was not an option, the fireball was too large, too fast, too all-consuming. But he did not need to dodge. Kaden. Rotation. He spun, his body becoming a blur of motion, chakra erupting from every tenketsu point simultaneously. The chakra formed a dome around him, a perfect sphere of rotating energy that deflected physical attacks and ninjutsu alike. The fireball slammed into the dome. Fire met chakra, heat met rotation, and for 4 agonizing seconds, the 2 forces battled for supremacy. Then the fireball died, its energy spent, its flames guttering out against Neji's impenetrable defense. The dome collapsed, and Neji stood unharmed, his breathing slightly faster, his expression unchanged. Naruto had already closed the distance. His fist shot out, aimed at Neji's chest, a simple punch, but one backed by months of brutal conditioning and the chakra-enhanced strength he had learned from Jiraiya. Neji blocked it with his forearm, the impact jarring his bones. His other hand shot up, faster than Naruto could track, and his fingers jabbed at Naruto's wrist. Naruto felt his chakra stutter, felt the tenketsu in his hand close, felt his control slip away. Neji's voice was cold, triumphant. You are within my range. Hakusho Sanjuni Sho. 8 trigrams 32 palms. The first strike, 2 palms. Naruto's shoulder. The second, 4 palms. His chest. The third, 8 palms. His arms, his ribs, his stomach. Each strike was precise, surgical, designed to close tenketsu, to disrupt chakra flow, to cripple from within. Naruto's body jerked with each impact, his chakra network spasming, his control fragmenting. I wish my Sharingan was on, he thought, desperate. I could see the strikes coming. I could. The fourth strike, 16 palms. His legs, his hips, his lower back. Naruto's legs buckled. He was going to fall. He was going to lose. But he had trained for this. Not with the Sharingan, but without it. Not with borrowed power, but with his own. He formed the hand seals in his mind, a single seal, the clone seal, and channeled chakra through his failing network. It cost him. It cost him more than it should have, the disrupted tenketsu making every movement agony. A shadow clone materialized beside him, shoving him aside with all its strength. The last 16 palms struck the clone instead of Naruto. The clone absorbed the blows, its form flickering, destabilizing, and then it popped, a puff of smoke that obscured Neji's vision for just a moment. Naruto landed on his side, rolled, and pushed himself to his feet. His body ached, his chakra was sluggish, but he was still standing. Still fighting. Neji regarded him with something that might have been respect, or perhaps just cold acknowledgement. Next time, you won't be so lucky. He took his stance again, his hands raised, his Byakugan flaring. In the cage's box, Hiruzen nodded slowly. A clever tactic, but it cost him chakra he may need later. Ross's lips curled. The boy is resourceful, but resourcefulness only takes you so far against true talent. Hiruzen did not respond. His eyes remained fixed on Naruto, watching, waiting, hoping. Naruto stood on one side of the arena, his chest heaving, his body screaming in protest. His chakra network felt like a tangled knot, disrupted, sluggish, painful. Neji's gentle fist had done its work, closing tenketsu, disrupting flow, crippling him from within. But he was still standing. Still fighting. Neji stood on the opposite side, his breathing controlled, his expression unreadable. His Byakugan was still active, the veins at his temples bulging, his pale eyes tracking Naruto's every movement. But there was something different in his posture now, a tension, a wariness that had not been there at the start of the match. Naruto's voice cut through the silence, rough but steady. Just for this one last time. I'm going to use brute force. Neji's eyes narrowed. Try it, Uzumaki. Naruto did not respond with words. Instead, he closed his eyes for a brief moment, centering himself, reaching deep within. His chakra was a storm, chaotic, turbulent, but still vast. He could feel the tenketsu that Neji had closed, the pathways that had been blocked. But he had trained for this. He had learned to push through pain, to force his chakra through damaged channels, to fight even when his body told him to stop. He channeled chakra into his right arm, not smoothly, not easily, but with brute determination. The process was painful, a dull fire spreading through his muscles and tendons. One by one, the blocked tenketsu in his arm began to open, forced open by the sheer pressure of his will. His fist began to glow with concentrated chakra, a faint corona of blue-white energy that pulsed with each heartbeat. Neji's Byakugan saw it all, the chakra concentrating in Naruto's fist, the density of the energy, the potential for destruction. His eyes widened, just slightly. He's going to put everything into one punch, Neji realized. One final attack. Naruto lunged. The ground almost cracked beneath his feet as he pushed off, launching himself across the arena with a speed that seemed impossible for someone so battered. His fist drew back, the chakra around it blazing brighter, hotter. The air itself seemed to shudder in anticipation. Neji did not try to block. He did not try to counter. He knew, instinctively, absolutely, that blocking that punch would shatter his arms. Kaden. Rotation. He spun, chakra erupting from every tenketsu point simultaneously, forming the perfect dome of rotating energy that had deflected the great fireball. The dome shimmered around him, impenetrable, inviolable. Naruto's fist connected. The sound was not a punch, it was an explosion. A thunderous boom that echoed off the arena walls and sent birds fleeing from the rooftops. The ground beneath Neji's feet cracked and splintered, a spiderweb of fissures radiating outward from the point of impact. Dust and debris erupted into the air, creating a thick, choking cloud that obscured everything. For a moment, there was nothing but the cloud and the ringing silence. Then, two figures emerged from the dust, not walking, but flying. Naruto was hurled backward, his body tumbling through the air like a ragdoll, his form unable to control its trajectory. He landed in a heap near the arena wall, his staff clattering against the stone, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Neji was also sent flying. The rotation had deflected the brunt of the attack, but the sheer force of Naruto's punch had overwhelmed the technique, punching through the chakra dome and striking Neji's guard. He landed painfully on his side, his body skidding across the packed earth, his clothes torn and dirtied. His Byakugan flickered, once, twice, and then deactivated. The veins at his temples receded, and his pale eyes returned to their normal state. The lack of focus, the shock of the impact, had broken his concentration. The dust began to settle, drifting down like snow made of earth and stone. Naruto pushed himself up, his arms trembling, his legs threatening to give way. His body was bruised and battered, but he was still standing. Still conscious. Still fighting. Neji rose as well, slower, more deliberate. His body ached in ways it had never ached before. The boy with the borrowed eyes had struck him, truly struck him, in a way that Lee had never managed, in a way that no one had ever managed. But before either could move, a figure emerged from the lingering dust. Naruto's clone, the one he had created earlier, the one that had been hidden, waiting, stood behind Neji. Its hand was steady, its kunai pressed against Neji's neck, the blade gleaming in the morning light. The crowd gasped. Naruto's voice was hoarse, each word costing him. As you can see, hard work. He breathed heavily, his chest heaving. Can stand on the same level as talent. Because all the techniques I just used. I worked hard on them. I earned them. I bled for them. He met Neji's eyes, his onyx gaze unwavering. And if fate predetermined you, you can still find a way to alter it. No matter how small the change is. Neji stared at him, his expression unreadable. The kunai at his neck was cold, sharp, deadly. The clone's hand did not tremble. For a long moment, no one spoke. The arena held its breath. Then, slowly, Neji looked down. You simply don't understand, he said, his voice quiet, almost inaudible. Then, louder, directed at Genma, Proctor. I forfeit. The crowd erupted. Cheers echoed off the arena walls, a wave of sound that washed over the packed stands. Nobles and commoners alike rose to their feet, applauding the boy who had refused to give up, the boy who had defeated the Hyuga prodigy with nothing but his own strength and determination. In the stands, Kiba punched the air, nearly knocking Akamaru from his perch. Yeah, way to show him, Naruto. Ino covered her ears, wincing. Gah, Kiba, you're being loud. Kiba rounded on her, indignant. Hey, you aren't the boss of me. Ino opened her mouth to retort, then closed it, shaking her head. Even she couldn't find it in herself to be annoyed right now. Not after that. Lee sat in his seat, his hands clenched on his knees, his eyes fixed on the arena floor. He had never defeated Neji. In all their spars, in all their training, he had never once managed to land a decisive blow. But Uzumaki Naruto, the boy he had faced in the preliminaries, the boy who had pushed him to open the first gate, had done what he could not. He would not fall behind. He would train harder, fight harder, become stronger. The flames of youth burned brighter than ever. Neji walked toward the tunnel that led to the medical bay, his steps measured, his expression unreadable. His shirt was torn, his hair disheveled, his body bruised. But it was not the physical pain that weighed on him. It was the words. You can still find a way to alter it. No matter how small the change is. He had heard those words before, from his father, from Guy, from Lee. But he had never believed them. He had seen too much, lost too much, to believe that destiny could be changed. And yet. Neji. The voice stopped him. He turned. Naruto stood a few feet away, his staff leaning against his shoulder, his onyx eyes fixed on Neji with an intensity that was almost uncomfortable. His body was battered, his chakra depleted, but his gaze was steady. "What do you want?" Neji asked, his voice flat. Naruto was silent for a moment, as if choosing his words carefully. Then he spoke. "Hinata. She didn't give up. Even when you had her beaten, even when she couldn't move, she didn't give up." He paused. "That's not weakness, Neji. That's strength. More strength than you have." Neji's jaw tightened. "You don't know anything about." "I know that you're wrong about destiny," Naruto interrupted. "I know that you're wrong about fate. And I know that you're wrong about Hinata." He took a step closer. "She's stronger than you give her credit for. Stronger than you know." Neji stared at him for a long moment, his pale eyes searching Naruto's face for something, mockery, perhaps, or pity. He found neither. Without another word, he turned and walked into the tunnel, his footsteps echoing in the darkness. Naruto watched him go, then turned and walked back toward his team, toward Sakura and Sai, toward the next challenge. The battle was over, but the war was just beginning. The cage's box. The cage leaned back in his seat, his fingers steepled, his expression contemplative. Quite a talented genin there. He won even though he deliberately disadvantaged himself, deactivating his Sharingan in the middle of a match against a Hyuga prodigy. That takes either incredible arrogance or incredible confidence. Hiruzen nodded slowly, his aged eyes fixed on Naruto's retreating form. Yes, he is a promising shinobi. Alongside his opponent, of course. Even though his opponent let anger get the best of him at the end, his skill was undeniable. The cage nodded slightly, his eyes lingering on Naruto for a moment longer before shifting to Gaara, who sat in the competitor's area, his sand shifting restlessly around him. Interesting, Rasa thought. Very interesting. The Jonin seats. Kakashi's visible eye curved in what might have been a smile beneath his mask. "And that's 2 for 2, Guy." Guy's tears had returned, streaming down his face in rivers of manly emotion. "Your student may have bested mine, but it is not over, Kakashi. The flames of youth burn eternal. Neji will learn from this defeat and grow stronger. Lee will train harder than ever. And one day, the students of Might Guy will surpass the students of Kakashi Hatake." Kakashi shrugged. "If you say so." Guy's tears intensified. Asuma lit another cigarette, his eyes fixed on the arena floor. He didn't fight like usual. After he deactivated his eyes, he was lacking in the precision he had at the beginning of the match. It was like he was fighting blind, relying on instinct instead of technique. Kakashi's eye flickered toward Asuma. Maybe that was the point. Asuma raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Kakashi did not answer. He simply turned back to the arena, watching, waiting. Gaara watched Naruto walk back toward his team, his sand shifting restlessly around him, responding to the bloodlust that pulsed through his veins. The boy who had challenged him, the boy who had looked at him without fear, without revulsion, without the familiar terror that haunted the eyes of everyone else, had just defeated a Hyuga prodigy with what appeared to be half his strength. Interesting, Gaara thought. Very interesting. His lips curved into something that was not quite a smile. "I look forward to facing you, Uzumaki Naruto." The spectator stands. Kiba was still cheering, his voice hoarse, his fists pumping. Akamaru barked along, his small body vibrating with excitement. "Yeah, that's my rival. That's Uzumaki Naruto." Ino covered her ears again. "Kiba, I swear." "You swear what?" Ino sighed, long and suffering. "Nothing. Just be quiet." Kiba grinned, unrepentant. Choji munched on his chips, his eyes fixed on the arena. "He did good," he said around a mouthful of crumbs. "Really good." Shikamaru leaned back in his seat, his hands behind his head, his eyes closed. "Troublesome. Naruto, you're so troublesome." But there was a small smile tugging at his lips. Lee sat rigid in his seat, his hands clenched on his knees, his eyes fixed on the arena floor. The two people he wanted to beat the most, the genius and the Jinchuriki, had shown their prowess, their power, their determination. And he was not in the finals. He was watching from the stands, helpless, unable to prove himself. But he would not fall behind. He would train harder, fight harder, become stronger. The flames of youth burned brighter than ever. Hinata sat in her seat, her hands pressed together, her pale eyes fixed on Naruto. He had done it. He had beaten Neji. He had proven that hard work could triumph over talent, that destiny could be changed, that fate was not absolute. Naruto-kun, she thought, her heart swelling with pride and something else, something warmer, softer, more fragile. You did it. You really did it. She smiled, small and shy, and for the first time in weeks, she allowed herself to hope. The echoes of Naruto's victory still reverberated through the arena, the crowd's cheers slowly fading into a low murmur of anticipation. The combatants' area, a raised platform overlooking the arena floor, had grown quieter, each of the remaining competitors processing what they had just witnessed. A Hyuga prodigy had fallen. The Jinchuriki had advanced. The balance of power had shifted. Shikamaru Nara leaned against the railing, his hands in his pockets, his expression one of profound inconvenience. His dark eyes, half closed with what looked like impending sleep, surveyed the remaining fighters with the lazy assessment of someone who would rather be anywhere else. I'm glad my match is not next, he said, his voice carrying that particular drawl that made everything sound like an effort. The other combatants turned to look at him. Kankuro raised a painted eyebrow. Temari's eye twitched. Naruto, still catching his breath from his own match, simply shook his head. Shikamaru shrugged, unbothered by the attention. What? Can't a guy wish for peace and a simpler life? All this fighting, all this tension. It's troublesome. Sakura, who had been watching the arena floor with focused intensity, turned to face him. Her green eyes, sharp and analytical, studied the Nara air with something that might have been exasperation. You're really lazy, Shikamaru, she said. No wonder Ino chews you out all the time. Shikamaru winced, his lazy facade cracking for just a moment. Gah, don't mention that woman, she's nothing but trouble. He straightened slightly, his eyes scanning the platform. Anyway, your match is up next with. He looked around, his gaze landing on the blonde kunoichi who stood with her massive fan strapped to her back. That woman. Temari's eye twitched again. Her hand drifted toward her fan, her knuckles whitening. Hey, she said, her voice low and dangerous. I am a young girl, for your information, you bum. I'm not that woman. I'm a kunoichi of Sunagaku, and I have a name. Shikamaru sighed, long and suffering. Why did she have to be blonde? All blondes are troublesome, especially female ones. Temari raised her fan, the massive iron implement swinging up with a speed that belied its size. Why, you? Haruno Sakura vs Sabaku no Temari. Genma's voice cut through the tension like a kunai, echoing across the arena floor. The crowd, which had been murmuring amongst themselves, erupted into fresh cheers. The next match was about to begin. Temari lowered her fan, but her glare did not diminish. You got lucky, lazy bones. Shikamaru slumped against the railing, his eyes already closing. Troublesome, he muttered. So troublesome. Kankuro watched his sister stalk toward the arena edge, then glanced at Shikamaru. A slow grin spread across his painted face. You dodged a painful moment there, lazy guy, he said. My sister has a temper. And she doesn't like being called old. Shikamaru did not respond. He had already begun to nap, his breathing evening out, his body going limp against the railing. Kankuro shook his head. Weird guy. Temari reached the edge of the platform and, with a fluid motion that spoke of years of practice, unfurled her massive iron fan. The blades caught the morning light, gleaming with a deadly sheen. She stepped onto the center of the fan and, with a flick of her wrist, sent it gliding down toward the arena floor. She landed gracefully, her sandals touching the packed earth without a sound. Her fan folded with a snap, and she settled it against her back, her posture relaxed, her expression confident. Sakura, watching from above, did not flinch. She had seen Temari fight, had watched her dismantle Tenten's weapon storm with contemptuous ease. The sand kunoichi was fast, powerful, and ruthless. A worthy opponent. But Sakura was not the same girl who had frozen on the bridge. She jumped. Her body arced through the air, her pink hair streaming behind her, her green eyes fixed on the arena floor below. As she descended, she channeled chakra into her feet, the familiar earthy energy spreading through her sandals, hardening them, reinforcing them. Her sandals turned brown, the color of rich soil, of packed earth, of the ground itself. She landed with a heavy thud, her feet kicking up a cloud of dust and small debris. The packed earth beneath her cracked slightly, a testament to the force of her landing and the density of her chakra-enhanced footwear. Temari raised an eyebrow, her gaze dropping to Sakura's feet. Showy. Sakura straightened, meeting Temari's eyes without flinching. Effective. In the Jonin section, Asuma let out a low whistle. Well, that's new. Kakashi's visible eye curved, though whether in amusement or approval was impossible to tell. She's not usually that much of a show-off. She must be feeling confident. Kurenai leaned forward, her crimson eyes fixed on Sakura. Confidence is good. Overconfidence is dangerous. Kakashi shrugged. She knows what she's doing. Guy, still recovering from Neji's defeat, wiped a tear from his eye. The flames of youth burned brightly in both of them. This will be a magnificent battle. The arena floor. Genma stood between the two kunoichi, his senbon balanced on his lip, his eyes moving from Sakura to Temari and back again. He had seen enough battles to know when two fighters were sizing each other up, testing each other's resolve before the first strike. The rules are the same, he said, his voice carrying across the arena. Victory by knockout, submission, or death. No outside interference. No weapons not approved before the match. He paused. Begin. He stepped back, and the arena fell silent. Temari did not move. She stood with her arms crossed, her fan resting against her back, her expression one of cold assessment. Her blue eyes, sharp as the blades of her weapon, studied Sakura with the intensity of a predator sizing up its prey. So, Temari said, her voice carrying a hint of amusement, you're the one who took out those sound idiots. The medic, right. The one who uses genjutsu and earth techniques. Sakura settled into a loose stance, her weight balanced, her hands raised. Her gloved fingers flexed, ready to form seals at a moment's notice. I'm the one who survived the forest of death, Sakura replied. The one who's going to beat you. Temari's lips curved into a smirk. Bold words for someone who's about to be blown out of the arena. Bold actions for someone who's about to be buried in it. The crowd leaned forward, sensing the tension building. The Jonin in their seats watched with keen interest. The cages in their box observed in silence. The other competitors, gathered on the platform above, held their breath. Sakura moved before the echo of the word faded. Her gloved hand dove into her pouch with practiced efficiency, fingers closing around the familiar weight of kunai. In a single, fluid motion, she drew and threw, 3 blades, then 2 more, a staggered pattern designed to complicate evasion. The kunai whistled through the air, their trajectories true, their points gleaming. Temari's smirk was almost lazy. Didn't she see what happened last time someone tried that against me? Her hand closed around the handle of her massive iron fan, and she swung it in a casual arc, a gesture that had scattered Tenten's entire arsenal like leaves before a hurricane. The gust of wind erupted from the fan, roaring across the arena floor. But the kunai did not scatter. They slowed, yes, but they did not stop. Their momentum diminished, but their trajectory held. They continued toward Temari, their points still aimed at her chest, her throat, her eyes. Temari's eyes widened. What? She opened her fan fully, the iron blades snapping into position with a metallic clang. She brought it up before her, using the broad surface as a shield. The kunai struck. Clang, clang, clang. Each impact sent vibrations through the fan, jarring Temari's arms, forcing her to brace against the unexpected force. The kunai clattered to the ground, their steel points dulled, their momentum spent. In the cage's box, Hiruzen nodded slowly, his aged eyes gleaming with recognition. Ah, clever usage of earth release. She made the kunai heavier, denser, so the wind couldn't deflect them. A simple application, but brilliantly executed. The cage's expression was unreadable. She reinforced them with chakra mid-flight. That requires exceptional control. Sakura did not wait for Temari to recover. While the sand kunoichi was still braced behind her fan, Sakura closed the distance. Her sandals pounded against the packed earth, her body low, her hands already forming seals for her next technique. Temari folded her fan, the blades snapping shut with a sharp click. She lowered it, and saw a brown fist filling her vision. She ducked, the punch passing inches above her head, and rolled forward, her body twisting to avoid the follow-up strike. The packed earth scraped against her back, but she was already moving, already creating distance. Sakura turned, tracking Temari's roll, and faced her opponent across the arena floor. Temari pushed herself up, her teal eyes narrowing. She jumped back, her sandals skidding against the dirt, her hand already reaching for her fan. In midair, she opened the fan to 2 moons, the blades forming a semicircle of gleaming death, and swung. Kamedachi no Jutsu. Sickle Weasel Technique. The wind erupted from the fan, but this was no simple gust. It was a concentrated blade of air, sharp enough to cut stone, shaped by the fan's channels into a crescent of destruction. Sakura's hands flew through 4 seals, tiger, ram, snake, boar, each one precise, each one channeling her chakra into the earth beneath her feet. Doden, Doryuheiki. Earth Release, Mud Wall Jutsu. A wall erupted from the ground, not the small barrier she had used in the Forest of Death, but a massive rampart of packed earth, white and thick and solid. It rose before her, absorbing the wind blade's impact, the stone groaning but holding. Dust and debris rained down around her, but Sakura remained untouched behind her earthen fortress. Temari landed, her sandals touching the ground, her eyes fixed on the wall. She waited, her fan ready, her breathing controlled. She'll have to come out eventually, Temari thought. And when she does. Sakura emerged, not from behind the wall, but from its side. She lunged straight at Temari, her body a blur of pink and red, her hands already reaching for her opponent. Temari swung her fan, unleashing another sickle weasel directly at the charging kunoichi. The wind blade struck Sakura square in the chest. And she dissolved into a pile of mud. Temari's eyes widened. An earth clone. She didn't finish the thought. Instinct took over. She jumped, her body twisting in midair, as a mud bullet slammed into the ground where she had been standing. The impact cratered the earth, sending chunks of dirt and stone flying. If Temari had been there, her legs would have been shattered. Sakura stood atop her mud wall, her hands still raised from launching the projectile. She had created the clone as a distraction, used it to draw Temari's attention, and positioned herself for the kill shot. But Temari was faster than she had anticipated. No matter, Sakura thought, jumping from the wall, her body arcing toward the evasive kunoichi. I'll just have to get closer. Her red sandals and black gloves turned brown as she channeled earth chakra through her limbs, reinforcing them, hardening them, turning her body into a weapon. Temari brought her fan up to block the descending punch. The impact rattled her arms, sent shockwaves through her shoulders, forced her to brace against the force. She's strong, Temari realized. Stronger than she looks. Temari kicked out, aiming for Sakura's midsection. Sakura blocked with her knee, the reinforced limb absorbing the impact without flinching. Sakura spun, her body rotating in a tight circle, her leg arcing toward Temari's head in a high, spinning kick. Temari ducked, the kick passing inches above her hair. And while Sakura was still off balance, mid-spin, Temari swung her fan. The iron blade struck Sakura's side, sending her tumbling through the air. She twisted, caught herself, and landed in a crouch, her hand bracing against the ground, her eyes still fixed on her opponent. Sakura rose slowly, her side aching, her breathing controlled. You're pretty tough. Temari settled into a defensive stance, her fan held before her. I could be tougher. Sakura's lips curved into something that was not quite a smile. Then bring it. Temari opened her fan fully, all 3 moons, the blades spreading wide, ready to unleash a devastating blast of wind that would sweep Sakura from the arena. But Sakura had already thrown a kunai. The blade spun through the air, aimed not at Temari's body, but at her fan, at the precise angle that would disrupt her swing, that would throw off her aim, that would turn her devastating technique into a wild, useless gust. Temari dodged, her body twisting, the kunai passing within inches of her shoulder. And in that moment of evasion, Sakura made 2 hand seals. She closed the distance again, her body a blur, her hands reaching for Temari's guard. She feinted high, a punch aimed at Temari's face. Temari brought her fan up to block. But Sakura's fist struck the edge of the fan, not the center, and the force of the impact sent vibrations through the iron, jarring Temari's grip. Sakura followed with a palm thrust aimed at Temari's core. Temari blocked, or thought she blocked. Her fan was in position, the blades should have intercepted the strike. But pain exploded in her chest, and the air left her lungs in a sudden, shocked gasp. What? Temari's mind raced. I blocked that. I know I blocked that. How did she? Another punch. Temari's fan came up, deflected, but pain bloomed in her shoulder. Another. Her side. Another. Her ribs. I'm blocking them, Temari thought, desperation creeping into her consciousness. I'm blocking them, but she's still hitting me. It's like I'm not blocking at all. She jumped back, putting distance between them, her breathing ragged, her body aching. But Sakura was on her immediately, refusing to let her breathe, refusing to let her recover. 3 more punches, fast, precise, brutal. Temari managed to block only one. The other 2 caught her side and her shoulder, sending fresh waves of pain through her body. The stance. Ino leaned forward, her blue eyes wide, her hands gripping the railing. Wait, what's going on? Sakura's not that good at taijutsu. She's never been that good. How is she? Kiba's nose twitched, his enhanced senses picking up something subtle, something hidden beneath the surface of the fight. I think it's that genjutsu of hers. The one she used against that Masumi guy in the preliminaries. Tenten nodded slowly, her dark eyes tracking Sakura's movements. The false perception technique. It messes with the opponent's sense of distance and timing. They think they're blocking, but they're actually a few inches off. Enough to get hit. Lee's hands clenched on his knees. A formidable technique. Temari shoved Sakura back, her fan swinging in a wide arc, forcing the kunoichi to jump away. Her mind raced, replaying the last exchange, analyzing the sensations, the discrepancies. The timing is wrong. The distance is wrong. I'm seeing things that aren't there, reacting to strikes that haven't happened yet. And then she remembered. The preliminaries. The match against the Konoha genin with the stretching limbs. The way he had swung at empty air, convinced he was blocking, while Sakura dismantled him from inside his own perception. TCH. Temari raised her hand, forming the half-ram seal, and channeled chakra through her system. Kai. The genjutsu shattered. The world snapped back into focus, crisp, clear, real. The phantom punches faded, and Temari saw Sakura standing a few feet away, her hands raised, her expression carefully neutral. So, Sakura said, you finally realized. Temari's jaw tightened. TCH. The jig is up. Now that I know your technique. That doesn't mean you'll win, Sakura interrupted. Knowing and countering are 2 different things. The Jonin seats. Asuma exhaled a stream of smoke, his eyes fixed on the arena. She must possess top-tier chakra control to subtly put someone under a genjutsu and still maintain her durability ninjutsu at the same time. Most shinobi can't multitask like that. Kakashi's visible eye curved. She's exceptional. Kurenai nodded slowly, a rare smile touching her lips. The genjutsu was seamless. I couldn't even see the moment of insertion. She's learned well. Sakura made the snake seal, drawing on her chakra reserves. 2 mud bullets were spat from her mouth before her, launching toward Temari with the force of cannonballs. Temari evaded, her body twisting, the projectiles slamming into the ground behind her. But Sakura had already formed the ram seal. The mud bullets, now embedded in the earth, opened their pores, tiny channels that Sakura had carefully constructed during their creation. From within, a fine mist of colorless, odorless gas began to spray, spreading through the air around Temari. She was trying to trap me, Temari realized. The bullets weren't the attack. They were the delivery system. But Temari had faced poison before. Suna's desert held many toxins, and she had been trained to resist them from childhood. Too bad, Temari said, swinging her fan in a wide arc. The wind erupted, sweeping the gas away, dispersing it into the upper atmosphere where it could harm no one. Poison won't work against me. Sakura's eyes narrowed. She countered the genjutsu. She countered the poison. She's fast, strong, and experienced. I can't let her control the range. I have to stay close. But staying close meant staying within range of that fan. And one solid hit from those iron blades could end the match. Sakura's mind raced, calculating, adapting. She had one more trick, one more technique she had been saving for exactly this kind of situation. But she would need to get closer. Much closer. She took a breath, settled into her stance, and prepared to risk everything. Chapter 21. Chapter 7, Finals E. The arena floor had become a wasteland of shattered earth and scattered debris. Dust hung in the air like a funeral shroud, and the morning sun, once warm and golden, now seemed harsh and unforgiving. The crowd, which had been roaring moments before, had fallen into a tense, expectant silence. Sakura formed the hand seals, and channeled her chakra into the earth at her feet. A second figure rose from the ground, identical to her in every way, the same pink hair, the same green eyes, the same black gloves and red sandals. The earth clone solidified, its earthen skin taking on the color and texture of flesh, its movements synchronized with Sakura's own. Together, the two Sakuras lunged at Temari. They moved in perfect coordination, one high, one low, one feinting left, the other striking right. Their brown reinforced fists and feet sought openings, sought to close the distance, to overwhelm the fan user with sheer numbers. Temari's eyes narrowed. She had faced clones before. And she had learned that the best defense against numbers was not to engage, but to erase. She opened her fan to its full extension, all three moons, the blades spreading wide, catching the morning light. She channeled chakra through the iron channels, feeling the wind build, the pressure mount. Kamedachi no Jutsu. Sickle weasel technique. The wind that erupted from her fan was not the casual gust she had used against Tenten. It was not the focused blade she had used to test Sakura's defenses. This was a storm, a howling, screaming vortex of razor-sharp air that tore across the arena floor with the force of a natural disaster. The earth clone was the first to fall. The wind caught it mid-lunge, shredding its earthen form, scattering it into a cloud of dust and debris that was immediately swept away by the tempest. Then the wind struck Sakura. Her durability jutsu, the earth chakra that had hardened her skin, reinforced her bones, turned her body into living stone, kept her from being torn apart. But it could not keep her on her feet. The wind lifted her, hurled her through the air like a ragdoll, and slammed her into the arena wall with a sickening crunch. She hit hard, her back striking the stone, her head snapping back. Cracks spider-webbed across the wall's surface, and for a moment, Sakura simply hung there, suspended by the force of the impact. Then she slid down, her body scraping against the stone, and collapsed in a heap at the base of the wall. Dust settled around her. The wind died. The arena fell silent. The stands. Ino winced, her hands flying to her mouth. That has to have hurt. That really has to have hurt. Tenten looked at her, one eyebrow raised. You think? Her voice was flat, almost bitter. She knew exactly what it felt like to be on the receiving end of Temari's wind techniques. The memory of her own defeat, the scattered weapons, the crushing impact, the helplessness, was still fresh in her mind. Kiba leaned forward, his eyes fixed on Sakura's crumpled form. Is she okay? Akamaru whined softly, his sensitive ears picking up the sounds of Sakura's labored breathing. Hinata's Byakugan activated, her pale eyes piercing through the dust. She's alive. Her chakra is weak, but stable. She's conscious. Back on the arena floor, Sakura's mind swam in a haze of pain and disorientation. The world spun around her, colors bleeding into shapes, sounds fading in and out. Her durability jutsu was fading, the brown chakra retreating from her skin, leaving her vulnerable, exposed. Why did I even try to use overwhelming force like Naruto? The thought came unbidden, cutting through the fog. I don't fight like that. I've never fought like that. She remembered Jiraiya's training, not her training, but what she had observed from afar. The old Sannin had pushed Naruto to fight without the Sharingan, to rely on his own instincts, his own strength. But Naruto's strength was overwhelming force. It always had been. Sakura's strength was different. It was precision, control, the ability to do more with less, to turn small advantages into decisive victories. And she had forgotten that. In her desperation to prove herself, to match Naruto's power, she had abandoned her own style. Foolish, she thought, pushing herself up on trembling arms. So foolish. She slid down the wall, her back scraping against the stone, and shakily got to her feet. Her durability jutsu flickered, weakened, faded. Her legs trembled beneath her, threatening to give way. But she was standing. She was conscious. She was still in the fight. And she knew she had to end it. She raised her hand, the gesture slow, deliberate. Her voice, when it came, was hoarse, barely audible. I forfeit. Genma stepped forward, his senbon balanced on his lip, his expression unreadable. He had seen many fighters refuse to surrender, had seen them broken, crippled, even killed, because they were too proud to admit defeat. It was refreshing, in a way, to see someone who understood the value of survival. Haruno Sakura has forfeited the match, Genma announced, his voice carrying across the arena. Tamari of the Sand advances to the next round. The crowd erupted, not with the wild cheering that had greeted Naruto's victory, but with a murmur of mixed reactions. Some applauded Sakura's wisdom, others booed her surrender. Most simply watched, uncertain how to feel. Tamari lowered her fan, her blue eyes fixed on Sakura. What? Her voice was incredulous, almost offended. You're giving up. Just like that. Sakura met her gaze, her green eyes steady despite her exhaustion. All my other jutsu are weak against you. She paused, catching her breath. My earth techniques are useless against you because of their scale. My genjutsu requires me to get close, and you won't let me do that again. My poison is useless against someone who can blow it away. She shook her head. I could keep fighting. I could make you work for your victory. But I would still lose. And I would be too injured to help my teammates in the next round. Tamari studied her for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Then, slowly, she nodded. Tamari's eyes widened slightly. Then she turned and walked back toward the competitor's platform, her fan folded against her back, her footsteps steady on the packed earth. Sakura watched her go, then turned and walked toward the tunnel that led to the medical bay. Her body ached, her chakra was almost depleted, and her pride was bruised. But she was alive, and sometimes, that was enough. Kakashi watched Sakura's retreating form, his visible eye unreadable. She made the right choice. Asuma nodded, exhaling a stream of smoke. Yeah, sometimes knowing when to quit is more important than knowing how to win. Kurenai's expression was thoughtful. Guy wiped a tear from his eye. The flames of youth burned brightly in her as well. Not all victories are won on the battlefield. Kakashi said nothing. He simply watched, and remembered, and hoped that Sakura's wisdom would serve her better than her pride ever could. Naruto watched Sakura disappear into the tunnel, his onyx eyes shadowed, his jaw tight. He wanted to go after her, to make sure she was okay, to tell her that she had fought well, to remind her that losing one battle didn't mean losing the war. But he stayed where he was. She would need time, space. And he would be there when she was ready. Sai stood beside him, his painted smile firmly in place. But there was something in his eyes, something almost human, as he watched Sakura's retreating form. She fought well, Sai said quietly. Naruto glanced at him, surprised. Yeah, she did. They stood in silence, two boys who had learned to fight together, and watched the aftermath of a battle that had ended not with a bang, but with a whisper. The finals continued, but something had changed. Something had shifted in the air, in the hearts of those who watched, in the soul of Team 7. And no one, not Naruto, not Sakura, not even the shadows watching from the darkness, could predict what would come next. The arena had grown quiet after Sakura's surrender, the crowd murmuring amongst themselves, processing what they had witnessed. The medical ninja had attended to the battered kunoichi, and she had been escorted to the recovery area, her head held high despite her defeat. Now, the attention of the spectators shifted to the remaining competitors, to the next match on the docket, to the uncertain future that stretched before them. Naruto stood at the railing of the competitor's platform, his onyx eyes fixed on the arena floor. His body still ached from his own battle, his chakra still sluggish from Neji's gentle fist, but his mind was clear, focused. He had won. He had proven that hard work could triumph over talent, that destiny was not absolute, that a failure could become something more. But the exams were not over. There were other battles to be fought, other victories to be claimed. He glanced over his shoulder at Shikamaru, who was slumped against the railing, his eyes half closed, his expression one of profound inconvenience. Get up, Shikamaru, Naruto said, his voice carrying a hint of exasperation. You're next. Shikamaru did not move. Did not open his eyes. Did not even acknowledge that he had heard. I think I will quit, he said, his voice muffled by his arms. It's too troublesome. All that fighting, all that effort. It's not worth it. I'd rather take a nap. Naruto's eye twitched. You can't be serious. Deadly serious. Shikamaru. Gah. The shout came from behind them, and before anyone could react, a blur of blonde hair and iron fury launched itself at the slouching Nara heir. Temari, having just ascended to the platform after her victory, had overheard Shikamaru's words, and her patience, already worn thin by his earlier comments, had snapped. Her foot connected with Shikamaru's backside, sending him tumbling over the railing and down toward the arena floor. Shikamaru landed ungracefully, face first, his body sprawled across the packed earth in a tangle of limbs and fabric. For a moment, he did not move. Then, slowly, he shifted, adjusting his position, finding a more comfortable angle. He did not get up. He simply lay there, his cheek pressed against the dirt, his eyes closed, his breathing even. Naruto stared down at him, his expression caught somewhere between disbelief and reluctant admiration. Did he just decide to take a nap? In the middle of the arena. Temari crossed her arms, her fan resting against her back, her blue eyes fixed on the prone figure below. Lazy bum. He deserved that. Kankuro shook his head, a grin spreading across his painted face. I almost feel bad for him. Almost. Genma looked down at Shikamaru's sprawled form, then up at the competitor's platform, then back down at Shikamaru. His senbon bobbed as he sighed. Will the competitors please take their positions? He called, his voice carrying a note of weary resignation. Shikamaru did not move. Genma sighed again. Nara Shikamaru. Aburame Shino. The match will begin whether you are ready or not. From the opposite side of the arena, Shino Aburame walked onto the packed earth, his footsteps silent, his presence almost ghostly. His high collar obscured the lower half of his face, his dark glasses reflected the morning light, and his posture was one of patient, absolute stillness. He stopped at the center of the arena, facing Shikamaru's prone form, and waited. The crowd grew restless. Whispers spread through the stands. What's he doing? Is he asleep? This is disgraceful. But Shikamaru seemed not to hear. Or if he did not care. Finally, with a groan that seemed to come from the depths of his soul, Shikamaru pushed himself up. He dusted off his vest, stretched his arms above his head, and yawned. Troublesome, he muttered. So troublesome. He walked toward Shino, his hands in his pockets, his posture relaxed, his expression one of mild annoyance. He stopped a few feet from the Aburame heir and looked him up and down. Insect guy, Shikamaru said. You're going to be a pain to fight, aren't you? Shino tilted his head. That is a matter of perspective. I find insects to be quite manageable. Shikamaru sighed. Of course you do. Genma raised his hand. Begin. Neither combatant moved. Shikamaru stood with his hands in his pockets, his shadow pooling at his feet, his eyes half closed. Shino stood with his arms at his sides, his kikaichu stirring beneath his clothing, his expression unreadable. The crowd watched, confused, as seconds stretched into minutes. This was not the explosive action they had come to expect. This was something else, a battle of patience, of positioning, of psychological warfare. Shikamaru was the first to break the stalemate. He shifted his weight, just slightly, and his shadow stretched across the packed earth, creeping toward Shino's feet. Shino noticed. His insects noticed. They began to emerge from his sleeves, a dark cloud of chakra-eating beetles that buzzed with quiet menace. Shikamaru's shadow paused. If it touched the insects, the kikaichu would absorb the chakra that powered the technique, and the shadow would dissolve. He needed to reach Shino himself, not his swarm. Troublesome, Shikamaru thought. Very troublesome. He changed tactics. Instead of sending his shadow directly at Shino, he spread it wide, creating a fan of darkness that forced Shino to retreat, to circle, to keep his distance. The insects followed, spreading with their master, maintaining their protective screen. Shikamaru's mind raced, calculating angles, predicting movements, simulating possibilities. He had to get past the swarm. He had to reach Shino. He had to. There. A gap. A momentary lapse in the insect screen as Shino adjusted his position. Shikamaru's shadow shot forward, slipping through the gap, touching Shino's heel. Kujime no Jutsu, Shikamaru said quietly. Shadow imitation technique. Shino froze, his body mirroring Shikamaru's relaxed posture. His insects buzzed around him, confused, leaderless. The crowd gasped. Shikamaru took a step forward, and Shino's body followed, his legs moving against his will. Another step. Another. I have him, Shikamaru thought. I can walk him out of the arena. I can end this without throwing a single punch. But even as the thought formed, he felt the drain on his chakra. Maintaining the shadow imitation was not effortless, it required concentration, energy, will. And Shino was not struggling. He was simply waiting. He knows I can't hold this forever, Shikamaru realized. He's waiting for me to exhaust myself. He's waiting for me to make a mistake. Shikamaru's jaw tightened. He could force the issue, walk Shino to the edge, push him over, claim victory. But the insects were still there, still buzzing, still hungry. If he got too close, they would attack. If he lost concentration, they would swarm. This is pointless, Shikamaru thought. Even if I win, I'll be too exhausted to fight the next match. And I don't even want to be here. He released the jutsu. Shino stumbled, caught off guard by the sudden release of pressure. His insects swarmed around him, protective, alert. Shikamaru raised his hand. I forfeit, he said, his voice carrying across the arena. It's too troublesome. The crowd erupted, not with cheers, but with boos, whistles, catcalls. The spectators had come to see battles, to witness courage, to watch young shinobi risk everything for glory. They had not come to see a lazy genius give up because he couldn't be bothered. Disgraceful. Coward. Get off the arena. Shikamaru did not flinch, did not turn, did not acknowledge the crowd's anger. He simply walked toward the tunnel, his hands in his pockets, his expression unchanged. Shino watched him go, his insects settling around him, his expression unreadable. Aburame Shino advances to the next round, Genma announced, his voice cutting through the noise. Nara Shikamaru is eliminated. The boos continued, but Shikamaru did not look back. Naruto watched Shikamaru's retreating form, his expression conflicted. Part of him wanted to be angry, to shout at the lazy genius, to demand an explanation, to shake him until he understood how much this opportunity meant. But another part of him understood. Shikamaru had never wanted to be a shinobi. He had never dreamed of glory or power or recognition. He had been pushed into this life by expectations, by tradition, by the weight of his clan's legacy. And he had decided, in his own quiet way, that he would not let those expectations define him. Troublesome, Naruto muttered, shaking his head. Sai glanced at him. What? Nothing. Naruto turned away from the arena, his thoughts already moving to the next match. Just nothing. Temari watched Shikamaru disappear into the tunnel, her blue eyes narrowed. She had kicked him off the platform. She had called him a lazy bum. But watching him walk away, his head held high despite the boos, she felt something she had not expected. Respect, she realized. I respect him. She shook her head and turned back to the arena. The echoes of Shikamaru's surrender had barely faded from the arena walls when Genma stepped forward to announce the next match. He consulted his scroll, his senbon bobbing as he sighed, already weary of the day's events. Sai of Konoha versus Kankuro of the Sand, he called, his voice carrying across the packed stands. Before anyone could react, before Sai could step forward or Kankuro could unfurl his puppet, the Suna ninja threw his hands in the air. I quit, Kankuro shouted, his voice echoing through the arena. His painted face split into a wide, obvious grin, his eyes darting away from Sai's direction. This Sai guy looks tough. Too tough for me. I'm out. The crowd erupted in a chorus of boos, whistles, catcalls. The spectators had endured Shikamaru's lazy forfeit, and now this, a second surrender in as many matches. The tension that had built throughout the day frayed into frustration. Boo. Boo. What is this, a surrender convention? Fight, coward. Kankuro did not flinch. He simply shrugged, folded his arms, and walked back toward the competitor's platform, his puppet bouncing against his back. His smile did not waver, though those who knew him could see the calculation behind it. the strategic withdrawal, the preservation of strength for battles that mattered more than this one. Genma pinched the bridge of his nose beneath his bandana. He had been a proctor for some exams. He had seen forfeits before. But 2 in a row, both leaving the crowd hungry for blood. He was at his wit's end. Fine, Genma muttered, shaking his head. He raised his voice, addressing the arena. Sai advances to the next round. He will face Tamari of the Sand. On the competitor's platform, Temari's eye twitched. She glanced at her brother, who offered a sheepish grin. What? Kankuro said, spreading his hands. I'm saving my strength. You're embarrassing our village, Tamari replied flatly. Kankuro shrugged again. Genma consulted his scroll once more, his eyes scanning the remaining names. The next match had been anticipated since the brackets were announced, the clash that everyone had come to see. Sabaku no Gaara vs Uzumaki Naruto, Genma announced. The crowd, which had been grumbling and restless, fell silent. In the cage's box, the cage leaned forward slightly, his fingers steepled, his expression one of cold satisfaction. It seems it's my son against the Sharingan user. A fitting match for the finals. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slowly, his aged eyes fixed on the arena floor. Yes, this should be quite a match. Neither cage mentioned the tension that crackled between their villages. Neither acknowledged the conspiracy that lurked beneath the surface of these exams. They simply watched, and waited, and prepared for the storm to come. On the competitor's platform, Gaara opened his eyes. He had been still for so long that some had forgotten he was there, a statue of pale skin and red hair, wrapped in darkness and silence. But now he moved, and the air around him seemed to grow heavy, thick with the weight of his presence. Sand swirled at his feet, rising in a spiral around his body. It lifted him, cradled him, and then he was gone, disappearing in a vortex of grit and dust, only to reappear in the center of the arena in another swirl of sand. The grains settled around him, forming a loose circle, a barrier between himself and the world. His arms were crossed, his gourd rested against his back, and his eyes, those pale blue eyes, ringed with dark circles, were fixed on the platform above. He was waiting. On the platform, Naruto watched Gaara's descent with steady onyx eyes. The Sharingan was dormant, the curse mark was quiet, and his body still ached from his battle with Neji. But none of that mattered now. This was the fight he had been waiting for, the challenge he had issued in the forest of death, the opponent who radiated bloodlust like a furnace radiated heat. Without a word, Naruto stepped onto the railing and jumped. He did not use sand to cushion his landing. He did not swirl in a dramatic vortex. He simply fell, his body cutting through the air, his staff secured against his back. He landed on the packed earth with a soft thud, his knees bending to absorb the impact, his sandals pressing into the dirt without scattering debris. It was a simple landing. Humble. Controlled. Gaara's eyes tracked him, unblinking. Kiba leaned forward in his seat, his hands gripping the railing, his eyes wide. Damn, Naruto is up against that Gaara guy. The one who crushed that sound ninja like he was nothing. Beside him, Akamaru whimpered softly, pressing against Kiba's leg. Sakura arrived from the medical bay, her arm wrapped in fresh bandages, her expression weary but focused. She slipped into an empty seat and looked down at the arena, her green eyes finding Naruto's small form standing across from the red-haired killer. Oh, she breathed, the word carrying a universe of worry. Ino, sitting a few seats away, crossed her arms and spoke the words that hung in everyone's mind. He killed his last opponent. Just crushed him, like he was nothing. Everyone looked at her. Ino shrugged, her expression defensive. What? Someone had to say it. Tenten, seated beside Lee, kept her dark eyes fixed on the arena. Her voice was quiet, almost a whisper. I wonder if he will win. She did not say who he was. She did not need to. Lee's hands clenched on his knees. His body was still recovering from his own battle, his chakra still rebuilding, but his spirit burned as bright as ever. Naruto-kun is strong. He defeated Neji and me. He can defeat anyone. Hinata sat in the row behind them, her pale hands folded in her lap, her eyes fixed on Naruto's silhouette. She did not speak. She simply watched, and prayed, and hoped. The stage was set. The arena was silent. The battle that everyone had been waiting for was about to begin. In the Jonin section, Asuma Sarutobi leaned forward, his cigarette forgotten between his fingers, his dark eyes fixed on the arena floor. The weight of what was about to unfold pressed against his chest like a physical force. Asuma, Kurenai said quietly, her crimson eyes not leaving the arena, are you sure Naruto should face Gaara? After what that boy did to his last opponent. Asuma did not answer immediately. He took a slow drag from his cigarette, exhaled a stream of smoke, and finally spoke. It's not about whether he should, Asuma said. It's about whether he can. Kakashi, seated beside them, did not look away from the arena. His visible eye was fixed on Naruto, on the set of his shoulders, the calm of his breathing, the absolute focus in his posture. Naruto is stronger than you realize, Asuma, Kakashi said, his voice quiet but certain. Stronger than any of you realize. Asuma raised an eyebrow but said nothing. He had seen Naruto fight in the preliminaries, had watched him defeat Neji, had witnessed the raw power and determination that burned within the boy. But this was different. Gaara was not Neji. Kakashi's eye curved slightly. Just watch. Genma stood between the two combatants, his senbon balanced on his lip, his eyes moving from Gaara's impassive face to Naruto's steady gaze. The tension between them was palpable, a living thing that crackled in the air like static before a storm. Gaara stood with his arms crossed, his posture relaxed, almost bored. His gourd rested against his back, its contents shifting restlessly, responding to his subconscious will. His pale blue eyes, ringed with dark circles that spoke of sleepless nights and endless hunger, were fixed on Naruto with an intensity that made the air around him feel heavy. Naruto stood with his hands at his sides, his staff secured against his back. His onyx eyes were calm, focused, betraying none of the fear that had plagued him in earlier battles. He had faced death before. He had watched his brother die. He would not flinch now. Genma stepped back, raising his hand. Start, he said. He sliced his hand down and jumped back, putting distance between himself and the combatants. Naruto's hand shot to his back, fingers closing around the familiar wood of his staff. He pulled it free in a fluid motion, the weapon spinning once before settling into a combat stance. His eyes flared crimson, the Sharingan activating, 3 tomo spinning into existence in each iris. Gaara's eyes narrowed slightly. His sand stirred at his feet, responding to his rising anticipation. For a long moment, neither moved. They simply looked at each other, Sharingan eyes meeting teal, predator assessing predator. The crowd held its breath. The wind, which had been blowing steadily all morning, seemed to pause, as if even nature was waiting to see what would happen next. Then Naruto moved. He rushed at Gaara, his body flickering side to side, his footsteps light and unpredictable. The Sharingan tracked every micro-movement of Gaara's body, the tension in his shoulders, the shift of his weight, the subtle twitch of his fingers. But Gaara was not moving. He was simply standing, waiting, letting his sand do the work. Naruto closed the distance and slammed his staff toward Gaara's chest. Sand erupted from the gourd, forming a wall between them. The staff struck the barrier with a dull thud, the impact absorbed, the attack neutralized. Kankuro, watching from the competitor's platform, allowed himself a small smirk. Gaara's defense has never been breached. Not once. Not by anyone. The sand around Naruto's feet began to writhe, tendrils reaching for his ankles, his calves, his knees. But Naruto was already moving, his feet light, his body twisting. He danced between the grasping tendrils, never staying in one place long enough for the sand to get a grip. Gaara's voice was flat, emotionless. You are going to die, Uzumaki. Naruto did not respond. He channeled lightning chakra through his staff, the blue-white energy crackling along the wood, leaping between the steel caps. He drew his arm back and hurled the weapon like a javelin, straight at Gaara's chest. The sand moved to block, forming a dense barrier between Gaara and the incoming projectile. But the staff passed through the sand. Gaara's eyes widened slightly, the first genuine emotion he had shown. The staff had not been deflected. It had not been slowed. The lightning chakra surrounding it had created a field that repelled the sand, pushing the grains apart, carving a path through the defense. Gaara's hand shot up, catching the staff just before it could pierce his chest. The lightning discharged. Electricity arced through Gaara's body, making him jerk, his muscles spasming. It was not enough to cause serious harm. Gaara's sand armor absorbed most of the shock, but it was enough to distract him. Enough to create an opening. Naruto closed the distance again, his body a blur. He sent a punch toward Gaara's face, the blow enhanced by chakra, powerful enough to crack stone. Sand rose to block it. He followed with a kick aimed at Gaara's ribs. More sand, more blocking. I need a way past this sand, Naruto thought, his mind racing. I can't keep this up forever. Gaara swung the captured staff at Naruto's head. Naruto ducked, the weapon whistling past his ear, and jumped back, creating distance. Gaara extended his hand, and a pillar of sand erupted from the ground, rushing toward Naruto like a living serpent. Naruto backflipped, the sand chasing him, nipping at his heels. He flipped again, and again, each evasion bringing him closer to the arena wall. The sand was fast, faster than he had anticipated, and it was hurting him, cutting off his escape routes. His back touched the wall. He backflipped onto the stone, his feet sticking to the surface with chakra, his body parallel to the ground. He ran sideways along the wall, the sand still chasing him, a river of brown fury that would not be denied. The sand almost caught him. He jumped sideways off the wall, his body arcing through the air, his hands already forming seals. He landed gracefully on the packed earth, his knees bending to absorb the impact, and took a deep breath. Futon. Kyoshu Kukuden. Wind release. Concussive air ball. He exhaled, and a sphere of compressed air shot from his lips, slamming into the pursuing sand. The kinetic energy scattered the grains, sending them flying in all directions, buying Naruto precious seconds. He made a beeline for Gaara. Behind him, the scattered sand began to reform, the grains pulling themselves together, the tendrils regrowing. Gaara gestured, and the sand in his gourd erupted, a massive wave of brown fury that rushed toward the incoming Naruto. Naruto skidded to a halt, his sandals scraping against the packed earth, and jumped straight up. Whump! The sound was enormous, the sound of two massive walls of sand slamming together, crushing the space where Naruto had been standing. Naruto landed next to Gaara, inside his guard. He sent a punch toward Gaara's face, a blow that should have connected, should have sent the red-haired killer reeling. His fist passed through the sand. Gaara's defense had adapted. The sand was no longer a wall before him, it was a skin, a second layer that covered his body, that absorbed impacts, that protected him from harm. Naruto's punch had gone through the outer layer, but the inner layer had held. And now the sand was closing around his arm. Naruto grabbed his staff from Gaara's loosened grip and forcefully retracted his hand, pulling free of the grasping sand with a grunt of effort. Meanwhile at the stands, Kankuro's smirk had vanished. His painted face was pale, his eyes wide. What? His fist passed through Gaara's sand defense. That's never happened before. Tamari was equally shocked, her hand frozen on her fan. How is he doing this? No one has ever pushed Gaara like this. No one. On the competitor's platform, Temari's eyes were fixed on Naruto, her mind racing. She had seen Gaara fight countless times, had watched him crush, maim, and kill without ever breaking a sweat. But this boy, this Uzumaki Naruto, was making Gaara work. Gaara looked at Naruto, and for the first time, shock was evident in his pale teal eyes. His sand had always protected him. Always. It had never failed, never been breached, never been tested like this. Who is this boy? Gaara wondered. What is he? He thrust his hand forward, and tendrils of sand lunged at Naruto, thick, fast, relentless. Naruto spun, his staff becoming a blur. He slammed it into the first tendril, and the sand exploded, grains scattering across the arena. He kicked the second tendril, his chakra-enhanced legs scattering it like dust. He landed, and two more tendrils flanked him from both sides. He jumped onto the left tendril, using it as a launch platform, and punched the right tendril with all his strength. It shattered, sand raining down around him. While he was still in midair, Gaara launched two more pillars of sand, thicker than before, faster than before. Naruto swung his staff with all his might, the wood cutting through the first pillar, scattering it. He used the second pillar as a stepping stone, his foot pressing against the sand for just a moment before he pushed off, diving toward Gaara, his fist cocked back. Gaara's sand hardened, forming a dense shell around his body. Naruto's punch connected. Crack. The shell cracked, a spiderweb of fissures spreading across its surface. But it did not break. Naruto backflipped away, landing in a crouch, his breathing slightly faster. Gaara's lips curved into something that was not quite a smile. His eyes, once flat and empty, began to gleam with a manic light. "Good, Uzumaki," Gaara said, his voice low, almost reverent. "Your blood shall satisfy me when I inevitably spill it." He thrust both hands forward, and several thicker sand tendrils, each one as thick as a tree trunk, lunged at Naruto. Naruto put his staff on his back, holding it in place with a subconscious thread of chakra, and began to move. He danced between the first tendrils, his body twisting, his feet never stopping. He jumped onto a third tendril, using it as a springboard, his hands already forming seals even as he soared through the air. Kaden. The rest of his words were drowned out by the roar of the sand. He exhaled, and a near-white fireball erupted from his lips, smaller than the one he had used against Neji, but hotter, denser, more concentrated. The fireball passed through one of the sand tendrils without slowing down, the intense heat vaporizing the grains on contact. Gaara recalled his sand, pulling it back, forming a dense barrier before him. Naruto landed, his chest heaving, his chakra reserves beginning to feel the strain of maintaining his boosted speed and strength. "I can't maintain this level of chakra output for long," he thought, his eyes fixed on Gaara's barrier. "I need to end this soon." Kakashi's visible eye was fixed on Naruto, tracking every movement, every technique, every subtle shift in his chakra. "I see," he murmured. "This wouldn't be possible for a normal genin." Kurenai glanced at him, her brow furrowed. "What?" Kakashi did not look away from the arena. "He's using most of his chakra to boost his strength and speed. His blows are precise and powerful because he's constantly reinforcing his muscles, his tendons, his bones. It's a Jonin-level technique, something that requires immense chakra reserves and even greater control." Asuma's cigarette had burned down to the filter, but he did not seem to notice. "What? That's insane. Most shinobi can't maintain that kind of output for more than a few seconds." Kakashi's eye curved slightly. "Naruto is not most shinobi." Hinata's Byakugan was active, the veins at her temples bulging as she watched Naruto's chakra system. She could see everything, the dense, swirling energy within his core, the massive amount of chakra flowing through his tenketsu as he reinforced his body for combat. "Naruto-kun is using so much chakra," she breathed, her pale eyes wide. So much. She had known, intellectually, that Naruto's reserves were vast. But seeing it, watching the torrent of energy flow through his system, knowing that any other genin would have collapsed from exhaustion minutes ago, was something else entirely. In the shadows of the upper galleries, disguised as an Anbu operative, Kabuto watched the battle with hungry eyes. His glasses glinted in the dim light, and his lips curved into a smile that was not quite human. What physical talent Naruto-kun has, Kabuto thought, his mind cataloging every technique, every movement, every desperate gambit. Orochimaru-sama chose well, very well indeed. The arena had become a war zone of sand and shadow. The packed earth was scarred with craters and furrows, the walls bore cracks from errant strikes, and the air was thick with dust and tension. Naruto's chest heaved with each breath, his lungs burning, his muscles screaming. The Sharingan still spun in his crimson eyes, tracking every movement of the sand, every twitch of Gaara's fingers, every shift of the relentless tide. The remaining tendrils were thicker than before, denser, faster, more aggressive. Gaara was no longer testing. He was hunting. Naruto channeled wind chakra through his staff, the wood humming with concussive force. He jumped to the side, dodging a tendril that lunged for his chest, the sand scraping against his jacket. He slammed his staff into another tendril, the concussive force scattering it into a cloud of dust. His Sharingan caught a glimpse of movement behind him, just a flicker, just a shadow. He twisted, bringing his staff up to smack the tendril away. Shrub. The sound was not the crack of wood against sand. It was the sound of something breaking, something that had been pushed too far, stressed too many times, asked to endure beyond its limits. Naruto's staff snapped. The wood split cleanly in two, the pieces tumbling through the air, the steel caps clattering against the ground. For a moment, Naruto simply stared at the broken halves in his hands, disbelief flickering across his features. Wah! Gah! The moment of distraction was all the sand needed. A tendril slammed into Naruto's chest, lifting him off his feet, hurling him across the arena. He crashed into the wall with a sickening crack, the impact driving the air from his lungs. Sand pressed against him, pinning him in place, crushing him against the stone. Sakura shot to her feet in the stands, her voice tearing from her throat. Naruto. Kakashi's visible eye narrowed, his hand twitching toward his kunai pouch before he forced it still. Not yet, he told himself. Not yet. Gaara's hand extended, his fingers curling into a fist. Sabaku Q. Sand coffin. The sand around Naruto began to constrict, pressing inward, seeking to crush him, to pulverize him, to paint the wall red. Poof. The sand closed on empty space. A cloud of smoke billowed outward, and when it cleared, Naruto was gone, replaced by a log, splintered and broken, that had been caught in the sand's grip. Naruto stood on the wall, 20 feet above the arena floor, his feet stuck to the stone with chakra. His chest heaved, his body trembled, and his crimson eyes, still spinning, still tracking, stared down at Gaara with undiminished defiance. My body can't handle this level of chakra output, Naruto thought, feeling the strain in his muscles, the ache in his bones, the sluggishness of his chakra. I have to stall somehow. Flashback, 15 days ago, the training ground. Naruto arrived at their usual training spot to find Jiraiya already there, or rather, to find Jiraiya's feet protruding from a bush at the edge of the clearing. The bush overlooked a bend in the river where, as usual, women had gathered to swim and play. Their laughter drifted through the air, light and carefree, utterly oblivious to the white-haired old man peeping at them through a collapsible scope. Ah, yes, Jiraiya murmured, his voice thick with appreciation. Move it like that. Yes, just like. Naruto cleared his throat loudly. Jiraiya's head snapped up, his face shifting from lecherous glee to practiced innocence in the span of a heartbeat. Ah, Naruto. Come, join your sensei in spotting some real talent. Naruto crossed his arms, his expression flat, unimpressed. Pervy sensei. The title was delivered with barely contained exasperation. 15 days. 15 days of chakra control exercises, taijutsu drills, and physical conditioning that left him collapsed and gasping every evening. 15 days of watching Jiraiya, research, instead of training. It's been 15 days, Naruto continued, his voice rising. So far, all you've made me do is chakra control and taijutsu on top of hard physical exercises. I get that those are important, but can you at least teach me something other than what I've been doing? Jiraiya raised his scope again, peering through it at the river. Naruto's eye twitched. Finally, with a sigh that seemed to come from the depths of his perverted soul, Jiraiya lowered his scope and closed it. He turned to face Naruto, his expression shifting from lecherous to serious in a way that was almost jarring. Okay, Jiraiya said. Learn to be patient, brat. In combat, you have to be calm. Calculating. You can't let frustration cloud your judgment. Naruto stared at him, unimpressed. That's common sense. Fine. Jiraiya rose from his prone position, dusting off his robes. He crossed his massive arms over his chest and fixed Naruto with a steady gaze. I haven't been doing all that for nothing. I want to teach. No, not teach. I want to change how you use a certain chakra technique. Naruto's eyebrows rose. Go on. Naruto nodded. This was basic knowledge, something he had been doing instinctively for months, though perhaps not with the efficiency Jiraiya was implying. Well, Jiraiya continued, high-level shinobi, such as myself, can use that technique for longer periods of time. But it burns through chakra like a fire through dry grass. That's why we only use it a handful of times in a fight, in short bursts. He paused, letting the words sink in. And then there's you. You have large, if not insane, chakra reserves. The chakra control I've been emphasizing will let you use the technique efficiently. And if you master it, he grinned, you will be a terrifying opponent in close quarters. Naruto's eyes widened slightly. Really? You want me to hit harder? Don't say it like that. Jiraiya shook his head. Kids these days, that technique will let you end fights with a few hits. But to use it, you need to increase your body's chakra output. This technique requires a strong body to attempt, and at your current level, you can only maintain it for a few moments before your body can't handle the strain. Naruto's brow furrowed. Isn't that the 8 gates? No. Jiraiya shook his head. This technique uses the chakra your body already has access to, the chakra that flows through your tenketsu every moment of every day. You just have to channel high amounts of it constantly through both your tenketsu and your muscles. It's about control, not about breaking limits. Naruto was unimpressed. And how powerful is that? And wouldn't I just be wasting chakra? Jiraiya's grin widened. Okay. Now try it. Come at me. End flashback. The arena floor, present. Naruto clung to the wall, his chest heaving, his body trembling. The strain of maintaining his chakra output had taken its toll, his muscles ached, his chakra was sluggish, and the broken halves of his staff lay on the arena floor below, useless. I need to stall, Naruto thought, his Sharingan tracking Gaara's movements. Somehow. Until my body recovers, I'll have to use normal attacks. Conserve my chakra. Wait for an opening. Below him, Gaara's sand shifted restlessly, tendrils writhing like serpents. The red-haired killer's pale blue eyes were fixed on Naruto with an intensity that bordered on madness. The battle was reaching a high point. The crowd held its breath. And somewhere in the shadows, the true architects of this chaos watched and waited for the moment when the mask would finally slip. Chapter 22. Chapter 8, Invasion I. The arena had become a crucible of chaos and terror. What had begun as a celebration of skill and determination had transformed, in the span of a heartbeat, into a battlefield. The air, once thick with anticipation, was now heavy with the metallic scent of blood and the acrid tang of fear. Gaara's voice cut through the din like a blade. Enough. The word was not shouted. It was spoken, low, guttural, vibrating with a malice that seemed to emanate from somewhere deeper than the boy's throat. And as it echoed across the arena, the temperature seemed to drop. The light seemed to dim. The very air seemed to grow heavy with something ancient and hungry. Malicious chakra flooded the stadium. It was not like the killing intent that Jonin radiated, the focused pressure designed to intimidate and paralyze. This was something else entirely. This was a tidal wave of raw, undiluted hatred, pressing against every consciousness in the stands, seeking purchase, seeking fear, seeking blood. Gaara's eyes transformed. The pale blue, ringed with dark circles, shifted to a glowing gold. His pupils narrowed, becoming vertical slits, cross-shaped, inhuman, the eyes of something that had never been fully human. Sand began to swirl around him, not in the controlled tendrils he had used against Naruto, but in a chaotic, spiraling vortex that seemed to respond to his rising hysteria. He laughed. The sound was not the chuckle of a confident fighter or the grim laugh of a seasoned warrior. It was the cackle of something unhinged, something that had been caged too long and had finally broken free. Mother will have blood today. Gaara screamed, his voice cracking with manic glee. Blood, blood, blood. In the cage's box. In the elevated box overlooking the arena, the cage watched Gaara's transformation with cold, calculating eyes. His expression did not change. His posture did not shift. He simply observed, as if this were all according to plan. Beside him, Hiruzen leaned forward, his aged eyes fixed on the chaos unfolding below. What is the meaning of this? He demanded. Your son is. He did not finish the sentence. The cage moved. His hand shot out, not in an attack, but in a signal, a subtle gesture, a flick of the fingers that could have been mistaken for an idle twitch. Below, in the shadows of the arena, Kabuto received the message. He smiled. And then the feathers began to fall. They drifted down from the sky like snow, white, soft, almost beautiful. They settled on shoulders, on heads, on outstretched hands. And where they touched, consciousness began to fade. Civilians slumped in their seats, their eyes closing, their breathing evening out. Genin with weak resistance to genjutsu followed moments later, their bodies going limp, their heads lolling. The stands, which had been a sea of chaos and terror, grew quiet as wave after wave of sleep claimed the unprepared. But not everyone fell. Sakura's hands formed the half-ram seal, her chakra surging through her system, breaking the illusion before it could fully take hold. Beside her, Shino's insects stirred, their collective consciousness resisting the foreign chakra. Sai's painted smile faltered for just a moment before his training asserted itself, his mind clearing. They stood amid the sleeping, their eyes fixed on the horror unfolding below. The cage's box erupted. The explosion was not loud, it was absolute. A sphere of fire and force expanded outward from the box, consuming wood and stone and flesh in an instant. The shockwave rippled across the arena, rattling the walls, cracking the stands, sending debris raining down on the unconscious spectators. When the smoke cleared, the box was gone. In its place stood two figures, one old, one young, locked in a tableau of betrayal. The cage held a kunai to the Hokage's throat, the blade pressed against the weathered skin, not yet drawing blood but promising death with every breath. And then the cage's face began to melt. The skin shifted, reformed. The hat fell away, revealing long, dark hair. The robes seemed to dissolve, replaced by a simple gray tunic and pants. The eyes, those cold, calculating eyes, remained the same, but the face around them transformed into something familiar. Something terrible. See you. The laugh was unmistakable, a sibilant, mocking sound that had haunted Konoha for decades. Surprise, sensei. Orochimaru's voice was soft, almost gentle, as if he were greeting an old friend at a reunion rather than holding a blade to his throat. His golden eyes, slit-pupilled and hungry, gleamed with amusement. Hiruzen did not flinch, did not struggle. He simply looked at the man who had been his student, his prodigy, his greatest disappointment. Orochimaru, he said, the name falling from his lips like a stone into still water. There was no surprise in his voice, only a weary acceptance, as if he had been expecting this moment for years. Today, Orochimaru continued, his smile widening, will be the last day of the Hidden Leaf. And your life. Hiruzen met his gaze steadily. So this is your plan, Orochimaru. Invasion, betrayal, massacre. Orochimaru's laugh was soft, almost affectionate. See you. Sensei always was perceptive. The arena floor, chaos reigned. Sand Ninja, who had been seated among the spectators, threw off their disguises and drew their weapons. Konoha shinobi, who had been caught off guard by the sudden betrayal, scrambled to defend themselves. Steel clashed against steel. Blood sprayed across the packed earth. The arena, which had been a stage for competition, became a battlefield. Sand rushed at Naruto, a tidal wave of brown fury that sought to swallow him whole. He was still on the wall, his feet stuck to the stone, his body still recovering from the strain of his earlier output. What's going on here? Naruto's mind raced, trying to process the chaos unfolding around him. Sand Ninja are attacking. What? He didn't have time to worry about that. The sand was coming, fast, relentless. He made the cross seal, and a shadow clone materialized beside him on the wall. Together, they formed seals, their hands moving in perfect synchronization, their chakra flowing in harmony. Kaden, Ruka no Jutsu. Fire release, Dragon Flame Jutsu, said Naruto and his clone. They exhaled, and twin streams of fire erupted from their mouths, narrow, focused, blazing with intense heat. The streams met in the air, merging into a single, concentrated lance of flame that struck the center of the oncoming sand wave. Swoosh. The sound was not the roar of fire, but the hiss of sand turning to glass. The heat was so intense, so focused, that the grains in the center of the wave melted, fused, transformed into a solid, translucent barrier. The rest of the wave parted around it, crashing harmlessly against the walls. Naruto jumped. He launched himself from the wall, his body arcing through the air, and smashed through the glass barrier he had created. Shards rained down around him, glinting in the light, but he did not slow. He landed on the arena floor, his knees bending to absorb the impact, his eyes already scanning for his next threat. He looked down at his neck. The curse mark had spread. Not all the way, not the full 9 lines, but one of them had detached from the circle, crawling down his shoulder like a serpent of black and orange. A faint, orange-red aura seeped from the mark, curling around his arm like smoke. I lost focus on my chakra for a second, Naruto thought, his jaw tightening. And I used that power. He breathed in deeply, centering himself, forcing his chakra to still. The line on his shoulder hesitated, then slowly retreated, crawling back toward the circle at his neck. The aura faded, dissipating into the air like mist in the morning sun. I can't afford to lose control, Naruto told himself. Not now. Not with all of this. He looked around at the chaos, the sand ninja fighting Konoha shinobi, the unconscious spectators, the screaming and the blood and the fire. And he knew, with a certainty that settled into his bones like lead, that the Chunin exams were over. Temari and Kankuro landed beside Gaara, their sandals touching the packed earth in unison. The crowd of combatants seemed to part around them, instinct warning the wise to give the sand siblings a wide berth. Temari's voice was low, urgent. Gaara, you know what you have to do. The village. Get back, Gaara interrupted, his voice flat, emotionless. He did not look at her. His eyes, those gold, cross-pupiled eyes, were fixed on Naruto, who was still recovering from the shattered glass and the retreating curse mark. Or I'll kill you. Temari's jaw tightened, but she did not argue. She knew that tone. She knew the madness that lurked behind those eyes. She stepped back, her hand resting on her fan, ready to intervene if necessary but unwilling to provoke. Kankuro shook his head, his painted face grim. You know how Gaara is when he's like this. Let's just back him up from other threats. Temari nodded, her eyes scanning the chaos. Fine, but if he goes too far. He's already too far, Kankuro said quietly. Temari looked down. Gaara was still her brother. Sand was spreading across Gaara's body, crawling up his right arm, his right shoulder, the right side of his face. It was not the controlled defense he had used against Naruto, it was something else, something deeper, something that seemed to be consuming him from within. The sand hardened, forming a shell, a cocoon, a second skin. Genma, locked in combat with a random sand ninja, saw the transformation and understood immediately. He's planning on transforming into the One-Tails, Genma realized, his blood running cold. Right here, in the stadium, with all these civilians. He blocked a kunai swipe from the sand ninja, the steel screeching against his own blade. In the same motion, he reached up and plucked a senbon from his vest, driving it into the ninja's heart with surgical precision. The man's eyes widened, his mouth opening in a silent gasp, and Genma kicked him away, sending him crashing into a group of his comrades. Genma sprinted across the arena floor, dodging bodies and blades, until he reached Naruto. The boy was still standing near the wall, his broken staff halves at his feet, his crimson Sharingan scanning the chaos. His breathing was controlled, his posture ready, but Genma could see the exhaustion lurking beneath the surface. Look, kid, Genma said, his voice low and urgent. The Chunin exams are no more. This is an invasion. Your first mission, your only mission right now, is to lead Gaara of the Sand away from the village. He gestured at the transforming Jinchuriki. He's clearly locked on you. He's not going to stop until he has you. Use that. Let him out of here. I'll send backup as soon as I can. Naruto met Genma's eyes, his Sharingan spinning slowly. He did not argue. He did not ask questions. He simply nodded. He turned and rushed toward the wall. Gaara's golden eyes tracked Naruto's movement. The boy was running, fleeing, trying to escape. No, Gaara thought, his lips curling into a manic grin. You don't get to run. Not from me. Not from Mother. He gave chase. His sand formed a platform beneath his feet, lifting him off the ground, carrying him forward. The wind whipped past his face, but he did not feel it. He felt only the hunger, the anticipation, the promise of blood. A Konoha Chunin, young, inexperienced, promoted in the field out of desperation, stepped into Gaara's path. He raised his kunai, his hands trembling, his eyes wide with fear. Stop! The Chunin shouted. In the name of the Hokage, I. Gaara did not slow. His sand lashed out, a casual flick of his hand, and the Chunin was flung aside, crashing into a pile of debris. Gaara did not even bother to kill him. He wasn't worth the effort. He wasn't the target. Only Naruto mattered. Temari watched her brother disappear over the arena wall, her expression unreadable. Kankuro stood beside her, his puppet shifting restlessly on his back. He's going to destroy the village, Temari said quietly. Maybe, Kankuro replied. Or maybe that boy will stop him. Tamari looked at him, surprised. You think so? Kankuro shrugged. He pushed Gaara further than anyone ever has. Further than any of us ever could. He paused. Kakashi's hand crackled with lightning, the Chidori's distinctive chirp cutting through the chaos of battle. He drove it through the chest of a sand ninja who had been foolish enough to engage him in close quarters. The man convulsed once, twice, then went still. Kakashi withdrew his hand, the lightning fading, and spun to face his next opponent. He did not see the sound ninja creeping up behind him. Dynamic entry. A green blur descended from above, a leg wrapped in tight bandages swinging in a devastating arc. The sound ninja's eyes widened, but he had no time to dodge. The kick connected with his chest, sending him flying across the arena to crash against the stands wall with a sickening crunch. Guy landed beside Kakashi, his teeth flashing in a wide grin. It looks like I saved you, Kakashi. Kakashi's visible eye was flat. Huh, did you say something, Guy? Guy recoiled as if struck, clutching his chest. Curse your hip attitude, Kakashi. One day, you will acknowledge my youthfulness. Genma landed beside them, his chest heaving, his senbon still clutched between his fingers. I've sent Naruto away, he reported, his voice tight. The One-Tails Jinchuriki is after him. He needs backup. Kakashi nodded, his expression shifting from casual to focused. You, Guy, and the others protect the civilians here. I'll go find backup for him. Genma opened his mouth to respond, but Kakashi was already gone, a blur of motion that carried him across the arena floor. He kicked a sound ninja aside, the man's neck snapping with the force of the blow, and disappeared into the chaos. Asuma appeared beside Genma, his trench knives dripping blood. His cigarette had gone out, but he did not seem to notice. The Hokage? Asuma asked, his voice tight. Genma shook his head, still in the box with Orochimaru. The Anbu are trying to get to him, but there's a barrier. A strong one. Asuma's jaw tightened. Then we fight. We hold the line. We protect the village. Genma nodded. That's the plan. They turned back to the battle, their weapons ready, their resolve unbroken. The Sound 4, the barrier. A few moments earlier, as the chaos erupted across the arena and Sound Ninja clashed with Konoha's defenders, four figures detached themselves from the turmoil and moved with silent, coordinated purpose toward the cage's box. They wore the distinctive gray and blue of Otogakur, their forehead protectors engraved with the note of a music representing the Sound Village. They were the Sound 4, Orochimaru's guards. They did not engage the Anbu guards. They did not waste time with battle cries or posturing. They simply moved, forming a square around the box, positioning themselves at precise cardinal points, their hands already weaving through the intricate seals of a technique they had practiced until it was second nature. Shishienjin. 4 violet flames formation. Purple flames erupted from the ground at each corner of the square, rising high into the air, crackling with barely contained energy. The flames were not hot, they were absolute, a barrier of pure chakra that would burn any who touched it, that would resist any attempt to breach it, that would trap those within until the casters chose to release them. The Anbu guards, who had been rushing toward the box to protect the Hokage, skidded to a halt. One of them, a cat-masked operative, reached out to touch the barrier, and snatched his hand back with a hiss, the tips of his fingers smoking. "We can't get through," he reported, his voice tight. "It's a barrier jutsu. High level. We need to find the casters and—" He stopped. The casters were inside the barrier with the Hokage and the false cage. There was no way to reach them without breaching the flames. The Anbu exchanged glances, their training warring with their desperation. "Send word to the Jonin. We need to break this thing open." The world within the purple flames was quieter than the chaos outside. The sounds of battle, the clash of steel, the screams of the wounded, the roar of fire, were muffled, distant, as if heard through water. The light was tinged with violet, casting everything in an otherworldly glow. Hiruzen faced Orochimaru across the confined space of the destroyed cage's box. The debris of the explosion lay scattered around them, splintered wood, torn fabric, the remnants of the chairs where they had been sitting moments before. Orochimaru lunged, his kunai flashing. Hiruzen moved. Despite his age, despite the years that had slowed his body and dulled his reflexes, the third Hokage was still a shinobi of legendary skill. He sidestepped the thrust, his hand shooting out to grab Orochimaru's wrist. He twisted, using the younger man's momentum against him, and drove his fist into Orochimaru's chest with a force that cracked the ribs beneath. Thud. The sound was solid, satisfying, the sound of flesh meeting flesh, of bone straining against impact. But the Orochimaru he struck did not bleed. Did not cry out. Did not even stagger. The body dissolved into a pile of wet, clay-like mud, the kunai clattering to the ground. A mud clone, Hiruzen realized. Orochimaru's voice came from behind him, amused and admiring. You haven't lost your edge, sensei. I'm impressed. Hiruzen turned slowly, his hands raised in a defensive stance. He studied the man who had been his student, the prodigy who had surpassed all expectations, who had fallen from grace, who had returned to destroy everything he had once protected. Then, with deliberate, unhurried movements, Hiruzen reached up and unclasped his Hokage robes. The white and red fabric fell away, pooling at his feet. Beneath, he wore his battle attire, dark blue, functional, unadorned. The armor he had worn in the Great War, the armor that had seen him through countless battles, the armor that had earned him the title, God of Shinobi. He was no longer the Hokage, seated in judgment, weighed down by ceremony and expectation. He was Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shinobi of Konoha, and he would fight. Orochimaru's golden eyes gleamed. So you expected this, sensei? The barrier. The invasion. Me. Hiruzen settled into his stance, his hands open, his breathing controlled. It's never wrong to listen to one's gut, Orochimaru. He paused, his aged eyes meeting his former student's hungry gaze. I will fix the mistake I made years ago. The mistake of letting you live. Orochimaru's smile widened, revealing teeth that seemed too sharp, too numerous. You can try, sensei. You can certainly try. The purple flames crackled around them, sealing their fates together. Outside, the battle raged on. But within this cage of fire, a different war was about to begin, a war between master and student, between past and present, between the man who had built Konoha and the monster who sought to destroy it. While the Hokage engaged the snake Sannin within the cage of purple flames, the chaos outside continued to spread. The arena had become a war zone, Konoha shinobi fighting back-to-back against waves of sand and sound invaders, the unconscious bodies of civilians and genin lying in the stands, the air thick with smoke and the metallic scent of blood. Kakashi moved through the turmoil with practiced efficiency, his Sharingan flashing beneath his forehead protector, his hands never still. He dispatched a sound ninja with a palm strike to the throat, sidestepped a sand ninja's kunai, and continued his dash toward the genin area. His mind raced through contingencies, strategies, the locations of his students and their allies. Naruto is leading Gaara away from the village, he thought, leaping over a pile of debris. Sakura and the others should be regrouping near the eastern exit. I need to get them moving. Sakura stood at the center of a loose formation of young shinobi, her green eyes scanning the chaos with analytical precision. Her arms still ached from her match against Temari, and her chakra reserves were somewhat recovered, but she pushed the pain aside. There was no time for weakness. The others had gathered around her, some by design, some by accident, all drawn together by the instinct to survive. Shikamaru was slumped against a pillar, his eyes closed, his breathing even. To anyone who didn't know him, he looked like just another victim of the genjutsu. But Sakura had seen him stir when the fighting began, had noticed the subtle tension in his shoulders, the way his fingers twitched toward his kunai pouch. Shikamaru, Sakura said, her voice sharp. Wake up. We know you're not knocked out by the genjutsu. Shikamaru's eyes opened, reluctantly, slowly, as if the effort pained him. He sighed, long and suffering. Ah, man, he muttered, pushing himself upright. Bothersome kunoichi. Can't a guy get a moment of peace? Beside him, Hinata coughed, a wet, rattling sound that sprayed fine droplets of blood across her hand. She pressed her palm to her chest, her breathing labored. The injuries she had sustained against Neji had not fully healed, and the stress of the invasion was taking its toll. Shino, standing a few feet away, turned his hidden face toward her. Hinata, he said, his voice flat but not unkind. You should go to the medical bay. Your chakra levels are unstable, and your lungs are compromised. Hinata shook her head, her pale eyes fixed on the chaos below. How? The village is being attacked. Everyone is fighting. I can't just leave. Ino stood near Hinata, her hands clasped tightly in front of her, her knuckles white. Her blue eyes were wide, darting from one threat to another, her breath coming in short, sharp gasps. She was scared, terrified, even, but she did not run. She stayed, because staying was what shinobi did. Sai stood slightly apart from the others, his painted smile firmly in place, his dark eyes tracking the movements of the enemy shinobi with cold, analytical precision. He did not seem scared. He did not seem worried. He simply observed, cataloging, waiting. Kiba shifted impatiently, Akamaru growling from his perch on Kiba's head. "What do you think we should do?" he demanded, his voice carrying a note of frustration. "We can't just stand here while." A group of sound ninja materialized from the chaos, surrounding the young shinobi in a loose semicircle. Their weapons were drawn, their expressions hungry. "What do we have here?" one of them said, his voice dripping with mockery. "A bunch of kids playing ninja." Another grinned, revealing teeth filed to points. "Let's get 'em. Easy pickings." The sound ninja lunged. And froze. Every single one of them stopped mid-stride, their eyes glazing over, their weapons falling from nerveless fingers. They stood like statues, caught in a web of illusion they could not perceive, let alone break. Kurenai Yuhi stepped out from behind a pillar, her ruby eyes gleaming, her hands still raised from forming the seals of her genjutsu. The technique had been subtle, a simple misdirection that made the sound ninja see allies where there were enemies, enemies where there were allies. They would be trapped in their own confusion for minutes at least. Kiba's eyes widened. Kurenai sensei's genjutsu. Kurenai opened her mouth to respond, but before she could speak, a familiar figure landed beside her in a swirl of leaves. Kakashi straightened, his visible eye crinkling. Ma, you still haven't lost it, Kurenai." Kurenai's expression was flat. HMMN. Kakashi turned to face the gathered genin, his posture shifting from casual to commanding in the span of a heartbeat. The weight of his authority settled over them like a cloak. "Listen up, all of you," he said, his voice carrying despite the chaos. "Sai, Lee, Shikamaru, Shino, and Sakura, you're going after Naruto. He's leading Gaara away from the village. He needs backup." Ino's hand shot up. "Sensei, Hinata's not well. She can't." Kurenai stepped forward, her voice firm. "Kiba, Choji, and Ino, escort Hinata to the medical bay. The rest of you, do as Kakashi says." Hinata opened her mouth to protest, but another cough racked her body, and she thought better of it. Shino adjusted his glasses, his expression unreadable. "Excuse me, Kakashi-sensei. How will we locate Naruto?" Kakashi raised a hand, cutting him off. "I was getting to that." He brought his hands together, his fingers weaving through the familiar seals of the summoning technique. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram. Kuchio's no jutsu. Summoning technique. Poof. A cloud of smoke erupted around him, and when it cleared, a pack of dogs stood at his feet. They were not ordinary dogs, their fur was marked with the distinctive patterns of Ninken, their eyes were intelligent and alert, and their postures radiated the confidence of seasoned warriors. At their head stood a small, wrinkled pug with a blue vest and a perpetually grumpy expression. Pakun scratched his ear with a hind leg, then looked up at Kakashi with weary resignation. "You called, boss," Pakun said, his voice rough. Kakashi gestured at the gathered genin. "Pakun, you and your pack will pair up with each of these kids. Track Naruto's scent. You still remember it, right?" Pakun sniffed the air, his nose twitching. Yeah, I remember it. Kid smells like ramen, sweat, and trouble." He looked at the genin, his eyes narrowing. "You lot keep up. We're not waiting for stragglers." The other Ninken, Bull, Akino, Shiba, Garuko, and Uehei, spread out, each pairing with one of the designated genin. They moved with quiet efficiency, their noses already searching for the familiar scent of Uzumaki Naruto. Sakura stepped forward, her hand brushing against the fur of the Ninken assigned to her. "We'll find him," she said, her voice steady. "And help him." Kakashi nodded. "Go. Now." The genin and their Ninken partners dispersed, melting into the chaos, following the invisible trail of scent that would lead them to their comrade. The invasion raged on. But somewhere beyond the village walls, a boy with a demon inside him was leading a monster away from the people he had sworn to protect. And his friends would not let him face that monster alone. Chapter 23. Chapter 8, Invasion E. The forest beyond Konoha's walls was a different world from the chaos of the arena. Here, the air was cool and damp, thick with the scent of pine and earth. The sounds of battle, the clash of steel, the screams of the wounded, the roar of fire, faded into a distant murmur, replaced by the rustle of leaves and the occasional cry of a startled bird. But there was no peace in this forest. Only pursuit. Naruto landed on a thick tree branch, his sandals scraping against the bark, his crimson Sharingan eyes fixed on the path behind him. He could see Gaara in the distance, a dark shape against the dappled light, riding his sand platform like a demon on a chariot of death. He's still on me, Naruto thought, his jaw tightening. Good. That's what I wanted. Keep him away from the village. He turned and leapt again, his body arcing through the air, his hands reaching for the next branch. The forest blurred around him, green and brown and shadow, as he pushed himself faster, harder, refusing to slow. Gaara trailed him, relentless, his golden eyes fixed on his prey. The sand around him shifted restlessly, tendrils reaching out, tasting the air, searching for the moment to strike. He raised his sand-covered arm, the limb now more sand than flesh, the fingers elongated into claws. Sabaku Shuriken, Sand Shuriken. Dozens of projectiles shot from his hand, flat, spinning discs of compressed sand, each one sharp enough to slice through flesh and bone. They whistled through the air, cutting a deadly path toward Naruto's back. Naruto landed on another branch and threw himself behind a massive oak. The sand shuriken passed on either side of him, embedding themselves in the trunk with a series of dull thunks. Bark flew, leaves scattered, but Naruto remained untouched. He leaned against the tree, catching his breath, his Sharingan tracking Gaara's approach. That's far enough, Naruto thought. Far enough from the immediate village. The fighting hasn't spread this far yet. If I'm going to make a stand, this is the place. He stepped out from behind the tree, his hands at his sides, his crimson eyes fixed on Gaara. Gaara's sand platform settled to the ground, and the Jinchuriki stepped off, his feet touching the forest floor. His golden eyes gleamed with anticipation, his cross-shaped pupils dilating with excitement. Finally, Gaara said, his voice low, almost reverent. Finally decided to stop running from your inevitable death, Uzumaki. Naruto pointed at Gaara, his finger steady, his gaze unwavering. I'm not going to die here. Or anytime soon. He paused, his voice dropping. There are people I still need to fight for. Gaara cackled, a high, manic sound that echoed through the trees, sending birds fleeing from their perches. His sand writhed around him, responding to his rising excitement. I only fight for myself, Gaara said, his grin widening. That is why I am this strong. That is why I am invincible. That is why I will kill you and paint this forest red with your blood. Naruto's eyes narrowed, the three tomo in each iris spinning slowly. Then you won't be able to bring out your true power. Gaara's expression flickered, confusion, perhaps, or curiosity. What do you know of my power? Naruto did not answer. His gaze dropped to his own hands, then to the curse mark on his neck, then back to Gaara. My body has recovered enough to use that technique, Naruto thought. He dug his hand into his pouch, his fingers closing around the familiar weight of one of his custom double-tipped kunai. The metal was cool against his skin, grounding him, focusing him. Gaara lunged. His body moved with a speed that belied his size, his sand-clawed hand swiping at Naruto's chest. The air itself seemed to tear at the passage of his arm. Naruto braced himself. He brought his left arm up, blocking the swipe with his forearm. The impact sent shockwaves through his bones, but he held. At the same time, he channeled lightning chakra into the kunai in his right hand, the energy crackling along the blade, leaping between the two tips. He swung. The kunai cut through Gaara's sand-infused hand, severing it cleanly. Sand sprayed from the wound, but there was no blood, only more sand, more grain, more of the endless desert that lived within Gaara's soul. But Gaara's other hand was already moving. Sand that Naruto had not seen, sand that had been creeping through the undergrowth, silent and patient, erupted from his blind side, slamming into his ribs. The impact lifted him off his feet, sending him tumbling across the forest floor. He slid to a stop against a moss-covered rock, his side aching, his breath coming in short gasps. He rolled to the side just as another pile of sand tried to grab him, the grains scraping against the earth where his body had been. Naruto pushed himself up, his Sharingan scanning the battlefield. His control over sand has increased drastically, Naruto realized. And he's mobile now. At this rate, I won't be able to. He was cut off as a massive wave of sand surged toward him, forcing him to leap into the trees. He landed on a high branch, his chest heaving, his eyes fixed on the chaos below. He tried to close the distance a few more times, darting from tree to tree, looking for an opening, a gap in Gaara's defenses. But his efforts were always stopped by the now massive amount of sand surrounding the area. It was everywhere, on the ground, in the air, creeping along the branches, filling the forest with its hungry presence. Gaara's voice rose above the rustle of sand, triumphant and mad. "Show me your power," Gaara screamed, his golden eyes blazing. "Show me your blood. Mother will be satisfied. Mother will be pleased. Mother will." His voice dissolved into manic cackling, the sound echoing through the trees, bouncing off the rocks, filling the forest with its terrible music. Naruto watched from his branch, his crimson eyes tracking Gaara's movements, his mind racing through possibilities. I need to get closer, Naruto thought. But his sand is everywhere. Every approach is blocked. Every angle is covered. He looked at the kunai in his hand, at the lightning still crackling along its blade. One opening, Naruto told himself. That's all I need. One opening. The forest, with tracking group. Shikamaru and his entourage moved through the forest with careful urgency, their Ninken partners leading the way, their senses alert for any sign of danger. The sounds of the distant battle had faded almost completely, replaced by the quiet rustle of leaves and the soft padding of their footsteps. Pakun, trotting at the head of the group, suddenly stopped. His nose twitched, his ears flattened against his head. "We're being followed," Pakun said, his voice low. Sakura's hand went to her kunai pouch. "What? You heard me." Pakun's tail bristled. 7 of them, closing in fast. They're not trying to be quiet anymore. Shikamaru's eyes narrowed, his mind already working through the problem. "How many?" 7, Pakun repeated. "And they're not amateurs. They've been tracking us since we left the arena. They're just waiting for the right moment to strike." Shikamaru was silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping over their surroundings, the trees, the undergrowth, the natural choke points and ambush positions. Then he spoke, his voice calm, measured. "I've got a plan." He looked at Lee and Shino. "Lee, Shino, with me. We'll hold them off." Sakura's eyes widened. "But we'll catch up," Shikamaru interrupted, his tone brooking no argument. "Go. Find Naruto. He needs you more than we need backup." Lee's fists clenched, his eyes blazing with competitive fire. "We will hold the line. The flames of our youth will burn brighter than any enemy." Shino adjusted his glasses, his expression unreadable. "The insects are eager. They have not fed in some time." Shikamaru nodded once, then turned to face the direction Pakun had indicated. Lee and Shino fell into position beside him, forming a loose defensive line. Pakun and his pack also disappeared back to the summoning realm. Sakura hesitated for just a moment, her instinct screaming at her to stay, to fight, to protect, but then she turned and ran, Sai and the others following close behind. Shikamaru watched them go, his hands in his pockets, his expression calm. 7 enemies, he thought. Lee's taijutsu, Shino's insects, and my shadows. We can handle 7. He hoped. The forest grew quiet, waiting. The forest had grown quiet in the wake of Gaara and Naruto's passage. The trees bore the scars of their conflict, branches torn, bark stripped, the earth churned and scattered. The air was thick with the lingering scent of sand and ozone, the residue of techniques unleashed in desperate fury. Tamari and Kankuro had stopped at a natural choke point, a narrow clearing where the trees parted and the undergrowth grew thin. From here, they could see anyone approaching from the direction of the village. From here, they could intercept anyone foolish enough to interfere with Gaara's hunt. Kankuro leaned against a tree, his puppet Karasu wrapped in its cloth, his painted face expressionless. His eyes, however, were sharp, scanning the forest for any sign of movement. Do you think the Sharingan user will be able to overcome Gaara? Kankuro asked, his voice low. Temari snorted, the sound dismissive. Not a chance. Not when Gaara lets loose. You've seen him fight. You've seen what happens to his enemies when he stops playing with them. Kankuro was silent for a moment. The Sharingan user wasn't playing either. He pushed Gaara further than anyone ever has. Temari's jaw tightened. It doesn't matter. Gaara will kill him. He always kills them. It's what he does. But even as she spoke, a flicker of doubt crossed her mind. The blond boy with the crimson eyes had been different. He had not cowered. He had not fled. He had stood his ground and fought, even when Gaara's sand was closing in, even when death seemed certain. Maybe, Temari thought. She pushed the thought aside. She could not afford doubt. Not now. Not when the fate of Suna, of her family, hung in the balance. Two silhouettes emerged from the trees, moving with purpose, their footsteps silent on the forest floor. Sakura and Sai stepped into the clearing, their eyes fixed on the sand siblings. Sakura's green eyes were hard, focused, her gloved hands raised in a loose defensive stance. Sai's painted smile was firmly in place, his brush already in his hand, his dark eyes cold and calculating. Temari's hand drifted to her fan. It's you too. Sakura's voice was steady. Yes, it's us. Sai's smile widened. You ran away from our fight, Makeup-san. I was looking forward to demonstrating my art. Kankuro's eye twitched. His hand tightened on Karasu's cloth wrapping. Don't call me that. Why not? It is an accurate description. You wear makeup. You are male. Therefore, you are. I said don't call me that. Temari's voice cut through the tension. Kankuro. Don't let him provoke you. She pointed at Sakura, her blue eyes blazing. And you lost to me last time. What makes you think you can win now? Sakura met her gaze without flinching. Simply because I have someone to protect. Temari's expression flickered, surprise, perhaps, or grudging respect. We'll see about that. She unfurled her fan, the iron blades catching the dappled light. Kankuro stepped forward, his fingers closing around Karasu's cloth, ready to unleash his puppet at a moment's notice. Sakura settled into her stance, her feet planted, her weight balanced. Beside her, Sai raised his brush, a drop of ink already forming at its tip. The forest held its breath. The four shinobi faced each other across the clearing, two siblings from the sand, two comrades from the leaf. Behind them, in the depths of the forest, the sounds of battle echoed through the trees. Gaara and Naruto were still fighting, their clash shaking the very earth. But here, in this small clearing, a different battle was about to begin. And only one side would be allowed to pass. The medical bay corridor. The corridors outside the medical bay were a maze of shadows and echoes, the distant sounds of battle filtering through the walls like the memory of a nightmare. Kiba, Ino, and Choji moved quickly, their footsteps careful, their senses alert. They had avoided many fights on their way here, ducking into alleys, hiding behind debris, slipping past groups of enemy shinobi who were too focused on the main battle to notice three genin escorting an injured comrade. But their luck had run out. They rounded a corner and found themselves face to face with five sound ninja. The enemy shinobi were positioned in a loose semicircle, their weapons drawn, their expressions hungry. They had been waiting, ambushing anyone who tried to reach the medical bay, ensuring that the wounded could not recover and return to the fight. Kiba's breath came in short, ragged gasps. His fists were clenched, his knuckles white. Beside him, Akamaru growled low in his throat, his hackles raised. Choji stood at Kiba's side, his hands trembling, his chip bag long since discarded. They had already worked together to fend off three sand ninja on the way here, and their chakra reserves were running low. Their bodies ached, their muscles screamed. Hinata leaned against Ino for support, her pale face beaded with sweat, her breathing shallow. She could not fight, could barely stand. Her injuries from the preliminaries had not healed, and the stress of the invasion had pushed her body to its limit. Ino stood beside her, one hand supporting Hinata's arm, the other raised in a defensive stance. Her blue eyes were wide, scanning the enemy shinobi, calculating their chances. She was not a hand-to-hand combat specialist. Her Yamanaka techniques were designed for support, for information gathering, for coordinated strikes, for turning the tide of battle in an instant. But in a straight fight, against 5 opponents, with her allies exhausted and her friend injured. We're outnumbered, Ino thought, her heart pounding. We're outmatched. And there's no one coming to help us. The lead sound ninja grinned, revealing teeth filed to points. Look what we have here. A bunch of wounded brats trying to play shinobi. Another laughed. Easy pickings. They advanced. And then 5 kunai flashed out of nowhere. The blades were not thrown wildly, they were aimed with surgical precision, each one targeting a different sound ninja. The enemy shinobi scattered, their formation breaking as they dove aside, desperately avoiding the unexpected assault. A figure dropped from the building above, landing gracefully on the cobblestones. His long brown hair swayed with the movement, his pale eyes gleamed in the shadows, and his stance was one of absolute, unwavering confidence. Neji Hyuga straightened, his hands raised in the gentle fist stance, his Byakugan already active. The veins at his temples bulged, the pale irises contracted, and he surveyed the sound ninja with cold, analytical detachment. I'll take care of these 4, Neji said, his voice calm, unhurried. You 4 take care of that one. He gestured at the 5th sound ninja, who had been separated from his comrades by the kunai barrage. One of the sound ninja laughed, a harsh, mocking sound. You think you can take on 4 of us by yourself, boy? You're even dumber than you look. Neji did not respond with words. He moved. His foot connected with the laughing ninja's face in a blur of motion, the impact sending the man crashing into the wall behind him harshly. Stone cracked. Teeth flew. The sound ninja slumped to the ground, unconscious before he landed. Neji settled back into his stance, his expression unchanged. This technique is indeed useful. Too bad I don't have the chakra to use it like him. The remaining 3 sound ninja exchanged glances, their earlier confidence wavering. A while ago, the medical bay. Neji had been sitting on the edge of his cot, his head bowed, his hands resting on his knees. The injuries Naruto had inflicted during their match had been treated, the bruises salved, the cuts bandaged, the chakra pathways soothed. But the wounds that truly ached were not physical. His uncle Hiyashi had visited him. The Hyuga clan head had stood in the doorway of the medical bay, his pale eyes fixed on his nephew, his expression unreadable. For a long moment, neither spoke. Then Hiyashi had crossed the room and pressed a scroll into Neji's hands. Your father wrote this, Hiyashi said, his voice quiet. Before he made his choice. I should have given it to you years ago. I should have told you the truth. Neji had unrolled the scroll with trembling fingers. The characters were familiar, his father's handwriting, the same precise strokes that had taught Neji his first seals, his first kata, his first lessons in what it meant to be a Hyuga. The letter had not been long. It had not been filled with explanations or justifications. It had simply said, My son, I chose my death. No one forced me. No one sacrificed me. I chose to protect my brother, my clan, my village. I chose to die as a shinobi, not as a tool. Do not hate the main house. Do not hate your uncle. Do not hate yourself. You are not bound by fate. You are bound only by the choices you make. I will always be proud of you, my son, no matter what you do. Your father. Hizashi. Neji had read the letter 3 times. Then he had folded it carefully, tucked it into his vest, and looked up at his uncle. Why now? Neji had asked. Why not before? Hiyashi's expression had been heavy with years of regret. Because I was a coward. Because I was afraid of how you would react. Because I thought keeping the truth from you would protect you. He shook his head. Clearly I was wrong. Neji had been silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he had nodded. Thank you, he had said. For telling me. For giving me this. Hiyashi had reached out, hesitantly, and placed a hand on Neji's shoulder. You are a Hyuga. You are my nephew. You are my son, in every way that matters. Neji had not responded, but he had not pulled away. And then the sounds had begun, the distant shouts, the clash of steel, the screams of the wounded. Neji had activated his Byakugan and seen the truth, Konoha was under attack. Sand and sound shinobi were pouring into the village, engaging Konoha's defenders, spreading chaos and destruction. He had risen from his cot, ignoring the protests of the medical staff, and walked toward the door. Where are you going? A medic had called after him. "You're not fully healed. Your chakra is still." "I know," Neji had said. "But I can still fight." And he had walked out into the chaos. The corridor, present. Neji faced the remaining 3 sound ninja with cold, unwavering focus. His Byakugan tracked every muscle twitch, every shift of weight, every flicker of killing intent. His body still ached from his match with Naruto, his chakra reserves were far from full, and his tenketsu were still recovering from the strain of using rotation and the 8 trigrams techniques. But he did not need to be at full strength. Not against these fools. The first sound ninja lunged, his sword aimed at Neji's throat. Neji sidestepped, the blade passing within inches of his skin, and brought his kunai up to block a second strike from a ninja who had tried to flank him. He had seen the movement before it began, the shift of weight, the tensing of muscles, the gleam of steel in the shadows. He kicked the flanking ninja in the chest, making him stagger back, and in the same motion, closed the distance with the first attacker. His hands moved in a blur, 2 strikes, 4 strikes, 8 strikes, each one aimed at a vital tenketsu, each one closing a chakra pathway, each one bringing the sound ninja closer to collapse. The man's eyes widened, his sword fell from nerveless fingers. He tried to retreat, but his legs would not respond. Neji stepped back, letting the ninja crumple to the ground. The third sound ninja, who had hung back during the exchange, suddenly found himself facing Neji's pale eyes. The Hyuga prodigy had closed the distance in the span of a heartbeat, his body moving with a grace that seemed almost supernatural. 8 trigrams, Neji said, his voice flat, 32 palms. His hands struck again, 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms. The sound ninja's body jerked with each impact, his chakra network spasming, his control fragmenting. By the time Neji finished, the man was dazed, unable to move, unable to think. Neji finished him with a roundhouse kick to the head, sending him crashing into the wall. Ino stared, her blue eyes wide. "Wow," she breathed. "He is hot." Kiba, who had just finished dispatching the 5th sound ninja with Choji's help, shot Ino a look of disbelief. "Seriously? We're in the middle of an invasion, and you're checking out Neji." Ino's cheeks flushed. "I'm just saying." Choji slumped against the wall, his chest heaving. Can we just focus on staying alive?" Neji turned to face them, his Byakugan still active, his expression unreadable. "The medical bay is secure for now. But more enemies will come. You should get inside and—" A crash echoed from deeper in the corridor. More sound ninja were coming. Neji's jaw tightened. "Go. I'll hold them." Kiba opened his mouth to argue, but Neji's glare silenced him. "Go," Neji repeated. "I can handle this." Kiba nodded, and the group moved toward the medical bay doors, supporting Hinata between them. Ino glanced back at Neji one last time, her expression complicated. Neji did not notice. He was already turning to face the oncoming enemies, his hands raised, his Byakugan blazing. He had lost to Naruto. He had been forced to confront the truth about his father, his uncle, his clan. His view of the world had shifted, cracked, reformed into something new. But he was still a Hyuga. He was still a prodigy. He was still a shinobi of Konoha. And these fools were about to learn what that meant. The purple flames of the 4 violet flames formation crackled and hissed, casting the confined space within in an otherworldly glow. The roof of the cage's box had been destroyed, the debris scattered, the wood splintered. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru faced each other across the ruined platform, their eyes locked, their wills clashing like blades in the darkness. But they were not alone. Orochimaru's hands were stained with blood, not fresh, but ancient, the blood of sacrifice. He had completed the forbidden technique, the one that had been sealed away for generations, the one that called the dead back to the world of the living. Before him stood 2 figures, their eyes hollow, their skin pale, their bodies marked with the cracks and fissures of reanimation. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the god of shinobi, whose wood had shaped the very foundations of Konoha. The second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, the inventor of countless jutsu, whose water and shadow had protected the village through its darkest days. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, faced his predecessors. The fourth Hokage's summoning had failed. The coffin had risen, marked with the number 4, and then it had collapsed, empty, Somehow, for reasons Orochimaru could not immediately discern. He filed the mystery away for later consideration. There would be time to investigate after he had killed his sensei. Hiruzen launched a volley of flaming mud balls, a combination technique that mixed earth and fire, creating projectiles that burned and bludgeoned in equal measure. They streaked toward Orochimaru, who cackled with manic glee, his golden eyes gleaming. Orochimaru did not bother to dodge. He simply stepped behind the deep forest creation of the first Hokage, a massive tree that had erupted from the ground, its branches spreading wide, its roots digging deep into the rooftops. The flaming mud balls splashed against the trunk, their fire guttering out, their impact absorbed by the living wood. Tobirama, the second Hokage, raised his hands. Water gathered around him, not from any source, but from the moisture in the air, the humidity of the forest, the very essence of the element he had mastered. Suiten, Suiryuban, water release, water dragon whip. A tidal wave of water surged forward, slamming into Hiruzen's remaining projectiles, neutralizing them. Steam erupted from the collision, billowing up, obscuring the battlefield. Hashirama's voice was flat, emotionless, the voice of a corpse puppeted by another's will. Mokuten, Shichuka no Jutsu. Wood release, smiling Buddha Jutsu. The ground trembled. Massive wooden hands, brown, gnarled, large enough to hold a grown man, erupted from the earth. They reached for Hiruzen, fingers grasping, seeking to capture him, to crush him. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed. I'm lucky, he thought, his body already moving, dodging between the grasping hands. This isn't the full-power version of Lord Hashirama's jutsu. The laughing Buddha that could hold the 9 tails. This is only a shadow. But even a shadow was deadly. He danced between the hands, leaping over one, ducking under another, twisting between two that sought to trap him from both sides. His aged body moved with a grace that belied his years, the product of decades of battle, of countless near-death experiences, of a will that refused to break. He did not see Tobirama. The second Hokage appeared behind him, not with the sound of footsteps, not with the rustle of fabric, but with the silent, deadly grace of a ghost. His hand struck Hiruzen's back, sending the third Hokage flying forward. Into the waiting wooden hands. The fingers closed around him, squeezing. Wood groaned. Bones creaked. The breath was forced from Hiruzen's lungs in a pained gasp. Orochimaru stepped out from behind the tree, his smile wide, his eyes hungry. Finally, Sensei. After all these years, after all your meddling, your interference, your weakness, finally, you will die. Hiruzen's voice was strained, barely audible, each word forced out against the pressure of the wooden grip. Mon, Ing, Jut, Su. Poof. Smoke erupted around him, and when it cleared, the wooden hands were empty. Hiruzen stood a few feet away, his chest heaving, his robes torn. Beside him, a figure materialized, not a human, but a creature. A monkey, tall and muscular, with fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes that gleamed with ancient intelligence. Monkey King Enma. Enma's fist connected with Orochimaru's face before the snake Sannin could react. The impact sent Orochimaru stumbling back, his hand rising to his cheek, his eyes wide with surprise. Welcome gift, Enma said, his voice a low growl. He turned to face Hiruzen, his expression shifting from satisfaction to anger. You fool, Hiruzen. I told you to end him a long time ago. I told you to kill him when you had the chance. But you hesitated. You always hesitate. Hiruzen's breathing was ragged, his body trembling with exhaustion and pain. I know, he said quietly. I know. Enma shook his head. And now we have to clean up your mess. Orochimaru wiped a trickle of blood from his lip, his smile returning. Enma. Still as loyal as ever. Still as annoying. Enma cracked his knuckles. And still strong enough to break every bone in your body, snake. The battle was far from over. The two Kage stood ready, their hands raised, their techniques prepared. Orochimaru circled, his golden eyes gleaming. And Enma, the Monkey King, flexed his claws and prepared to fight alongside his oldest friend. The cage of purple flames crackled around them, sealing their fates together. Outside, the invasion raged on. But within this confined space, the true battle for Konoha's future had only just begun. The seven-sound ninja moved through the forest with practiced precision, their weapons drawn, their senses alert. They had been tracking the Konoha genin since the arena, following the trail of disturbed leaves and broken branches. Their orders were clear: eliminate any reinforcements trying to reach the Jinchuriki battle. They came to a sudden stop when they saw a figure standing in the middle of the path. Shikamaru Nara raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, his expression one of profound inconvenience. His shadow stretched behind him, pooling at his feet, harmless and still. "I give up," Shikamaru said, his voice carrying that particular drawl that made everything sound like an effort. "I know you're after me." The Sound Ninja Group leader, a scarred man with cold eyes, stepped forward. His blade gleamed in the filtered light. "What? We are." Shikamaru cut him off, his voice rising, taking on a tone of long-suffering complaint. "I never wanted to be a shinobi, you know," Shikamaru said, waving a hand dismissively. "My mother pushed me into it. My father expected it. The clan needed me to carry on the legacy. But honestly, I'd rather be playing shogi. Or napping. Napping is good. You ever try napping under a tree on a warm afternoon? Best feeling in the world." The Sound Ninja exchanged confused glances. This was not the desperate resistance they had anticipated. "The thing about being a shinobi," Shikamaru continued, "is that everyone expects you to be motivated. To have drive. To want to protect the village and all that troublesome stuff. But me, I just want to be left alone. Is that so wrong? To want peace. To want quiet. To want." The Sound Ninja leader tried to interrupt. "Listen, kid. To not have to deal with 7 armed strangers trying to kill me in the middle of a forest." Shikamaru finished, as if the leader had not spoken at all. "Exactly. You understand. That's what I'm talking about. It's just so troublesome." Another Sound Ninja opened his mouth. "We should just." "And another thing," Shikamaru said, his voice rising again. "The uniform. Who designed these sandals? They're terrible for running. And don't get me started on the flak jackets. Heavy. Restrictive. Absolutely." The Sound Ninja were looking at each other now, their confusion deepening. The boy was rambling, complaining, wasting their time with pointless grievances. They should just kill him and be done with it. But when they looked at each other, when their eyes met, when their attention shifted from the target to their comrades. Shikamaru brought his hands together into the rat seal. Kage main no jutsu. Shadow imitation technique. His shadow shot forward, faster than the eye could follow, and connected with the shadows of 5 of the 7 Sound Ninja. They froze, their bodies mirroring Shikamaru's relaxed posture, their arms falling to their sides, their weapons lowering. "Damn it!" one of the trapped ninjas shouted, straining against the invisible bonds. "I knew this kid was up to no good." The 2 who had not been caught, Ryuka and Gigan, both with the hardened look of experienced warriors, leapt back, putting distance between themselves and the shadow's reach. Dynamic entry. Lee descended from the trees, his leg extended, his bandaged limb aimed at Ryuka's head. The kick was fast, powerful, the kind of strike that had shattered training dummies and sent opponents flying. Ryuka brought his arm up, blocking the kick with his forearm. The impact sent shockwaves through the air, but he did not stagger. His eyes, cold and calculating, fixed on Lee. "Nice plan," Ryuka said, his voice flat. "But I am a Jonin-level opponent. Your tricks won't work on me." Gigan stepped forward, his blade raised. "Let's finish this kid. He's nothing." Shikamaru's jaw tightened, his eyes darting between the 2 free enemies. "Damn it," he thought. "Why didn't my jutsu catch him instead of these fodders?" The trapped ninja, the fodders, shifted uncomfortably. "Hey," one of them muttered. "Did he just call us fodders?" "I think he did." "That's rude." Lee straightened from his kick, his eyes blazing with competitive fire. He did not seem intimidated by Ryuka's declaration. If anything, he seemed more excited. "You are gravely misunderstanding," Lee said, his voice carrying that particular intensity that made everything sound like a declaration of war. "You are the disadvantaged bunch." Ryuka's eyes narrowed. "What?" From behind a tree, Shino Aburame stepped into view, his dark glasses reflecting the dappled light, his high collar obscuring the lower half of his face. His hands were at his sides, his posture relaxed, but his insects were not. "Yes," Shino said, his voice flat, unemotional. "My comrade is correct. On your way here, my bugs that I left behind stuck to you and siphoned your chakra without you noticing. He paused, tilting his head. You now have less than 11% remaining. Ryuka's eyes widened. He looked down at his arms, at his chest, at the faint, almost invisible specks of black that clung to his clothing. The Kikaichu. The chakra-eating beetles. He had not noticed them, had not felt them, through the adrenaline of the chase. What? Ryuka's voice cracked, his composure breaking. When? How? Shino adjusted his glasses. The moment you entered the forest. My insects have been feeding ever since. Your chakra levels are insufficient for sustained combat. You may be Jonin level, but without chakra, you are merely ordinary. Gigan's face paled. He swatted at his arms, trying to dislodge the insects, but they held fast, their mandibles buried in his skin, their bodies already bloated with stolen chakra. Lee raised his fists, his eyes gleaming. Now we fight on even terms. No, on our terms. Shikamaru allowed himself a small, tired smile. The trap had worked. The plan had succeeded. Now all that remained was the cleanup. He looked at the 5-sound ninja frozen in his shadow, then at the two who were desperately trying to scrape the insects from their skin. Troublesome, he thought, but manageable. The forest clearing had become a stage for methodical dismantling. Shikamaru held his shadow imitation, his breathing controlled, his focus absolute. The 5-sound ninja trapped in his technique stood frozen, their bodies mirroring his relaxed posture, their eyes darting with growing panic. Shino stepped forward, his hands raised. From his sleeves, a fresh wave of Kikaichu emerged, not the ones already feeding on the enemy shinobi, but reinforcements, fresh and hungry. The insects swarmed toward the frozen 5, crawling over their skin, seeking entry points, preparing to deliver the final, merciful unconsciousness. One by one, the sound ninja's eyes rolled back. One by one, their bodies went limp, their struggles ceasing. The Kikaichu had injected a mild sedative, not lethal, but enough to keep them under for hours. Shikamaru released his jutsu, his shadow retreating to his feet. He rolled his shoulders, working out the stiffness. 5 down, he said, glancing at Shino. Good work. Shino nodded, recalling his insects. They will not wake for some time. The sedative is calibrated for their body weight. Shikamaru turned his attention to the remaining 2, Ryuka and Gigan, who had avoided the initial shadow trap. They were Jonin level, or so they claimed. But Shino's insects had drained their chakra to less than 11%. They were shadows of their former selves, weakened, desperate. Lee was already moving. He lunged at Gigan, his body a blur of green. The sound ninja raised his guard, expecting a wide, powerful strike, the kind of attack Lee was known for. But Lee did not swing wide. He stepped into Gigan's guard, his body closing the distance, his palm shooting forward in a short, devastating strike. Gigan barely blocked, his forearm absorbing the impact. The force still rattled his bones, sent shockwaves through his shoulders. Lee jumped back, creating distance, just as Ryuka thrust his hands forward. Sweeten, Tepidama, water release, gunshot. A sphere of pressurized water shot from Ryuka's palms, aimed at Lee's chest. But Lee was no longer there. The water ball streaked past him, across the clearing, and slammed directly into Gigan. The impact lifted the sound ninja off his feet, hurling him backward. He crashed into a tree, his breath exploding from his lungs in a pained gasp. He slid down the trunk, his hand clutching his chest, his eyes wide with betrayal. Senpai. Gigan wheezed, the word barely audible. Ryuka's face contorted. You fool. I was aiming for. Wham. Lee's kick connected with Ryuka's side, the impact sending the Jonin flying across the clearing. He hit a tree, a different one, thicker, older, and the trunk cracked under the force. Splinters flew. Bark scattered. Ryuka slumped against the wood, his vision swimming, his ribs screaming. Lee straightened, his breathing controlled, his eyes calm. He had opened the first 2 gates, the gate of opening and the gate of healing, silently, without the dramatic declaration that usually accompanied his techniques. The power boost was subtle but significant. His speed had increased, his strength had multiplied, and his already formidable taijutsu had become something else entirely. He closed the distance to Gigan in a heartbeat, his body a green blur against the brown and green of the forest. Gigan tried to rise, tried to raise his guard, tried to summon chakra that was no longer there. Li's fist connected with his solar plexus. Gigan doubled over, the air leaving his lungs in a soundless gasp. A knee rose, catching him under the chin. His head snapped back, and he was unconscious before he hit the ground. Li turned to face Ryuka, who was still trying to push himself up from the base of the cracked tree. The Jonin's eyes were wide, desperate. His chakra was gone, drained by Shino's insects, spent on techniques that had missed their mark. His body ached from Li's kicks, his ribs screamed with each breath. He was a warrior without weapons, a shinobi without power. Li approached him slowly, his footsteps deliberate, his expression serious. "You should surrender," Li said. "You cannot win. Not in your condition." Ryuka's jaw tightened. He looked at his comrade, unconscious, broken, and then at the other 5, slumped where they had fallen. He was alone, outnumbered, outmatched. But surrender was not in his nature. He lunged. Li's response was almost gentle. A palm strike to the chest. A sweep of the leg. A final, decisive blow to the temple. Ryuka collapsed, joining his comrades in unconsciousness. Li stepped back, his breathing slightly faster, his body still thrumming with the power of the gates. He released them, the second, then the first, and felt the familiar ache settle into his muscles. "It is done," Li said, turning to face Shikamaru and Shino. "They will not trouble anyone for some time." Shikamaru nodded, already moving toward the path that led deeper into the forest. "Good. Let's go. Naruto still needs us." Shino fell into step beside him, his insects settling beneath his clothing. Li followed, his eyes fixed on the distance. The cleanup was complete. The real battle awaited.